Chapter 441, the finale of the prologue. The busy crowd and the dim lights in the cabin added a touch of fireworks to the tense atmosphere. However, coupled with the seaweed plain outside that was half the height of the ship, the pale skeletons everywhere, the gloomy sky, and the terrifying atmosphere instantly flooded the whole world like an ocean. And it was like a heavy stone weighing down everyone's heart, making it difficult to breathe. Damn, this sargassum can be so weird. The sailors cursed while preparing fortifications to deal with the attack that the owner of this sargassum cluster was said to come at night. After observation, they had long known that the seaweed in front of them was similar to the sargassum they often saw when sailing on the sea before, except for being more green, with sticky mucus, and vines with thorns inside. The other appearance features were almost exactly the same as sargassum. These aquatic algae in the sea often gather into a large area under the influence of storms. Sometimes, wind and ocean currents can hardly shake them. However, most of these clusters are no more than 1 nautical mile, and they are long and thin, like a long snake from a distance. And the current cluster is not an exaggeration to say that it is land. It has stretched to the horizon of the sea level, and the highest point seems to be able to touch the stars in the dome. When will those aquatic undeads revive? The sound of the waves has long been lost around, and the dullness in the air has cast a layer of hazy mist on the upcoming battle, making it difficult to grasp the boundary between reality and illusion. Some people stared at the skeletons exposed in the vines and algae in a daze. With the slowly floating sargassum, their outlines appear and disappear from time to time. It's hard to believe that this place is like a huge marine museum, a collection hall, where you can even see any creatures that appear in the ocean. Ships for land exploration, sea eagles soaring in the sky, and mermaids and whale sharks flying in the storm. Their half-rotten and half-skeletal corpses are scattered in all directions. It makes people have an idea in their hearts. How many people have mistakenly entered here and died here? Will they be like these corpses in the future? The dead bodies are accompanied by vines and algae. The magnificent immortal princess is also covered with algae like those ships, whose hull outlines can only be seen. Only some rotten wooden boards and deep and boundless hollow wounds are left, as if telling the world about the trauma it has experienced. Don't think too much. Her Royal Highness and the group of adults are discussing countermeasures. Don't worry. Someone comforted his companions who used to sail together, and whispers spread quietly in this silent wind. Night soon fell. With it, there came the water that spread from unknown time. The thick milky fog reduced everyone's vision to about 10 meters around the ship. Even the dragon, with its super long-range vision, only allowed it to see more than 30 meters more than humans. Only a little green fluorescence appeared and disappeared in the dark fog. But for this giant aquatic land that was more than 10 miles long and wide, this area available for exploration was like a drop in the ocean. Not worth mentioning. Don't panic. Light the oil lamps, and let those bastards come over. Someone gave orders, and soon, the masts, bulkheads, and even the side of the ship hanging outside the immortal princess were equipped with oil lamps commonly used at sea. These were all borrowed from below the deck. The oil lamps in the warehouse were not enough to illuminate the entire immortal princess, and the oil lamps under the deck could barely cover it. The yellowish light of the oil lamps dispelled the gradually spreading fog, and the slippery green fluorescent sargassum and thorny vines were once again exposed to everyone's eyes in a hideous posture. At some point, a voice came from afar. Outsider. Outsider. What's that sound? Don't panic. It's just the mumbling of her minions. The old sailor stood up in time. Perhaps one day, Thatcheselina's rescue would make him lose his original intention to die and begin to evoke a deeper dream. That is to dispel the nightmare in his heart for his dead companions and confidants. Revenge. Outsider. Outsider. The indescribable harsh whispers began to resound throughout the seaweed plain like cicadas, and the outlines of human figures or other unknown creatures began to sway in the fog. Soon, under the gaze of everyone, the first creature appeared in front of them. This is a human. Judging from his clothes, he should have been a warrior in his lifetime. The heavy armor is rusty, but it can't hide his former burliness. Such people are often eye-catching in the tavern, and are also the favorite objects of the various charming maids in the tavern. After all, anyone who pays is better, and such people are often more straightforward, if they can develop a long-term relationship and be raised alone. It is also the dream of many maids who have embarked on this path. However, this former hero, the eye sockets have long been filled with water plants, and the drops of fluorescence are slightly dull as new eyes. Under the pale chest and the rotten meat, the dark green water plant roots are tightly tied in the body. As a parasite, he can only unconsciously open and close his upper and lower jaws silently, and then whisper like seaweed from the leaky abdomen. Outsiders. This shrill roar was like a horn, and strange creatures like a tide jumped out of the fog. There were the remains of Nanda with human heads and snake bodies, and there were also wild frogmen jumping around with only skeletons and rotten flesh left. Of course, there were more humanoid creatures, including sailors parasitized by vines, and killer vines made entirely of sargassum vines. They were crowded, just as the old sailor said. This army of the dead and monsters will devour the living in this sea area mercilessly until they become one of them, and then continue to hibernate and waiting for the next lucky person to come to the sea area. At this time, a burly and powerful brown-haired man wearing exquisite griffin-light armor and carrying a double-edged giant sword as high as a door panel on his back walked out of the crowd. His appearance was very unfamiliar, but the people around him could not be ignored. Caranther, the princess of the Aemen Empire, the real owner of the immortal princess. The identity of the warrior who was qualified to accompany her, and who was a stranger, was obvious. The legendary warrior who had been hiding until now. He spoke loudly to the empty and foggy outside world. Leave here. The undead, who should have died long ago. Tell your master not to set his sights on us, or I don't mind following you and breaking your bones. My sword can't wait. As he spoke, the man drew out the heavy sword with one hand and swung it fiercely. An invisible wave of air emitted a momentum that made the wind wail, and it swept away fiercely in a half-moon shape. Then the undead in the front rows seemed to be stimulated by something, and fell down one after another like wheat being cut. Legendary combat skill. Half-moon slash. Combined with the unique magic-breaking property of the weapon, it can be said that as long as the level of the undead creature is not higher than the 4th level, the ending of being swept by it is probably no other ending except the destruction of the soul. Hee hee. Outsider. You can give it a try. In the fallen body, a humanoid creature made entirely of vines and algae slowly stood up, looking coldly at the immortal princess, the burly figure standing at the highest point, and said grimly. Her voice was extremely hoarse, but it carried some unquestionable power. Humph. Playing tricks. The warrior originally thought that if the battle could be avoided, it would be avoided, and if it was inevitable, it would be fought directly. So he didn't waste any more words. The giant sword in his hand was raised again silently, and another half-moon slash swept upward. But the half-moon had already turned into a wave of air composed of countless dense moon blades on the way out, directly slashing the vine that stood up and could see the female features into pieces. And the other algae around it also looked like a gust of wind. This moon blade also foreshadowed the beginning of the battle. Soon, new undead appeared on the fallen bodies and stood on the algae. It was still an army of undead of various races, orderly and majestic. Every parasite had a terrifying look on its face, as if it had seen something incredible before it died. Otherwise its eyes and mouths would not be so wide open. In addition to these creatures, there was an even larger shadow that emerged from the algae. It was a giant snake more than 20 meters long. Its dark green skeleton and empty eyes gave people a sense of unreality. Go, my child. Pick up your weapons and fight for me. A woman's silhouette vaguely appeared above the giant snake head. She waved the magic ball in her hand, and then the originally calm and slow vines and algae suddenly boiled up, as if they were living things, and attached themselves to the bodies of the undead, forming a second layer of armor for them. In addition, their weapons also had a layer of dark green mucus, emitting a faint white mist, which was obviously either corrosive or highly toxic. For the mother of all the songs, for the kingdom of immortality, a pale and stiff voice came from the abdomen of the undead, as if it was a preset program, without any emotion. The leaders were the two fastest groups of creatures, the crazy frogmen and the aquatic ghouls, whose speed far exceeded that of other undead. Even though the algae were floating and sinking, the speed of their legs was not slow at all. They rushed towards the giant ship like the sea, and scattered to other ships in the middle, trying to use it as a springboard to get close to the largest ship. Shoot! Countless sharp arrows dipped in holy water were shot out. But strangely, the direction of the sharp arrows was all towards an open space in front of the monsters, and they were not aimed at the monsters at all. If nothing unexpected happened, I'm afraid that 1 out of 10 would be a great fortune. The one who gave the order was a sailor wearing a red headscarf. The tattoos on his face, and the narrow and long fine lines at the corners of his eyes showed that he was a typical Layat. This kind of people are born sailors. It can be said that most of their lives, from birth to death, are spent on the ship. Therefore, most Layat people believe in the sea goddess Ambri, become priests or guards of that god, and collect wealth and various rare treasures for the goddess. Therefore, many of them were born with the blessing of the goddess, and could perform many ocean-related spell-like abilities. And the best among them could choose specific spells as the gift of the goddess. So, the sailor with the red headscarf gently twisted his right hand, and then a strange scene happened on the big ship below. The flat vines and algae below began to rotate suddenly, as if there was an undercurrent whirlpool below. All creatures close to the immortal princess fell directly into the algae, and the abyss of the vines rotated and could no longer move. Whirlpool? Even if the vines covered it, it could not cover up the ending that there was an ocean below. Then, the arrows born with holy water ended their souls, and gave the deceased liberation. In other places on the immortal princess, various adventurers and dragons also took out their own unique skills. Although the chaotic magic area cannot use spells, the spell-like abilities belong to supernatural abilities, so they are no longer affected. Of course, there were also outstanding ones among the undead, such as giant snakes, bone dragons, and nagas. However, this time, they were destined not to be able to easily scare the living on the ship with their appearance or numbers as before, and their targets were often much more difficult to deal with than they had encountered in the past. The actions of the giant dragons, sword masters, and adventurers always pulled the precarious front back. Although the spellcasters lost their means in the chaotic magic area, it did not mean that they had no other means besides casting spells. As mages, they were not inferior to ordinary warriors in mastering other weapons, and their crossbows were often more accurate and deadly. Soon, before dawn, at midnight, these monsters left behind a pile of ruined corpses that could no longer be seen. Like the tide receding, obviously, the people who controlled these dead also understood that this new invader was not as weak as in previous years, but was a hardcore person. However, she started the next plan, intending to kill these opponents with time. She would control the killing vine or other creatures to sneak into the ship, and then attack quietly every day, making people disappear silently on the ship. In this way, panic will gradually spread, and the sailors will watch the familiar people disappear one by one. The original fighting spirit will no longer exist, and by then, she will not need to consume too many offspring to successfully plunder this batch of delicious food. If nothing unexpected happened, the other team she sent out should have arrived under the cabin, ready to invade. But just as the operator was about to show the smile that he used to torture the enemy, the vision that coexisted with the vines fed back to another raiding team composed of killer vines in time. After melting the wooden boards of the bottom cabin, the scene witnessed was stagnant. A black dragon with a length of more than 40 meters. Its body seemed to be cast in gold and iron. Strong muscles, shield-sized scales, sharp claws, and a thick tail like a blade, all prove the power of this giant dragon. And this giant dragon, at this time, was opening its dark golden vertical pupils and staring at her quietly, as if it could look at her through the vision of the killer vine derivative. And its eyes were colder than hers, without a trace of emotion. The intention of tyranny was about to come out. The raging fire was the last scene she saw. Chapter 442 Wansong Birth Mother. The bottom of the cabin. Gordon looked at a small group of killer vines that burned a hole in the ship's plank with corrosive acid. The vines and algae exposed by the broken hole made Gordon immediately aware that something was wrong with the current state of the immortal princess. However, it did not immediately use its divine thoughts to communicate with the believers, but began to observe this group of presumptuous guests. The damp vines and algae twisted and rotated irregularly, and mixed together to form this monster that looked like a human, but was not a human. They were also filled with an indescribable stench. But Gordon just snorted, and all the odors were discharged. The sulfur and the smell of burning flames, which were even stronger than the stench, began to emanate from the bottom of the cabin. At the same time, it began to look at the place where the flames were spreading. That is, the place where the vine monster had just stood, with an inquiring look, as if it wanted to see some performance. The group of vine monsters reacted very quickly to the sudden flames coming out of their nostrils. Their bodies dropped suddenly, and their lower bodies melted quietly into the cabin floor like water. Would release? However, no matter how fast the wood release was, the nearly white flame still touched the bodies of every vine monster, and Gordon was not in a hurry to see them disappear, because the next second, fire and flames came from under the cabin planks, and the figures of vine monsters twisted like maggots, and the flames burned their tender bodies. The flames did not disappear because of the wood release, but became more vigorous. After a while, they burned to ashes amid their wailing. After watching Xiangbi's fire easily ignite the vines in front of him, Gordon nodded with satisfaction. It seems that his flame is really as the talent given by his blood after he fell asleep, with immortal and penetrating properties. Level 6 talent. Extraordinary fire. Otherwise, no matter how powerful its previous flame was, it would not be able to destroy the vine monster in front of it with seawater and drilled into the wooden board. After all, no matter what, this small group of killer vine monsters in front of them are elite assassins with an average level of more than level 4, and are specially used by the operator for sneak attacks and assassinations. In a war of attrition and a protracted war, this silent attack method and unique concealment method will become a nightmare for most crew members on the ship. And what happened next made Gordon a little confused. He saw several silver-colored light balls appearing from the original position of the vine monster body, and when Gordon touched it with his consciousness, the light balls flew into the body and analyzed and detected. Then the following talents made Gordon a little hesitant, or surprised. 4th level talent. Would release? 4th level talent. Activate plants. 4th level talent. Descendants. The first two are normal, but the latter one makes Gordon a little confused. However, it is normal to think about it. After all, these killer vines naturally cannot appear here for no reason. And as expected, they are in batches. Obviously, there is someone behind them, and judging from the derivatives given by the data information, the manipulator or subordinate behind the scenes must have a mother body that can hatch or corrupt killer vines in large quantities. After seeing the data, Gordon absorbed it without hesitation. Perhaps this talent could bring him good information, and even more than what he learned from Nina and the others. On the other side, the operator, who was upset that his derivative was destroyed by the giant dragon that suddenly appeared, was thinking in the dark pit. The brown and green algae and vines twisted around him formed the pit wall. The wall was full of half-formed life forms. These creatures, which looked like humans, twisted and trembled on the swollen rhizomes, like ripe human-shaped fruits waiting to be picked. Occasionally, they would make silent wails and screams, but they were not outsiders like before, but unconscious screams, like the cries of human babies. In this symphony, the operator in the dark seemed to move his body, and the rustling sound of plants rubbing against each other came from the darkness. She stretched her body and stroked the half-human vine monster on the pit wall, which had not yet fully hatched, carefully groped every node on the vine. Because of the death of her offspring, she was filled with a strong desire for war. Stop shouting, my child. They can't run away. They will all become our food and your hotbed. Especially the dragon just now. I will use its corpse as my throne decoration. When the time comes, I will let them all accompany you. Her voice was extremely gentle, like a mother coaxing her child. But in this pit full of irregular and twisted creatures, these words were always so inconsistent. However, just when she was about to check the status of her other offspring, she found that there was one more very eye-catching light spot, which appeared at the location of the group of outsiders. The bottom of the cabin? Wasn't it wiped out by that abominable dragon? How could there be any survivors? The operator curiously probed with his consciousness. But at the moment of contact, a huge sense of crisis made her almost hesitate and wanted to break it immediately. But after the chain touched it, it was no longer possible to break it. Mother of One Song? The magnificent sacred sound immediately exploded in the mind of the operator. The monster called Mother of One Song, and the rumbling echo outside could almost shatter the eardrums of normal people. Who is it? You are not my offspring. Who are you? Mother of One Song felt the uncontrollable thoughts running wild in her mind. In almost a moment, she felt that everything about herself was exposed in front of the owner of this voice, as if she had been stripped naked. Hee. We just met. And you forgot so quickly? No. How is it possible? How can you disguise and deceive my consciousness? Even though she was a monster, she was extremely shocked when she saw for the first time that her mental fluctuations could be completely simulated as her offspring. Her stunned voice echoed in this bottomless pit, And the disguise was a dragon. Nothing is impossible. Now I can discuss compensation with you. Attack my fleet and disturb my sleep. How much ransom do you plan to give? Vine monster. Gordon unceremoniously called the monster behind the scenes. The mother of Wan Song. The lowest name. Vine monster. This is not that Gordon underestimated it. But after the spiritual connection, she has mastered most of the information about the monster in front of her. And realized that she is just a guy with a strong appearance and a weak heart. Although she has countless slaves to drive her. But also, every time she summons a creature. Wishful thinking. You should block the attack of my monster first. Reptile. Don't think that you can run wild in my territory just because your flames are a little stronger. I said. Your skull will become part of my throne. After being shocked, Wan Song's biological mother, whose identity was revealed, was naturally confident as the winner of this sea area in the past 100 years. She was not afraid of the bluff of the dragon in front of her. Ransom. It's all in her territory. And she still wants to extort it for ransom. It turns out that she can't change the greedy habits of the dragon. She sneered, then found the key point, and directly used her deformed hands to tear off a part of the brain in her brain that was connected to the dragon, and directly physically interrupted the communication between her and it. The intense pain of tearing brain matter was dispersed to all the derivatives. But it was just insignificant. Wan Song's biological mother, who had lost 1/3 of her brain, still gracefully coaxed the unformed vine demon offspring to sleep peacefully. After doing all this, she leisurely returned to her throne filled with various biological specimens and collections. At the same time, the position of the bottomless pit also began to change. It naturally knew that its body was a weakness. So it was particularly careful and solemn about its hiding place. Even if it was in an invincible position, it was still like this. The boundless sea can detain outsiders for up to 7 days. No matter how strong this group of outsiders is, they cannot find its location within 7 days. You know, this is hundreds of square kilometers. It is simply unrealistic to rely on just a few hundred people to find her nest under the heavy obstacles of her servants. Besides, it was still uncertain who would win or lose. Originally, she just wanted to play around. Since the dragon was so provocative, she didn't mind playing around with it with all her strength. After all, she had a lot of toys. On the other side, Gordon, who failed to find the location due to a physical disconnection by Wan Song's biological mother, did not seem upset, but was thinking very seriously about the information he had just found from Wan Song's biological mother memory. The boundless sea of the demiplane. The lair of the time dragon. Wan Song's biological mother. Each piece of information was enough to make Gordon, who had just woken up, eat a lot of melons. Didn't they agree to go to Misty Harbor? How come he suddenly woke up and came to a place that seemed to be the lair of the time dragon? Although the time dragon likes to build its lair on the timeline before the appearance of humans, it does not rule out that many time dragons like to observe history closely, and thus build their lair in the demi-plane adjacent to the material plane to satisfy their voyeurism. There are a lot of good stuff inside. But before going to explore the nest, we have to deal with this shady guy. Wan Song's biological mother. Gordon chewed on this creature that was rarely mentioned and rarely appeared in the dragon heritage. The origin is unclear. But if nothing unexpected happens, this creature should be a failed product created by a wizard during a certain research. Otherwise, it is impossible not to be aware of the divine power contained in it. Perhaps it can do this. Gordon's mind suddenly popped up a plan. When the deafening explosion sounded from the cabin, many sailors who didn't know the source were all startled, subconsciously shuddered, and had a bad premonition in their hearts. Could it be that the group of monsters had drilled through the bottom of the ship? If they get through, it will be troublesome if they sink. The reason why they can fight the monsters and undeads below is that they are fighting on their home field. If the ship sinks, it will be even more obvious. However, some people raised their eyebrows slightly, and their faces showed joy. No one knew what the fire meant better than them, including Nina. They all looked forward to it, and did not show any worry at all. Bang! 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 A few more flames accompanied by thick smoke came from the bottom of the cabin. The hull did not shake much despite the huge momentum. As if there had never been an explosion. As if there was already a pillar supporting the beam for them, and strengthening the stability. It's Mr. Gordon. Feeling the sulfur smell in the black smoke, Nina couldn't help but whisper to Caranther. She didn't tell too many people about Gordon's sleep. But not Caranther. She just told it that Gordon needed a short hibernation to stabilize his spirit that had declined due to crossing planes or communicating with gods. Is it awake? Caransel's eyes also flashed with a hint of joy. At least with the addition of Gordon. Their success rate of defense this time would be higher. But before they could digest the news of Gordon awakening, the surrounding cheers, like waves, made Caransel and Nina look up at the same time. In the black smoke that was enough to cover the sky, a huge silhouette appeared from the shadows. And its wings danced with fire and smoke that was not sure whether it was burning with chips or grass ash. The falling flames hit the wet vines and algae, and violent steam came out. At the same time, its mighty voice, like the might of heaven, also appeared. Dare to disturb the great molten king, undead dragon, shadow master, the rest of the ruler of all things. Unforgivable. You? The molten dragon, whose scales were like fine iron, had its feet hanging in the air, its head held high, looking down in all directions, facing an unknown enemy. It was not afraid at all, just hanging upright in the air, overlooking the strange area under its feet made up of countless sargassum. Suddenly, the whole sky echoed with its voice, and this arrogant attitude also made the fleet members, who were originally slightly sluggish after the war, immediately stand up and cheer up. This is their people. Oh no! Dragons. The powerful and mysterious dragon. The sargassum area, which was originally filled with the whispers of outsiders, suddenly became silent, like a dead cemetery. Even the roots and vines of the sargassum that used to crawl stopped moving, as if they were afraid that any movement would attract the attention of the molten dragon in the sky. Hee. You dare to disturb me, but don't have the courage to respond. It seems that I overestimate you. But do you think you can escape by keeping silent? The dragon didn't get angry when he saw that the empty sargassum cluster didn't respond to him. He just smiled and said to the people below, or do you think you can rest assured if you hide in here? Forget it. I come to you in person. Hide well. Chapter 443, Prelude to the Finale. Gordon said this in public after careful consideration. After all, it would be unrealistic for him to search for the gathering place of the mother of the 10,000 sown in this huge gathering place of sargassum alone. Therefore, he needed help. In this half-plane called the Boundless Sea, the only helpers he could rely on were the sailors and guards on the ship and the adventurers. Therefore, he established a strong example and confidence in their hearts, so that they would blow the horn of counterattack with him. This open declaration of war under the sky became inevitable. Otherwise, if he plunged into the huge sargassum cluster, he might really fall over. Even if he could successfully escape from here, the damage would probably be more serious than expected. What's more, he was still thinking about the so-called time dragon nest here. However, Gordon did not do anything big right after declaring war, such as using his breath to burn all the surrounding seaweed. Instead, he slowly returned to the immortal princess in front of one's own biological mother. Although there was a plan, it was not Gordon's character to act recklessly. All plans would be implemented only after careful consideration of everything. After returning to the immortal princess, Gordon did not return to his previous cat-like body, but directly crossed the bow, with his claws like a bird, firmly grasping the main mast, and casting various stabilizing magic runes on the mast of the immortal princess, which could withstand more than level 10 storms at sea. And it was not so difficult to withstand a mast with a length of more than 40 meters and a weight of hundreds of tons. At least Gordon felt that his feet were as stable as Mount Tai, and he could not fall down. Mr. Gordon. Your Highness. Your Excellency the Molten King. Great Lord of Shadows. We pay you the highest respects. When Gordon arrived with the shaking of the huge ship, all kinds of honorifics and titles appeared everywhere on the ship like mushrooms after rain. Many sailors half knelt down, worshipping the king's spirit, and expressed their highest admiration for the suddenly appearing dragon. Gordon glanced at it indifferently, and then easily found the little one in the crowd. He was still so excited, and the nostalgia in his eyes, when he looked at him, had never diminished. Nina! I'm awake. In the heart. Its tone was still so gentle, just like the two of them getting along with each other not long after they were born. Well, Mr. Gordon, you've grown bigger again. It's so tall and big that Nina can't even touch you. But I try to catch up with you. Hee. One day I be as big as you. This time, Nina's voice was unusually not so low. Perhaps the experience of going out to sea made her no longer the girl who was limited to the small piece of land in front of her. Her vision gradually expanded with what she saw along the way. especially after experiencing the magic capital, Sumerian, and obtaining the notebooks of higher-level mages. The narration and experience on it made her understand that her future on this road is bright. Hee hee. I'm looking forward to that day. Me too, Mr. Gordon. By the way, listening to what you said just now, have you found the real culprit behind this sea area? Did she attack you? Are you injured? Nina asked with concern. The scene just now obviously affected many people's hearts, and she was naturally among them. It's okay. It's just a monster that doesn't know whether to live or die. Gordon said that Nina didn't need to worry. Nina also nodded sensibly, knowing that since Mr. Gordon said not to worry, she didn't need to worry about what he didn't want her to worry about. So, she quickly shifted the topic to another topic, which was about the place outside the Sargassum area. Time poison. Anyone who enters the area will fall into the aging curse. Even Jelen and others have to stay away from that sea area. It is said that it is the regional effect of the legendary dragon. Gordon had known about this matter from Want's own biological mother a long time ago, and it was not surprising that he was more concerned about another thing. Then are you okay? Nina. I'm fine, Mr. Gordon. I was too young, and I was called back by Lord Jelen when I was halfway through the flight, Nina said with a little annoyance and a little relief. That's good. Don't worry. This regional effect won't bother me. After all, it naturally didn't say the rest of the words very directly, because it believed that those who understood would understand. Not to mention that it seemed a bit pretentious to say that it had divinity in front of Nina. So it just needed to tell her not to worry. Is that so? Doesn't the aging curse affect you, Mr. Gordon? Nina was also a little surprised. She thought that no matter who it was, it couldn't get rid of this influence. Of course. Have you heard of gods whose lifespans are coming to an end? Only the planes are destroyed naturally. Not the gods. Their lifespans are endless. Just like this dome. Gordon did not let Nina dwell on this topic for too long, but took the initiative to take over the topic and asked. The losses in the battle just now were not great. Right. Not much. With the help of Lord Leo and Lord Jaren, most of the monsters were destroyed before they even got close to the side of the ship. Only a few crew members were injured due to panic, and only a few were unlucky and died due to the aftermath of the battle. Nina looked at the sailors who were collecting the bodies of their companions not far away with a little sadness. But this sadness was only a flash. Nina recovered quickly and boasted about her achievements to Gordon with a little pride. She used a small crossbow coated with holy water to kill several aquatic undead and ghouls parasitized by Sargassum. Oh! Well done! Good. Wait a minute. I find you later. Gordon ended the topic. But he didn't forget that he was being watched by everyone. So soon. A magnificent voice once again sounded from the mast of the immortal princess. Now! Brave mortals! The time has come when you are needed. The vicious manipulator of this sea behind us wants to devour us with those guys who break as soon as they dry, and even wants to use our bones to build his palace. Do you think it's ridiculous? Before they could answer, Gordon expressed his sarcasm with a resounding rumble. Of course it's ridiculous. It's stupid. So now I will shatter its unrealistic fantasy and let it regret its thoughts in the bone-eating flames. So, I declare here that anyone who finds the entrance to this cowardly vine monster and any suspicious places can report it to me. Whether it is money, wealth, or power, I can satisfy you. Oh wow! Thank you, the great Molten King, for the will of the Shadow Lord. We have no choice but to do it. Your roar is where our sword points to, and we are willing to obey your orders. With the tacit consent of Caranther, almost all sailors were immediately tempted when they heard the reward and wealth. They did not expect such a generous benefactor to promise them. She didn't hesitate to show her loyalty. After all, both Gotan and Caranther were on the same boat. They had no choice, and there were rewards. Why not? On the other side, in the stinking pit, Want's own mother, the consciousness combination born from countless Sargassum, was restlessly spinning in her favorite hatchery. Her favorite thing to do was to observe the unhatched derivatives, like an old farmer, and add or subtract the elements she liked. For example, she could add a few more branches and bodies torn from different creatures, or replace the undead with her favorite fish head, or because she was born in the ocean. Her aesthetics have always been linked to Shawa fishmen and solo fishmen, compared with the outline of human women. She hopes that her head is a fish head with elegant light blue fins, fish skin, and sharp teeth. It's terrible. This time, I lost so much, but gained so little. She calculated the casualty rate and fresh flesh and blood gained in this battle, and it reached an astonishing 50-1. Although this was on the first day, there were many cannon fodder undead, and the aquatic ghouls dominated the number. And the first day was often the time when the morale of the defenders was at its peak. It was normal for the gains to be less than the losses, because as long as she used all her tactics in the next, second, and third days, and then maintained them, the morale of the living would always decline as their companions were gradually transformed by the undead, and the despair of being trapped in the prison. But this ratio was still a bit exaggerated, and it was the highest loss she had ever suffered. And that damn dragon. It could actually steal my thoughts. Thinking of what happened before, she was a little angry. Where on earth did this freak come from? It's not that she had never dealt with giant dragons in the ocean before. She had encountered bronze dragons and blue dragons, but their endings were still that no matter how arrogant they came, they would still be entangled by their offspring in the end. Drink blood, and their skulls would become souvenirs or transform into the dead, and be driven by her. But this was the first time she had encountered such an unfathomable giant dragon, not to mention the backlash of thoughts. Just the size and the strange flames it spewed out made her feel a little panic in her heart, or a warning sign in her heart. But now, because they have not started to act, the warning sign is not strong. What's more, even if it is raised, it doesn't matter. She couldn't escape either. Perhaps, if it really happened, it might as well be a relief. She had been imprisoned in this damn place for hundreds of years, unable to move. She could do nothing except expand and occasionally play small games with those lucky people. No! I won't lose. The final winner must be me. The sudden thought made the queen, who was born in the cluster of wills, hesitate and reject it more fiercely. Perhaps I have devoured too much, and my wisdom has increased, making my emotions the same as those of intelligent creatures. And I am no longer as troubled by food and survival as when I was just born. She smiled self-deprecatingly, and then her mind could not help but think of the young girl who stood in front of her more than 10 years ago and looked at her fearlessly. She still couldn't forget her powerful voice at that time. It's so sad. Even though the girl was tied up by vines and the thorny roots had pierced into her chest to absorb blood, she still forced a pale face and sneered. Oh! At that time, she was much colder than now. But she couldn't help but ask a question. But because her eyes made her very uncomfortable, another root pierced into the girl's thigh. Feeling the endless sweet blood coming from the roots, she squinted her eyes and enjoyed looking at the tortured girl, and asked, "What is sadness? Is it similar to the fear of you humans? An emotion?" The girl who was pierced by the second root bit her silver teeth, endured the pain. Her long golden hair rustled, and continued to laugh sarcastically. "You and I are both prisoners trapped in the spider web. But I am different from you. At least I have seen the sky outside. While you can only hide in this disgusting place and grow old slowly, no matter how powerful or terrifying you become. I think you are very sad. Have you seen the first ray of light in the morning? The first bird's song?" She couldn't say anything more after that. Her roots had already eaten their fill and pulled out the dried corpse, whose blood had been drained and whose beautiful face was no longer there. But the word sorrow still made it ponder for a long time, so that every time it caught fresh food, it would ask what sorrow was. Unfortunately, the guys who came later were far from being able to have a long speech with her. Most of them just trembled like seas after seeing her appearance with their own eyes. They couldn't speak clearly, let alone communicate. Therefore, she occasionally took out her bones to touch and play with them, in order to remember the pride of this girl in front of her in the past. Perhaps this kind of self-pity is a kind of sadness? With this thought, she, slowly pacing on the rock wall of the nest where she moved, she lamented that she had more emotions than she should have. However, this mood was quickly suppressed by her, because she found that the group of outsiders who had been hiding in the water had begun to get off the ship and explore this Sargasso continent. They really don't know how to live or die. It seems that we have to teach them a lesson. Seeing this group of mortals take the initiative to attack, the monster named Wan Song Xingmu did not show panic, but instead showed a little more playfulness. She felt that it was a bit troublesome to stick to one place, but if she took the initiative to disperse and explore, it would be more to her liking. After all, it was not possible to deal with a large group of people, and it was enough for her to mobilize her strength to besiege a small group. Stupid. But just before she uttered this word coldly, those people stopped, as if waiting for something. Then, she saw the giant dragon she had just seen soar into the sky again, with its huge wings hanging down, accompanied by blue clouds. Then, the white clouds were dyed red by the surging flames. Chapter 444 Disappearance. What is that? Through the vision of the derivative, Wansong's biological mother stared at the scene that looked like a small volcanic eruption, and was stunned. And Gordon was contented while asking his sailors not to stay too far away from the ship, while trying to stimulate the endless magma in his body. That's right. After the growth of the dormant period, Gordon's scales can be covered with a thick layer of volcanic rock whenever he wants. Although it will affect his own actions, when he is activated in situ, he can simulate the scene of volcanic eruptions and meteorites falling from the sky. This is another talent that Gordon awakened in his youth. In addition to the extraordinary fire, surge of fire scales. Soon, shield-sized black volcanic rocks, stained with fire, dragging long black tails, started to attack the surrounding sargassum from the immortal princess. Bang, bang, bang. After the wet sargassum was hit by the huge shield-sized black dragon-made meteorite, the flames began to burn on the vines and roots like maggots on the tarsal bones, as if this was the best breeding ground for it. No, it can't be like this. Wansong's mother, who felt the same pain as the sargassum, immediately felt a slight tearing pain in her heart. She knew that this was just the beginning, so she left here immediately with some incoherent words, intending to stop this behavior. But halfway through, she stopped again. If she took action now, she might not be able to stop the indiscriminate attack of the madman. It would be better to pretend to be weak and lure the enemy deeper. At present, this loss is still within her acceptable range. What's more, most of its troops can only fight at night, and they will be more or less discounted during the day. There was still plenty of time, and she didn't mind fighting a protracted war with this group of outsiders. Thinking of this, the monster named Wansong Xingmu stretched out its long-lost waist, and its 6 pairs of eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a terrifying brilliance in the darkness. On the other hand, Gordon did not expect that the new talent he had just learned could beat this monster that had been entrenched in this sea area for hundreds of years and make it flee in panic. Most of them just wanted to see how powerful his new talent was, and took this huge sargassum as a test point. It would be best if it could hit it, but it would not be a loss if it didn't. After all, it just wanted to see how powerful this talent called Fire Scale Surge was at the beginning. And now it seems that it is still good, but not very smart. If Gordon's tail hadn't been whipped quickly, maybe a volcanic rock bursting out of the leg armor would have fallen on a frigate next to him. But similarly, the effect of indiscriminate attack was unexpectedly good. Watching the flames burning in the holes on the endless sargassum, Gordon snorted with satisfaction, and his deep and cunning vertical pupils also slightly stretched out, which made people easily think of the eyes of a green dragon who was planning a conspiracy to overthrow the kingdom. Mr. Gordon, then shall we start looking for the nest of Wansong's biological mother? Yes. Search separately. If nothing goes wrong, her nest should be able to move at any time. If Gordon saw it correctly just now, it vaguely remembered that a meteorite hit the nest before, but there was no response inside, as if the messy algae land had been abandoned for a long time, without any trace of them. In addition, the monster Wansong Xingmu is the aggregate of the consciousness of the entire sargassum. The only way to kill the main body is to kill all the vines and algae. Otherwise, even if you kill its incarnation, it won't be long before the consciousness aggregates that spread to each root will revive again, and it will be inexhaustible to kill. This is why monsters like Wansong Xingmu are particularly difficult to deal with. They are the weakest when they are in the larval stage, when they have not yet fully expanded their territory. Now, dozens of miles of sea surface are firmly occupied by them, coupled with the restrictions of the chaotic magic zone. It is a pipe dream to want to exterminate them by normal means. However, Gordon has already made up his mind. What he needs to do now is to find the main body. That is, the Wansong Xingmu at the core of the sargassum cluster, and the way to search. Although there are other good search options. In the end, Gordon decided to conduct a carpet search because it was the only option for him to quickly find Wansong Xingmu. After all, there is a saying that true hunters often appear as prey. Gordon knew this well, and decided to use the fishing enforcement method that he had not used for a long time. There were a lot of baits, and a lot of fish hooks. It believed that in less than 3 days, there should be some gains. Of course, Gordon would also deliberately control the loss rate. It would not let all the sailors go off the ship without any guarantee to die, but would divide them into a large team of 20 people and a small team of 10 people according to their combat power level. And each team would have a professional who was strong enough to support them until their arrival. However, even if it was done to this extent, Gordon could not guarantee their safety. After all, it was an adventure, and there would be no one who would not die. Moreover, it did not force anyone. Before setting off, it also explained the dangers to them one by one. High returns naturally come with risks. This is a truth that even 3-year-old children know. These sailors who wandered on the sea, fought against wind and waves, monsters, and pirates, and tied their lives on their belts, had no reason not to know. It can only say that it is a matter of luck. It has done what it can do. If it does more, what is the difference between it and a nanny? Of course, it is quite happy to be a nanny for someone. For example, in the 3rd hour after the meteorite fell, Nina Calfskin Booth stepped on the shallow Sargassum platform, which was about half an hour away from the immortal princess. And she looked around curiously. She was no longer surprised by the bones and corpses mixed in the algae. But what she was more entangled with at the moment was, "Mr. Gordon, how long do we have to hang around in this area? This is the 3rd time I've come here. They're almost eating us." She used the mind link she had built to ask Gordon quietly. And she was still a little adventurer who was investigating seriously. The last time. If there's nothing, there's really nothing. Gordon used his bird's claws to scratch on the brown paper map that had just been produced, with the immortal princess as the dot. There were 4 areas: A, B, C, and D. Area A was the largest, including the area north of the immortal princess, occupying more than 70% of the area of the Sargassum cluster. This was the responsibility of the group of sailors. Because they were numerous, it was easy to search. And they were so powerful that it was easy to force the mother of one song who was hiding in the dark to other areas. Because of the instinct of creatures to seek benefits and avoid harm, she would subconsciously choose a smaller group and start to defeat them one by one. And the 3 areas B, C, and D were where Gordon asked the legendary swordsman Leo and the legendary warrior to take charge of 2 of them. And the remaining 1 was left to him. Earlier, Gordon saw from the memory of the mother of the one song that her most familiar method was to use the majority to bully the minority, and then defeat them one by one. And this is why Gordon had the idea of fishing. As long as the fish has this idea, it is inevitable to take the bait. No matter which area B, C, or D is targeted, she will fall into Gordon's plan. Of course, the key to the mother of the one song bold sneak attack is that Gordon Incarnation is already on the front battlefield of Area A, leading the most elite sailors to sweep and clear all over the Sargasso. The incarnation created by the divine power can, to a certain extent, make the person behind the scenes relax his vigilance, or have to fight with the people in the 3 areas of B, C, and D. This is why Gordon chose the daytime. Otherwise, the mother of the 10,000 souls might be brave enough to lead the army of the undead to fight it head-on. By then, it would be Gordon who didn't want to fight. It didn't think it was meaningful to exchange the lives of sailors for a pile of scattered skeletons that were unknown how old they were. "Leah, what's wrong? Did you notice anything wrong? I feel a little familiar." Here, at this time, a sailor about 30 years old, wearing half-palm-colored leather armor, quickened his pace and walked to the position shoulder to shoulder with Nina, and asked in a low voice. Nina is now disguised as a scout in his team. Even experienced sailors have to ask this young girl, who has just started out for a long time, about many things. After all, her vision is much wider than most people. This is a ranger who has contracted an animal companion. Seeing more means more confidence in the next battle. Nina glanced at the seabird perched on her shoulder, and replied carefully with a familiar look of a cautious novice adventurer. "Uncle Kasai, I don't feel anything wrong, but we do seem to be lost. I made a mark here." Nina immediately changed her deliberate detour into an unintentional loss, and circled back. She pointed to a mark made of vines not far away and whispered, "Is that so? Then let's leave here quickly." Kasai was very fond of the uncle in front of him, and he was personally entrusted to their team by His Highness Caranther. I guess he is just here to gild himself. Many people complained in their hearts. Fortunately, these temporary teammates didn't care much, and they didn't have the hobby of digging into the root of the problem. So the matter was just exposed. Anyway, they didn't believe it at all. they could find the legendary monster lair. They were more lazy and wanted to get the gold coins given by the dragon to those who disembarked. After all, those who really had dreams or were eager for rewards went to the main force. And those who were lazy and didn't care about rewards, or those who were self-aware, chose areas B, C, and D. Okay. See out bye. Go detect the enemy. Nina called out the name that Gordon used to disguise as his animal companion. You be careful. After the exploration of the area, Gordon did not mind playing the role of an animal companion. With the help of divine power, Gordon could immediately show Nina what he saw from the first-person perspective. In addition, her crossbow skills were not bad, so she was the perfect person to disguise as an archer. After saying that, Gordon flew into the sky, and with Nina's thoughts, he returned to the sky again, overlooking the land interwoven with sargassum and vines. Nothing unusual. After taking a few glances, Gordon answered seriously, fulfilling his duties as a ranger's animal companion. However, another younger sailor came up and pointed at Gordon flying in the sky. Hey, Leah, your bird is really nice. I used to want to be a ranger. I wanted to tame a parrot as an animal companion, but my budgie almost pissed me off. Someone came up to talk to her, talking endlessly, as if he had endless things to say, and Nina could only smile awkwardly. She could only do this every time she didn't know how to respond. This is the disadvantage of disguising one's identity. Even after putting on makeup, Nina's face still looks outstanding, which always brings unrealistic fantasies to many people and causes unnecessary trouble. Fortunately, everything is controllable. When Gordon came, he used the familiar common language to ask him if he had a car, a deep-water port, or a house or other industries in other large cities, and his plan to become a legend in the next few years. After this series of questions directly made the sailor who approached him autistic. The guy who just talked freely returned to the team behind him in shame. At this time, Gordon was leisurely combing his tail feathers, facing the pair of eyes that had narrowed into crescent shapes. Basic operation. Don't be surprised. Just say it harshly, so that he won't dare to harass you next time. Gordon was very modest. Nina was already very happy. Or she was very happy to see Gordon using fierce words to persuade the sailor to retreat. Then, Mr. Gordon, Nina hesitated, but before she could say anything, a sailor not far away said in horror, "Why is it foggy? I can't see the immortal princess behind me. I feel the vines under my feet come alive. Help! Oh! Gods! Can someone come and save me?" A series of noises appeared in every corner of the sargassum gathering like mushrooms after rain. But Gordon's face lit up when he saw the fog, which obviously meant that the operator could no longer bear the loneliness of guarding the corpse, and planned to start feasting in the city. And just after the other sailors prayed to God not to encounter the monster, Gordon and Nina had already begun to pray for the operator to act quickly. And it would be best to catch it together. Otherwise it would be a waste of their patrols in this area. However, things are always not as expected. When the thick milky white fog quietly spread out under the algae, not to mention one's own biological mother, there was still no ghost. Then Mr. Gordon, Nina was still a little confused. But Gordon had already thought of the next plan. Don't worry. Leave it to me. You just need to flip through the book. At this moment, a slender and hidden vine was wrapped around the ankle of a sailor without anyone noticing. Then, there was a whoosh. The sailor disappeared from Gordon's sight. Chapter 445 Reorganization. Boundless Sea. Sargasso Sea. The sailor was dragged away by the vines without warning and disappeared in the layers of twisted roots. When he screamed, he didn't know how many layers of barriers woven by vines and seaweed were there. However, Gordon, whose mind was fully open, had already noticed that there was a huge passage for people to walk 10 meters below. The sailor was also dragged to the entrance of the passage and then disappeared in the wider and deeper darkness. Interesting. It seems there is no need to look for it anymore. Gordon was suddenly delighted, and immediately asked Nina to follow the steps and rush in the direction it pointed, while hiding in Nina's hood and carefully observing the surrounding environment with consciousness. With the massive purchases by Sumerian, Nina's defense power can be said to be pulled to the maximum. Not only are runes such as stability, defense, firmness, and unyielding engraved on the magic items, but Gordon has also purchased a lot of chain items such as the protective death barrier, shield, and escape that trigger the chain spell, which are enough for her to spend a lot of money during the adventure. Maybe this is the power of Krypton gold. However, this is in the chaotic magic area, and the effects of some items are still discounted. Although the items will not be affected too deeply by the distorted magic force field here, they will still be offset. This may be the difference between starting from scratch and being fully prepared. But even so, it is always watching Nina's safety. Now with its level. Not to mention going into the bottomless abyss alone. Stepping on the Demon Lord. And entering an ordinary legendary creature nest that is restrained by it. It can still be safe. But then again, Gordon doesn't quite understand what stage of strength it is at now. The accumulation of growth talents, the blessing of divine power, and various talents plundered from others make it far ahead of ordinary young dragons in terms of size and strength. Even though it is now in the stage of a young dragon, the only thing it knows clearly is that from the dragon heritage. It can understand that the temperature, range, and physical strength of its breath have reached the stage comparable to that of an old dragon. The temperature of the breath is generally related to the purification efficiency of the basal blood vessels in the body, and also to the size of the organs, while the strength is related to the size. Adult dragons with various professional structures have already touched the threshold of legends. And Gordon, as the ultimate stitching dragon created by talent, is probably not much better than it. After all, apart from these, it also has the blessing of divinity. It is impossible to be the same as those young dragons, who have nothing, and are still running around to build nests and store wealth. Mr. Gordon, we're here. Nina couldn't help but exclaim in her heart. This bizarre adventure at the bottom of the Sargasso seaweed was enough for her to reminisce for a long time in the cabin, and to brag to her friends like Caranther for a long time. Slow down and don't make any noise. You should have been discovered by now. But don't panic. I'm here. Gordon naturally wouldn't be so crazy as to think that humans broke into the house, and Wan Sung's biological mother would remain indifferent. This is why he hid. Otherwise, Gordon felt that if he showed up at the first time, he might have escaped before he saw Wan Sung's biological mother by relying on the geographical advantages of this area. By the way, you should still have the gem I gave you. Yes, it's on your chest. Nina subconsciously touched the slightly scratchy gem hidden in her clothes and asked in confusion. Can it protect me from harm? Of course. Okay. Now the adventure begins. Nina, enjoy it. After hearing that the life-saving gem he gave Nina was still intact on her chest, Gordon was no longer timid and had no worries in his heart. He directly let Nina explore downward according to the location of the passage. If there were vines to grab her along the way, she would resist with the greatest strength, before she was fatally or seriously injured. The life-saving gem and other magic objects would jump out to protect her. If that didn't work, Gordon would naturally reveal his true face, allowing this deep pit full of stench to welcome rebirth in the fire. Yes, I know, Mr. Gordon. After Nina agreed in her heart, she nodded slightly in reality to show that she knew. She began to slowly peel off the wet seaweed and roots wrapped around her body, and gently walked towards the passage hidden in the curtain made of seaweed and vines not far away. Sure enough, after walking a few steps, another vine suddenly came to life and suddenly wrapped around Nina's ankle. With great force, Nina only had time to quickly pull out the sharp dagger at her waist and swing it at the vine on her leg. Another vine had already fallen from the sky, as if it had eyes, and firmly bound Nina's arms, making her unable to move. Nina's face also naturally revealed an anxious and panicked look. While trying hard to save herself, she chanted a spell in a vain attempt to make a last-ditch effort. However, before that, the vines and roots were like a high-speed train, dragging Nina towards the deepest pit, like the unfortunate person before, except for some traces of struggle and the dagger that fell due to accidental hand. The air returned to its former calmness. Tick, tick. When Nina recovered from the dizziness, she had no time to chat with Gordon, who was still chattering in the hood. The strange sound of dripping water and the gloomy and rancid smell in the air made her subconsciously tense up. The dark vision given by dragons allows her to see her environment more clearly than others. This is a huge hole of about thousands of square meters, like a cage made of vines and seaweed. But after seeing the things on the walls, Nina subconsciously jumped out of her mind. Hatchery. Looking at hundreds of unformed vine monster embryos firmly trapped in the wall and wriggling its terrifying and distorted face. It is not a pity, especially when Nina turned her head and found that there were many unformed vine monsters on the wall where she was, staring at it and whispering unconsciously. At that moment, Footsteps were heard from far away. Nina looked in the direction of the sound and saw a slender silhouette, almost as tall as a two-story building, coming from the passage opposite her. The passage that seemed tall before was just right for this creature. Neither too high nor too low. Just right for it. As if it was tailor-made for it. Nina subconsciously lowered her head to see if she could save herself or find some help. But she found that the vines had trapped her tightly. Not to mention escaping. Even bending her fingers was extremely difficult. Besides her, the other sailors and adventurers she was familiar with had also fainted, judging from their even breathing and rising and falling chests. It was unclear whether they were faking death or really fainting. But now, Nina had no time to check, and could only follow what Gordon said and act according to her instinct. Just as Nina looked around, a charming, mature female voice came into her ears along with footsteps. "Hey, a young dragon dares to come to my nest to play. Didn't your parents tell you that you must not enter strange and dangerous waters on the sea?" It seemed that the visitor had seen through Nina's disguise and her true identity. But she made a persuasive voice. "If you don't pay attention to the scene, it seems that she is really a caring big sister who is teaching the lost young dragon. Who are you? Is it the mother of Wan Song that Lord Gordon said?" Under Gordon instructions, Nina made a tentative statement, and the tall monster hidden under the heavy sargassum curtain was silent for a long time. Finally, a few words were uttered. "Don't worry. It won't be long before the Lord Gordon you mentioned will become one of my many collections. Just like you. By the way, I have collected the corpses of blue dragons, bronze dragons, and black dragons. But I haven't encountered any ocean dragons yet. I have always wanted to collect them. But unfortunately, your tribe has always been in the water elemental plane, and it is rare in the main material plane. I have seen one before, but it is too strong, and I am not sure I can keep it." After the outline monster made a seemingly confident speech, it muttered a lot, and could talk about everything. Fortunately, as it was talking, the monster couldn't help but want to observe its prey up close. As the seaweed curtain swayed, the obstacles that blocked Nina's vision gradually decreased, and Nina also clearly saw the appearance of the speaker. To be precise, when this voicer appeared, whether it could be defined as a those was a little debatable. If the previous vines had some rules to be found, then the seaweed vines in front of us could be called a monster born from twisted reproduction. The green mass similar to flesh and blood trembled slowly, hiding in the seaweed and vines like an organ. Countless screamers. The vine monster trying to break away from the swollen abdomen of this monster just revealed its hideous half-head, just like a cyst abscess parasitic on the abdomen of the mother of all the clusters. Under the abdomen, the green juice that glowed in the dark night also kept seeping onto the ground as the monster moved, leaving stains and spots like footprints on the wet seaweed. The nearly 9-meter-tall body dodged very cleverly, or the vines automatically made way for it. "Aren't you afraid?" When it got closer, the giant creature with 6 pairs of eyes on its head and humanoid appearance lowered its head and bent down, carefully observing the calmness and naturalness of the girl in front of it. She thought it was pretending to be calm, but it was not until it got closer and observed closely that it found that the young dragon disguised as a girl in front of it was really not afraid at all. After seeing its face, curiosity was greater than surprise. "Why should I be afraid?" Nina asked back. "I will suck you into a mummy first, and there will be no more blood in your body. Then the flesh will be devoured, and the extra bones will be made into undead creatures. Finally, the remaining skin will be filled with seaweed roots and made into a specimen exhibit. Your soul will be in that stuffed mummy, suffering forever. Tell me, why aren't you afraid? Or do you want to use the little bird in your hood to send a message to the sea surface, calling the dragon that will have the same fate as you, and let it come to the rescue?" The owner of the charming voice was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, making a high and sharp sound. Of course, the cold breath between the words could not be stopped and echoed in this deep pit surrounded by stench. "No, I just think you are very sad." Nina looked at the dragon with pity, who was completely unaware of it. The Wan Songxingmuing Gordon, as Mr. Gordon said, is a magical experiment creation with extraordinary perception of magic. But when it touches the realm of God, it can only be blind. The danger is approaching quietly. And the Wan Songxingmu, who did not notice any abnormality, laughed angrily after hearing what Nina said. "There was also such a human girl who said to me, sarcastically saying that I was sad. But do you know what her ending was? My flesh and blood were devoured by me. My corpse fought for me, and my soul was bound in the skin. and I sank forever. And you are the next one. The mother of 10,000 songs, who believed in her own perception and could sense the judgment of all creatures, was a humanoid monster made of plants. She showed her unruly side in front of Nina, just like a child who had been suppressed for a long time. She must cry unbridled to feel relieved. However, the third sound of laughter that was destined to sound quietly in the air came to an abrupt end. With the confident face of the girl, this strange humanoid creature immediately wanted to dodge and retreat. But the huge dragon that had recovered its shape had already rushed up. With a lightning-like charge, the sharp dragon claws had begun to move up and down, tearing open the skin made of roots and algae on the body of the mother of 10,000 songs. Strangely, such a violent movement did not make a sound. Whether it was the countless humanoid vine monster heads on the once-own mother that all made creepy wails, or the roars from the mouths of the owners of the 6 pairs of eyes that shook the air, all were silent. Level 5 talent. Realm of Silence. This silent pantomime unfolded in front of Nina in an extremely funny manner. However, Nina did not have the leisure to watch the battle that almost shook the earth, but carefully used the refined dagger hidden in the dimensional bag to cut off the vines that bound the sailor. Since she could not help Mr. Gordon battle, she did not mind helping out in other things within her ability. Soon, accompanied by another shaking, the once-own mother, who could not bear Gordon's size, suddenly exploded, and countless flesh and blood flew, falling on the vine roots, algae, and even the corpses. The green fluorescence splashed all over the pit wall, but it made a series of shocking chewing sounds. This group of unborn vine monsters were sucking the meat that fell from their mother, and the entire hatchery instantly became a feast. However, Gordon's face did not show the slightest joy because of the death of the 10,000 clusters mother, because, whether it was the innate light group or common sense, it was not that simple. So, in less than 3 seconds, outside, this strange sargassum cluster rioted. The roots and vines began to surge upward like crazy, and the area occupied on the sea was also visibly reduced. When Gordon flew out of the sargassum with Nina and several other unlucky people who were caught, they had already seen the half-formed superlarge, the 10,000 clusters mother. Chapter 446. The plan of the 10,000 clusters mother. Outsider. Outsider. To the north of the immortal princess, a mountain was rising slowly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and at the same time, the strange and unspeakable sound echoed under the blue sky. It was the magnified 10,000 clusters mother. Its trunk and limbs were gradually taking shape at the expense of the crazy surge and crawling of the nearby sargassum. If you look closely, you will find that all the sargassum on its body will gradually evolve into a human-like screamer trying to break free, with densely packed eyes like a honeycomb engraved on this mountain. It also lost its former rationality and began to mutter unclean words in the posture of other plants. After listening to it, it was as if a blunt knife was gently cut in the mind, and the stinging pain was so severe that it could make people cry with their heads in their hands. But fortunately, this pain was also intermittent, and then it disappeared with a more violent roar coming from the bottom of the sea. Roar. At the same time, a dragon shadow soared into the sky, carrying the rage of the storm. And then a black dragon that looked like it was made of metal spread its wings from the seabed covered with algae and floated under the blue sky. The roots of the algae that were brought up burned almost immediately after touching the dragon body, turning into a wisp of dust that was difficult to see with the naked eye. Except for a few bright flames, nothing was left. Lord Gordon. It's the Lord. All kinds of compliments rang out in the crowd. And at the same time, several other figures also moved at lightning speed, either parallel to the dragon or standing below it, looking solemnly at the rising mountain not far away. It was those high-level adventurers and members of the legendary team guarding Caranther, the legendary swordsman Leo, who usually showed a warm smile, also looked at the Wansong mother with a rare serious look, and the murderous intent in his eyes had spread to the hammer in his hand. The hammer body trembled slightly, and seemed to be hissing. The legendary warrior had even pulled out the huge blade as big as a door panel on his back, with bulging muscles, ready to go. Outsider. This extremely huge, 100-meter-tall Wansong mother, who looked like a child in front of it, was surrounded by people as if she had tasted, and still made the indescribable harsh mumbling in her abdomen. So much nonsense. Gordon snorted impatiently, and then directly gave a loud order. This form is only good-looking but not useful. You just need to be careful not to be splashed by its pus. However, The roots and vines are severely corroded. Remember to help each other. But don't worry. I will burn as many claws as it has. The black molten dragon hovering in the sky showed a fierce grin. Then took a deep breath. And then the wind in the air gathered in its mouth. And an invisible storm was brewing quietly, accompanied by the sky-high flames. As if a triumphal horn sounded between heaven and earth. Everyone rushed towards the direction of the once-own mother, with the lava column hundreds of meters above their heads. Before taking a few steps, the sound of crying that tore the sky came from the belly of the once-own mother, which was as high as a hill. Flames, magma, and black smoke produced by the collision emerged one by one at the same time. Its howl seemed to be a sign of awakening. The surging of the sargassum began to change. The skeletons seemed to be peeling shells, or squeezed pustules, jumping out from the green sargassum land one by one. They were not afraid of the scorching sun or the flames. Their deep eye sockets ignited the cold fire of the dead. Mad frogmen, chamois fishmen, nagas, mermaids, mixed with all kinds of humans, dwarves, and undead. In less than a minute, the army of the dead, like a hodgepodge, emerged from the dark algae and reappeared in everyone's sight. There were tens of thousands of them. Originally, it was Gordon and his party who surrounded the mother of all the clusters. Now, they were like isolated islands in the ocean, surrounded by them. However, everyone was still calm and was not frightened by the huge number of undead troops that suddenly appeared. After all, it was daytime, and the singularity of positive energy was still shining in the sky. The undead constructed by negative energy would still be suppressed a lot in the daytime. From this step, it seemed that the mother of the monster in front of them had lost her mind, or had already made a desperate bet and had no choice. The surging flames continued, and the flames that were more magnificent than before appeared in the sky again with a harsh inhalation sound, dragging the red light that could swallow up all the shadows, like a long rainbow sword, fiercely piercing the vine monster that exuded a foul smell and could float dozens of miles away. Then the next moment, accompanied by a loud bang, a small explosion, like a star, also exploded in its body, melting core. The dazzling red light instantly engulfed this hill's lower body, and then gradually spread to the surroundings. But in the end, countless coiled vines were like soldiers who followed one after another, clinging firmly to the explosion regardless of burning, and curbing the explosive air wave. When the flames gradually stabilized, the sargassum floating on the sea surface near the once-own mother had disappeared, and the waves swirled back and forth on the long-lost sea surface with the waves. The original land seemed to be wiped out by the explosion just now, and a natural chasm of dozens of meters appeared. It's not that simple. Seeing that the two breaths were not as effective as expected, and the state of the once-own mother still seemed to be no different, Gordon gave up the idea of continuing to spit. Of course, the main reason was that the two breaths had almost emptied its stomach. If it vomited again, it would probably only vomit acid water. Fortunately, besides it, the people present also have strengths that are not inferior to it. Whether it is the roar of the legendary warrior who has drawn his sword and cut through the sky with a crescent sword, or the flickering figure of the legendary swordsman, every swing can break the weakness of more than 10 tentacles that have drilled out of the body of the 10,000 clusters mother, or the ranger archer's unerring shot. All of them can make this behemoth emit a panicking scream and whine. You can't kill it like this. You have to find its core. Gordon knew that if he continued like this, he couldn't hurt the core. It wouldn't take long. As long as there were enough sargassum and aquatic vines, the seemingly fragmented 10,000 clusters mother in front of him would return to the original appearance. And now the most urgent task is to drill into this mountain-like body, to find and destroy its consciousness core, and completely cut off its life here. As he said that, Gordon rushed forward without hesitation. At this time, the light of the magic object shone brightly in every joint of its body. The north side of the boundless sea. The vines and algae seemed to be facing a storm that could stir up deep-sea waves. They appeared in fragments and rippled on the blue waves. An hour had passed since the battle began. The original sargassum land of hundreds of thousands of square meters had shrunk by more than half, and the sargassum land linked to the 10,000 clusters of mothers had shrunk to only a few thousand square meters. All those who could not control the waves were fighting the undead on another land. Skeletons and fresh corpses lay in all directions on the algae, rising and falling with the waves. It was a bit difficult for thousands of people to resist nearly 10,000 resurrected undead, plus the weird and unpredictable killer vine monsters. The battle line was a bit precarious. But as the dragon raged, the original land was completely divided into two pieces. The legendary swordsman could not go over the sea to help, and could only provide support nearby. The battle line began to stabilize with the addition of several legends. The undead and vine monsters began to be cleared out in an orderly manner at a very fast speed. Originally, one person fought against the siege of several undead. Now, he has gradually freed up his hands to help other companions. Of course, the creatures in the sky can still influence the situation. The shadows of the dragons passed through the sky, and everyone was not afraid, but excited. These are their allies. In addition to confidence, there is also an indescribable pride and honor quietly coming. You know, fighting alongside dragons is a past glory that you can brag about no matter how long it has passed. If you say it in the tavern, no matter who you are, they will look up to you. But the premise is that they have to survive this war. Come on, Lord Gordon. Some people have been busy fighting, and they can already take a look at the situation on the main battlefield, and even have time to pray silently in their hearts. The giant creature twisted like a maggot is still above the sea, with vines and roots flying and twitching. From a distance, it looks like a giant squid waving its tentacles. But the squid is not so disgusting. The screaming whispers can almost pollute people's minds. If it weren't for Gordon Dragon power resisting this unspeakable whisper, I'm afraid many people present would be corrupted and degraded by it. And the black molten dragon, who is like a hero and savior in their minds, is moving up and down, left and right, and moving around the monsters of the mother of all the clusters at an unreasonable speed. The talent given by the flash dog and other displacement talents are fully displayed at this moment. It can be said that as long as it flashes fast enough, these vine roots can only touch its afterimage forever. Of course, if it weren't for Gordon Divine Consciousness covering himself, he could clearly feel the direction of its attack, and its random flashing would probably be exchanged for waves of beatings. Fortunately, this 1-hour entanglement was not without results. According to Gordon's close observation, it gradually grasped the location of the core of the Wansong Mother. The most urgent task was to attack without alarming her to transfer, and directly solve it with one move. But the problem was that the pan-consciousness aggregate of the Wansong Mother was far more sensitive to danger than it, and its breath or other attacks could not keep up with the pace of its consciousness transfer, unless Gordon's attack was large enough to cover all the ranges it could transfer. However, it is probably difficult for legendary spells to cover or destroy the entire sea area with one strike, let alone a young dragon whose spellcasting level is only the 4th level. Its greatest damage is the breath containing the lava core, which it has used before to weaken or slow down the speed of the complete body of the Wansong Mother. Now, the greatest attack it can use is probably the spell-like ability given by the magic artifact it obtained before. Of course, it has not given up its previous plan, but it lacks an opportunity now. If it acts rashly, then this plan is not natural enough, and the probability of the Wansong Mother seeing through it will greatly increase. In order to be foolproof, Gordon has not revealed any intention at present, and still looks like he is wholeheartedly trying to find the core of consciousness. Similarly, on the other side, as the sargassum decreases, the Wansong Mother, whose consciousness was torn apart in the pit before and gradually reborn in this new body, is also particularly annoyed, or irritable. It found that it was completely unable to deal with the giant dragon in front of it. It used to have many means of attack, but it found that whether it was the vine tentacles, the army of the dead, or the polluted and corrupted whispers, they were all useless in front of it. It also saw through all the other means of dealing with the dragon in the past, and it didn't fall for it at all. Damn it! It's all my fault for that memory link. Almost all my trump cards and tricks were spied on by this abominable dragon. After deliberately leaving an open door and failing to lure the giant dragon, Wansong Mother cursed in the ocean of consciousness again in a rage, and the storm of anger roared again and again in this spiritual land. If there was an expression, then the face of Wansong Xingmu would probably be as white as the waves on the sea, which was extremely ugly. However, when it found that the giant dragon in front of it began to intentionally or unintentionally prevent it from forcing it to a certain area, it suddenly remembered that it had forgotten this killer weapon, the time poison. It was also the culprit that trapped it here. If it weren't for it, its vines would probably have occupied the entire ocean of this half-plane long ago. And then why would it be afraid of the giant dragon in front of it that didn't even reach its waist? After all, its strength is linked to the area of Sargasso seaweed. Being hindered in its growth by the time poison means that it cannot be promoted and can only stop at the threshold of just entering the legend. In this race, they are not the most powerful. It is said that the strongest ones have spread across the entire planet and enslaved all creatures as their puppets. If the giant dragon in front of it is forced to the area covered by the time poison, it may be killed. Although the remains cannot be recovered, there is no better way now. When Wan Songxingmu found that her methods were no longer able to deal with the giant dragon in front of her, she began to look for terrain to kill it. Given the effect brought by the time dragon, the time poison seemed to be a good choice. However, what it didn't know was that Gordon had been waiting for its idea for a long time. After all, as a demigod, it was not affected by any time. Chapter 447 Waves. Destruction. Roar. When he saw Wan Song Mother began to subconsciously move towards the border, Gordon was suddenly delighted. He originally thought that it would take some effort, even getting injured, to fight again, and show its unparalleled bravery and endurance, before Wan Song Mother would think of using the time poison to deal with it. It seems that the brain is better than I thought. Gordon slowly became more vigilant. It seemed that he still underestimated the monster in front of him and underestimated it. However, since it had been trapped, Gordon would not be polite to it. But before that, in order to make Wan Song Mother believe that she was unaware of the things on the border, it began to disguise itself. Whether it was words or expressions, it pretended to be a tyrannical attitude of a master who knew nothing. But this master was going to break through. This kind of character can match the habits of the molten dragon as a chaotic camp, especially in a stalemate. It is often this creature that lacks the vital endurance, and the true feelings displayed in every gesture seem particularly natural. So, when Gudun roared towards the Wan Songxingmu who was trying to escape, the pursued one did not feel the slightest inappropriateness, as if it was following fate to pursue him. He was not at all wary, but secretly delighted, thinking that he was about to lead the giant dragon in front of him to a place where he would die. One chasing and one fleeing, accompanied by the dragon roar that resounded through the sky. The Wan Songxingmu was the first to move to the border. It felt the familiar disgust permeating the seemingly peaceful sea area, and its consciousness body paused, as if there was an invisible iron wall blocking its way ahead. But you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. Without bait, how can you trick this seemingly dull, confused, but actually shrewd dragon into entering this area? And the most critical thing is the follow-up. Not only must it enter, but it must also be unable to escape the range of the time poison forever. Fortunately, it is not completely helpless, but it needs to make some sacrifices. As a cluster of sargassum, she hesitated at this moment. But after thinking about the abomination of this dragon and the possible benefits after killing it, greed and revenge instantly filled her heart, and the originally wavering idea instantly became firm. Yes, it's just a little price. It's worth it. Psychological suggestion. And then in front of Gordon, its twisted body, that was originally tall and towering like a mountain, began to collapse. Countless sargassum vines, like rain, burst from its body and returned to the sea. This reversal was so fast and rapid that Gordon had no time to stop it. A vast cluster of native sargassum formed a sea surface land again. Along with the land, the 10,000 Song Mother that was torn apart by Gordon in the deep pit was formed. She returned to her original 9-meter tall appearance. She was no longer as huge as before, but her momentum was not reduced at all. Reptile, if you come over again, I will kill you. She said a cruel word and rushed towards the boundary that she had always feared. There, the power of time corroded everything, and even she could not be spared. But for the victory of this battle, it was willing to give it all. And in order to be steady, it also deliberately said a cruel word that the dragon could not resist at all. Almost no dragon could refuse this sentence. If you must say, this is similar to the work-style model in 100 universal formulas on how to provoke a dragon to attack or 3 sentences to enrage a dragon. Then I see. The deafening roar from behind made Wan Song Mother slightly happy. She fell into the trap. However, when it really entered the nest effect brought by the time dragon nest and the range of the time poison, the discomfort in its body almost made it forget why it came. If it weren't for the sound of the wind behind it that woke it up subconsciously, it would forcefully step into the sea area where life is declining every moment. The curse has already taken effect, and the rest is to invite the enemy into the trap. Anyway, it has left a part of itself on the algae scattered on the sea surface. Even if this body is completely exhausted, it can be reborn on new sargassum. But the dragon in front of it can't do this step. and can only perish in this sea area with its body. Repent under the power of time. Reptile. Wan Sung mother shouted loudly in her heart. At the same time, as the dragon-chasing body entered, the originally tall and ferocious body disintegrated again. This time, it outlined a pattern similar to magic pattern on the sea surface. If there are scholars who know something about ritual formations or ancient relics magic, they will see that it uses a long-lost elf puzzle lock. The function is to seal and block, which is why Wan Sung mother dared to lure the dragon that can flash continuously into the poison of time. If she has the ability to let it in, she naturally has the ability to prevent it from leaving. Reptile. This time I will be in the outside world, enjoying your beautiful wailing. I want to see your head sink to the bottom of the sea with my own eyes. Ha ha ha. As the ritual maze gradually took shape, a weak voice came out of the sargassum outside, and 6 pairs of spider-like compound eyes poked out from the dense and tangled seaweed, as if it had abandoned the body of the time poison and directly transformed to the other side. But even though it was weak, it was still possible to hear the joy and happiness in the consciousness of Wan Sung Xingmu. After all, although the cost of this plan was high enough, the gains were also not small. If this skeleton alone could be brought back, then there would be one more terrifying undead dragon in its army of the dead. But what it didn't expect was that on the other side, the black dragon, whose whole body including the tip of its tail had entered the time realm and was then trapped by the elf maze constructed by Wan Sung Xingmu's body, did not change its face, and did not look like it was possessed by the curse at all. Instead, it looked at it with ease and said very easily, "Hee hee. Is that so? You? No. Who are you? No one can resist this power." This question was like a thunderclap, which directly woke up the mother of Wan Sung's sweet dream and made her realize one thing. That is, everything she did just now was like a clown in front of this giant dragon, which only made people laugh. However, what frightened her even more was still to come. She saw a ripple of an inconspicuous seabird above the empty sargassum cluster, and a giant dragon with a length of 40 meters came across the sky again. The substantial dragon power almost shook the waves and made them rise and fall continuously. How is this possible? 2 identical giant dragons appeared at the same time. The consciousness of Wan Sung mother had been stagnant, unable to turn around, revealing a stupid expression, staring blankly at the pair of dark golden vertical pupils that were only a few hundred meters away from her eyes. Obviously I went in. Why did I still come out? Right. Gordon teased and repeated his unspoken words in a very strange tone, which made the original Wan Sung mother feel like she was falling into an ice cave. And Gordon still looked like he was sure of victory. Previously, he transformed into a bird and hid in Nina Hood. The moment he returned to his original form, he took back his clone that was charging far away on the battlefield, and successfully misled Wan Sung mother in front of him, giving her a wrong message. That is, it just had some kind of displacement technique that she didn't know, which could instantly come to the girl in front of her. There were not 2 of them, and this wrong information has only revealed its true fangs until now, when the weak Lord of Sargassum faced the huge molten dragon with full armor and peak combat power. The outcome had been quietly determined, and the winner of this sea area would be known in the next moment. No. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. Let me go. I can give you all the treasures I have collected. It's in the deep sea. You can't find it by yourself. The Wan Sung Xingmu, who had been so excited, rarely showed a trace of pleading at this moment. The survival instinct of intelligent creatures made it subconsciously feel that the giant dragon in front of it might really kill it. So at the moment of embarrassment, it didn't care whether it could lose face or not. And staying alive was the most important thing. However, Gordon barely raised his eyelids when he heard about such wealth. Others did not know the location of his nest and the placement of treasures. But Gordon, who had stolen or shared the memories of Wan Sung's biological mother, knew everything. He knew everything that it said that was tempting. And he knew as much as it did. Besides, this sea area was only so big. If you want to find the treasure hidden in the deep sea, you don't need to spend so much effort. Just let Nina do it alone. This sea area has long been corrupted by the dead. There are no other creatures except seaweed. Therefore, as long as you are good at resisting negative energy, even if Nina swims here for a year or 2, there will be no problem. I can't hear any sincerity in your words. And for the sake of safety, please disappear from this world. Gordon Dragonhead is majestic and solemn. Although the words he said are polite, you can hear the uncontrollable murderous intent in it. As long as I have a piece of seaweed, I will be immortal. You can't kill me. The mother of the 10,000 clusters, who felt the danger approaching, was no longer able to gather into a mountain-like shape. One wrong step led to another, and it took only half a moment for her to go from being evenly matched to being a lamb to be slaughtered. She regretted it very much at this moment. But regret is the most useless thing in the world. It can't bring you anything, not even happiness, but endless sadness and regret. I didn't say I would kill you with my own hands. The thunderous words of the giant dragon sounded in the sky again. Not only was the mother of the 10,000 clusters stunned after hearing it, but even the group of people led by Caranther and Nina, who looked from afar, were also stunned when they heard this. Could it be that Mr. Gordon had other helpers, and specifically asked Leo or the legendary warrior to do it? Do they have the means to directly kill one's own mother? But looking at the two, they also frowned slightly. Obviously they didn't understand what the giant dragon in front of them was saying. Impossible. Impossible. One's own mother screamed in shock. She was very unsure whether Gordon could kill her, because she knew better than anyone how much pressure it brought to her to face the giant dragon in front of her. It was even more terrible than when she was weak and just born. And even the fish driven by the Shawa fishmen had to retreat 3 points. This consciousness that has always spread fear to others finally encountered a creature that it couldn't see clearly. A mysterious dragon. Just at this time, this molten dragon with scales made of black steel also began to move. But its direction of movement was actually the opposite direction of one's own mother position, heading towards the boundary of the group of seaweed plankton. What is this for? Everyone looked at the battlefield eagerly. Curiosity instantly occupied their hearts, and the corners of their eyes began to move with the dragon movement. Finally, when the dragon stopped at the edge of the sargassum plankton, it stopped, and everyone's breathing stagnated, and their hearts suddenly lifted. Soon, they saw the dragon descending in altitude, and when its tail was only a few meters above the waves on the sea, the dragon slightly raised its black, slender and strong long tail, holding it high, like a whip about to be thrown, or like a giant stick that has not yet been swung. Then the black ring held by the tail tip flickered with a magical luster. The chaotic magic area did not affect the effect of this strange object that could bring spell-like abilities to the caster. It was very practical. High-level magic strange object. Giant ring. Can make a certain part of the wearer grow several times, with an upper limit of 10. It is said that the highest level of multiplication can make the dragon body parts grow 20 times out of thin air, and a tail or a head alone can be as big as a mountain. Of course, part of the reason why Gordon chose it was because it did not need to be linked to the caster's level, and the effect was constant. 10 times is not bad. So, the slender giant tail, which was originally nearly 20 meters long, suddenly increased 10 times in length at this moment. 200 meters long, more than 10 meters thick, like a long and terrible wall, accompanied by a whistling wind, fiercely smashed into the water. Waves suddenly surged, raising hundreds of meters high waves and sinking to the bottom of the sea with the giant tail. At this time, Gordon was barely controlling his body to avoid being dragged down. Fortunately, the giant ring had little influence on him. Otherwise, he might not even be able to control his body. The result of this attack was also gratifying. At the border, the tail cut off the ocean with one blow, and the sea surface east of the tail suddenly surged eastward. The sargassum clusters that were originally attached to the sponge waves and were rootless trees also flowed eastward with the huge waves heading east. Not far to the east was the sea area covered by the time nest effect. At this time, one's own biological mother truly understood the sinister intentions of the giant dragon in front of him. In this way, with the help of the power of the waves, all its roots, mixed with seawater, were sent to the cemetery of time, and its destruction process gradually increased with the surge of the waves. Chapter 448 Send you on your way. The border of the boundless sea. The raging waves rose up one after another under the giant tail of the molten dragon, engulfing all the enemies in front of them with roaring sounds. Unfortunately, the effect of the tsunami was only to make the huge waves on the sea surface move eastward instead of attacking. Therefore, no matter how fierce the battle was, people in the distance could only see waves of hundreds of meters high, continuously hitting the east. No one knew what the mother of the Wan Song was thinking at this moment, when the sargassum cluster was washed into the time poison area that it hated extremely, or feared from the bottom of its heart. Her voice on the battlefield stopped abruptly, including the killer vine monster that was still fighting in the other half of the sargassum cluster. and it also shrank together and retreated back to the depths of the vines. Most of the others were surprised that there would be such a treacherous dragon in the world, who would solve the culprit of the stranded difficulty in this way. This was something they had not expected. Or, only this kind of dragon would be favored by the great god. Someone sighed in his heart. Of course, if it knew that the two parties it was amazed and awed were actually one, then its expression would surely be very interesting. Mr. Gordon. Before Gordon could return to the immortal princess, a figure quickly rushed out from the clouds in the sky. It was Nina, who had been spying on him for a long time. After seeing that Gordon was safe, she was the first to run out and came forward to comfort and care. Gordon shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Let them prepare and return to the ship. I want to clean up this seaweed patch, Gordon instructed Nina. This battle is far from over. If nothing unexpected happens, the mother of Wan Song should not be dead yet. But judging from the way the vine monster is shrinking, it should have temporarily lost its ability to move. It is a good time to get rid of it. It will naturally not miss this opportunity. It is very good at killing enemies. What's more, it is still hoping that some new legendary talent can be dropped from the monster. At least it should not be worse than the controller, Sans Soul. Gordon is a little eager to try at this moment. The feeling of opening a blind box always gives him an indescribable sense of excitement. From the time he was just born, he could read the explanation given by the system over and over again for every low-level talent he had never seen. To this scene now. But then again, the only thing he can look forward to is probably the talent light ball given by legendary creatures or divine creatures. In short, fight quickly and strike while the iron is hot. Gordon would not hesitate before the result is reached. Like a villain, talking a lot of trash or being complacent, and indulging in the battle just now. After hearing this news, other sailors or adventurers naturally did not hesitate. The strong ones joined Gordon's expedition team, and the weak ones took the wealth that Gordon asked Caranther to distribute and returned to the ship happily. They had done what they should do, and the rest only needed to be handed over to the stronger ones. Gordon did not have the crazy intention of asking them to block the knife again. Not to mention that the current one Song Xingmu was only a few % of the strength just now, and could not threaten a team with 3 legendary members at all. When he dived into the deep and humid bottom of the Sargassum again, it was already 20 minutes after the previous battle on the sea. The time for preparing the breath, the various potions needed for the adventure, and the preparation of the team. These adjustment times have been compressed to the extreme, but he still gave the Wan Song mother a 20-minute breathing opportunity. However, when the breath is restored, it is actually not necessary to worry about its condition. As long as its current strength is not as terrifying as before, it will not be so terrible that the 3 legends can't do anything to it. It is already very satisfied. What's more, to be honest, the plant aggregate of Wan Song mother will only feel terror and despair when it is crushed by its strength. If the real strength is comparable, most creatures will not be afraid of it. After all, it is actually no different from a dead thing. Its real body is restricted. It can't go wherever it wants like humans. It can only rely on the huge plant cluster to live, and it is almost impossible to get away. Therefore, when your strength is superior to it, the more desperate party is actually Wan Song mother. It was hard to fight and escape. The second time they dived into the Sargasso weeds and entered the dark underground vine maze, Gordon and his companions were calm in both spirit and spirit. After all, the storms had already passed, and most people knew their own cards. In addition, Gordon's victory just now made them realize that the monster in front of them was not invincible. With a precedent, it was not surprising to destroy it again. Hey, Gordon, was the power you used just now given to you by His Majesty? On the way, the bronze dragon Jelen and the metal dragon Facasalina, who were traveling together, successfully approached Gotan. Jelen was curious, and Gotan was not unfamiliar with dragons, so he asked very casually. Gotan's clones have always been their obsession, since they saw 2 dragons appear in the chaotic magic area at the same time. They thought it was the work of magic objects at first, but later, they gradually understood and found that this clone was no different from a real person, and was completely different from the wizard simulacrum or illusion. Instead, it was like a second active corpse cultivated by a necromancer. Yes, Gotan answered very straightforwardly, facing Jelen's question. It said half-truthfully. Anyway, no one could jump out to expose it. After all, except for Nina and a few early followers, few people knew its true identity. and the latter would definitely not reveal a word about its secret. This is a contract imprinted in the soul. It cannot be changed. It cannot be disobeyed. Then your tale just now? Thatchaselina asked with interest, while using her claws to clear away the entangled vines and algae roots that blocked the way in front of her. Oh, that's the magic item I bought in Sumerian. Specially for dragons. In the wizard hut. You should have been there too. In order to expose this matter, Gordon did not hide his wealth at all, and even sighed seriously that he originally thought that his wealth was not enough in front of the hut. This Versailles-style sigh really made these metal dragons forget to ask about Gordon clone, and instead turned to why Gordon was so rich at this age, far richer than them as young dragons. After all, they were reluctant to take out tens of thousands of gold coins. But Gordon could buy himself tens of thousands of gold coins without blinking an eye, which made him jealous. Fortunately, they were all reserved, especially when they saw the real body of the 40-meter-long dragon just now. Although it was hard to imagine that the black cat in front of them was it. They still restrained the dragon's natural greed and asked about this instead. When talking about this, Gordon was no longer sleepy. He began to look at the dragons carefully, and then brewed his lines in his mind. After a long while, he spoke slowly. Do you want to know how I make money? Of course, Gordon. I also want to be as rich as you. You know, in the sewer, my gold coins and pearls were like a small mountain. And you were penniless. Now I am still that small mountain. And you? Jaren asked eagerly. As a young dragon, his desire to build a nest and collect wealth was outrageous. Just like a teenager who had studied hard and finally finished the college entrance examination. After entering university, he began to indulge himself and did things he wanted to do but didn't dare to do before. This is a long story. If you are interested, I don't mind talking to you in a steaming cave. Taking a lava bath. Gordon narrowed his eyes slightly and said slowly. He had to whet their appetite. Otherwise, they would not know how to cherish things that were too easy to get. What's more, now is not the time to chat. There is a legendary creature hiding in a dark corner here. The mother of 10,000 bushes. Licking her wounds and staring at them secretly. Well, that's fine. It's settled. After this incident is over, I will stay in Loda Valley for a while. Just don't chase me away. Jaren had already made up his mind. So staying in Loda Valley was not a difficult thing for him. And the metal dragon Thatchaselina, a hybrid of gold and silver dragons, was a little disappointed. However, at this time, what Gordon said was indeed correct. He couldn't continue to ask, so he could only be a little depressed and left this team independent of other adventurers alone. Everyone. It's not far away. I can already smell its irresistible stench. Gordon smelled the increasingly strong stench in the air. With experience, he naturally guessed that it might be the residence of Wan Song's biological mother nearby. The team atmosphere was shaken again. Gordon's words seemed to add a catfish to the dull environment like dead water. And it became lively again. And as the team moved forward, soon, the first monster, the killer vine monster with scars and not yet fully recovered, appeared on their way. Sure enough, it's here. And it's estimated that it doesn't even have the ability to escape. Gordon glanced at the vague curtain behind the killer vine monster, twisted vines, and could see that many killer vines were lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike a fatal blow to them. In addition to these, Gordon also saw the undead. But the proportion was not large. It seemed that the mother of Wan Song believed more in these children she had hatched herself, rather than the low-intelligence creatures that any necromancer or warlock could take him away. It seems to be just ahead. Now that Wan Song's mother was so weak that she had to rely on the closest group of soldiers for protection, Gordon was more certain of the direction. The next encounters were one after another, with killer vine monsters, ghouls, and undead sea wolves, one after another. Unfortunately, for the adventure team with a legend in charge, these problems hardly bothered him. With the help of his companions, Gordon didn't even need to breathe, and they disappeared in an instant. Charge. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar cave entrance, Gordon knew that Wan Song's mother was lying inside, and he immediately gave the order. Other adventurers also rushed forward and headed deeper under the cover of the legendary warriors, while the legendary swordsman Leo was leisurely carrying the wooden stick he had seen when he first met, and fell far behind them, not at all like an old man who was about to die. However, what's interesting is that after entering the cave passage, they never encountered an attack again, and they couldn't even see the shadow of the monster. which was completely different from the crazy attack of the killer vine monsters when they approached the passage just now. What is it doing? The strangeness of the mother of the 10,000 clusters caused this thought to ring in more than one person's mind. And this thought was soon answered by the indescribable green twisted thing. Just below the pit wall, a large group of vines that could hardly form a line were frantically preying on the killer vine monsters and the humans infected by the plants. They were like meals on an assembly line, and they knew nothing except being packaged and slaughtered. It was eating. It was recovering. Even the killer vines that were originally creepy and had not yet fully hatched on the pit wall were swallowed up completely. You are indeed a good mother to your child. After seeing the real owner, Goton did not hesitate to praise him, and sang about his insignificant deeds in a rhythmic manner. And Wansong's biological mother still did not answer, as if she had noticed the sarcasm in her words. It only had one thought in its mind. That is, eating. And only by eating can it become stronger. Unfortunately, there are 8 out of 10 things in life that are not satisfactory. The more you are afraid of encountering something, the more likely you are to encounter it again. Facing it calmly is the only way to maintain your attitude. Outsider, get out of here. I will forgive your offense. Turning into a pool of giant green slime, Wansong's biological mother danced her 10th and 11th tentacles, with a ferocious face and a grim tone, and surrounded the nearby. But unfortunately, Goton was not soft or hard, and when Wansong's biological mother just stood up, it pounced on her. Take advantage of your illness to kill you. Never wait overnight to take revenge. This is its principle. Stop talking nonsense. I send you on your way. Gordon's roar was like a starting gun, and everyone moved. Whether it was a warrior, a ranger, or a wanderer, they all took out the sharp blades on their waists and backs, and looked closely at the huge irregular object not far away, which created a long yellow mucus while crawling. And earlier than them was Gordon's hearty laughter. Then, accompanied by the illusion that the air was about to be sucked out, the flames were born under the scales and in the hard belly. It was ready to go. It vowed to burn everything in front of it. Chapter 449, Post-War Gains. The red light rising from the sea has made everyone's faces red. Even from thousands of meters away, one can feel the hot breath brought by the air. Everyone was silent, quietly listening to the roaring sound like a storm raging above the sky. The terrifying dragon might made everyone understand how powerful that behemoth was. Destroying a country seemed so easy and carefree. Lord Gordon has become stronger again. Yes. This time the flames feel like they can fry me. This place is 3 miles away, and there is such a thick seaweed. Oh my God. It's terrible. If there are eggs, I think they can be roasted on the deck. Indeed, this reminds me of the days when I was adventuring in the volcanic islands. At that time, I had to wear armor to prevent those damn salamanders from sneaking in the shadows. The crowd watching on the immortal princess has begun to point and talk at the fire clouds in the distance, and most of their tone is awe and envy. Whenever they see this terrifying behemoth raging in the sky, they will marvel at its power, as if they can't wait to replace it. And Gordon didn't care about the discussion on the other side. Now it is directly firing at full power. The breath that has been brewing for a long time has almost no pause. With the majestic airflow and the effect brought by the storm neck armor, the range and concentration of its breath have almost doubled. Although the molten core had already cooled down, the power of the breath that gave the flame the extraordinary fire attribute was no less than that of the previous one. As soon as the flames touched the body of Wansong's biological mother, which was made of sargassum and vines, it was like fire touching oil. In less than a second, the flames covered its entire body. The burning white-hot fire made it difficult for everyone present to open their eyes. Only the pair of dark golden vertical pupils stared closely at the body that was gradually melting in the flames. A strong premonition made it feel a little throbbing in its heart. Sure enough, when a gifted light ball with a purple gold luster like the controller rose from the flames, Gordon knew that the war was over. Huh? It's over. Gordon sighed softly. Although it had not even passed half a day, it had actually only been less than 6 hours from the time it was discovered to the rapid development. But Gordon felt as if 3 or 4 days had passed. It was long and tiring. Now it just wanted to have a good sleep and then sort out the gains from this battle. So, it used its consciousness to store the purple gold ball of light in its chest. After seeing that the system had begun to analyze it, it immediately announced to everyone that the battle was over. When everyone cheered and breathed a sigh of relief, wishing to celebrate on the spot, Gordon had already turned into a black cat and entered the burning hall with a petite silver-haired girl. Gordon could naturally control the flames created by his breath, and the sea of fire automatically divided a path for them. Gordon could leisurely pass the corpse of the mother of Wan Song, which was still burning but not completely burned. Then, carefully find the entrance of the dark corridor that is as bright as day for dragons. Enter, and follow the long slope to the deeper part of this nest. If the memory is correct, this should store valuable items from various wrecked ships and members collected by Wan Song's biological mother. Sure enough, following the sloped corridor, and according to memory, avoiding several drowning traps and vine cages, Gordon and Nina came to a room that was filled with damp and rotten smell, but was obviously much weaker than other rooms. There were a few rare flames that were barely visible to the dark vision, illuminating most of the room, and from the various objects placed on the ground and on the walls of the pit, as well as the deck floor similar to that in the cabin. Gordon knew it had arrived at the place it was looking for, Wan Song Biological Mother Nest Collection Room. If nothing unexpected happened, this room should have been transformed from a certain ship. The most eye-catching thing in the room was the throne that Wan Song Biological Mother had emphasized many times before. It was composed of various powerful creatures' skulls and occupied the most eye-catching position in this rotten ship ruins. The center. Around the skull throne were scattered golden cups, utensils, gold and silver jewelry, and other luxurious items. But as they moved away from the throne, various other items also appeared. These included magical artifacts such as figureheads with magical effects, pocket watches, and magical weapons, as well as ivory or bone carvings, furs, and other products used for trade. Of course, there were also various artistic paintings on the ground and the walls of the pit, all in a mess. However, due to the long-term accumulation of cabins on the damp seabed, and the fact that Wan Song Mother only knew how to collect but lacked proper protection measures, many valuable artworks can only be sold as scrap now. Which is a pity. Gordon looked at the numbers that appeared in the identification field, some in single digits and some in 3 digits, and was amazed. However, according to a rough estimate, there is still a harvest of 30,000 gold coins here. At least it has earned back the money it spent, and it has increased by more than 5 times. In fact, it should have gained more. But unfortunately, the collection room of Wan Song Biological Mother spans more than 100 years, and the harvest in recent years is far less than the idle money, which has caused most of the wealth to disappear in time. But Gordon didn't feel sorry. Now he and Nina are curiously stepping on the deck of the Sargassum, which has begun to seep seawater after losing the nest effect of Wan Song Biological Mother, looking for all valuable items. With pupils similar to the identification technique, Gordon and Nina can hardly miss any valuable items. But unfortunately, until he walked to the throne, Gordon couldn't find an item with A. But it was normal. It was very difficult for Sargassum to capture a legend who didn't want to fight and just wanted to escape, even if it has the advantage of home court. Coupled with the special nature of the plane, the danger here is not a big problem for legends or ships led by legends. It is also possible that it knows that the attack is fruitless, and it will even pretend to be harmless Sargassum, hiding in the deep sea, not sticking its head out, and refusing to fight. If you don't kill the legend, the probability of obtaining the legendary item is terribly low. And Gordon guessed that the reason why Wan Song Biological Mother dared to attack this time was mostly because of his own promotion to legend. The truth behind it is actually not far from Gordon. But this is not its first hunt, but the second. It's just that the previous one made it taste the sweetness. Otherwise it wouldn't be so enthusiastic and brave. Unfortunately, if you walk along the river, you will get your shoes wet. Even if Gordon failed to kill it today, as long as it is still active in this world, one day, it will still step on a hard spot, be slaughtered and destroyed. It's just that I don't know when the next time will be, a few years, decades, or even hundreds of years later. Mr. Gordon, there is a small room here. I go in and take a look. At this time, Nina on the other side of the throne found a wound covered by vines, which seemed to be connected to another space. Wan Song Biological Mother had died long ago, and there were no other living creatures in the detection range. Gordon naturally waved his hand to express his agreement. Go. Gordon glanced at it slightly, and then concentrated on picking up money. It still lacked a lot of money to take the 2 legendary dragon treasures of Sumerian home. After hearing this, Nina looked happy, tiptoed carefully walked through the vines, and came to a narrow and damp bedroom. The layout here is similar to the room of the first mate or captain of the immortal princess. In addition to luxurious furnishings, there are piles of nautical books and parchment books with patterns of unknown countries engraved on the thick shell. Nina sighed. She thought it was a special treasure hiding place. But she didn't expect that there was no trace of one's mother passing by here. It was like the original furnishings of the ship, and it had not been moved at all. In her field of vision, she also had eyes of identification. But she didn't see any items worth more than 100 gold coins. It was far worse than the dazzling outside before. However, there were a lot of books here, and because nautical books were waterproof, the damage here was not serious. Most of the books were priced between 10 gold coins and 50 gold coins, due to the prevalence of magic and the particularity of the sailing industry. The price of classics here is still much lower. Otherwise, if these books are replaced with the knowledge of mages or apprentices, the price may be at least 3 digits. And other types of enlightenment learning books are not much different. The books are so new. There is not even a speck of dust. Nina walked forward in amazement and touched her favorite bookshelf. The heavy black ironwood books and the damp and cold environment made her feel like she was touching a piece of ice when she touched the bookshelf. Fortunately, Yanlong was not afraid of this cold, but enjoyed it. She stroked the pleasure that the bookshelf brought to her heart, while flipping through it, as if looking for something. She naturally had no habit of returning empty-handed when she came here, not to mention that she had spent a lot of time on the immortal princess. And she knew that whether it was the captain or the first mate, or the literate sailors, they would have the habit of using diaries to record their sailing careers. This was a customary habit. So Nina also wanted to try to find log records about this ship here. This kind of pleasure of reading other people's lives is something that few people can refuse. With the opportunity in front of her, Nina would naturally not miss it. After a while, Nina had searched the bookshelf more than 2 meters high. Nothing. So, Nina cast her eyes on the desk in front of the window, which had long been densely occupied by seaweed. Looking from the side, she found that the drawer under the desk had been firmly locked by a rusty brass lock. It seemed that the new owner of the ship was too lazy to open this drawer, and left it locked all the time. Mr. Gordon. When Gordon had already reached the area that Nina was originally responsible for and searched for valuable items, Nina's joyful voice came from the small crack where Nina had disappeared. Come and see. I found a diary that had been to the Time Dragon lair. What? Gordon was slightly startled. It naturally knew what this meant, and immediately asked happily. Where did you find it? Right here? Yes, Mr. Gordon. He has half celestial blood, and is the captain of this eternity. Nina raised the black diary wrapped in thick parchment in her hand in a concise manner, and said with a joyful face, But I don't know whether it is true or not. So, Mr. Gordon, come and identify it together. There are still many diaries. It seems that it has been written for more than 1 year. And it has been written for more than 50 years. Hundreds of books. God knows there is actually a dimensional space hidden in the drawer. Nina exclaimed in a half-admiring way, and at the same time invited Gordon to enter the link room to appreciate or identify the authenticity of the diary together. After all, who would write a diary if they were serious? Of course. That being said, Gordon would not miss any news about the Time Dragon lair, and it was such a gift that it was impossible for it to refuse. After all, this was the Time Dragon lair that even Gomadon had dreamed of. It had been searching for hundreds of years, but had not seen it. And it suddenly came here. It had to sigh that fate was playing tricks on people. Or, it was God's will. Gordon subconsciously looked up at the ceiling that had been soaked in water, and was yellow and faded, and was silent for a while. It was not until Nina's call came again that it woke up from a dream. Took an elegant step, quickly bypassed several green belts surrounded by algae, and jumped onto the desk more than 1 meter high with the help of the height of the bench. Standing on the edge of the mahogany table, it and Nina looked into the dark drawer one after the other. Then he saw that the drawer, which was less than 30 centimeters deep, was not a drawer at all. It was a huge storage box, more than 70 centimeters high and twice as long as the inside of the desk. It would be more than enough to hold 200 or even 300 books, let alone 100 books. Here, Mr. Gordon, this is it. Nina handed a diary of the same color as the other diaries to him. Gordon turned the first page with his paws skillfully, and when he turned to the first page, he was shocked, because the beginning of the diary was so exciting and eye-catching. It was no wonder that Nina made such a fuss. It must be because the beginning of the first diary he got was particularly eye-catching. On the yellowed and water-stagnant parchment, lines of elegant characters were written in a plain language that did not belong to this plane, but Gordon was familiar with. Above the characters were lines of phrases that contained the writer's will. The beginning is short and powerful, but the meaning is also very simple. The 5,611th day of chasing and searching for the time dragon. Tia. Chapter 450 Tia Diary. This is the 7th or 8th year since I went to sea. I can't remember clearly. I only know that when I was still a girl and my skin was still shiny, I boarded this ship that has been with me for nearly 10 years. Except for taking a short rest at the port, I rarely stopped at land, just to pursue that ethereal legend. And now, my originally fair and smooth skin now has wrinkles. Although I don't have to be as tanned as the Malays like sailors Guluman and Frank. I have also lost my original aristocratic posture. I'm afraid that if I stand in front of little Jim and Lance now, they will definitely not recognize me. The opening is a typical woman's self-pity. Gordon patiently continued to read on, and found that the identity of this woman was vaguely related to the church. Which church? What is her identity? With this doubt, Gordon continued to look down. He wanted to know whether this woman named Tia finally realized her dream, and found the lair of the time dragon as she wished, or whether her life and corpse were buried here during the search. Take her diary with her. The diary was not as important as Nina imagined. Most of the content was basically about various sea experiences and daily life events. As for the sentence at the beginning, how many days it took to find the time dragon, it might just be an encouragement and a prayer for a slim hope. It did not mean that everything in her life diary would revolve around it. So Gordon read it quickly and extracted a lot of useful information. For example, Tia is from the south of the continent and grew up in the Agate River area with weeping willows. She often mentioned that place in her diary. And it seems that the church she attended also played the role of the patron saint of that area, although the name of the god was not directly mentioned. Gordon had a vague guess in his mind following the clues. It continued to turn to the back. Unlike the diary of Shani that he had observed before, this one was full of a woman's cognition and views of the world. It seemed that the reason why she wrote a diary every day was to think. Gordon often found that Tia, a woman, often debated with him in the diary and expressed two different opinions. Mr. Gordon, this Tia is really a strange guy. Nina watched carefully on the side and couldn't help but speak. He. Maybe. Gordon did not comment. In his view, everything the woman in the diary did was normal. Humans were so paranoid that they could look for a dragon for 10 years and still refuse to give up. They were still determined in their hearts. They could not be viewed with the eyes of ordinary people. Extraordinary people have their own extraordinary qualities, and some quirks are understandable. At least Gordon would not deny this person because of his strangeness. Soon, when the diary jumped to the 778th year of the Inn's Kingdom calendar, which was the 1783rd year of the mainland Gregorian calendar, 11 years ago, Tia in the diary suddenly said that they came to a desolate and filthy green land through the fog. And Gordon vaguely realized that this should be the territory of Wansong's biological mother. Seeing this, Gordon quickly flipped through the pages of the diary at the back. And he had a vague idea in his heart. It seems that the owner of this diary escaped from here. But for some reason, her ship and diary returned to this place, and finally turned into wreckage as fertile soil, becoming many foundations of Wansong's biological mother nest. One of them. But no matter what, Gordon still planned to read this diary patiently first. The Tia in the diary, like them, tried to use fire or other tools to destroy the water plants that bound the boats. But soon, they found that it was a waste of effort. No matter how they cut, or even set people to use special military gunpowder that could be ignited on the water surface and smeared on the water plants, it was useless. Although the flames burned the water plants to nothingness. Soon, a large wave of water plants came from all directions to fill the gap. They had spent a lot of effort before, and finally managed to barely move the boat out of the sea area. But now it has become a green land with dense water plants intertwined. It makes a rustling sound like a living thing. It seems to be mocking them for wasting their efforts, holding the blunt weapons for cutting water plants. Like idiots. Soon, as the sun gradually set, the sailors began to feel uneasy and anxious. Then, the scene that Gordon was familiar with appeared. The skeletons in the water grass resurrected with the killer vine monster. According to Tia Diary, More than 20 of their 100 sailors disappeared at night. When the dawn broke and the monsters retreated, they counted the number of people and found that there were only more than 90. Nearly 20 people disappeared overnight, and several bodies were left behind before they could be dragged away, leaving only half of their bodies. Seeing this, Gordon sighed. If they didn't have it in their fleet, and there were no legends, I'm afraid the ending would be so miserable. Facing the endless undead, ordinary people have no way to resist, especially in the unfamiliar environment and overwhelming pressure, so that they don't even have a chance to breathe. The power of the Wansong Mother to suppress the weak is really outrageous. Even though Gordon had killed it, it still thought so. It always felt that it could win, but it just happened to have the advantage. Whether it was the time, place, or people, they were all on its side. Unexpected spying, collecting information, the unmatched physical strength after the advancement made it daunted. The countless plans in its mind also made it successfully lose a large part of its combat power. Then, with the help of teammates, plus its advanced flame, the extraordinary fire, these two were the last straw that broke the camel's back. It created the situation that just now killed the legendary creature so easily. Gordon and Nina turned over the page, and then saw the narrative description of the next morning, when the Wansong Mother took the sailors to go down the ship to explore, while the daytime rest period was in progress. In the log, Tia, with the help of her partner, created a diamond unicorn sculpture similar to a mount, as long as it is given something it likes. A diamond or other jewels equivalent to diamonds. It will change from a sculpture to a living creature and be driven by the sculpture's owner for 1 to 6 hours. The length of time depends on the price of the diamond. Of course, if the two have a friendly relationship and the unicorn has a high favorability, it can be used without paying. Tia belongs to the latter. This is a relatively rare magical item. It is said that an unknown ranger has achieved a statue made of black agate. In critical moments, it will automatically jump out to protect it. It is simply terrifying. And this diamond unicorn is also not much inferior, which makes Gordon more curious about her identity. With such a precious thing, she must be a high-level figure in the church, or a seed for future high-level cultivation. How did he come to this desolate land? Looking for a glimmer of hope? This question can only be answered by Gordon flipping through the previous diary. But Gordon does not have the time for this. All his thoughts are now on everything about the time dragon recorded in this diary. Although it has not been revealed yet, Gordon believes that the next few diaries will definitely bring him what he wants. He and Nina continue to look down patiently. Tia rode the unicorn and led the sailors to explore this land made of water, grass, and vines. There was no trouble in the front. They even found what they wanted to know from the remains of many ships, in the cabins of the first mate or the captain. While searching the diaries, where is this place? And what are those guys who keep calling outsiders at night? And what is the curse of the outer sea? One by one, it was presented clearly and orderly in everyone's mind. I also understand that these monsters are not only active at night, but also dangerous during the day. However, unless necessary, they rarely stare at the singularity of positive energy and act under the fake sunbathing. The search on the second day ended just like this. At the end of the diary that night, the owner of the diary said and emphasized that after surviving the second night, she must go to the cursed sea alone to take a look, because she found that the appearance described in the captain's diary was very similar to the effect of the time dragon nest effect. Anyone who dares to escape from this water and grass will turn into dry bones, and it will not take even a day from adulthood to old age. Isn't this the time dragon she is looking forward to? There are still many pages to come. Mr. Gordon, did she find the time dragon? Nina turned the pages excitedly, and there were also densely packed lines of neatly arranged text. Obviously, she had gained something here. Moreover, as the second night passed, Tia successfully won the task of exploring the water and grass alone at the cost of more than 10 lives. The bones of the dead scattered all over the ground, and the vines cut by the vine monster. Gordon then understood the owner of this diary from the lines and her former identity. Saint! And she is not an ordinary saint, but a saint who is a servant of the gods and a container of the descended body. Compared with other humans, her body is more suitable for the body of the gods. In layman terms, it is possible that her ancestors had encountered gods, whether it was the gift or the gift of gods, which allowed her to have the ability to be close to or even merge with the divine power, and to be a container, and to exert the power of the gods to the highest extent possible. And the reason why the saint came here to find the time dragon And Gordon had guessed the gods the saint served. And he roughly understood the reason. The saint of the sun god Amonir. Gordon continued to read and gradually understood. No wonder she was so enthusiastic about the time dragon. Because this woman named Tia was so whimsical that she wanted to use the power of the time dragon to let it find Amonir, who now only existed in the past, and let it save her god. And she did it for more than 10 years. After knowing Tia's true identity, Gordon did not have too high expectations on how she would solve or drive away the owner who occupied this filthy land. Or in other words, he had already prepared himself in his heart. After all, the ending was known from the act of one's own biological mother before today. However, being able to escape from here still requires a certain amount of skill. Gordon guessed that Tia must have tried to save herself, and the results were not bad. However, when casting spells in the chaotic magic area, whether it is the priest's divine spell or the wizard's spell, it is necessary to make a casting judgment. There are really few spells that can randomly cast what you want without being backfired. Then, the meteor exploded. In the diary, Tia's description said that when the millstone-sized meteorite slowly passed through the skyline, the people in the city were bathed in the glory of the Lord. And those originally arrogant undead armies even rolled and crawled into the shadows of the water plants. If nothing unexpected happened, this was the key to Tia's ability to get rid of one's own biological mother. After all, only the great success of this battle could make the extremely cautious one's own biological mother give up the prey that was delivered to her mouth. As expected by Gordon, as the night of the third night fell, there were more people who should have been. The undead and vine monsters have all disappeared at this moment. And this green land floating on the sea has opened up a passage for it, as if urging it to go. And as the fog on the sea thickens, Tia suggests that the remaining 50 sailors on the ship take the spare ship and leave the sea area. And she will drive this 3-masted sailing ship that has been with her for nearly 10 years into the mysterious and unknown area shrouded by the legendary dragon lair effect. She has gradually realized that the place where she is may be a demi-plane. And now that the gatekeeper has opened the water, it is a great opportunity to leave. As Tia, with the help of the magic servant, drove the 3-masted sailing ship into the range of the time dragon lair, she knew that her thoughts were all wrong. Because when she really stepped into the time dragon lair, Tia realized that all her previous worries were fantasy. There was no effect on her. Well, this place is not ordinary. Mr. Gordon, be careful. Nina pointed to a few lines in the diary and read them to Gordon in an extremely gentle voice. Titan creature, storm behemoth, sea dragon king. They all seem to be the guardians of this place, and are circling an island. If we keep looking forward, I might be able to find the island I've been dreaming of. Sea dragon king, Titan creature, storm behemoth. Although the dragon heritage only has rumors about the first two, the latter has been witnessed by both of them. The former almost destroyed Kalandu. If it weren't for the whole city's defense, coupled with the divine items that have not yet declined. Otherwise, there would be no need to wait for the demons of the abyss to take action. Mr. Gordon, you have to be careful. Although they are no longer in their heyday. As a foreign dragon, Nina knows much more about these creatures than Gordon. The memory of the dragon heritage of the foreign dragon emphasizes the latter two, both of which can be comparable to gods to some extent. No one knows better than her how terrible the destructive power caused by the monsters with these 3 words is. And when Gordon heard Nina's voice, he nodded slightly to show that he knew. He also witnessed the storm behemoth. If it hadn't come to his rescue, he might have had to fight with the giant octopus. But to be honest, Gordon was fearless. Just like before. Move forward courageously. Chapter 451 end. Of course, it is best not to encounter it. Avoiding fighting is the best way to preserve strength. It is not a crazy dragon that wants to fight with everyone it sees. If it can be resolved peacefully, it can be resolved peacefully. If it really doesn't work, it won't be too late to nuke it. Right? The diary does not describe these 3 legendary creatures in detail, because Tia herself has not encountered them, and the legendary guardian beasts are just decorations. In other words, it remains to be investigated whether they exist, and they may have left long ago. And the time poison that can stop most people is not difficult for Tia. As a celestial creature, her life is longer than that of mortals. In addition, as the saint of the sun god, her lifespan has been increased, and her lifespan is immune to any unnatural effects. But even so, Tia still feels a little older under the cover of the time poison. If this continues, It is only a matter of time before she becomes hunched and looks like an old woman. After all, even gods cannot be completely immune to the domain of legendary dragons. You know, to some extent, the time dragon is not much different from the god. The so-called immunity may be useful for ordinary things, but for the time dragon, if you want to be completely unaffected, I am afraid that only the pioneer of this universe, the great power of the god above the god, can do it. So, when Tia was driving the sailboat alone, the only one accompanying her was the colorful gem unicorn with rainbow-colored skin reflected in the sun. One person, one horse, and one boat, they cruised on the vast sea, looking for the traces of the time dragon lair. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, Gordon flipped through Tia's diary, but she found nothing, except for the strange seaweed and the strange territory of the mother of 10,000 clusters. This half-plane is no different from the sea surface in other places. There are winds and waves. The only difference is that it is too quiet. This plane seems to be asleep, without a trace of life, except for the sound of ships breaking the waves. There is no movement of another person in the air. In the diary, Tia, who said confidently that she must find the lair of the time dragon, also began to doubt whether she was looking for the right thing or this was originally a desolate plain. Although the food and fresh water on the ship were sufficient for her to not worry about food for half a year. Looking at this boundless sea with no outline at all, the unknown fog shrouded every area. She seemed like a headless fly. No matter how carefully she stared, she still saw nothing. After a few days of fruitless gains, her excited heart gradually cooled down, and unexpectedly caused a few dark marks on her originally strong heart. Great and sublime light, if you have mercy on me and are listening, please guide me in the direction of progress. In Tia's diary, there were prayers and prayers from time to time, as if to relieve the increasing pressure on her body and mind. After all, she could feel her life passing silently in her body every moment, and her appearance also changed visibly with the passage of time. This may be the reason why Nina did not find any mirrors in her room. After the first month, Gordon's diary was almost finished. According to the daily narrative above, there was still no movement. Moreover, as time passed, the originally detailed diary began to become brief, even every other day. From this, it can be seen that Tia's condition was indeed not good at the time. From the sentence above, another day of nothing. The god of the sun is still far away. Obviously, her mentality has changed imperceptibly. Maybe the author did not feel it, but the bystander still felt it clearly by peeping into her diary. From the increase in prayers before, to the sharp decline later, until it disappeared without a trace. It has only been a month. Gordon felt a little creepy when he thought of this. Could it be that she has entered a deep and difficult puzzle? Otherwise, it is impossible to explain why the subsequent diary is so weird. But the writer seems to be oblivious and still repeats the same operation on the sea every day. Gordon knew that he couldn't wait any longer, so he quickly turned the page and found the last page with himself. 100 days had passed since Tia left the sea of Wansong's biological mother and went to the area covered by the poison of time. And 3 months of time finally exchanged for such a lonely word. After reading it, Gordon and Nina were both stunned. Nina couldn't help but cover her mouth with shock. Mr. Gordon, what happened to her? Nina was a little flustered, but she still tried to stay calm and looked at Gordon on the desk opposite, who had changed from squatting to backing up, and his hair stood on end. She crazy? Or brainwashed? Gordon looked at the crooked handwriting in the middle of the blank paper and sighed deeply. In the middle of the diary, it was written, "He agreed to see me, the Supreme Lord of Time, the immortal God." There was nothing else. Turning to the next page, there was a pool of blood. For some reason, the outline of the blood looked like the outline of a person kneeling on the ground with his legs bent over. Even after such a long time, he could still smell the bloody smell from the outline of the figure. How weird. Mr. Gordon. Nina looked at Gordon worriedly. She didn't expect the style of the painting to change suddenly, from the original adventure and treasure hunting to suspense and fear. What exactly did Tia encounter? Did she see the real-time dragon? Or did she find the nest? How did the ship return to the sea area of Wansong's biological mother? Everything was like a fog, and the truth behind it could not be seen clearly. She was a little worried now. After all, the previous experience seemed to have told it that stepping out of this sea would mean no return and bad luck. Indeed, I feel a little scared. Could this be the lair of a dead time dragon? Gordon looked serious. But the next sentence made Nina, who was originally timid and afraid, burst out laughing. Or has it transformed into an undead dragon? That's why there are such haunted things. Gordon still looked serious, but from the restless shaking of his tail, it was obviously a disguise. Obviously. It said it deliberately to relieve Nina pressure. Puff. Ha ha ha. How is it possible? Mr. Gordon, the legendary dragon wants to be immortal. The dragon heritage has said that it will only die if it is wiped out by a natural disaster or a super powerful existence. After death, it will not leave any corpse. Its soul and corpse will return to the long river of time at the moment of death. Oh, yes. I forgot. Gordon seemed to be fine and simply exposed the previous blunder. Seeing that Nina was in a better mood, what it said was worth it. After all, this should not be what it was worried about. But even so, when Gordon and Nina put away the diary, put it into the dimension bag together with other things, and then left the room, Gordon still heard Nina's inaudible admonition. If possible, please don't act alone. Take me with you. I am also very useful now. She did not dissuade Gordon from going if it was dangerous, but used her actions to show her determination. Don't worry. It's still a matter of whether to go or not. If I really go, I will take you with me. There are still too many clues and puzzles in the diary that have not been solved. If he really wants to explore, Gordon must be fully prepared. And if he is delayed in the demi-plane for several months, then he will not be able to do it in the Misty Port. He has not forgotten that there is a prophecy in the outside world waiting for him to break it with his own hands. When they went back, their speed was unusually slow. It is worth mentioning that when Gordon and Nina came out of the small room and walked to the collection room belonging to one's own biological mother, there were already several adventurers picking and choosing around here. After all, among these treasures, there are still some valuable things that Gordon does not like and take up space. Of course, it is not ruled out that there are fish that slip through the net that he did not see. Gordon, who had already taken a lot of money, didn't care about their behavior. He was not a person who deliberately ate alone, and would not be angry because of such a small matter. After all, no matter what, in a sense, they were all teammates. They were a little surprised to see Gordon and Nina coming out of the crack. After all, they never thought that there was a secret passage hidden behind the vines. Sir Gordon, Miss Nina. These adventurers had witnessed the black cat standing at the end of the conference table and giving a speech easily, so they were particularly respectful. Nina was a little anxious, but fortunately Gordon waved his hand and whispered to her, telling her that everything here had been collected by him and was all broken. So the little money-loving dragon stopped the question that he wanted to blurt out. After all, in her opinion, no matter what aspect, the spoils would never be divided by the group of adventurers they rescued. If they really had to be divided, it should only be the other two legends, not these unknown members who were invited to play soy sauce. You are really becoming more and more like a dragon. Gordon shook his head helplessly. No wonder most dragons, even if they are social animals, have their nests basically scattered far apart. They only gather periodically, whether they are chromatic dragons or metallic dragons. If they really collide, it will be a mess, Nina said disapprovingly. But I am a dragon. Now. Besides, this is Mr. Gordon. Your wealth. You can't give it away so easily. Every penny must be cherished. You know, these worthless things. Put them on the market, and the wealth exchanged for any one of them can allow me to eat different meals in the tavern for a month. And I don't have to worry about going hungry at all. Listening to Nina chatter, Gordon was silent. Perhaps his wealth was indeed too easy to come by. Whether it was squandering or other aspects, it was rather wanton, and he had not considered Nina's feelings. After hearing these words today, Gordon felt unspeakable in his heart. He could only raise his paw silently and promise Nina, I know. I will definitely do it next time. I won't let go of a single copper coin. Yeah. I won't let go of a single copper coin. Hee. Nina seemed very satisfied that her preaching was accepted by Gordon. Her originally tangled smile suddenly blossomed into a flower, and her smile was so bright. After leaving the treasure room, Gordon and Nina never stopped. The flames outside were still strong. It was unknown how the previous adventurers followed in. They should have taken another road. When Gordon walked out of the door of the treasure room, he vaguely heard footsteps on the other side. Obviously, there were not only the adventurers in the treasure room, but also outside. But Gordon didn't care about these things. He pulled Nina to the direction they came from before. There was the hull. And the flames were still burning. The black smoke was almost gathering in the magnificent dome. When he and Nina walked, the sea of fire, like before, had automatically made way for the two dragons to walk under Gordon consciousness. Let's go! Go back to the immortal princess. Everything is fine. The hall where he had fought with Wan Sung's mother was still bustling at this moment, and the noisy sound seemed to be able to overturn the roof of the dome made of seaweed and water grass. Gordon called a few familiar people through the mental connection to go back to the immortal princess, which was confined in the water grass. With him and Nina, many metal dragons asked him about the time poison on the way, but the information he gave was very simple. Lie down and read. Ever since he finished reading Tia's diary, Tia had no intention of going to explore it in the short term. Moreover, he had just entered adolescence and was not stable yet. If he went, it might be really dangerous. Therefore, Tia, who was planning to go with his heart, was ready. No matter what they said or how they persuaded him, he would not think of exploring it. This was not only responsible for himself, but also for Nina. After all, he also agreed to take Nina on a trip and adventure. The unknown can be explored, but one must also have self-knowledge. It does not think that it is something that can be involved now when it involves the legendary Time Dragon. Moreover, since Tia, who also has divinity, cannot be exempted from the time poison, it is reasonable for it, as a dragon, to be the same. However, since the lifespan of dragons is too long, a few days, months, or even years may be just a nap for them. Tia had slept for several months before, and it felt like he didn't get enough sleep. And it was summer and spring. It's outrageous. Of course, this doesn't mean that Gordon gave up. Before leaving here, Gordon had taken a piece of iconic item belonging to this plane from the wreckage of the cabin below. As the medium of the planeswalker, even if it and Nina left this plane, as long as there is a medium, it can also rely on the astral world to enter this plane of the time dragon nest that is sealed off from the world. And Gordon also thought that if he took Tia's diary as the route, he would find out how she knew that there was a trace of a time dragon on the vast sea. This is worth discussing and exploring. This is also the reason why it packed all the diaries back, just to find some clues about the time dragon before. But before that, it should take a nap. Really? Very sleepy. On the immortal princess. The black cat closed his eyes and fell asleep in the arms of the girl. Chapter 452 Decision. On a small island 30 miles west of the Storm Islands, a young man was standing at the highest height of the Straight Cape, looking at the lingering dark clouds in the distance. With a heavy heart, the blackness of the sky alone could make him imagine the scene there. The wind was like thunder, the rain was like lightning, and every drop of rain was like a stone falling from the sky, causing pain. Not to mention his small body, even the sloop that he regarded as a treasure and called himself the Black Emperor. I am afraid that the extremely hard water sycamore would be broken into pieces under the combination of wind, waves, raindrops and big waves. Ningir knew that this unusual weather had come again. This was the third time this year. Every time it was in that place, like a ghost patrolling, punctual and precise. Many fishermen in Vim town called it the anger of the sea god. Although Ningir did not believe it. He did not believe that the sea god would really be so stupid. The anger was like hitting the air. If he were a sea god, he would release his anger by either summoning the power of the sea to submerge the cities on land, or by causing the sailboats on the sea to capsize suddenly, rather than intimidating the people who make a living in this way. Because this would not gain any faith, but would only attract unwarranted abuse and anger. However, today, tomorrow, and even a week's fishing plan is ruined again. Damn it. I finally waited for the weather to clear up. This brown-skinned 15 or 16-year-old boy, who made a living by the sea, finally sighed after leaving the Straight Cape. This meant that they had no food source for a week. If he wanted to survive, both food and water were essential. The water source in Vim town has been occupied by a powerful guy who is said to have been a pirate leader. If every resident wants to drink water, they must pay copper coins or fish. Otherwise, they can only risk going to a river 3 miles away from the town to get water. In addition to the local indigenous lizardmen, there are also various strange creatures whose names cannot be told. Last time, he even saw a group of guys with dragon heads, but only 1 meter tall, said to be dog-headed men. The reason for suspicion is that the armor and weapons worn by these guys called dog-headed men are stronger than those adventurers who drink all day in the town. And their momentum and pace are completely different from other creatures, as if they are well trained. It is completely different from the lizardmen he has seen before. If he hadn't run fast and was familiar with the terrain, maybe the guys with steel spears and crossbows would have caught him in front of the black wooden wall, the first line of defense of them town. When he ran to it, he didn't tell anyone about this, neither his sister Zenonfu nor other fishermen in the town. The former didn't want her to worry, and the latter wanted them to see him. Wouldn't it be better to return to the embrace of the sea god as soon as possible? Hey, isn't this Ningir? Just came back from the Straight Cape? How is it? Can't go out fishing again. Do you have any food? My last suggestion is still valid now. Just then, the boy who walked back to the path to Vim town came across a man in aristocratic clothes. Although it was a bit out of place. The ribbon around his waist was still a woman, but it was much more luxurious than Ningir in a linen shirt. And this frivolous man was smiling at him. Very sincere and enthusiastic, like a warm-hearted resident. If he ignored his previous advice. Get out. Dream on. You are worthy of bedwetting, Shidi. Don't pay attention to my sister again. Otherwise, I will do anything. Ningir shouted angrily. And although the scolded man Shidi looked a little embarrassed, he was not angry, but kindly advised. But if you continue like this, you won't survive this winter. The fish will return. Are you sure you can catch food for 2 people by yourself? I said. As long as you marry your sister to me, I can prepare everything for you, whether it is food or supplies. If you want a woman, I can find her for you, although she is not as beautiful as your sister. For someone with your background, isn't it a great fortune? The noble boy coaxed him step by step. But what surged into Ningir's mind was an uncontrollable rage. I told you to get out of here. Did you hear me? The young man showed a vicious face, bared his teeth, and had a distorted face. This was his ugliest look. But unfortunately, he still failed to scare the noble man in front of him. However, seeing that Ningir was still unmoved, he finally gave up persuading him and continued to throw a light. As long as you change your mind, the door of my house will always be open to you. Brother-in-law. Bah! Who is your brother-in-law? Ningir looked back at the figure of the nobleman and spat. Then he walked back to his home slowly and dejectedly along the path back to the town. A simple wooden house with a small courtyard. Simple and simple. When Ningir walked to the hill outside the town, he could already see the busy figure in the courtyard. It was a girl in a long skirt wearing the same simple coarse linen clothes as him. She was sitting on a low stone pier, facing a tattered fishing net, sewing and mending. She looked very focused and didn't see the eyes from the hill at all. She nymph. Ningir walked to the hill and was about to call, but stopped. He remembered that when he went out this morning, he saw his sister in the yard, repairing the fishing net for him. She had been busy with this for the past few days. It was a fishing net that had been broken because it caught a hammerhead shark, and it couldn't catch fish at all. He advised many times, but every time the girl was very stubborn and refused to listen to him. She said that she would definitely be able to fix it, so that her brother could catch more fish and eat more meat, and the two would no longer worry about food. But the lingering storm lasting a week or even longer made it impossible for him to move his feet and go back to tell his sister the news. Even if he had a fishing net, he couldn't catch any fish. Just as Ningir unknowingly walked to the gate of the courtyard and hesitated whether to push the door to enter, he heard the familiar and surprised voice. It was his sister, Zenonfu. Hey, brother, you're back. How about it? When do you plan to go out to sea? The food at home is running out. I'm working on the fishing net overnight today. It should be ready tomorrow. Then you can get more fish. The price of motto fish has risen a lot recently. It seems that the sailors and villains in Misty Port like to eat this kind of fish recently. If you are lucky, you must pay attention to keeping it fresh. The price of a motto fish that has not died is 3 times that of a dead one. The petite girl, standing in front of Ningir, was only as tall as her chest. But at this moment, she was like a little adult, giving Ningir all kinds of instructions. These were the information she had specially collected when he was no longer in the town. As she spoke, she took out another thing, worn out but neat, a broken but repaired spear. Usually only whalers on the ship would use this kind of spear. You went to the Treasure Valley? Didn't I say you can't go without my company? Zenonfu. Why don't you listen to me? Seeing the spear, Ningjir immediately asked sharply. The treasure valley was a beach hidden under the cliff that he and the young Xiningfu accidentally discovered. There was only a small path to get there, and it had to be entered at low tide. Due to the terrain, there would be a lot of gifts from the sea, whether it was cables or wine bottles, the carcasses of various animals. There were many, but you could always find something useful in it. This is why Ningjir and Xiningfu called it the Treasure Valley. Many materials, whether it is the fishing net line, some household utensils, or even some parts of his beloved Black Emperor, were picked up by her and him from the Treasure Valley, which is a distance away from the town of Vim. Brother, the fishing net is still short of a little line. So the girl lowered her head, as if she found that she had done something wrong, and said with a lack of confidence. But she quickly raised her head and explained with the old spear she picked up. Besides, didn't your last short spear fall into the sea when you went out to sea last time? So I have been wanting to find you a new one. But you don't have time these days, and the tides are too frequent recently. I am afraid that by the time you have time, everything will be gone after the tide recedes. So, the girl was shy, and the spear in her hand felt a bit heavy, and she was extremely nervous. You know, her brother rarely loses his temper. Is it because she is too willful? Did she make him angry? I'm sorry. Finally, the girl knew that her behavior was wrong, and she apologized decisively without any hesitation. And she was particularly sincere. Brother, Xiningfu knows that she was wrong. I won't dare to do it again next time. If I go to Treasure Valley again, I will tell you. The girl said these pitifully, and the boy with a dark face and a solemn expression sighed slowly. It's too dangerous. Xiningfu, didn't I say that without my permission? Let alone Treasure Valley. Even Vim Town. You should try not to go out if you can. After all, this is still the sphere of influence of Broken Hook. No one dares to attack you. But after leaving, the boy's eyes flashed with a trace of fear, and he stepped forward to hug his sister and whispered in her ear. Promise me, Xiningfu, don't act alone for me next time. Mom gave you to me personally. I can't watch you fall into danger. Ningjir loosened his arms, put his hands on the girl's shoulders, and said with a sad face, I know, brother. It's me. No. Xiningfu was wrong. Tears overflowed from the girl's eyes, and she seemed to remember the dark days in the past. It was the girl in front of her who enlightened her countless times to get rid of the shadow. But this time, she felt that the shadow was back again, and she brought it back with her own hands. Okay. It's good to know that you are wrong. How much food is left at home? Ningjir sighed deeply again and looked at Xiningfu, who was in tears. There are still 6 days. Not 5 days. I should be able to hold on until my brother comes back. Xiningfu seemed to have not yet walked out of the shadow of crying. She spoke carefully with a crying voice and stuttering, and even counted a few salted fish very carefully. It was obvious that she knew the current property very well. Damn! Ningjir's heart sank, and he immediately found that things had suddenly turned to the worst. You know, the 6 days of food did not count him, but only counted Xiningfu, who lived alone in the small town. She was also famous for being stingy. The amount of food she said for 6 days might be a little bit of a stretch for 3 days, and it might only be enough for 1 day if divided into 2 people. In other words, apart from today, he still had 1 day to find a way to survive. Otherwise, he would really starve to death here. No one would care about the missing 2 brothers and sisters, and they didn't have extra kindness to give to this pair of underage boys and girls. But even if they gave it, Ningjir would not take it. Refuse any seemingly free gift, because it often means you have paid more. This philosophy was told to him by his mother, and this is why he has always refused those who came to ask for marriage. In his opinion, his sister is priceless, and when they offer chips to exchange with him, they are already wrong. What's wrong? Brother, don't worry. I will definitely hold on until you come back. The girl thought Ningjir was worried about whether she would have enough food for 6 days. So she immediately smiled and said loudly, What's wrong? Brother. Finding that Ningjir's condition was not quite right, Xiningfu was a little confused. Is there something wrong? No. I was a little distracted just now. After hesitating for a while, looking at the spear in his hand, which had been placed on the stone pier, and the fishing net that had been repaired almost halfway, Ningjir still didn't have the heart to spit out the message. but looked at his sister with a strange expression. She responded with a sweet smile that was like a blooming flower and infectious. Ningir took a deep breath, as if he had made some kind of decision in his heart. With a firm face. Then will you go out to sea tomorrow? Yes, I will go out to sea tomorrow. Taking advantage of the fact that the news of the stray cape had not spread throughout the town, Ningir decided to take the initiative and wait until Shi Ningfu found out that he was already in the sea 10 miles away, catching the harvest he deserved. But things were far from as simple as he imagined. When the sun rose over the sea the next day, he walked to the dock where the ships were moored and was looking for the Black Emperor ship he had placed. In the distance, a huge ship with several lonely ships appeared in the visible range of the sea. Ningir was not very clear about the flags hung, but he knew vaguely that it was the national emblem of a kingdom on a certain continent. The royal flag? What are they doing here? AM people? Are they merchants? On the other side, another high platform at the town dock was also full of onlookers, who seemed to be full of interest in this warship that came from afar. Ningir, who had eagle-like eyesight, saw several humans in luxurious clothes standing at the bow at a glance. There was also a black cat lying in the arms of a girl who was as cute as her sister, but dressed like a princess. The black cat vertical pupils were bright. Chapter 453 Guide. Time goes back to half an hour ago. Mr. Gordon, is this the Misty Port? It has been half a month since the people walked out of the boundless sea of the half-plane, looking at the outline of the continent gradually rising from the sea level in the distance. They couldn't help cheering. As the distance got closer, they looked at the magnificent and huge island in the distance, which gradually looked like a whole piece of land, and the town and houses located under the reef and in the harbor. They were all amazed. What's more, for example, Nina and Gordon. Their eyes had become shining vertical pupils. The ultra-long vision brought by dragons can allow them to see farther, whether it is a crab standing on the island reef, digging moss, or a fish scale flashing in the waves. They can see it clearly. Yes. Gordon looked into the distance, his thoughts already churning. Is this the place that the dragon cult will use to summon the artifact? Finally arrived. The entire Storm Islands is like a split continent with a coastline of hundreds of miles, and Misty Harbor is located in a sunken island chain on the east side of this continent. The natural harbor, coupled with the erosion of seawater, has created a terrain here that is far different from other islands. Strange reef cones and floating islands without any plants are everywhere, adding an indescribable sense of wildness to the vision. It feels far away from civilization when you come here, even though you can see pirates wearing pirate costumes and tattoos everywhere, or black merchants covered in black robes without revealing any features. But to be honest, whether it is Gordon or other members of the ship, they still feel an indescribable isolation and disgust for this city embedded in the waves. Perhaps only real gamblers and villains will think that this is their paradise. Moreover, the so-called Storm Islands, most of the island chains are connected through jagged, tall, curved stone column arch bridges, and an irregular broken stone pier that is shallowly exposed on the sea surface. Most of the buildings are also like pirates, vulgar and barbaric with signs of violence, with swords, blades, sharp teeth, and sea beasts as the signs of houses, and taverns are countless. These are either gathering places for pirate groups or entertainment and reception places belonging to a local force. In short, all kinds of signs subtly represent the various unspoken rules of Misty Port. Such as sea beasts are generally people who go out to sea. Sharp blades are places for dirty things, and wine glasses or other objects are related to food and entertainment. Then should we go in directly? Nina asked curiously. No. Gordon shook his head. We will go in from the town near Misty Harbor first, and then let a group of people stay there, and we can go in. A large group of people really affects the action, and unless it is necessary, Gordon does not want to put all his strength on the surface, including these people. After all, only if there are enough trump cards can the opponent be caught off guard. If you show your cards to the opponent directly, there are only two results. One is that the opponent feels that he cannot fight and retreats directly. The second is that he feels that he has a chance to win. And then the enemy is in the dark, and we are in the light, and we will be involved in a battle where the outcome is still unknown. Neither of these two results is what Gordon wants to see. What he wants to see more is a result that resolves the battle quickly with a thunderstorm, without dragging his feet and giving the enemy several chances to survive. I have just seen a few sparse towns outside the Misty Harbor. Starting from there, Perhaps we can get news that cannot be found in the misty harbor. Gordon, who knows the end of the matter, has already felt that in the distant city with mist rising faintly. There are already several pairs of unclear hands in the shadows, which have begun to manipulate the city, corrupt the soul, and are plotting something. We will go to the town to rest for a day, and then we will go into the city tomorrow. Gordon told Nina about the next plan. At the same time, several small boats about 5 meters long were launched one by one with the help of cables in the invisible place at the stern. A group of black-clothed people wearing the same clothes as those in Misty Port were covering their faces and rowing the boats, which were 90 degrees perpendicular to Gordon's boat. The most notable thing was the huge stick on the back of a black-robed man, which attracted people's attention. "Welcome to Vim Town, distinguished guests from afar." As soon as Gordon and Nina got off the boat, a well-informed broker squeezed into the crowd before other people, showing a flattering smile, and said to the elegantly dressed Karen Hill with great respect. Gordon and Nina watched from the sidelines in the shadow of the ship. They both believed that Caranther, as the princess of the Aemen Empire, could handle such a small matter. They were more focused on the other creatures and people they could see at the dock. The people here were different from the humans they had seen in the misty harbor before. They were far inferior to them in terms of clothing and complexion. Poverty might be their synonym, but this is normal. Not everyone can drink and eat meat in big mouthfuls in a place where pirates gather. There are also people who are exploited. The bottom still exists, even more than in Cimmerian. Perhaps they are lost slaves, passengers who came here by accidental shipwreck, or returnees who want to live a good life in another place after committing crimes. Anyway, in short, this town seems to be no different from other towns. After careful questioning, they also learned that the current Vim town is controlled by an old pirate named Broken Hook. It is said that he has a close relationship with the captain of the Bloodbone Pirates, Old James, who occupies a place in the main city of Isophi, the Misty Port. At least with Broken Hook, most pirates will avoid this place before the status of the Bloodbone Pirates is challenged. Guide. Is there a suitable guide? Gordon and Nina plan to leave the main group and visit this seaside town. But the terrain here is complicated, and the reef arch bridges are connected to each other. If he hadn't seen someone climbing up and down there, Gordon would never have guessed that the brown hollow stone pillars corroded by the seawater were used as a way to climb stairs. In order to find a suitable guide, Gordon asked Nina to write a recruitment notice and asked his knights to read it to the people who gathered around. Now, the Honorable Miss Nina and her Lord Black Cat want to hire a guide who is familiar with the local terrain and has rich experience. The price is negotiable, but the lowest reward is definitely calculated in gold coins, and you can get a free piece of white bread after signing up. The knight's words immediately attracted many people's attention, and they flocked to the notice board that they usually didn't even bother to glance at. After a while, the interview table that had just been set up was surrounded by local residents who came to apply for the job, and even dock staff. The size of the immortal princess is the best proof. The 3 words "no shortage of money" are almost written on every guest who got off the ship in gorgeous clothes. So, before Nina could tell Gordon requirements, a group of people crowded in front of the interview table, and with fanatical enthusiasm, they tried their best to recommend themselves. 10 gold coins, and my life is yours. Sir, I. Not to mention Vim Town. Even in Isophi, I know every sewer pipe very well. Go away. I helped you get out of the city last time. Choose me. Guest. I am the most famous golden finger in the local area. There is nothing I don't know. You should go away. Who doesn't know what you know? You tell those rotten stories every day. You hit me in the face. Pumpkin Dom. You are crazy. I'm not crazy. I'm going to beat you to death today. Otherwise, I will let down my great-great-great-grandfather's spirit in heaven. The chaotic scene gradually turned into a farce. And just as everyone was fighting, a dark-skinned boy who was not much older than Nina was shyly bowing. Dear guest, my name is Ninjir. If you don't mind my age, hiring me should be your best choice. I just need you to give me food for 2 people every day. I don't want a penny. Really. I know the terrain around me very well. I have been there several times. You can tell me where you want to go. The boy pondered for a long time before telling these words in paragraphs to the silver-haired girl holding the black cat. Do you have a sister? Nina's voice was different from the previous dull voice, but with curiosity. The boy saw that the distinguished guest from the mainland was staring at his waist. with a short spear decorated by his sister and tied with a bow, and scratched his head embarrassedly and smiled. Yes, I have a sister. Although she is not as beautiful as you. She is the cutest in my mind. The silver-haired girl in front of him seemed to have lost interest in him after asking this question. I don't know what she was daydreaming about. After a long while, she nodded to the boy in the noisy scene that was gradually boiling. It's you. You're hired. Oh, thank you, the boy said excitedly, as if a huge rock had fallen off. For him, there was no greater turn of events than this. You're welcome. I hope you can remember what I said today in the future. The girl glanced at him, and was no longer as cold as before, as if she was admonishing an elder. And the strange thing was that although he was obviously older than the girl in front of him, he didn't feel any sense of disobedience in his heart, but nodded very affirmatively. Don't worry. Sir, I will. Then take us around the town now. If possible, try to tell me a few major events that have happened near this island recently. This is my first time here, and I have heard of Misty Port for a long time. According to Gordon's narration, Nina told the general requirements to the young fisherman named Ningir in front of her. The young fisherman was also very serious, nodding while listening, and finally smiled with relief. Okay. Then guests, follow me now. Next, we will go along the reef ladder and cross the long bridge to the straight corner in Vim Town, which has the best and most extensive scenery and can overlook the entire island and the 180-degree sea view. The young fisherman pointed to a long arch bridge derived from the island reef not far away, which was several hundred meters above the ground. Standing there, these boats are only the size of a finger, and you will definitely be surprised. As he said, he led the charge, and Nina and Gordon followed behind him, moving forward step by step. While walking, the young man's mouth was not idle, and standing there, you can see the storm in the distance. The wrath of Poseidon. I don't know if you have encountered it on the way. Anyway, I can only say that you are really lucky. In the next few days, the super large storm will cover half of the coast of the entire Storm Islands, and ships will not be able to pass. At that time, most sailors will have a drink in the tavern. That is also the day with the highest crime rate in Isify, the boy said while trying to describe the horror of the wrath of Poseidon. He also told the silver-haired girl and the black cat in front of him a few examples he had seen. As they talked, the two people and the cat waded to the highest point of the straight cape, walking with slightly sore feet. The boy wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was even a little out of breath. Just when he wanted to ask the silver-haired girl behind him how she was, he found that there was no sweat on her cheeks. It seemed that she still had strength to walk on the uphill slope very easily. On the way, he occasionally stood on the edge of the straight cape, looking down at the town of Vim, which had become the size of a pancake, and the immortal princess, which was the size of 2 thumbs. Danger! You will die if you fall down, and no one can save you. Sir, Ningir was happy that he had solved the problem of food, but he was afraid that something might happen to the sponsor in front of him, and that he would not only not make money, but also get into trouble. So he carefully advised. At the same time, he also invited Nina to move forward and stand on the highest point of the straight cape, on a huge rock. The range of observation from this angle was much larger than before, and when he stood on the huge rock and watched the tiny humans like dust busy at his feet, for some reason, he suddenly said this. Standing here is like standing in the sky. That makes me feel sometimes like I am standing on a high place overlooking my territory. Just like those plundering dragons. Ningir did not shirk responsibility or drag his feet. He directly told the girl and cat in front of him the first scenic spot in Vim Town that came to his mind, and the strange things that happened nearby. He also told a joke that only he laughed at, but the latter was originally used to ease the atmosphere. Fortunately, as long as he was not embarrassed, others would be embarrassed. And with the boy explanation, the observation of the first scenic spot, Straight Cape, ended here. However, on the way down the mountain, when the boy earnestly advised the silver-haired girl in front of him that the island outside was very dangerous, even if she was a 4th-level spellcaster, she should not be so careless and presumptuous. And Gordon was hearing the well-trained dog-headed man from the mouth of the girl in Ningir. The dark golden vertical pupils were slightly bright. Chapter 454 The Strangeness of the Red Swamp. The meaning of the dog-headed people naturally does not need to be elaborated too much. The dragon followers, or the dragon slaves, are the best titles for them. And a team of elite armor is completely different from the shabby equipment of most dog-headed people on the continent. There is only one reason for that. That is, it is obvious that these dog-headed people are not wild, but under the command of a certain force. Otherwise, as smart as they are, they would not think of wearing exquisite and stylish armor for themselves. Instead of just taking a tattered rattan armor and crotch cloth to go to the battlefield casually, and then hiding the good, shining objects like a dragon in the depths of the excavated cave, and sleeping on them every day. Where are they located? Gordon immediately asked Nina to ask the fisherman in front of him. It was near the water source in the north of M-Town. I saw them there. I was so scared that I hid in a fir tree. Unfortunately, they still found me. However, they seemed to be unfamiliar with the terrain here. I easily made a few detours and confused them, and then fled back to M-Town. Sir, I didn't tell anyone about this news. Perhaps it was Nina Kindness and her beautiful face like his sister. And the boy revealed another secret as if by magic. I also know where they came from. Where? Red Swamp. Red Swamp? Yes, the Red Swamp on Half Moon Island. They must have come from there. The fisherman boy spoke with certainty, as if he had seen it with his own eyes. The third moon-shaped island to the west of this island has a swamp with flames on it. It is said that it was originally just a black water swamp. But for some reason, flames often come out from the ground in recent years. It's very strange. He also explained it carefully to Nina, and the black cat in her arms. The reason why I am sure they came from there is that there are a few black feather balls that can only be produced in the red swamp at the joints of their feet and elbows. This is a neutralizer that is said to be used to make fire potions. Alchemists once posted a commission in our town. 1 feather ball for 5 coppers. I wanted to go at that time. But unfortunately, the red swamp is too dangerous. The fire that comes out of the ground will devour any creature that underestimates it at any time. Take us to see outside the town first. Nina made a prompt decision. But there are still many places in the town that we haven't visited. If we go now, will it be? The boy hesitated, but was decisively rejected by Nina, who said that she was the employer this time, as long as she guaranteed his safety. What would be the problem with going outside now? As she said, Nina chanted a spell in her mouth, and a shield like a flowing water wave suddenly appeared around the boy's body. Ningjier touched it subconsciously, but found that a thick barrier like a brick wall really appeared out of thin air on his body. The magical scene immediately made the boy open his mouth wide. And then, he also understood the identity of the girl holding the black cat in front of him. The mysterious and powerful spellcaster in the legend. She is about the same age as his sister, but she is already a spellcaster who can walk freely. Thinking of this, for some reason, a bitter taste rose in his heart. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be. At this time, Nina had already begun to urge. You can take me to the outskirts of the city now. Don't worry. Those monsters can't hurt you. Okay, sir. Ningjier, who was awakened by Nina's voice, nodded quickly. I take you there now. 30 minutes later, going down the hillside, the two people and the cat heard the sound of the rushing stream in the forest. Ningjier carefully stuck to a tree half the thickness of a man, staring at the movement in front. Even though he knew that the girl behind him was a powerful spellcaster, he was always wary of the silent hunters in the forest. And he would not relax for a moment even at this time, because he knew that if he really wanted to take a half second of ease, he would face a deadly poison arrow that could take him into the abyss, or a deadly claw attack from a lizardman warrior that would drag him into a death trap. And either of the two endings was what he didn't want to see. But what he didn't expect was that the creatures in the southern foothills, who were originally famous for birds and beasts, could see lizardmen lurking towards the stream in the forest. At this moment, it seemed extremely quiet. Even the cicadas in the afternoon seemed to be silent, and the air suddenly became quiet. How could this happen? It seems that we are lucky. Those damn lizardmen and goblins, who are as annoying as mice, seem to have gone to a meeting today. There is no movement from them here. Ningjier, who had been observing for a while, finally had to come to this conclusion, because in the end, he found that there were really no other creatures present except them. If he continued to observe, there was no other choice except to find that the clown was actually himself. Yes, our luck has always been good. Nina squinted her eyes and showed an exceptionally bright smile, while the squinting black cat quietly and slowly restrained the dragon might. It was not good to be too frightened. At least now Gordon had smelled the strong stench coming from the creek near this forest. Obviously, The dragon might that caught him off guard just now made all the creatures here suffer a round of shock. The traces of the loser were undoubtedly revealed here. But there are really traces. Gordon, who was born sensitive to dragon footprints, or a natural hunting master, easily found a pile of four-toed claw marks on the wet land that was not affected by the waves. Most dragon creatures have 4 toes, and the goblins, who have been imitating dragons, are no exception. It's their footprints. Rather messy, but you can tell that these sparse paw prints are all heading west. Mr. Gordon, west? Isn't the west the direction of the Half Moon Island that the young man from the fishing village mentioned earlier? Nina pointed to the direction the young man was facing with some surprise. The sparse forest leaves could not block the direct sunlight. Gordon nodded slightly, and at the same time, the cat vertical pupils began to shine. And as they got closer to the island, it felt that there was a force that was getting stronger and stronger. The front was still pulling it, and the back was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. Ordinary people could not control it at all. Just then, Ningir saw Nina looking around, and said with a sad face, "Your Excellency, some things are preserved. And I must tell you, if you really want to go, I suggest you think twice before you act. You are still young and have a lot of time." He couldn't help but persuade him. After all, in his opinion, the Red Swamp was extremely dangerous. Even if the girl in front of him was a spellcaster, she would never return. After all, the bodies buried in the sea or on the shallows would not testify. However, at this time, the boy was like an old man, trying to persuade him. But it didn't work for Gordon, who was determined and had observed that the boy was not lying. Moreover, if his words were true, that was his home ground. How could a molten dragon be afraid of fire? What's more, they were just dog-headed people. Could they dare to turn the tables? Gordon, who had grown to more than 40 meters long, was sure that as soon as he appeared on the scene, those dog-headed people who had no position in front of the dragon would immediately turn against their old master and fight against his old master with his weapons. Gordon, who was well aware of the nature of the dog-headed people to fear the strong, was extremely confident, because worshipping dragons was a mark engraved in the blood of this race. "I must go." Under Gordon's instructions, Nina said to the boy in front of her with great confidence and seriousness, "If you don't mind, I want to change your mission. You can come back after we stay in the Red Swamp. Of course, you can wait for us here. I will also protect your safety. When the time comes, you only need to wear this to completely hide your body and not be detected by monsters or creatures in the wild." As she spoke, Nina took out an invisibility amulet from her dimensional bag, which was always used by spellcasters. It could be used 3 times, and could just be used to protect the weak local boy in front of her. No need. We will be safe as long as we take the sea route. Half Moon Island is not like our island. Lizard men are almost flooding, except for the occasional roar from the Red Swamp. The entire island is very quiet, and there is no danger. Seeing Nina giving him such a valuable thing, Ningir immediately shook his head and refused. Okay then. Nina saw him resisting like this, secretly happy, saving a sum of money. Of course, Nina pretended to be very confused in her heart, and said to Gordon through the mind link, "Hey, Mr. Gordon, it seems that he has rejected your kindness. This is the first time. Hee. How about I change back to my original form to scare him, and let him know who he is talking to?" As the memory of the dragon heritage deepens, Nina's personality and bad taste will be revealed when facing people or things other than Gordon. Of course, she also knows that the boy in front of her is still useful, so she deliberately chooses a way to only hurt her heart without hurting her body. However, Gordon naturally rejected Nina's proposal and asked her to keep her mouth shut. Just emphasized that he should keep them in the Red Swamp of Half Moon Island. So, just like this, 2 people and a cat, under the blue sky in the forest above their heads, walked west along the winding country road. Not long after they left, the lizard men and other creatures who were shivering in the corner and feeling the dragon might finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least the evil star finally left. But not long after, a team of more desperate and elite soldiers directly cut off their nest. Although Caranther didn't understand the meaning of the words transmitted by Gordon Mind Link, she would still do what it ordered. And at this moment, Nina, Gordon and the fishing village boy had already left the island and went to the swamp that was said to be gushing with fire and hot air underground. Sure enough, as they got closer and closer to the island, The originally cool sea breeze seemed to have returned to the feeling of noon. The wind was hot, and it was impossible to move forward under the scorching sun. Fortunately, the spell of environmental tolerance had been set on their bodies, and any temperature changes would not affect them. Instead, it became more comfortable. It's just ahead. As soon as Ning Jier stepped on the land, he pointed with his finger at a forest not far away, where the owner's magic power was overflowing, resulting in extremely tall and sparse trees. Standing here, you can see several isolated mountains at the end of the island in the distance. Alone and pitiful. Then I trouble you, Ning Jier. The boy's seriousness in dealing with this matter made Nina's attitude towards them much better. Of course, in addition to the boy's dedication, there are many aspects that she admires. And there is also a sister of the same age as her. From their figures, she saw her pass with Mr. Gordon in the sewer. Anyway, no matter the friendship between siblings or the empathy brought by the memories of the past, she was nostalgic. It's still a long way from here to the red swamp. Watch your feet. The vines have barbs. It will be very difficult to remove them later. Got it. Nina hugged the black cat and carefully fell over. When entering the dark environment and the dim forest, most people feel very uncomfortable, as if their bodies are restrained. But Gordon, who has dark vision, is different. He can even see the lines on the bark. As he looked, Gordon found that the trees became fewer, replaced by gray-black, strange rocks on both sides, and the soil underground was also particularly soft, as if it had been burned by some kind of flame. Most importantly, Gordon found that the smell of this swamp was very familiar to him. A smell in his memory. What exactly was that smell? Just as Gordon was brainstorming and recalling, a thick cloud had sounded in the distant sky, and naturally born thunder snakes were swimming in it. And at this moment, the ground began to shake, as if a dragon was turning over. Nina and Gordon subconsciously stepped back a few steps, but soon got new clues. Nina's subconscious step back happened to step on the corpse on the side of the road, and the skull of the corpse looked like the creature that Gordon was looking for this time. Dog-headed man. Gordon jumped out of Nina's arms and looked at the corpse that suddenly appeared with a serious face. A little curious. Moreover, there were still a lot of charred bones around the corpse, except that they seemed to have been burned by fire. At this time, as the previous earthquake ended, a strange roar came from the depths of the red swamp, as if it was the joy of rebirth. Soon, a brown-red dragon that was no less powerful than Gordon appeared in the sky above the high forest. This ancient dragon, which had entered the old stage, had 4 curved and sharp pale horns, which were extremely ferocious. Everyone was stunned, including Gordon, because the brown-red dragon in front of him was actually a molten dragon. Chapter 455 Deception. Mother. Lava slowly slid down from the scales of the molten dragon in front of Gordon like a stream, flashing in the sky like a meteor, and soon disappeared in the swamp full of flames. Mr. Gordon. This is. Without Gordon reminder, Nina, who had seen Gordon's true form countless times, had already understood that the dragon in front of her was a genuine molten dragon, just like her Mr. Gordon, and in terms of power and age. It was not a dragon like Gordon that relied entirely on external forces or talents to reach its current huge size. Just from the fact that the dark golden vertical pupil had completely transformed into a scorching lava ball, it can be seen that its age has crossed the prime of life and has become a veritable old dragon. Of course, this is not a derogatory term. When a dragon enters the old age, it is not an exaggeration to say that it dominates the world. Even the white dragon, the most stupid dragon among the 5-colored dragons, can be compared with the arcane masters of the floating city at this level. Not to mention that it has hundreds of years of combat experience. It cannot be underestimated anywhere, and is also an object that dragon slayers stay away from. Only lunatics dare to provoke dragons that have half a claw in the grave. The famous dragon slayer, a lifelong collector of 5-colored dragon illustrations, and a metal dragon companion, Kawe Stavs once said, "Don't move. It hasn't discovered us yet. But as long as we move, we are likely to be discovered." Knowing the various advantages of the dragon, it naturally knows the disadvantage of the dragon. That is, the lack of static vision. It is easy to ignore those things that were originally disguised. Therefore, it immediately used the mind link to notify Nina, who subconsciously wanted to retreat, to stop moving. As for the young fisherman beside him, when the dragon just appeared and released the pressure of the dragon, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Even if he wanted to move, he was probably helpless at this moment. Of course, the lack of static vision does not mean that the dragon reconnaissance ability is so weak. The premise for Gordon to stay still and not be discovered is that the dragon did not discover it before it appeared. If it was discovered very early and appeared on the stage, then no matter how it disguised itself, it could not escape the burning eyes that were already filled with magma. Buzz! With the spread of the giant wings. The wings over 50 meters long covered most of the sky, as well as the scales, and the lava sparks bursting out between the wing membranes. The sky was suddenly burned red, and it was easy to merge with this red soil swamp. After the dragon language roared from the mouth of the old molten dragon, Gordon no longer had any luck in his heart. I sense you. The foreign dragon. At this time, its eyes were fixed on a black cat and the silver-haired human girl a few miles away from it. Both of them exude the smell that only dragons have, which is why it is difficult for a dragon to steal treasures under the noses of other dragons. Because from a distance, the smell can stimulate the dragons on the treasures at home to wake up. However, a trace of doubt flashed in the wise eyes of this old molten dragon, and the pupils like lava balls shrank slightly, because it just sensed that a dragon was approaching, and originally thought it was a group of unwilling ants. But it didn't expect it to be a strange dragon visiting. Maybe when it really started to analyze and look, it actually found that the breath of the dragon in front of it was a little familiar, or a little kind. This feeling has not come for a long time. The last time was in a small coastal town. The old molten dragon eyes dimmed when he thought of this. Then he sneered. Guna? Orly Fadden. I didn't expect that I would still meet you unlucky people even after coming to the main material plane. It's really abominable. Not to mention Nina. Even Gordon was confused when he heard the words of the dragon in front of him. It seemed that the dragon in front of him mistook them for other dragons. Although Gordon was a little puzzled that the dragon in front of him gave him an unprecedented sense of throbbing. The most urgent thing was to get to a safe place. If he rashly fought with an old dragon whose background he didn't know, Gordon didn't think that his small body could defeat it. Tell me, what are you doing here? If you want me to help, I'm not interested. The molten dragon above his head was still in a bad attitude, speaking coldly, and almost chasing the dragon away directly. However, Gordon wished that it would chase it away now so as not to arouse suspicion. But for now, it could only take one step at a time. Gordon's face suddenly became arrogant, and he directly used telepathy, assisted by divine power, and spoke in dragon language in a cold voice. Hee. Long time no see. I think you are in trouble. Maybe I can help you. Why are you so anxious to chase me away? After Gordon learned that the giant dragon in front of him had mistaken the dragon, he went straight to the dangerous road. In order to avoid fighting, he risked his life. The first sentence began with a familiar set of words. Of course, to be on the safe side, the words of divine power were mixed with illusions, so that the molten dragon in front of him could not hear the difference between this voice and the voice of the dragon that it subconsciously thought of. Moreover, this was not just a baseless rhetoric from Gordon. According to the clues given by the young fisherman and the impatient expression of the molten dragon in front of him, it can be seen that it must be troubled by a problem. And the molten dragon in front of him heard Gordon's words, and indeed had no doubts. Instead, it seemed to have confirmed something, and laughed coldly again. Humph! I want your help. 725 years ago, when you went to the kingdom of fire giants to steal gems, I saved you from the hands of those fire giant nobles. And 812 years ago, when you were a young dragon, you were chased by fire salamanders. At that time, you ran into my arms and rolled around. Now you say you want to help me? Lee Fadden, what are you thinking? After saying this, the huge molten dragon, which was already telling the past interesting stories, had lowered its head and looked closely at the black cat that happened. Also, you don't even dare to show your true self now? You are hiding your head and tail. What's the difference between you and a turtle now? It seems that your relationship is not simple. It seems that you have lived together since childhood? Sister and brother? Or brother and sister? Gordon speculated secretly in his heart, frantically memorizing the words that the molten dragon just blurted out, trying to analyze the words that are most beneficial to the speed of movement, and then quickly master them until they are gathered into a piece of ironclad evidence that can perfectly prove his identity. Thinking so in his heart, Gordon was not slow in his mouth. Humph! If it weren't, how could I use this body to deal with you? It showed an extremely real disgust, as if this was a shame. But when it said why, a trace of vigilance flashed in its eyes. This vigilance naturally did not hide from the molten dragon, who was always watching this area. It just laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Li Faden. You have come to this day. Even if you turn into the most cowardly black cat, you dare not turn into your original form. You have almost made molten dragon lose face. If our parents were still alive, they would definitely not want to see a child like you. Maybe when you were just born, I should have eaten you and your eggshell together. Speaking of the latter, the molten dragon in front of him was already murderous. But this did not affect Gordon, who had already prepared a plan in his mind. He said calmly, "It's not the first day you've known me. Hee hee. And what I said just now was very serious. What kind of trouble did you encounter? Humph. You have bad intentions. Go away. You don't need to worry about the things here." The brown-red molten dragon wings ignited with flames again, and the orange-red and white lava streams began to flow under the scales, and the dark black wing membranes lit up with a high-heat red light at this moment. There was another roar, and the dragon raised its head and left here, returning to the red swamp where it originally lived. Except for the strong sulfur-hot breath still emanating from here, it seemed that nothing was left. "Mr. Gordon, do you know it?" Nina widened her eyes, patted her chest, and asked with lingering fear. "No. I've seen it for the first time too." Gordon twisted his slightly stiff neck. Just now, he didn't dare to make any random movements, because he was afraid that some of his small details would betray his identity. He didn't want to fail at an important moment. "Ah, then what happened to you? I was just talking nonsense. I didn't expect that the giant dragon in front of us was so easy to deal with. We were able to get away with it. Okay. It's okay. This place should have nothing to do with the dragon cult. It's just a molten dragon living here." After seeing the molten dragon, Gordon's original intention to investigate the details of the elite goblins faded. There was nothing good to stay here, so he immediately summoned Nina to leave here quickly. He didn't want to have more trouble. Nina followed him. Of course, she didn't forget to use the magic servant she summoned to help pick up the boy who weighed less than 100 pounds, like a princess, and followed behind its master step by step. The blue sky changed, and only the conversation between the two dragons in the woods and the silent footsteps echoed in the air. "Hey, Mr. Gordon, the dragon just now seemed to be a female? Female? It must be a female. It must be a female. Oh, how did you know?" Although Gordon determined its gender from the voice of the mind link, how did Nina know it? It had no idea. It was impossible for her to eavesdrop on her conversation. "That's the one?" Nina picked up Gordon, then put Gordon's ear in front of her mouth and whispered. But what Nina didn't expect was that before she could be proud and wait for the time of praise, she was hit on the head by a punch from the black cat. Bang! Mr. Gordon, why did you hit my head? Feeling the pain, Nina woke up from the warm feeling. Who told you to look at the wrong place? It was very dangerous just now. Gordon's face was very serious. Nina realized that her recklessness almost brought him trouble. She immediately bowed her head and admitted her mistake without any excuse, because she knew Gordon's habits well. She knew that what he hated most was pale excuses because they were useless. "I know I was wrong. I will never do it again." Nina apologized solemnly and seriously, and Gordon breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't care about these. He just felt that this adventure seemed to have evolved into a playful way under his leadership. Whether it was the slide on the road, the strangeness of Sumerian, or the boundless sea of the demiplane, Nina had never really experienced what adventure was. In her opinion, perhaps going out of the courtyard and killing a few local monsters was an adventure. But Gordon didn't think so. A real adventure not only increases the adventurer's experience, but also increases experience, knowledge, and tempers one's will. It seems that my overprotection of Nina has made her believe one thing. That is, she can do anything in the world. This also led to Nina being particularly indulgent and casual when she was around him. This was a dangerous signal. But fortunately it was discovered in time, and it was not too late to correct it now. Gordon looked up at Nina, who had lowered her head and looked at it, with self-blame flashing in her eyes, and sighed, "Then don't make it again next time. People always make mistakes, and dragons are no exception. Don't blame yourself too much. I used to be no different from you." When he said this, Gordon's mind flashed through scenes from the past, and he felt nostalgic. However, the flash of memory allowed him to see the memory fragments before he was born. which were the remaining memories when he was still a dragon egg. A history that was stolen by someone also created a wonderful encounter between a man and a dragon. However, this time, Gordon saw more than before. Perhaps because it was difficult for him to completely digest the fragments at that time, and he had to wait until his soul was strong enough before they would pour into his brain, which was not originally spacious. However, Gordon didn't care much about such fragments, and they were all things that happened several years ago. In addition, this was only the memory of his predecessor, not him, so he naturally paid less attention to it. However, this time when he recalled the past, Gordon accidentally discovered that most of the memory of the dragon egg was completed. But when he saw the appearance of the dragon that was incubated every day and personally put it in the magma to incubate for 12 hours every day, he was completely stunned, because the one in his memory was exactly the same as the one he saw just now. The appearance of the manic dragon and the position of a scale had not changed at all, so that Gordon seemed to have an illusion. Is this a dream? Feeling the fragrance of the grass and the chirping of insects in the afternoon. This is a world full of reality, and it is naturally not an illusion that will be broken with a poke. This means, the molten dragon just now. Is it the nominal mother of this body? In other words, it has found its mother? This message made Gordon stunned in place. So much so that Nina thought it was still worried about what happened just now. And it was even more heartbroken. But it also made her subconsciously decide in her heart that everything in the future must be aligned with Mr. Gordon. And she will do whatever Mr. Gordon does. Whatever he says. She will say it too? Then, Nina heard a phrase from Gordon's mouth that was barely audible. But to the dragon, it was like a buzzing sound. Mom. Chapter 456 New Plans. Mother. This simple dragon language is a phrase engraved in the blood of every young dragon. Like father. It not only represents the protection that the dragon will give them, but also represents the invisible class differentiation among dragons. Mr. Gordon, what did you say? Nina stopped suddenly, so that the magic servant following behind him stumbled and almost dropped the fisherman Ninger in his arms to the ground. Fortunately, each magic servant was very agile and quick-witted, which saved the boy from physical pain. Nothing. Let me take it easy. You take us back first. You still know the way back. Gordon responded with a face that Nina had never seen before, and it seemed that something big was weighing on him and making him breathless. I know you. But are you really okay? Nina answered subconsciously, but she felt something was wrong and asked with some concern. But Nina's inquiry was doomed to be fruitless. The black cat had closed its eyes and entered a state of dozing. Its tail, which used to love swinging, was now curled up like a helpless little animal. Mr. Gordon. Nina murmured its name and wanted to reach out, but she shrank back. In the end, she hugged it and tried to hold it close to her chest, trying to use the warmth flowing in her body to dispel the cold outside. No matter what happens, I will always be with you, she murmured. Then they resolutely set out on their way home. But what the two dragons didn't know was that as they left Half Moon Island, a red-feathered seabird that was quietly hovering in the sky had already swooped down and rushed into the red swamp. Mother? This word is lingering in Gordon's mind at this moment. It is strange and familiar to him. He has heard the voices of others shouting 1,000 times. Men and women, old and young. But he has never said it himself. Most of the time, he just whispered it. Yes, in his previous life, he grew up in an orphanage, which is why Gordon felt very close to Nina after hearing that she also came from an orphanage. It should not be attached to everything in the previous life, nor should it be repeated. But the sudden appearance of the mother in this life made it have to recall the people in the previous life. Although it grew up in an orphanage, it does not mean that he has no mother. On the contrary, the mother is still alive and well. Although the father is unknown whether he is dead or alive, he should still be free and easy in a corner of the world. At least heartless people live more happily. Right? The mother gave birth to him out of wedlock. At that time, the era was just in the Enlightenment stage, and the internet was not popular. The mother, who was working in other places, had the first reaction that this child should not be known to others. So, she sent him to an orphanage 3 stops away from where she worked. According to her, she felt particularly cold that morning, and every look was like a sharp sword, piercing her so hard that she wanted to take the child back to her hometown. But she couldn't. Later, he was adopted by Grandma Wong from the orphanage. But he didn't have a name at that time. Just a simple Xiaobao. Just because he was the youngest in the orphanage. Later, when he was older, he understood why he was here. But because his playmates all had the same background, he didn't feel too sad. He just occasionally looked at the mother and child holding hands outside the orphanage, or the child sitting on the father's shoulders, and felt a little envious. But this peaceful life did not last long. A young and beautiful woman broke the peace of his life, when she came with toys and snacks that she had seen other children buy with their parents countless times. She seemed like an angel at the moment of her appearance, giving him all the warmth he lacked since birth, just like the sun, covering him, making him warm and full of energy. Later, she said she was her mother, and he was no longer surprised. After all, there were not many, or almost no kind people who came to visit him every month or brought him things. The orphanage was originally remote, and those who could come here every few days were either interested in adopting children or planning to send their children here. It was rare to send food here every day. As the director, Grandma Wang actually guessed her identity from her eyebrows and age when she saw her for the first time. But she did not expose her, allowing her to make up for this child who had lost his family since childhood, and did not blame her. Perhaps young people are always tolerated. Apart from her mother identity, her actual age is not much different from those who have just entered college and society. In fact, they lack knowledge and are not as good as students who have just passed the college entrance examination and entered their favorite universities in some aspects. However, the door of heaven will be closed one day. When the young boy saw her for the first time, he was not taken home by her, but stuffed money to Grandma Wang, who kept shaking her head and sighing. He should have known that there would be consequences in the future. One day she stopped showing up, and the time she used to visit him every month was no longer on time. He held the railing every day and looked forward to the familiar figure. But people came and went. Traffic intertwined, and night fell, day after day, and it never changed. Finally one day, when the sign "The Welfare Home no longer accepts outsiders" was hung high, he still didn't wait for her. In the end, the bitterness that had been brewing for many days overwhelmed his reason. He cried out in grief and called her name miserably. Perhaps at that moment, he realized that she was really gone, left him. In the end, he fell asleep crying and was carried back to his dormitory by Grandma Wang. Mom. He called her name countless times when he was young, and she was also very unfamiliar at this moment. And this one, after recovering its memory, has seen the slender and graceful female dragon bathed in red flames before it was born, when it was still in the consciousness of the egg, and began to chatter to the 3 eggs, telling bedtime dragon stories. If we use the words of the previous life, this is probably prenatal education. Warm daily memories made Gordon even feel that the dragon in front of him was not a molten dragon known for tyranny and chaos, but a metal dragon with order and good character. However, if he knew that Madanakla Falcon Targaryen, known as the Princess of Fire and the Queen of Flint, had spent some time in a research institute under a powerful wizard when she was young, he would understand. After all, there is a saying that the most effective way to change the camp is not the Inquisition, but the wizard laboratory. Under the creation of those crazy wizards, there is no creature that cannot be changed. After all, in that era, floating cities that were like miracles rose from the ground one after another. They called themselves gods, and it was not without reason. Capturing alien creatures for research is a basic subject in their academy. Poor young molten dragon Madonna Kra, who had just left the nest and was not yet a teenager, was met with a weird wizard that she could not resist at all. Under the training of the only female legendary spellcaster in the Arcane Conference, her camp gradually changed from chaotic neutral to lawful neutral. Until the Great Catastrophe, she had been working in the legendary wizard laboratory as an assistant, and occasionally served as a maid to welcome guests. And Gordon, who had just escaped from the nightmare of his previous life, didn't care about these. He was more entangled in what attitude he should take to face the molten dragon in his memory. Actively recognize? Keep a distance? Or let nature take its course? The 3 choices mean its future path and changes. Actively recognizing may gain a powerful ally, at least after seeing that the dragon in front of him in his memory loves and protects his offspring far more than other dragons. Gordon can be sure that at least he will not become an enemy. And keep a distance? Never meet again after today's meeting. Even if you meet, you will walk around from a distance. This option sounds good. After all, it is a stolen body, although it has inherited the memory. And there is a rich inheritance of molten dragon knowledge. but it is still somewhat incompatible, and it cannot achieve unimpeded trust and closeness. Let it go. There is no need to elaborate. At least in Gordon's mind now. The second option is to crush directly, more than the sum of the first and third. In the final analysis, it is afraid. It is afraid of recognition. It is afraid of unnecessary connections. And there will be no more unnecessary ties. If it could, it even wanted to forget everything it saw and heard today, and would rather it didn't happen. But the fact is that it is impossible. Forget it, Gordon sighed, as if he had not come here today. Anyway, he had already repaid the debt of his predecessor, and the real murderer who killed him also died at the hands of Nina, which indirectly avenged it. So why bother to add an unnecessary connection to himself? Just for someone who didn't know if there was a strong support? Or to resolve the regret that had not yet ended in his heart? Forget it. Why bother? It sighed again, opened its eyes, and tried to empty its mind. At this time, Nina had taken it and the human boy away from Half Moon Island. The wizard hand was sliding the oars and moving the sails, allowing the sloop to quickly sail away from Half Moon Island and head to the island of the town where the immortal princess was parked. Wanyan Island. It is famous for the many yellow rocks in the southern part of the bay. Mr. Gordon, how are you? Nina's caring voice came from above. Obviously, the petite girl had noticed that Gordon had awakened. After all, expressions can deceive people. The tail, which best represents cats, has been restlessly raised at this moment. I just want to take a break. Dealing with that molten dragon just now was too damaging to my brain cells. Recover, Gordon replied as if nothing had happened. At the same time, his body had changed from lying down to squatting, and his tail was swaying along the gap between his hand and body. Nina smiled from the bottom of her heart, because she also noticed that Gordon's state had suddenly returned to the state before entering Half Moon Island. She was very happy, so she naturally didn't care that Gordon was saying words she didn't understand, such as brain cells. Mr. Gordon has always been different. This is something she knew not long after she met him since he was born. After all, no dragon would be so smart in its infancy and grow so abnormally. What's the point of caring about a few terms that she has never heard of before? As a spellcaster, as long as she tries to read the notes of the previous wizards, she will basically absorb knowledge that she has never been exposed to before every day. Anti-gravity, the relationship between space and time, the composition of the astral and etheric planes. All of them are profound and difficult to understand. And you need to read other books before you can continue reading. Then, Mr. Gordon, take a rest. Leave this to me. I will be there soon. I will wake you up when I get there, Nina replied happily, seeing Gordon's recovery. It was even more comfortable than enjoying a restful sunbath on the sea on a sunny day. No need. I have adjusted it. I'm sorry for worrying you. Gordon looked nonchalant, but when he said the last sentence, he looked directly at Nina, looking particularly serious. It's okay. It's okay. I'm very happy that you can recover. It all depends on you. If you fall here, Caranther and the others will be in trouble. Nina showed a sly smile, and kicked the guardrail of the ship with one foot. They can solve it themselves. Leo and the legendary team of Caranther. If nothing goes wrong, they must have entered the city. Gordon's eyes looked far away at this moment, as if he could pass through the mountains of the island, the clustered reefs, and the endless waves, looking at the easternmost corner of this island chain, the place shrouded in fog. They can do it. Nina is confident about this. I hope so. Gordon sighed, then retracted his body and shrunk back to Nina's chest. The wind is too strong on the sea. Let's go in. Be careful not to catch a cold. Although Gordon and Nina are already dragons, the wind and cold can no longer invade their bodies. But Nina still feels very useful for such caring words. At least now, she is very obedient and carries Gordon back to the cabin, while she is still talking. How is it possible? Mr. Gordon just knows how to lie to me. Now even if I soak in the sea for 3 days and 3 nights, I won't feel any discomfort. Okay. Humph. Who knows if there is a disease specifically for dragons? You have to be careful. You like to read spell books so much. Be careful of spell addiction. Gordon made a joke. Nina pouted. It would be best if I could get it. By then, I might be stronger than now, and I can help you more. Instead of controlling the magician's hand to row the boat and set sail here, Nina's voice was gradually swallowed by the sound of the waves outside the window. A ray of dusk light shone on the window coffin. And night was coming. Chapter 457 Pirate King. The port of Misty Harbor is full of ships. But unlike the dock at Sumerin, the pedestrians and merchants are all well dressed. Most of the crew members here are extremely vicious, with countless scars on their faces and chests. And the insults they use to greet each other's relatives are endless. Humph. They are all a bunch of low-class stuff. Among the group of black-clothed people who just got off the ship and paid a head tax of 10 silver coins. The few women frowned slightly, as if they were not used to the environment here. Not long after they got off, they saw the pirates reveling and gathering together. It's so vulgar. Please, Milia, this city has lost its order and moral values, and is maintained entirely by force. What high hopes can you place on it? The pirates who were responsible for collecting taxes just now fiercely warned them not to provoke the leader behind the incident. That is, the captain of the Karen Hill adventure team. Tonks Ritter shook his head and smiled bitterly. We need to find Princess Hevelua as soon as possible. You need to know why we are here. I know. If it weren't for little Caranther begging me, I would never come to this damn place in my life. The woman named Milia seemed to have given up the struggle in her heart, and began to be indifferent to everything like them. She only had the road ahead, and the goal in her eyes. Find Princess Hevelua and bring her out. Just as this team, which Caranther had high hopes for, embarked on a journey to find people in a foreign land. Another group of people who came ashore from another corner of Misty Harbor also began to help with the ropes in an orderly manner, and then dealt with the local snake in charge of this dock quite familiarly. This is not your territory. You have crossed the line. Be careful. Quasi from the giant shark gang is looking for you. The skinny boy who left once now comes back again. He no longer has to run for his life. When he sets foot on this land, a courage that comes from nowhere makes him want to roar to the sky and tell everyone. Andy, the Pirate King younger brother, is back again. He is destined to inherit his sister's position and dream and dominate the 5 seas. The little boy that Gordon once met on Rika Island, at this moment, has a mature look and expression like an adult. Moreover, the wind and sun of sailing on the sea for many days, coupled with the unremitting and persistent exercise every day, have reduced his childishness that has not yet completely faded away. After getting off the boat, looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar buildings, Andy would be lying if he said he was not excited. He looked at the huge shadow against the background of the dock town, and the excitement in his eyes made him want to fly into the city called Isophi right now. However, he had to enter the city. But before entering, he needed to make some preparations. For example, White Corner Alley. After escaping from Isophi, he was able to enter a ship in the name of an apprentice. But it was all thanks to the boss of White Corner Alley. Otherwise, he would not have met the righteous Bahamut messenger. Without it, he could not reach Agate Bay. If he could not reach Agate Bay, he would not find that adult. Without that adult, he would not be where he is today. Therefore, Andy naturally had to thank Uncle Smith for helping him out and not betraying him and his sister Angel in the end. Moreover, before entering the city, collecting some intelligence also requires his help. Therefore, it is reasonable for him to go to number 72, White Corner Lane, in the town of Bardo today. Moreover, the adult has not appeared yet, because the ship briefly entered the boundless sea and disappeared in the main material plane, resulting in the missed encounter between the two. But Andy firmly believes that the adult must be somewhere in the city, waiting for his arrival. However, the above things are not as easy as Andy thought, and the first step to enter the Fongwa street of Bardo town failed. Or, his journey was forced to stop. A large-scale fight took place on the dock, and this battle also hindered Andy's steps to the famous Fongwa street of Bardo town. Seeing the two forces with various tattoos, various races, strong physiques, and even half-giant crew members suddenly rushing out from the alleys on both sides. Not to mention Andy. Even the hooded man standing behind him, who had been carrying a giant stick, was slightly startled. However, he was only slightly startled. After realizing that they were not the target of their sneak attack, he put down his hand that was originally about to hold the sword. As long as he didn't need to take action at the moment, he naturally didn't want to take action. After all, his energy and spirit were much worse than before. After a battle with the mother of the 10,000 beasts in the boundless sea, his daily energy had been completely drained. If possible, he would rather lie on the bed now, and then leisurely take out the spoils he had harvested before and appreciate them. But the reality was not as he thought. The two forces mixed with the beastmen had already begun to stir. The first thing was the familiar sound of shouting and cursing. The things of greeting each other's relatives, whether on the mainland or overseas, were endless. They were happy to use this to attack their opponents, or change their mentality. If they were a little impatient, it would not be in vain. This tactic is not uncommon, and it does not arouse the interest of many experienced adventurers. Fortunately, before the battle was about to begin, a handsome boy looked at them and waved his hand. And then the originally airtight alley immediately had a rescue passage that was large enough to accommodate their actions. Andy, who had no intention of staying here for a long time, naturally refused and immediately led the others through the long corridor of the alley. But before leaving, Andy turned back and said to the handsome boy, "Thank you." Coincidentally, the battle over there had already begun, and their words could no longer contain their anger. When Andy thanked him, a guy with a body length of more than 3 meters was constantly covering his chest, spitting blood foam from his mouth, looking at the sky with shock on his face, and twitching slightly. The handsome boy just put away the bloody short blade, picked up the pirate's dropped scimitar, and used a sharp sword combo on the enemy in front of him. Blood splattered. The enemy cried out in pain, but the curse was so powerless, and it was like an accelerant. The more you cursed, the more the handsome boy who didn't look like a pirate laughed, until the pain of the enemy behind him and his wild laughter came together, playing a song of death. Andy took another look. Before it left the island, there was no such person on the dock. His handsomeness was accompanied by madness, which easily reminded people of the believers who betrayed the righteous gods and threw themselves into the arms of the evil gods. "Did you grow up in this environment when you were a child?" A former adventure companion looked at Andy and asked with some admiration. After all, if Andy was born in such an environment and then grew up, it would be really difficult for him to become what he is now. "Not really. When I was a child, I was always with my sister Angel. These pirates were very polite to me at that time. I spent most of my time in the city, and I didn't see that much fighting." Andy hesitated for a while before uttering these few words. But these few words obviously couldn't satisfy his teammates. To be honest, Andy was really well hidden, or looked too pitiful. Most people would ignore his background and worry about touching the soft wounds in his heart. But now he took the initiative to start telling the story, and these teammates could listen to it while they still had some time to go to White Corner Alley. Soon, when his sister Angel's identity as the only female pirate king among the 5 pirate kings was known to everyone, cries of surprise rang out from the crowd. "What? Silver Eyes is your sister? The bloody flower on the sea is your sister? Andy, you have been hiding it from us." Some teammates, who had guessed but were not sure, spoke up. "I had some doubts before. After all, Misty Port is said to be governed by 5 pirate kings, but it has been governed by one person in recent years, and Andy left Misty Port before the turbulent changes began a few years ago. It is hard not to be suspicious. But I really didn't expect that he was actually Silver Eyes' brother. My best guess is that he might be a relative of other captains. I really didn't expect, Silver Eyes actually has a brother." He was amazed. After all, Silver Eyes was a female pirate king active on the sea, and her gender was always a topic of endless debate. Some people said that Silver Eyes was just a madman who liked to dress up as a woman, or that the entire pirate group was a madman. Otherwise, which normal pirate would insist on robbing the ships of nobles, or the ships that were deliberately hung in an attempt to deter the scoundrels in the dark? You know, most of these ships that dared to cross the border were dead. But Silver Eyes was an exception. She and her Amazon warriors once committed 15 crazy crimes on the sea in 1 month, plundering all the objects that a small kingdom exploited its people and paid tribute to the empire. The king of the small kingdom was angry and wanted to send troops to encircle and suppress them. But often, before the fleet approached Silver Eyes' ships, the warship Angel of the Sea that was as windy as the wind on the sea would swish and leave these ordinary ships that were still at the level of sailing warships far behind. As a result, after the army of that kingdom was dispatched, they could only follow behind Silver Eyes, not to mention trying to catch her. Of course, no one would recognize her as the pirate king just because she could run. Strength is also a crucial factor. The deeds of Silver Eyes, or Queen of Silver Eyes, are even more terrifying than her having a warship that no one can catch up with. And the reason why she avoided the battle before was that she didn't want to see a group of people lose their lives in vain in the waves because of the order of a stupid king. Otherwise, if there was a fog, let alone 5 warships, even 10 warships would probably not be enough for her and her Amazon war group to kill. You have to know that the death of wanted criminals that are feared by notorious and vicious pirates or bounty hunters is her best honor and merit, which is enough to shut up those doubters. Silver-Eyed Queen. It is not known when this title began to spread. It is only known that at the beginning, this name was the terrible devil with a pair of silver eyes. Her first appearance was on the Golden Channel of the New World handover route, the Massey Strait, where pirate activities are most frequent. As a must-pass route for all ships, the activity of pirates is normal. After all, in the sea, a place without territory and territorial division, people's ambitions and desires will expand unrestrained, so that many things that people want to do but dare not do on land will become extremely normal on the sea. Or, in the end, most people will succumb to the beast in their hearts. This gave rise to a large number of plunderers who relied on the Golden Channel to suck blood, which is the origin of pirates. The legend of the demon with silver eyes began with a story on a merchant ship Massey bound for the New World. It is said that their ship was hit by a terrifying pirate who was not the best on the route at that time, but his reputation far exceeded that of other pirates. In other words, he made him a target. You know, this ruthless pirate captain named Black Jack was well known at the time. When his flag rose from the sea level, most merchant sailors were frightened and passengers were even more frightened. There was no other reason. Anyone who was hit by Black Jack would be killed. The looted ships had nothing left except wreckage, and there were almost no survivors. Therefore, he brought not only fear and death, but also despair. Either you die or he dies. And often, this choice is not controlled by you. The demon with silver eyes was the only one who chose the former in this choice. She was no more than 18 years old, in a head-on battle watched by all pirates and merchants. She used an extremely slender and flexible rapier to pierce the curtain of fear that enveloped Black Jack, and also pierced his reputation. All those who witnessed the battle remembered the silver eyes that shone in the sun, and the means that were more devilish than the devil. He was covered in blood, and he had to exchange injuries for injuries. It was a completely desperate way of fighting. In the end, before Black Jack died, he was shrouded in the fear brought by others, because he found that when death came, he was afraid, who was not afraid before. But the trembling hand could not stop the fast and steady rapier, nor could he stop a rising star from stepping on his corpse and climbing up step by step, because he would not be the last. It took her only 3 years to go from the title of Silver-Eyed Devil to the title of Silver-Eyed Queen. She truly became the pirate king who ruled the seas, lived up to her title, and no one dared to question her. Yes, she is my sister, Andy said very seriously. Chapter 458 Intelligence. Silver-Eyed Younger Brother. This identity is enough to make people look at him more. However, according to Andy's current situation, he is actually worthy of this title. People will not underestimate him after seeing him, thinking that he has no ability except for having a powerful sister. After all, now he has a mature temperament far beyond his peers in terms of physique and temperament. Coupled with his identity, no one will look down on him no matter where he goes. Alas, your sister. Now, some people sighed. After all, as a pirate king, Angel did not do much for the truly kind or innocent people. She plundered and looted the ships of other pirates or nobles under the kingdom she was loyal to in the past. In the reputation of civilians and adventurers, it is far higher than other pirate kings. When these adventurers heard that his sister was now trapped in a cage, they naturally felt a sense of sympathy for her kind. And the death of the rabbit was a pity for the fox. After all, such a powerful person who once roamed the world became a prisoner, which always made people feel that the hero was old, especially thinking about themselves. I don't know, so we are going to find Uncle Smith now, who sent me out of the misty port. And he shook his head, and then looked at the alley behind him, where the sound of swords and swords had gradually faded. His eyes were a little confused, but he was not slow, and he pointed the direction with his finger. He remembered the location of White Corner Alley clearly. After all, before escaping from Mysify, his sister asked him to recite the maps she had drawn many times. Every street, every blind spot, and even the location of every sewer entrance. He still remembered it clearly. You can't go wrong. Go forward through the third intersection and turn left. Walk to the dead-end alley. Take a shortcut. And walk for another 5 minutes. You can see the treasure fountain standing on the square of Bato Town. When you see the treasure fountain, you are only 1 street away from White Corner Alley. The map in his mind automatically selected the most convenient road for Andy. After he figured it out, he led his teammates behind him and walked forward. Although he was a little confused about the guy behind him who was fighting between gangs. Or a little familiar. But now his focus had to be on how to rescue his sister. So he had to miss it. Maybe I can meet him again in the future. Andy thought so. And quickly led people to leave this alley. And not long after he left, the young boy with a rebellious look and blood all over his face. But it was all other people blood. Carried a semicircular scimitar thicker than his thigh. And easily brushed a knife flower. His face was indifferent. But his companions were extremely enthusiastic and said excitedly, "Boss! We did it! Rat Alley is ours from now on. The monthly income is 10 times that of the Seabird Wharf where we stayed before. Hee hee. We don't have to worry about not being able to pay for the barbecue at the Sea Dog Tavern anymore. We can go there every day in the future. Boss! Can we go out to sea to rob goods and women like them in the future?" They were full of excitement. And even the injuries from the battle just now didn't hurt that much. You have to know that since the town of Bardo was originally a gathering place attached to Isophi, most of the famous pirates sailed directly into Isophi through the inland river instead of anchoring outside the misty port. Since the Blood Hand pirates, the biggest force in the town of Bardo, never returned, the town without a leader immediately fell into chaos. All kinds of small pirates and small leaders, who were not even qualified to enter Isophi, occupied various places in the town and collected protection fees that should have been collected by the Blood Hand pirates. However, due to the rapid change of forces and the lack of a backbone, the pirates in the main city of Isophi did not know what they were thinking, or they did not fancy this piece of land. And there was no movement. Most shops where people living here are unwilling to give their wealth to a force that does not know whether they can see the mist rising in the morning of the next day. Who can say whether it will take 1 night or 2 nights? And this name will be erased from the town of Bato, in order to stabilize and let the chaotic town settle down again. These small forces have to get together and discuss how to divide and stabilize the order. So after a week of continuous discussions, a brand new system was established in this seaside town. The rules and regulations were also quickly spread among the people and populations of various forces. The rules state that when each faction fights for territory, it must fight without affecting the local residents. Otherwise, they will be attacked by the crowd and expelled from the town of Bateau. Moreover, there is a control between the factions. There is a cooling time for fighting and annexing. If the battle is carried out during non-combat time, the person who specifies the rules will also be expelled from the town. Because only in this way can the town that was originally under the jurisdiction of the Blood Hand come back. And they can also gain a foothold here again, and share a sum of protection fees from local residents and the berthing fees of foreign ships. Otherwise, in the end, in addition to making the originally settled town of Bardo a mess, residents, merchants, and outsiders all stopped coming here and focused on other towns that depended on Isophi. That would be a complete loss. It is for this reason that those small forces that were originally at odds with each other, disliked each other, but could not do anything to each other, sat at a table calmly to discuss the terms. Of course, there were also scenes of arguing in order to try to obtain favorable conditions for themselves. In short, they are one of the small forces composed of decadent teenagers who have successfully jumped to the top and gradually expanded their territory under the existing rules. Next, they will annex this block and the remaining forces after winning the battle. But as a price, they will not be able to take the initiative to attack those whose territory is smaller than theirs. And the original block will be given to the new small forces as a starting point. This is also the strategy of raising poisonous insects that everyone agrees with when the rules are formulated. Because only in this way can a leader of a force that everyone is convinced to be selected, rather than stupid teammates who do nothing but give blind orders. Of course, we will have ships, pirate groups, and territories, and the future here will be ours. The rebellious young man answered without hesitation, with full confidence on his face. He was not timid about the challenges that were about to appear on the journey of life, but was full of fighting spirit. I believe, sooner or later, one day, I want to make everyone in that city shout out my name. Grum. Ha ha ha. The boy named Grum also showed a happy expression when he said this, and he excitedly performed several more knife tricks. His piercing voice immediately resounded throughout the sky of this piece of land, even drowning out the sound of the waves. Boss, I've decided to follow you. I believe you can also become a powerful pirate king, like the Silver-Eyed Queen, Sea Dragon King, and Thunder Giant. Add me too. Yeah. Following the boss gives you a sense of security. The chaotic words sounded noisy to others. But Grum, the protagonist in the center of the vortex, was very happy. And when he heard the Silver-Eyed Queen, he showed a smile. A knowing smile. Teacher Angel, I will definitely complete the tasks you have assigned to me. And the first thing I have to do now is to conquer this town. And then go out to sea to find your brother, so that you will not be in vain in teaching me. In fact, if Andy had been a little more careful just now, he would have seen that the skills and weapon attack methods of this boy named Jim were similar to Angel's court swordsmanship. It was a pity that he left too quickly. But the situation did not allow him to calm down and observe carefully. After all, he did not want to participate in a battle between forces. He did not even have time to hide, let alone stand and observe. Let's go! Let's go to the Grizzly House to celebrate. Jim greeted everyone. This was what they should enjoy. Because, here, it is a deformed ecology where the winner takes all and the loser leaves. The power here is the truth. No one will scold a strong and powerful sailor or pirate in the street unless you have the strength to not fear him. Otherwise, death may be a more pleasant destination. Great. The boss is mighty. Go, my fried lamb chops. I want to eat 3 servings today. No one is allowed to stop me. Woohoo! It was a wise choice to follow the boss at the beginning. Gum listened to this and smiled knowingly. But he felt a little regretful in his heart. If this scene was seen by his teacher, it would be so much better. On the other side, in the prosperous and busy White Corner Lane, which is not inferior to the prosperity of Isophan City, desperate traders from all over the world are constantly observing back and forth on both sides of the street, trying to find the most valuable one from the pirates' dirt or spoils. As the owner of the weapon shop, Smith will open the door early and display the armor equipment on both sides of the shop directly outside, so that the adventurers coming and going could easily see the equipment in the store. It's right there. A burst of joyful voice cut through the sky. Smithville didn't want to do it, but he didn't expect that there would be customers before he hung up. He looked up and found a group of young men with different clothes, but excited faces appeared at the corner of the street not far away. However, when he wanted to attribute this purchase to the imagination of ordinary buyers, a strong man with brilliant golden hair said 3 words softly, which made him feel like he was struck by lightning and stunned on the spot. Angel, she asked me to find you. Mr. Smith, save me. In the dark night, the words and actions of the blond boy were still fresh in his memory. Even though it was a scene a few years ago, Smithville could still find the blond boy with a determined face, and the boy who only knew how to cry and stuttered before overlapped with each other. As the clues increased. Oh! Gods above. Andy, you are still alive. Sure enough, the great Umbral will keep you safe even on land. This man, who was 50 years old and had gray hair, but his clothes and hairstyle were all neatly done, looked surprised. And then what he said made Andy speechless. He actually attributed his success and returned to the sea goddess Umbral, who had nothing to do with him. In addition, he silently stroked the emblem on his chest, which was hard to see without careful observation. But Andy still respected the old man in front of him. After all, it was he who sent him out of Misty Harbor. If it weren't for him, he might have died by the hands of the black hand that imprisoned his sister. Mr. Smith, long time no see. Seeing Smith walking towards him, Andy naturally didn't hesitate and greeted him with a smile. Then he saw the old man excitedly pointing at him with the wooden stick that was originally used for propaganda. And as each physical fitness standard passed, the old man's face became more joyful. But before he finished the examination, Andy, who couldn't wait to know something from him, had already taken the initiative to start breaking the news. The Bloodhand pirates you asked me to follow have been destroyed. The wreckage of their ship is still on an unknown island, left to be eroded by the sea. The first sentence shocked Smith, who was quite familiar with the local situation. Although they all doubted that Bloodhand had not returned, it was still somewhat shocking when it was told by an insider. After all, the story told by Andy can be regarded as a turn of events. What about you? Smith couldn't help but ask. Andy smiled when he heard Smith's question. And I almost died in the aftermath of the dragon wrath. If I hadn't met the messenger of the good God who rescued me from the island, I would have been buried on the island with him. His eyes were still full of piety and reminiscence, as if he recalled the day when he held the light in his own hands. The excitement of the state of mind is probably much stronger than today. Right? He stabilized the fluctuating emotions in his heart, suppressed his excitement, and then spoke slowly. So, Bahamut's messenger brought me to a human merchant ship, where I settled down in the bottom of the ship. 5 days later, I arrived at the dock of the dazzling Southern Pearl, Agate City. There, I made many friends and found that adult. But that's another very long story. I have plenty of time to tell you about this later. But now, Mr. Smith, I want to know how my sister is doing now. Do you have any information about her now? Andy said a lot of words, and the last few sentences directly stated his purpose. Silver eyes. Angel's current information is crucial to him. Chapter 459 Origin. Just as Andy and his party were communicating with the manager of the weapons shop for information about his sister, Nina and Gordon also returned to the town of Im. Ningir, a young fisherman who had fainted due to the might of the molten dragon, was also confused, following behind them. If he were to describe what this journey was like, I'm afraid that only questions like who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? Came to his mind, especially when he found himself being carried by an invisible servant princess. The strange feeling brought by the extraordinary magic almost made him scream, and he rolled over from the servant's hands, chewing the wet black soil on the ground before he woke up. But at this moment, he still had countless doubts, looking at the silver-haired girl in the mysterious spellcaster's robe. But there were countless questions in his heart that he wanted to tell or ask, but they were lingering on his lips, and he couldn't say a word. Gordon and Nina naturally didn't care about the people behind them. At this moment, Nina was thinking more about the current primary task, to find out the truth about the city in the distance. She had sent people to communicate with the two teams that had entered the city and exchange information with each other. After all, if nothing unexpected happened, their enemy this time was the same person, or the same dragon. The dragon lich hidden behind the scenes. Although the lich had to be questioned. So far, no strong evidence that it was not a lich had been found. And the gray fog that was suspected to be undead had become increasingly silent. Isophi, which had no human presence, could stand out from the side. The residents inside might have become its minions under the increasing corrosion of the dragon. Although it is unknown why the dragon did not attack the people outside the city, it is conceivable that if it successfully completes the task assigned by Tiamat, then this former pirate paradise and illegal land will probably become a thing of the past. The main purpose of Gordon and Nina is to completely crush Tiamat's plan and prevent it from obtaining the artifact that can smash the King of Killing Star according to the prophecy. Therefore, under the deterrence of the Dragon Madness chain, those evil-colored dragons dare not gather together too recklessly. Whether it is the mysterious eastern woodland or the mystic forest of the New World, you can find books about the use of the Dragon Madness chain. As long as the dragon ravages the continent again, those guys who once dragged the dragon down from the altar of the times will not miss the second chance. You know, if the dragon comes to power, the elves will be more unlucky than humans. After all, whether it is the wood elves, the moon elves, or the elves of other races, they have been on the menus of various dragons. And even the names of dishes, which is simply crazy, even if they don't eat them. The more thoughtful dragons will think that elves are the best slaves, and will use their own blood to transform them into their dragon followers, so that they can completely submit to the power brought by their blood. This is why the elves are so hostile to those evil-colored dragons. After all, in other words, do you like the bastards who once enslaved your ancestors? If you have the chance, you will beat them up. Of course, if it is a dragon, it is the same. Therefore, this is why the Star God Messenger responded to the call of hundreds of people. Everyone is worried about how much suffering other intelligent creatures will have to endure when the dragons lose their shackles and step onto the stage of the times again. Although Gordon doesn't care about these, he yearns for a stable order. He will never allow the colored dragons to dominate. However, if it is him, it is another matter. Of course, he also knows his own limitations. Although he can be regarded as a local overlord in terms of strength, he is not good enough on the mainland. The legendary strength only gives him a ticket to compete. Not all. He needs to get the rest by himself. However, before that, He needs to accumulate strength. Otherwise, with his current level, even if he enters, he is probably just a bottom-level dragon that can be ravaged by anyone. After all, there are so many lucky people, and talented people are not uncommon. It is not uncommon for the Son of God to go from 0 to no God in 2 years. Not to mention that it took nearly 10 years for an ordinary molten dragon like him to reach the legendary level. He must be extremely careful on the road ahead. Nina! A call woke Gordon from his reverie. It was Caranther's voice. At this moment, she was standing at the highest point of the village, in front of a bell tower, trying to find a way with them. Sir Gordon, she also shouted, and she made up this sentence as soon as she saw the black cat. Boring. Gordon turned his head back and continued to think about the path he should take next, and whether there were any mistakes in the previous plan. This required him to think carefully in his mind several times, and only after confirming that it was correct would he be confident and bold to implement it. This was also the reason why Gordon's countless plans were able to be flawless, so that even if the mission failed, he would have a clear conscience. After all, it has tried its best and done what it should do. The rest can only be left to fate. Nina was also very happy and waved her hand. The two girls gathered together again. Nina lay on the handrail of the bell tower, looking at the dark clouds in the distance, thinking constantly. Only a fisherman boy was left. Feeling uneasy and not knowing whether to leave or stay, Caranther asked Nina a lot of questions, including why they disappeared as soon as they got off the boat and what they did. Nina said everything she could say, and naturally did not reveal a word of what she could not say. And Caranther finally revealed his purpose after such a long greeting. Nina, and Lord Gordon, when will you enter the city? She looked at the man and the cat with hope, trying to find the answer from their faces. But Nina also stared at them. In the end, the situation became a picture of two girls staring at a cat, and the cat was still looking at the sunset without making a decision. Gordon first, Nina shouted bravely, but stopped talking halfway, although she didn't know why Mr. Gordon fell into deep thought again. It must be something important. Therefore, she gestured to Caranther and called Mingir, a fisherman who was standing blankly beside him. The three of them slowed down their pace and quietly followed the spiral staircase to leave the bell tower, leaving the beautiful scenery here too. A black cat. Before the last ray of light at dusk disappeared in the rugged mountains, whose outlines could not be seen in the sky. Gordon finally reviewed the plan he had made here 3 times in his mind and thought of more than 10 preliminary options. Finally, he could take a good rest. However, when he came to his senses, he found that he was the only one on the bell tower. After flipping through his memory, he realized that Nina had discussed the problem with Caranther in a smart way in order not to disturb him. Gordon's divine mind swept slightly, and the light of the believers appeared in his retina, and the deepest and reddest light ball was located in a small house in the west of it, heading towards the sea. This was naturally Nina emblem. Gordon didn't waste any words and jumped directly from the tower as high as the 4th floor, then adjusted his posture at high altitude, and then with an easy pounce, it landed steadily on the brick house with blue walls and white tiles, making a creaking sound. And this sound also caused it a lot of trouble. For example, someone is sleeping soundly, but is annoyed by the sound of Gordon passing by on the roof, and immediately asks loudly, "Who is it? Walking around on the roof in the middle of the night?" Another example is that someone is so frightened that they suddenly open the window, making a piercing sound, and the whole village can hear them shouting, "There is a thief! Catch the assassin!" This is a bit exaggerated, but since more people still regard Gordon as a real cat, if they knew that this cat was transformed from a dragon, I'm afraid it would be more terrifying then. The above 2 more bizarre ways of calling will appear. Of course, Gordon did not deliberately appreciate the ugliness of these humans, but only said that they were too nervous, and the slightest movement could make them panic all day long. But in this way, perhaps the residents here know something. Otherwise they would not be so surprised. It seems necessary to ask and investigate. Thinking of this, Gordon easily jumped down from the roof and jumped into a very ordinary farmyard with some fishing nets and dried fish. According to the position of the light ball, Nina is here at the moment. It had vaguely guessed why they were here, but it didn't rush in. Instead, it waited until the noise inside died down a little. Then it took a step forward, letting the warm yellow candlelight from the cracks in the window illuminate its dark fur, and knocked gently, very rhythmically. "Nina, who was used to the way Gordon knocked on the door, had already heard that it was Gordon knocking on the door, and immediately jumped up happily, took the hand of the girl next to her, and made a shushing gesture to her, whispering, "Zeiningfu, don't feel strange when you see it later. You must be respectful enough to it. Understand? Who is it?" Still a little confused. She didn't understand anything. She only knew that the beautiful sister in front of her and the fishing village girl, who she was very good at chatting with, showed nervousness for the first time. The person respected by both sisters must be extraordinary. It is the most important person in my heart. I grew up with it, and witnessed many things I never dared to think of before. It saved me. She hesitated for a short time. Or rather, she didn't have time to hesitate. The girl next to her had already thrown down a sentence. "Don't worry, Zeiningfu. It's easy to get along with, and rarely gets angry." After saying that, she took the lead to open the door. She could only swallow her saliva in her heart, as if to cheer herself up. "I will. Zeiningfu will do it." But from what Sister Nina said, it seems that the person who came is a humble and gentle good person? Is he like Grandpa Fatsy in the town? Just when Zeiningfu was thinking about it, Nina's joyful voice pulled her back to reality from her fantasy. "Mr. Gordon, you're here. It's so late. Haven't you had dinner yet? Caranther and I left some for you. But not here. On the Immortal Princess. It's okay. I'm not particularly hungry now. What are you two doing here? This isn't the guide." Well, the kid went out, and before he left, he told us to send food to his sister, Caranther, and I thought there was nothing to do. So we came here to send some bread or something. As a result, we found his sister very cute. So we started chatting here. Hee hee. Nina showed a rather embarrassed smile. And Gordon was helpless. Please, if they changed their gender, she and Caranther would probably be no different from those weird uncles. It took so long to send a meal. But having said that, Gordon would not be entangled by such a small matter. And he said it very happily. "Nina, I've been thinking about this for the whole afternoon and have figured it out. If nothing goes wrong, we enter the city tomorrow and go survey the terrain. To be on the safe side." Gordon still felt it necessary to take a good look around Misty Harbor. Otherwise, if this place really becomes a battlefield in the future, then if something changes, it will have room for maneuver as it is familiar with the terrain. Of course, if it can stay here and everything goes perfectly according to plan, that would be the best. Really? That's great. Caranther. Nina hesitated a little, as if the princess of the AM Empire had said a lot of things at night. No, we have discussed it on the ship. Only on the ship can we ensure safety. She can't get close to Misty Harbor. Otherwise, someone else's mind will be divided to protect her. She shouldn't want to become a burden. Right? Seeing that Nina was about to do that, Gordon immediately refused verbally. The safety of Caranther was discussed before the legendary warrior and his team left the ship. The princess must not approach the Misty Port. Otherwise, if something unexpected happened, not only would Hewelo not be saved, but the princess would be killed. That would make people laugh, losing both the lady and the army. Well, I go and persuade her later. Then, Mr. Gordon, don't stand at the door. Let's go in. The house is quite clean. Gordon did not refuse Nina's invitation, and followed her into the house, which was not big but very clean and tidy inside and out. Caranther was lowering her head, hiding in the shadows where the light could not reach. Obviously, she had heard the conversation between Gordon and Nina at the door. There was also a little girl who Gordon had never seen before, but she was very cute. Looking at something furtively, when she saw Nina coming, she asked with a look of confusion and loss, "Sister Nina, didn't he come in?" "Who?" Nina looked at the black cat under her feet, and her first reaction was a little confused. "The gentleman you mentioned?" Zenith asked innocently. Then, her eyes blurred, and she found that a black cat with shiny fur had jumped onto the stool opposite her. Then, while the girl was in doubt, the black cat spoke. It spoke a standard universal language. "Little girl, do you really want to see me?" Chapter 460 Misty Harbor. The next morning, Gordon and Nina simply had some local specialty mushrooms and seaweed soup similar to porridge for breakfast on the Immortal Princess, and then set off for the Misty Harbor, which was about 40 minutes away from here. Usually, many fishermen or local people with some strength would go there to try their luck and see if they could sell their goods or find something to do there. Although it was dangerous, the settlement there was all in gold coins. Unlike the town of Vim, where you couldn't find a piece of golden, cute little thing with an attractive luster even if you turned up every inch of soil. Gordon and Nina took a similar ship, paid a silver coin as the fare, and then boarded this light sailboat with a white background and red body, which was larger than Niger yesterday. It was specially used to carry people, and it was not very convenient for fishing. It was said that it was a thing eliminated by those pirates. Gordon and Nina could see sword scratches caused by fighting everywhere on it, as well as brown-red blood spots that could not be washed away no matter how many times the sea water washed it. In the small cabin, besides Nina, there were several local villagers. Their eyes would always intentionally or unintentionally sweep over Nina, who was standing in the corner and gently stroking the black cat back. However, when they saw her wearing clothes with noble gold threads, which were obviously extraordinary products, their eyes would quickly converge. The people in Vim town were no different from the residents of other villages. When they saw good things, they would not fully reveal their thoughts. That greedy look might be normal in other places, but in Misty Port, where pirates and wanted criminals were everywhere, showing such eyes, I am afraid that even if you are blessed by the goddess of luck, it is not surprising to die 10 times a day if you don't have the strength. Although there is order here, there is no order in the shadows. In the Bay of Misty Port, there are a group of catfish that stay on the seabed every day, waiting for corpses. Each of them is bigger than a human. It is effortless for them to swallow an adult man. However, the habit over the years has made them lose their instinct to hunt. After all, there will be food falling from the sea every day, so why bother chasing those same creatures with less meat, more bones, and less delicious? So that at some time, as long as you get up early enough, before the thick fog of the port of Misty Port rises, if you are unlucky enough, you can see hundreds of catfish with big mouths, tearing each other apart, one or several unknown floating corpses in the bay. It can be said to be a feast for gluttony. But these have nothing to do with Gordon. He returned to the Immortal Princess last night and thought a lot. Whether it was the plan or the variables that occurred in the middle. Every possibility. He tried his best to deduce and think. Even the possibility of Tiamat clone coming here was preset by Gordon. But it was unlikely to be used. After all, the Celestial Realm gods had already rushed to the main battlefield. And this place was just a part of Tiamat's great cause. Although it was crucial, it was still inferior to the former. After all, if its main body could not even descend to the main material plane, and the altar of sacrifice was destroyed, then even if the artifact was obtained here, what was the point? Without the blessing of Tiamat, it would be unrealistic for the artifact to exert its full strength. After all, the last shot exhausted the power of countless ancient dragon sages to use the heavy artillery that was enough to shatter the stars. Although it was a pity that it was off target. The falling of the star fragments one by one still left an indelible mark on this land, enough to witness its power. The falling star lake in the Dongzong forest of the southern kingdom, and the inland sea pier more than 10 miles north of Agate Bay are the masterpieces of the artifact in the past. Soon, as the boatmen skillfully avoided the reefs in the coastal waters, this light sailboat with a length of no more than 10 meters was like a silver fish swimming upstream, and the graceful boat shadow rippled in the waves. Soon, as the thick fog gradually peeled away, it was like the layers of curtains in front of them finally opened. For the first time, Gordon and Nina saw the true appearance of the Misty Port. Compared with looking from afar, it felt more of the strangeness of this coastal giant city, the lawless land, and the uncanny work of nature when it turned into a cat. The port in front of us was intertwined among the tall reefs that were narrow and only allowed 2 ships to pass. Next to each reef, there was a strange black hut, and people could be vaguely seen inside. And every time the ship was there, it would stop for a moment. The boat that Gordon and Nina were on stopped at the entrance, where the 5th reef and island were blocked. The boatman also stopped the boat. Through the linen curtains, the boatman could be heard saying to the person at the handle with a flattering smile, "Boss Bonebreaker, we are here." How many people? It was a bland voice, but it was enough to hear his arrogant attitude in front of the boatman. 8. 8. The boatman emphasized, and then heard the sound of copper coins swaying in the bag. Nina and Gordon both felt the boat sink. And then the curtains were opened. A one-eyed pirate with 3 scars on his eyebrows, a bit of the appearance of the New World gnomes, and the blood of the Northlanders, poked his head in. Although his face was expressionless, his eyes could not be faked. Everyone he stared at was like being stared at by a ferocious beast, and cold sweat broke out on their backs for no reason. However, when his eyes noticed the silver-haired girl in the cabin, who didn't fit in with the others, he became a little confused. Normally, people dressed like this would not take a boat that only charged 2 silver coins. Magic ships or flying vehicles are the first choice for these noble and mysterious spellcasters, rather than staying in this cabin that smells of rotten seafood or damp mold, with a group of minions that he can knock down 10 of with one hand. His voice was indeed unusually gentle at this moment, and his violence was reduced a little. Most pirates do not become pirates because they are not smart. They still need to have basic ability to read people expressions, especially in this city where all kinds of people are mixed. When facing people whose identities are unknown, being humble or having a normal attitude and not being so bad can often save a life. This is also a lesson that the old people in the city who have lived long enough must learn and pass on to the next successor. This is Miss Nina, a distinguished guest from the mainland. She seems to want to stay here for a while before going to the New World. While resting, she said she wanted to visit the legendary Free City. So I brought her here. When the boatman talked about Nina, he straightened his back unconsciously, as if he was on an equal footing with the pirate who could easily control his life and death. He said without fear, "Oh, that's really a distinguished guest." The one-eyed pirate's eyes quickly swept over Nina ornaments. Most pirates have a certain ability to identify after years of plundering. He was very keen to notice that every piece of this silver-haired girl body was an extremely rare magic wonder. It was not the kind of low-level magic that could be bought with a few hundred gold coins, but the kind of rare. Each one was a high-level magic wonder made by a master craftsmanship. The one-eyed pirate almost blurted out the words, but he was quick-witted and quickly thought of the next words. So a fluent and smooth speech sounded in everyone's ears. "You are very welcome, beautiful lady. The charm of the Free City is that no matter who you are, you can stand freely in this city and fully display your ambitions that you cannot display elsewhere. If you are interested in this place, you can go around more often. Whether it is the Prophet's Inn in the town of Batto or the Spell Research Association in Skull Cliff, they are all good places to go." The literary words in his mouth, coupled with his face that tried hard to be kind but still inevitably revealed a fierce aura, seemed particularly funny. But it did have a bit of exotic style, with his unique common language mixed with some unknown local dialect. "Thank you. I go check it out." Nina smiled politely. She wasn't so jealous of pirates. After all, no matter what profession, sometimes they have to do something. Although Nina couldn't understand it, she remained neutral, neither liking nor hating it. "If you need a guide, there is a Brothers Tavern 100 meters to the left of the shore. Find old John inside and say that I, Poochie, introduced him. He will give you a good price. With a guide, you can also understand the general composition of the forces, so as not to cause unwarranted malice." The originally cold and vicious pirate suddenly became like a procuress. It can be said that he was passionate and made people feel at home. However, everyone present understood that if it weren't for strength and tyrannical financial resources, what was waiting for the girl would not be recommendation and enthusiasm, but greed and prying, like a poisonous snake in the dark, ready to move. Of course, it's almost the same now, but on the surface, they won't act rashly before they can estimate Nina's true strength and background. Those who do this job without thinking may be lucky enough to live for 1 or 2 years. But those who do it blindly and kill the fat sheep when they see it will be difficult to live in Misty Port for 5 years, the probability of not mentioning iron plate is very small, unless you are the illegitimate child of the goddess of luck. Otherwise, sooner or later, greed and desire will ruin yourself. And those who are dominated by desire will not have a good end. And only those who can truly control desire will be the final winner. "Yeah," Nina expressed her attitude in a cold voice, and the pirates restrained the smile on their faces and returned to their previous appearance of not allowing strangers to enter. He walked out coldly and said to the boatman, "There are 8 people, but there is also a cat, plus 1 silver coin. But how can the pet of the master mage be treated like an ordinary cat? Why, do you look down on him?" "That's not what I meant. I pay it. Isn't it okay if I pay it, Boss Poochie?" The boatman could only sigh and hand over another silver coin he got from Nina, lamenting that he had worked in vain again. But there was no other way. If he didn't go with Poochie, he might lose both the boat and the people if he went to other places. At least here, after raising the boat fare, he could still make a decent enough fortune. instead of having to fight with the sea and the monsters in the sea like a fisherman, snatching the hard-earned gift from nature. As the one-eyed pirate left, the boat quickly sailed inward. This waterway was extremely curved and there were still jagged rocks in the middle. No wonder the Empire's navy was useless here, and could only go back the same way. This kind of natural barrier can be said to be a natural defense barrier. Unless a large number of wizards use a spell like turning fossils into mud, it is difficult for normal ships to enter here, let alone pass through. But how did those pirate ships get in? Seeing this, Gordon suddenly thought of the pirate ships. It was almost impossible for them to enter in this waterway, where you can touch the moss on the rock wall with your hand. Maybe there are other ways to enter. On the way here, it saw clearly that the width of each guarded intersection was roughly the same. If there was, it would definitely not be here. Just when Gordon was struggling with how the pirate ships got in and out, the dim light in the cabin suddenly lit up, as if it was trapped in a big ball of light, and behind the linen curtain was a dazzling white light. This also means they have arrived. Misty Port Pirate City Isify. This pirate homeland, which the pirates call the Free City, has a relatively short wall, but strange, elf-like spiked Gothic buildings can be seen everywhere, so that the wall is only 20 meters high, but the buildings inside are like a bunch of cacti in the sand, which have long been overflowing. Therefore, it looks particularly short. And if you don't pay attention, you can't even see the wall, although this wall was once built by hiring a group of hill giants. It is worth mentioning that when it was built, the person in charge of the contract for the wall was almost eaten by the hill giants because they were too greedy, and the capital chain was broken. Fortunately, he found someone to borrow money to get through the crisis. But the final profit was touching. Even at the coastal docks where meat was not scarce, those big guys could still bring some surprises to their employers. This was also a bloody lesson. But Gordon was not concerned about this, but the various towns surrounding the city. They were like terraces, lined up in rows on this sunny, sea breeze-soaked coastal coast. The one at the bottom is the town of Bato. The one with the statue of Poseidon on top is the deep sea town. And the boatman saw Nina coming out with the black cat in her arms, and he was very enthusiastic to give her instructions one by one. But because he couldn't figure out her attitude, he hesitated for a long time and still didn't introduce her to a guide. Although he would get a commission for introducing customers like Poochie, he still held back for the sake of safety. However, before arriving at the dock, the brown-haired man, who was already over 40 years old, showed a different servility from before, and spoke to Nina in a serious manner. "Miss Nina, you must be careful of everyone you meet on the road. There are no friends in this city, only interests." "Thank you." Nina still smiled, her face unchanged. But when she got off the boat, she paused for a moment, and after a while, she continued to hold the black cat and walk towards the town not far away. The boatman in the cabin was holding the gold coin that was so bright in the dark, and was speechless. Chapter 461 The Girl Prayer. Misty Harbor, the outer area of the pirate city of Isify, is dotted with small towns that are attached to this giant city, like barnacles lying on marine life, absorbing nutrients from the parasite until they die. From the fact that the floor of the local town's executive hall has long been replaced with a granite floor, it can be seen that the living standards of these small towns are generally not much worse than those of the top-level pirates in the city. At least, the oil and water are not small. Otherwise, there would not be so many pirates drooling over a certain inconspicuous dock site. The sea gate that Gordon entered just now was divided up by several powerful pirate forces. Any ship that enters Misty Harbor through the gate, except for those pirate ships hanging in the inner city, will not be spared and will all pay different amounts of entry fees. For example, the boatman is exploited to the extreme, and basically 50% of his daily earnings are used as protection fees. Of course, the entry fees for most pirate ships are not high, and they are all symbolic head taxes for the maximum number of people on the ship. This is a convention. The main purpose of setting up the lock is for merchant ships from all over the world, and there is a lot that can be done with it. After all, many criminals have gone to great lengths to dump their dirty goods, and have chosen the no-man land of Misty Harbor. There will be no trace left here, and even if they want to investigate, they have no way to start. And this kind of ship will be considered by most pirates as a fat sheep that can be slaughtered, and they can basically eat it to their heart's content without worrying about being retaliated against afterwards. However, it is not certain that you can encounter such a ship in a few years. So it all depends on luck. Speaking of which, just as Gordon carefully admired the scenery of the surrounding foggy harbor and secretly memorized the direction of the road in his mind, Nina had already followed the long wooden plank road of the pier and stepped onto the path paved with broken bluestone. On both sides of the pier stood many pirates or sailors who were gathering in groups of 3 or 2 to have fun. Their clothes had styles from all over the world. Wolfskin half-shirts, berserkers with dead bear heads on their heads, jingle bells, gaudy gilmans, and kungurs with colorful feathers and feathered serpents as their source of faith. And only 500 meters away from the town, Nina saw no less than 3 black-robed spellcasters exuding a cold aura, or negative energy, with skinny arms under their robes. There was almost no need to guess. Necromancer. It is not much different from the necromancer that Gordon met at the Blue Dragon Corner in the New World last time, except that the former's aura is much weaker than the one here, but it is limited. Anyway, if one claw doesn't work, use 2 claws, and if the breath can't solve it once, use it twice. It's no big deal. But what makes Gordon a little strange is that the necromancers, who are hated by everyone on the continent, are gathered in this pirate city. In fact, as long as you think carefully, you can sense the unusual atmosphere in the air, like the prelude to the coming storm. There is no reason that these pirates, who are so smart that they can argue with you for a copper coin, will not be unable to sense the wind direction inside, even though it is now in the perspective of God. Even if it does not know that the current city lord is a legendary dragon suspected of being a dragon lich, it can clearly feel that the chaotic prelude of the current situation is completely inconsistent with the past. Of course, the bad thing is that the outer areas of Isify are now in chaos as the captains leave and die. Everything has to be reshuffled. This also makes most pirates have no time to care about other things. They focus more on fighting for territory and collecting single cards. The scene Andy saw before is just the tip of the iceberg in the outer towns. The fight in secret is indispensable. Fog Harbor, the outer area of the pirate city Isify, is full of small towns attached to this giant city, like barnacles lying on marine life, absorbing nutrients from parasites until they fail. From the fact that the floor of the local town's governing hall has long been replaced with granite, it can be seen that the living standards of these small towns are generally not much worse than those of the top-level pirates in the city. At least, the profit is not small. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many pirates coveting a humble dock. The sea lock that Gordon entered just now was divided up by several powerful pirate forces. Any ship that enters Misty Harbor through the lock, except for those pirate ships with the inner city hanging on them, will be subject to different amounts of entrance fees. The boatmen are exploited to the extreme, and basically 50% of their daily earnings are used as protection fees. Of course, the fees charged for most pirate ships are not high, and they are all symbolic head taxes for the maximum number of people on the ship. This is a convention. The main purpose of setting up the lock is for merchant ships from all over the world, and there are many things that can be done with it. After all, many criminals have gone to great lengths to dump their dirty goods, and have chosen the no-man land of Misty Harbor. There is no trace left here, and even if they want to investigate, they have no way to start. And this kind of ship will be considered by most pirates as a fat sheep that can be slaughtered, and they can basically eat it to their heart's content without worrying about being retaliated against afterwards. However, it is not certain that you will encounter such a ship in a few years, and it all depends on luck. Speaking of which, just as Gordon was carefully appreciating the scenery of Misty Harbor around him, and secretly memorizing the direction and location of the road in his eyes, Nina had already followed the long wooden plank road of the pier and stepped onto the path paved with broken bluestone. On both sides of the pier stood many pirates or sailors who were gathering in groups of 3 or 2 to have fun. Their clothes had styles from all over the world. Wolfskin half-shirts, berserkers with dead bear heads on their heads, jingle bells, colorfully dressed gilmans, and kungurs with colorful feathers and feathered serpents as the source of their faith. Moreover, only 500 meters away from the town, Nina saw no less than 3 black-robed spellcasters with cold aura, or negative energy, and bony arms under their robes. There was almost no need to guess. Necromancer. It was actually not much different from the necromancer that Gordon met at the Blue Dragon Corner in the New World last time, except that the former's aura was much weaker than the one here, but it was limited. Anyway, if one claw doesn't work, use 2 claws, and if the breath can't solve it once, use it twice. It's no big deal. But what made Gordon a little strange was that the necromancers, who were hated by everyone on the mainland, gathered in this pirate city. In fact, as long as you think carefully, you can sense the unusual atmosphere in the air, like the prelude to a storm. It makes no sense that these pirates, who are so smart that they can argue with you for a copper coin, will not fail to sense the wind direction inside. Even if it is now in the perspective of God. Even if it does not know that the current city lord is a legendary dragon suspected of being a dragon lich. It can clearly feel that the chaotic prelude of the current situation is completely inconsistent with the past. Of course, the bad thing is that the outer area of Isify is now in chaos, with the captains walking and dying. And the originally orderly area has suddenly become chaotic again. And everything has to be reshuffled. And this has also made most pirates have no time to care about other things. And they are more focused on fighting for territory and improving their strength. The scene that Andy saw before was just the tip of the iceberg in the outer town. The secret struggle is indispensable. Mr. Gordon, where are we going now? Substitute Walker. Nina is calling for the dragon who can control her next trajectory in her heart. Go up from here, but don't get close to the wall. I feel a sense of being watched. But the feeling of being watched is not directed at us, but at everyone. Gordon's voice through the mind link was extremely solemn. And Nina, who heard this, became more serious for a while. Perhaps she also remembered that this time she came to Misty Port not to play house, but to fight with the legendary mother of evil dragons, the capable subordinate of the Supreme One in the minds of all colored dragons. Fortunately, this time, they were in the dark, not in the light, but it was blessed with divine power, and was extremely sensitive to environmental information elements. It felt that it and Nina had entered, and it did not hide the scan of the dragon behind the scenes. Of course, it was determined that it could not discover its and Nina identities. After being seen through by the molten dragon last time, Gordon could use some divine power to form a barrier to isolate other people's eyes from watching. Let others, whether looking at the girl or it, think it is just a normal combination of a spellcaster and a magic pet. However, this also brought a lot of trouble. Or it can be said that a beautiful girl walking in a town full of sin is a trouble, even though her appearance and dress showed her identity. A noble spellcaster. To use the teasing words of many pirates, this is a wizard. However, they stay away from real wizards. And Nina, who has a young and immature face and a fledgling adventurer, is destined to be unable to avoid the many temptations of another wave of peepers. Oh! Spellcaster, can you help me? Just as Nina entered the town and looked around for a while. On the bluestone paved road for 3 carriages. A weak girl with ragged clothes and an equally immature face, but unable to hide her figure, was showing pain on her face. She stretched out her hand and asked Nina for help. Her other arm was oozing with bright red blood, and there was a pool of bright red blood on the ground. Please! My family is waiting for me at home. The simple girl voice was like the cuckoo's weeping blood, and no one could remain indifferent after hearing it. But Nina turned a blind eye and walked straight through without even looking at it. Why don't you help? Nina, you were willing to give a gold coin to the boatman just now to help him reduce his losses and even make a lot of money. A girl of the same sex asked for help on the roadside. But you ignored her? Gordon asked the silver-haired girl, whose brows were already vaguely childish, with a teasing tone. And her answer was also very straightforward. Because it's too fake. You can tell she has never suffered. Real despair wouldn't be like this. She would just hide silently in a corner, instead of lying on the street where anyone can pass by and calling for help. And I was the only one on that remote road just now. There wasn't even a kind person. Even if there was, they would have avoided me. Do they think I can't see it? Nina showed a rare sarcastic look, as if mocking the people behind the scenes for not being able to even pretend. Ha ha. Indeed. It's too fake. But you have to be careful. If you meet a professional who is good at deceiving with illusions or other skills, it won't be so easy to see through. Yes, I will, Mr. Gordon. Well, actually, Nina's heart is very cold. Whether they die or sink, it has nothing to do with me. I am not as kind as you think. Nina hesitated a little. Obviously, this inner self-explosion made her start to worry whether she would cause Gordon to dislike her. But she finally said it because she wanted Gordon to know the real her. She also has a little temper and a little thought. She is a gradually growing dragon. Or a dragon girl. Nina. It's okay. If you are indifferent, let my flame dispel the coldness, and you will no longer be indifferent. But you are right. You can provide appropriate assistance. But be wary of anything that may hurt yourself in unfamiliar places. Gordon smiled and told a cold joke. Nina was stunned for a moment, then showed a very heartwarming smile. Perhaps the warmth reminded her of these days, when the cabin was low. She missed the body temperature transmitted through the fine scales. Just as Nina was about to calmly cross the street corner and head to the next location in this small town to investigate, a very shrill cry came from behind. No. Don't. Let me go. God. Someone can come and save me. The arrogant laughter and dirty words were mixed with the girl's request for help. Nina's steps paused. Perhaps she could turn a blind eye to the girl's request for help. But she could not stand the behavior of the abuser who was taking action and the tragedy that was about to happen. This was the second plan thrown out by the person behind the scenes. As long as the prey did not take the bait, the thugs hidden in the dark corners would pretend to drag the girl into the alley and pretend to abuse her. But in the final analysis, the real purpose was still the gorgeously dressed big fat sheep. Thinking of this, his greed could not be restrained. This amount of money was enough to donate a viscountship to a small kingdom on the mainland. It seemed that he had already regarded Nina as a prey on the plate. Sure enough, the girl's next behavior was not beyond her expectations. She entered the alley and asked the gang to let her go. And the girl followed the plan and took advantage of the gang's inattention to break free and hide behind Nina. Thank you for saving me, kind spellcaster. The girl's voice was as panicked as before. But the injured hand had already taken out a matte and shadowless dagger, which was also tempered with paralyzing poison. This is a special spell-breaking dagger, which is perfect for weak spellcasters who rely on spells. Go to hell. This idiot who became a noble wizard only by luck. A trace of jealousy was revealed in the eyes of the weak girl. She had been specially trained as an assassin since she was a child, and her hand speed was not slow. From taking out the dagger to stabbing the girl back, the interval time was no more than 1 second. He stabbed Nina almost without hesitation. The shield that came with the magic item really worked. But in front of the dagger that broke the law, it was directly pierced like paper. The sharp-eyed dagger was about to kiss the silver-haired girl back like a venomous snake. And the assassin girl couldn't help but show a little pride. But at this moment, a sigh sounded in her ears. The girl sigh. Why sigh? But the dagger had already stabbed, and there was no room for retreat. All she could do was to use as much force as possible to let the dagger that broke the law directly penetrate deeper into the girl back. However, a sound she had never thought of sounded. The sound of metal clashing under the broken robe. It was not the incomparably white flesh, but the flesh with layers of fine scales, wriggling and blue. The villain in front opened his eyes wide and looked dull. The girl who was just gentle and lovely was now half dragon, with a hideous face and dragon scales. Ah, I said. Can you act better next time? She turned her head and looked at the assassin girl, who was still in shock. She said seriously, otherwise, I will want to laugh. Meow. At some point, the black cat, who had been squatting on the eaves watching the battle leisurely, made a sound of exposing its body in agreement. But at this moment, everyone had an unstoppable thought in their hearts. That is, they are in big trouble. Chapter 462 Unexpected Person. Why don't you continue? Why are you looking at me? Or is my tail very pretty? The ferocious dragon, whose height had grown to 3 meters without anyone noticing, stood upright on its 2 feet in the alley. Its dark blue vertical pupils stared at the group of humans whose faces had become distorted. Its tone remained flat, as if it had just stretched its back. Ding dang. The weak girl's sharp blade slipped out of her hand, and the metallic magic-breaking blade fell to the cold ground, making a harsh sound in the slightly quiet alley at this moment. Your Excellency. Your Excellency. Please listen to my explanation. Seeing the dragon cast its eyes behind her because of the movement, the girl explained stammeringly, but her body still unconsciously stepped back half a step. I don't want to do this. They forced me to do it. If I don't do it, I will die. I really didn't mean it. Lord Dragon. I swear. I can. The girl continued to retreat and defend herself until her body leaned against the stone wall that was not warm, slightly hard and protruding. And then she stopped her steps. But just as she defended herself and the dragon eyes were cast on the girl, the bandits who were originally timid had already run in 3 directions of the alley in panic. They had no intention of saving their companions. The assassin who disguised himself as a weak girl naturally saw this scene, and the despair in his eyes was about to overflow. This time it was not a disguise. but real feelings. But she still did not give up, but said, "Go quickly. They will notify those powerful professionals to deal with you later. I can help you escape from here. I know a secret passage that can help you leave here without going through the misty port." The weak girl danced and demonstrated something. Anxious and fearful, humble and sincere, in front of life. She no longer cared about throwing away the dignity that was rubbed into the dust and mud. If possible, she even wanted to kneel down to show her loyalty. But what surprised the girl was that the backlit dragon in front of her did not look anxious at all, but looked at her calmly. "Why do you do this?" The voice was crisp and a little puzzled. The girl was secretly happy after hearing it, and then quickly showed a sad face. "Because I just want to live. So I can do anything. I will do it. And if I don't do it, I will die. And I don't want to die." The girl lowered her head. "I'm not like you, who can do whatever you want. I was sent here since I was a child to be their slave. In order to live every day, I have to do things that I hate myself. My hands are stained with sin." The girl's tears flowed down without her knowing when, dripping on the bluestone floor, leaving wet marks. "Is this enough? Isn't it too much?" The girl who just showed off her acting skills was a little uneasy. But in order to hide her evasive eyes, she still lowered her head and sobbed silently to maintain her acting skills. However, she didn't think of the words of comfort or understanding that she expected. And she didn't even make a sound of silent silence and lamentation, which was the worst result. "Oh, is that so? Then we can talk about your attack on me just now." According to the decree of Baron Lothaguden, the tall dragon with aqua blue scales was like a machine without any emotion, watching her poor acting coldly, and then ending with a thunderous gesture as the final tune. "Attack the dragon, confiscate all property, and die." Boom! The sound of the stone wall collapsing came from behind, attracting everyone's attention. It was a close call, accompanied by a loud noise that could be heard hundreds of meters away. The pirates in 3 directions all had this idea at the same time. If they hadn't seized the opportunity to leave just now, then they might be the ones who were unlucky. But fortunately, the goddess of the sea blessed them. In the end, they survived, although they lost a tool man who was more convenient to use. This kind of tool man only needed to go to Old Ford's market again to provoke him in it. Those girls would do anything to leave the market. Karen was just like that. In order to leave the market, her hands were stained with blood. Once, the owner who bought her bought 9 other people besides her. A total of 10 people, including her sister, Fanny. The goal of leaving the market was to become the only survivor among the 10 people. Of course, now it has become a thing of the past. She didn't do it after all, she said after killing her sister, to take her away from the island. Instead, she fell into the abyss with her body and soul, and was shattered to pieces, with no chance of recovery. The loud noise also made the pirates speed up their pace. After all, they knew that if they killed the girl, they would most likely be the ones to kill. However, despite their fear, the 3 pirates still didn't believe that a dragon would dare to chase them in broad daylight in the form of a dragon on human territory. Because in this way, in addition to exposing their whereabouts, it would attract the actions of powerful local professionals anyway. It's not like they would let the dragon attack. Of course, if it was an ancient dragon, they might let it go and pretend not to see it. And if they took action, then this female ocean dragon, which seemed to have not even completely transformed into a juvenile, would probably fall down with hatred, as the dragon dared to enter the human territory and take risks. Soon, the 3 pirates went around in circles, shuttled through the complex alleys, and soon the 3 of them met at an agreed place, ready to return to the headquarters together and complain to the boss. However, they did not see that the black cat, which had been following the caster and was suspected to be a pet, was staring at the house where the 3 pirates were gathered in the distance. It could have taken action a long time ago, but it was afraid that it would not be able to eradicate the pirates completely, so it had been holding back its killing intent until today. Then, since most of the people were already gathered, Gordon had no reason to hold back. The black cat dark golden vertical pupils flickered slightly, and the 3-story hotel-style structure about 50 meters away from it, like a breadboard, disappeared into this world with it. Death to spare. The house and the people inside were dragged directly into the other dimension. For such forces that earn rewards or wealth by cheating, deceiving and assassinating, Gordon has no good feelings and never shows mercy. And suddenly, Inexplicable screams came from the white building that could not even take away the foundation. Why is it dark? Why is it suddenly night outside the window? The singularity of positive energy was flickering slightly above Gordon at this time. The building next to it is gone. Help! Who is it? Ah! The subtle noise was like a hornet's nest, buzzing and trembling in the house, like an ant on a hot pot, at a loss and restless. But it was indeed like this inside. The conference room, that used to be on the third floor of the building, and was used for every battle and arrangement plan, was full of pirates from the rooms below. There was a hustle and bustle, and if anyone knew them, they would find that most of the backbones and leaders of the organization Demon Fire were here. The pirates, who had originally looked ferocious, were now anxious. The main purpose of the impromptu meeting was to start recruiting candidates, and they planned not to sit and wait for death, but to find an opportunity to leave here. Otherwise, if they stayed inside stupidly, nothing good would happen. It was impossible to wait until this building returned to the main material plane naturally. That was obviously difficult. When they heard that they had to go out, these pirates naturally refused. And they were very unhappy and refused. Although they were very angry. Their remaining rationality told them. An unknown realm in the dark. Never explored. And not even the enemy knows much about it. If they are the first to go out to explore, he will be the one who will be unlucky. This is no longer a probabilistic event, but something that will happen. Therefore, which fool would be the first to rush out and respond to the call of these high-level people? This also led to the situation in the conference hall. As the upper level of the Demon Fire began to explode and release their anger, the situation began to calm down, and the chaotic and noisy environment was well improved. Most people began to keep silent and were ready to watch from the sidelines. Only a few members who were not afraid of him, or who were not afraid of him, ridiculed each other. You have such a bad temper. Curse I. People who don't know you would think you've eaten gunpowder. I don't know how much your anger is worth. I find that every time you encounter something a little bit tricky, you start yelling and screaming, and you hardly think about the problem. Don't you know that Boss Russ hasn't spoken yet? What are you so anxious about? Are you so happy to see us fail that you come to make trouble? The tone of the latter part is already questioning, which can be said to be murderous. However, the originally angry Kursai, a blue-eyed strongman with northern barbarian blood and a small braid tied with a rubber band, calmed down. However, his face was extremely ugly, and he stopped talking. But everyone could see that his bear-like eyes were full of unwillingness and hatred. It was like a beast in a cage, staring at the outside world hungrily, trying to choose someone to eat. But at this moment, everyone present focused their eyes on the man who had just entered the conference hall and had not even sat down yet, but was sitting on the highest seat. A man with the demeanor of a scholar. It's hard to imagine that he is the well-deserved leader or boss of the notorious Fire by pirates among hundreds of people. The cause of the matter has not been figured out yet, and it may not be risky to go out. Moreover, the most urgent task now is not to quarrel, but to figure out why we are here. Russ defined the matter in a few words, and then with his tone of not allowing any arguments, he directly issued an order to form an external exploration team with several of his confidants and good players. It is not their style to sit and wait for death. Even if they die, they must die with understanding. However, just as everyone was discussing the countermeasures for the future, various measures, and the defense of the house itself, a deafening roar came to their ears. There was also a scornful sarcasm mixed in the roar. The stupidity of mortals can really make me happy for a day. Or are you so arrogant that you discuss tactics in front of me? Who is it? Who is outside? It was pitch black outside. Most people with poor dark vision could not see the scenery outside the window at all. They could only distinguish from the sound. The owner of this voice was not far away from them. Or, in other words, he was near them. So, when everyone looked out to see where the owner of the voice was, a golden crack appeared in front of the glass windows on the 8 walls. And as this crack opened, the dark golden vertical pupils completely appeared in front of everyone. Everyone knew how huge this monster hidden in the dark was. The eyes occupied most of the window. The area that originally occupied hundreds of square meters was like a better cardboard box to it, and it could not withstand the destruction. It's a dragon. A dragon over 40 meters long. Bigger than a ship. Oh my god. Gods. Is this an ancient dragon? Damn. Who provoked him? Don't want to live? The hall was in chaos. In addition to the physical pressure brought to them by Gordon's substantial pressure, There was also an incomparable heavy pressure on their hearts. At this moment, the leader of the force, who was also the mastermind behind the previous plan, stood up. He said calmly without too much fear, "Sir Dragon, I have no grudges against you." "Oh, really?" The thunder with a rumbling echo interrupted him directly and unceremoniously. The interrupted man's expression changed slightly, but under the pressure of Gordon, he still held back and lowered his head and said, "If there is anything wrong, we can prove our innocence in another way. As long as you let us go, the wealth we have collected for many years will be yours, Dragon Lord." This proposal attracted the dragon heart very much, but it had little effect on Gordon. He only heard it roar again, but it didn't say a word here. Instead, everyone found that the lost daylight was back again, and the flames surging from the belly of the free dragon outside the window were the culprit that lit up this different dimension. Repent well in the hell of fire. Gordon showed a very satisfied smile, especially after the spitting was finished. After the talents popped out like snowflakes, it was even more so. However, things didn't seem to be as easy to solve as he imagined. Gordon looked at the man who slowly stood up from the sea of fire with a serious look. It was the person who had just communicated with it face to face. Leader Russ. Gordon entered a state of silence. It smelled a familiar breath on it. "It's you? Sumerian wanted criminal." The Son of God, who once disappeared in the Sumerian sea, reappeared in the misty harbor thousands of miles away. Chapter 463. Entering the city. "Dragon, you have ruined my lord plan. He will not let you go." The man who slowly walked out of the flames had a face that was mostly burnt black, but there was no pain on his face. Instead, he stared at the dragon in front of him that was bigger than the house, and his voice was fearless. It was like the eyes of the most devout believers looking at heretics. Hatred with a sense of superior judgment. Humph. Although Gordon didn't know why the Son of God suddenly appeared in the misty port thousands of miles away, he had already faced it, so there was no reason to be afraid. He is a god, so how could he be worse? It can be said that Gordon is no longer the one who used to worry about whether to change his nest when he heard a little bit of trouble, so as not to be affected and suffer from the disaster. Now, it is equal to the old dragon in both strength and breath. Although it is not good at casting spells, it is only a 4th level spellcaster. But in terms of divine power and talent, it has surpassed the average level of many dragons of the same age, and is not much behind those legendary alien dragons. However, it only groaned and did not communicate too much with the person in front of it, who was gradually melting in the bone-eating flames. After all, it is a bit uncool to speak harshly to a dying person. Gordon did not think that if he spoke harshly, the Son of God behind the scenes would let him go or not come to him. If he really wanted to trouble him, it would be useless to say anything. Therefore, it is better to focus on solving the next trouble. As for whether he comes or not, it does not need to care. Just make the necessary mental preparations. And if nothing unexpected happened, Gordon felt that the goal of the Son of God should be the same as it. The goal is the pirate city behind the town, Isophi. Just as Gordon's breath burned the mortals in front of him to ashes, in another dark basement in the town, a woman who was wearing a black robe but could not hide her graceful figure was sitting on a platform similar to an altar. She was surrounded by candles, and it can be said that there was no place to rest. At this moment, without any warning, a large number of candles went out without wind, and the wicks exploded directly in that instant, turning into a small group of white mist. The black-robed woman who closed her eyes in meditation opened her eyes, and her golden eyes, as bright as stars, opened faintly. After discovering that the candle was extinguished, her eyebrows wrinkled slightly. Before entering Isophi, such a variable happened? The woman raised the graceful hand hidden under the black robe, and the dark robe and the white jade-like arm were particularly clear. She gently made a spell-casting gesture and murmured. The white mist over there separated into a group of more illusory transparent mists, and the mists were surrounded by cold air that could freeze liquids. If there were a necromancer here, he would naturally recognize it at a glance. This is the soul of a mortal. Soon, the souls of the dead pirates floated in front of her with fragments of memory, and the woman also saw the culprit from the first-person perspective of these souls. A black dragon with magma flowing under its scales, extremely rare in the main material plane. The most violent molten dragon among the original dragon species living in the elemental plane. The famous dragon madman is not someone who can be easily provoked. And she, who knew the whole story, gritted her teeth slightly. Sure enough, This group of stupid mortals, blinded by greed, did not have this unprovoked disaster at all, but took the initiative to deliver themselves to the door, digging a pit for others to bury themselves. Sure enough, the indulgence of these days has made them more and more reckless. Don't they know that I can support them and let them float from the soil to the sky? But I can also bury them and knock them down to dust? The more she knows, the angrier this woman becomes. Of course, this anger is not directed at the dragon, but at the subordinates she has recruited in the nearly 1 month since she came here. It seems that we need to restrain them and not let them cause trouble for us again. This time we provoked a dragon that seems to have entered the ancient dragon stage. If we provoke the saint next time, all the preparation she has made for several years will be in vain. This is not what she wants to see. The only thing she wants now is to spend the last period of time in peace and stability, and then close the last piece of the puzzle before that day comes. Instead of announcing her arrival now with great fanfare, the white mist of the candle was dissipated by her waving her hand, and the pictures constructed by the illusory smoke were also shattered. The arrival of the dragon is insignificant. After all, she already knows who the owner behind this city is. Tiamat's most capable minions, or one of the many former lovers. Corrupted blood scourge, hidden witch Atis, an ancient green dragon, once known for playing with people and corrupting their hearts. His favorite thing to do is to design an exquisite script, and then let the real people follow his ideas one by one, starting a series of funny and tragic drama performances. But they themselves have no way of knowing until the end, when all good things come to them. This dragon, known for its bad taste, will descend from the sky and tear apart all the good things it has given them before. Then the fun is to watch them wailing, despairing, and roaring. It enjoys this kind of life. But later it seems to have gone too far, when the director is no longer satisfied with being a director and plans to switch to being an actor. It is destined that one day it will encounter something it cannot solve. It fell in love with a human, and that time, the role it played was a powerful wizard, who was originally used to promote the development of the plot. But later, the script had begun to deviate with the subtle influence of the heart. The story behind it is like a wild horse that has let go of the reins, galloping towards an unknown road. No one knows what the story will become in the end. It only knows that when this green dragon, who was once known for playing with people's hearts, appeared again, it was 50 years later in the main material plane. The kingship changes, and the territory is divided and united. 50 years. Half a century is enough to change a lot. The former giant dragon also appeared in the form of a dragon lich, killing the soldiers and generals who dared to invade its territory, indirectly reversing the situation of the country that had originally had the upper hand. The king became a prisoner, and the territory was annexed. However, these were insignificant to its appearance. The existence of a dragon lich is something that every justice camp, including those metal dragons, cannot tolerate, especially a dragon lich transformed from a colored dragon at the level of an ancient dragon. However, when the first group of legendary adventure teams planned to go deep into the green forest surrounded by poison, they found that the dragon had already been empty, not to mention the shadow of the green dragon. Even the last trace of negative energy that existed here was dispelled by the sunlight shining in from the top of their heads. But it was unexpected that it would appear again after another 30 years. And it appeared in the place where it once lived. Pirate City. Isophi. It is said that this place was a casual move when it was a young dragon. The narrow and rugged sailing routes on the sea surface, as well as the rugged reefs and reefs, although they are naturally formed, are full of potholes corroded by sea water. In fact, it used dragon breath to change the normal boulders into the shape it wanted one by one in order to prevent others from disturbing it. Of course, except for Atis, who was the first to discover the misty port. No other people or dragons noticed this. After all, who would do this for a normal dragon? Only those good bards would use various means to insert various bizarre stories into various places in reality. For example, in the songs of bards near the southern principality, an ordinary lake called Stardust Lake is often mentioned. And recently, the lake has been rising with strange steaming mist every day because a red dragon has come nearby. After eating and drinking, its favorite thing to do is to dive into the water and soak in the hot spring. For example, the reason behind a mansion being haunted is that the dog-headed man dug up the connection between the sewer and the abandoned secret room of the mansion, which led to the appearance of those mysterious and short strange creatures every night, wandering in the corridors of the mansion in groups. looking for food, which led to the rumors of haunting. In short, she calmed down and began to issue her orders to her subordinates near the city through her own means. Go around the giant dragon, whether there is any order from her or not. All activities are temporarily stopped. Any action needs her consent before it can be taken. Gordon naturally didn't know that the fierce battle he thought would end because one side retreated first. But it was good this way. At least his vigilance would not be lowered before leaving the misty port. After all, whether it was the Son of God or the legendary Dragon Lich, it was a deterrent, forcing it to be alert. This kind of battle could not allow it to make any mistakes. If it is not careful, the battle may have ended. If it wants to turn the tables at that time, the difficulty will increase exponentially. At this moment, it also withdrew from the death-desperate situation. While everyone's eyes were attracted by the burning house, it turned into the shadow of a black cat and flexibly jumped on the roofs and eaves of various houses. After a while, it came to Nina, who was also rushing towards it through telepathy. Mr. Gordon, I killed her. Her expression seemed to be unable to let go. After all, no matter what she said, she killed a civilian who had no resistance. Although this civilian had tried to kill it, Gordon didn't take it seriously and said with a smile, she should have realized it at the moment before she took action. This is her own choice. Nina, you don't have to take it to heart. Gordon jumped and stood on Nina's shoulder again, like a dragon coiling and a tiger squatting beside the girl ear, half standing taller than Nina, so that Nina still had to look up and look at the black cat when she spoke. Then how are you, Mr. Gordon? It's okay. I have dealt with all the witnesses and the mastermind behind the scenes. I burned them all. No one can discover your identity in a short time. Don't worry. Gordon did not tell Nina the news about the Son of God that he had just learned, but endured it silently. After all, even if he told her, Nina could do nothing except add to her worries. If she made a wrong decision because of her emotions, it would not be worth it. Then where are we going next? By the way, Mr. Gordon, I got this from her. Nina seemed to remember something and quickly took out a roll of ancient parchment from the dimensional bag under her robe. Gordon followed her gaze and saw that the parchment displayed simple pictures of houses, as if it was a blueprint for designing this town. This should be the secret passage she mentioned. Nina was sure. After all, that was what the woman said just now. But she didn't want to let her go because of this matter at that time. The law must not be violated. It was not as she thought, that she could get away with it by taking advantage of a small loophole. What's more, it was just a simple map, and there was no treasure except for the secret passage. How could she convince a dragon to let her go without even giving a single gold coin? It was simply wishful thinking. Oh, really? There is actually a secret passage here? Gordon was a little surprised. After all, in his view, these small towns attached to Isify and located at the port of Misty Harbor should have nothing. The passage leading to another unknown place was particularly mysterious. It's a pity that Nina didn't leave anyone alive. Otherwise she could ask where it leads to. But it doesn't matter. When it has time, it will know it by entering the city in person. At least looking at the curvature and direction of the passage, Gordon thinks that it is likely to bypass the towering city wall and sneak directly into the city of Isify. This is not impossible. Let's try to enter the city. Gordon suddenly seemed to think of something. If nothing unexpected happened, the reason why the Son of God stayed outside the city and did not enter the city and let the forces run wild, I'm afraid it should be related to the rules of entering the city. Oh, okay, Mr. Gordon, Nina agreed briskly, then walked out of this alley that no one would care about, paused, and walked towards the higher place, the towering mountain-like city. No passage. When Nina and Gordon had just walked to the typical black stone gate of Isifay, two slightly listless pirates put their hands on the door and stopped Nina with extra vigilance, not even letting her get close to the gate. If they hadn't seen Nina's outfit, their attitude might have been even worse. Hee hee. Is it possible that the capital city, which is named after freedom, now has no place for a foreigner? Nina said sarcastically. Although she had been mentally prepared, she was still a little unhappy to be stopped. This is the order of the city lord, and it has nothing to do with us. I also asked this spellcaster to understand and not embarrass us. The gatekeeper pirates were also very good-tempered. At least, except for not letting Nina in and out. This kind of attitude of knowing everything and saying everything was the first time she encountered it. And through this, Nina and Gordon also learned that the only way to enter Isafay now. At the same time, in a dimly colored tavern, Andy and his group, who had heard about the entry into the city, were also discussing the entry rules. If you want to enter Isafay, then in addition to the approval of the city lord, there is another way, which is to unify all the towns outside Isafay. In this way, as the king of the new force, you will be qualified to enter Isafay without following the city lord rules. Chapter 464 Separate Actions. Gordon and the other two groups reunited the next morning. The surface of the misty harbor was rarely covered with white fog. The early morning light bypassed the rugged and twisted reefs, like countless beams of light shooting into this shattered island. If you look at it from afar, you can still feel an indescribable sense of vicissitudes. This is the best weather that Misty Harbor has not seen in recent years. Local residents, who have lived in this pirate city for more than 10 years, call it Rest Day. On this day, all ships in Misty Harbor will not go out to sea. The crew and sailors will enjoy the hard-won island sunshine in the hull, square, and tavern. Of course, there is also a saying, when the fog dissipates, the hidden place will be opened. Everything hidden in the shadow road will be exposed under the fragmented sunlight. And the fortress that was difficult to conquer in the past is like a virtual thing. This has led to the city lords of all generations to announce to all the pirates under their rule that they will rest today to prevent other forces from taking this opportunity to attack Misty Harbor. Of course, this is just a rumor. The pirate city has not fallen since it was built more than 100 years ago, even though the Saints' catastrophe swept the entire main material plane. Perhaps it can stand on this island far away from the mainland for a longer time until the next irresistible disaster comes. You should all know it. In a corner of the tavern, Andy and the legendary warrior Hevelu, who was ordered by Karen Hill to come to Isafay to find the lost imperial princess of the AM Empire, were sitting leisurely on the chairs in the corner, staring at the silver-haired girl sitting in the first seat. Of course, more attention was paid to the black cat dozing in her arms. It was dawn, and the tavern had just experienced a carnival. The tavern attendants were still cleaning up the filth and food residues left by the previous guests. Nina and others' table was cleaned up immediately. They were very busy, and had no time to care about these strangers who had entered the tavern before dawn. Anyway, as long as they didn't fight here, no one would care about them even if they talked loudly. Not to mention, all the communication between them was through the mind link, and only a few people would subconsciously use spoken language when chatting. A table of guests with no sense of existence, or a little strange guests, was probably the only impression that Nina and others left on the tavern attendants. Of course, Nina was very beautiful, which was also a very deep impression, especially the long hair like flowing silver, coupled with the noble temperament and the gorgeous wizard robe. The temperament of a mysterious spellcaster was immediately set off. Of course, I already know, sir, Andy replied in his heart. He was also worried, as if he was worried about his sister Angel, who was in the city at the moment. He learned from Smith, the owner of the weapons shop, that his sister had lost contact with him half a month ago. If he hadn't been worried that a big return would be useless except for alerting the enemy, he would have been planning to force his way through the city gate in a hurry. I actually need to rule the surrounding areas. I don't have so much time to play house with them. The legendary warrior Matev also looked troubled. After all, if he really followed the original rules here to recover the territory, it would take at least 8 months, more than 32 weeks, to unify the territories except Isafay, and gradually eat up these small forces. But the king gave them only 3 months to die. Apart from the more than 1 month spent on the journey, they didn't have much time to stay in the misty port. You know, they were sent to Caranther's side to take advantage of the passage of the demon army from the abyss being sealed by powerful professionals on the continent, temporarily isolating the connection between the bottomless abyss and the main material plane. The king of the AM Empire dared to send Matev, a legendary warrior who was completely trained by the royal family, to go with Princess Caranther to find the Empire's eldest princess Hevelu, who had always been in the annihilated city of Kalandu. If it was later in the evening or in the morning, it would be hard to say. I know what you said, but why do you humans always stick to the rules? Gordon's voice resounded in everyone's mind, and the arrogant attitude of the dragon was fully revealed at this moment. If the rules don't work, then we break them, and then we will become the rule makers and write a set of rules that belong to me and benefit us. This is the origin of order. Order serves the strong, and then protects the weak. Now, have you figured it out? The original black cat dozing posture is no longer there, but the animal's eyes are wide open, looking at everyone with a sharp gaze. A few years later, the black cat half-smiley face, as transmitted to their hearts one by one through the telepathic communication, is still deeply impressed, as if it were yesterday. Then, what about us now? Let's each build up our own forces and clear the past one town after another. If someone doesn't want to, the sea may be a destination and a fate. Try to deal with them within a week. Okay, Sir Gordon. Although Gordon's words were a bit whimsical or too smooth, neither Andy nor Mative wanted to waste time here for a so-called alliance constraint. So, after coming out of the tavern, both Andy and Mative started the first wave of cleaning in their own jurisdiction, and Gordon and Nina sat in the tavern for a while, waiting for the arrival of the second batch of guests. After a while, the waiter's black tea was replaced with the third cup, and finally a burly figure came in from the door. There were many strong and powerful pirate thugs behind him. If there were people in the tavern, they would definitely be able to recognize this strong man. Green Creek Town. The owner of the largest trading port, Joseph Hayner, nicknamed Sea Tiger, intends to be a man like a tiger on the sea, fierce and majestic, with extraordinary kingly demeanor. Today was no exception. Joseph Haya pushed the door open and cursed angrily. Who is it? Which daring guy dared to sneak into my room and threaten me so openly? Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child? Fortunately, there were not many people in the tavern. Otherwise, many people would be shocked just by hearing this. Who is Hi-Ho? Perhaps everyone in the town near Misty Port doesn't know. He is cruel and ruthless, and will never let go of any grievance. Those who are targeted by him, or the pirates who provoke him, don't have a good ending. Even those spellcasters that everyone fears are no exception. Moreover, his speed of revenge was shocking. Almost as soon as the enemy left the port, the next day, his head soaked in water would be hung under the road sign of Green Creek Town, allowing the carrion crows to peck at it. But today, someone dared to threaten Joseph, which made many servants in the tavern prick up their ears to listen. Of course, this was through a wooden board and a wall. After all, if they were really exposed to his sight, they would be in danger of their lives. They were just delivering food in this tavern, not here to die. Many individual guests in the tavern had just woken up from the bedroom upstairs and retreated, going upstairs in disgrace. Joseph did not embarrass these people who did not look like threats to him at first glance. However, as the number of people decreased, the silver-haired girl, who was sitting leisurely in her seat, and was too lazy to even look at her, was exposed to Joseph's eyes. Nina had been noticed by him a long time ago, but because of her age, he had to let Nina get rid of suspicion temporarily. Until now, he suspected her. Hey, is this the letter you gave me? Joseph calmed down and saw Nina still leisurely blowing the hot steam from the third cup of black tea, and he suppressed his anger and asked, What do you mean? You might as well tell me directly. At worst, how about giving me this envelope? At this point, he couldn't help showing an indignant expression and handed a white envelope to Nina. Continued to ask, Is it a courtesy for you self-proclaimed nobles for a lady to sneak into a man's room in the middle of the night? Nina raised her head slightly when she heard this, smiled but didn't say anything. Instead, she used her eyes to signal the bear-like sturdy man in front of her to sit down. Someone else will come over later. Wait a minute. I don't want to say it again. The cold voice came out of the girl's mouth, and the well-deserved local snake in Green Creek Town looked at the girl outfit, and could only grit his teeth to suppress his surging emotions, and sat down. But while sitting down, he shouted loudly to the tavern waiter, who was watching the action on the other side. Damn it! You lazy little devils. The guests are here, but there is no one in the hall. I will tell your boss Grim later. I told you to get out of the Vine Tavern today. People like you probably don't even dare to eat the sea catfish in Misty Harbor, for fear that if they eat your meat, they will become as lazy as you. Before the man finished shouting, the tavern waiter crawled out from behind the wall and asked with a flattering face, Mr. Joseph, do you have any instructions? We were busy in the kitchen just now. So, the bartender said, but the subconscious meaning was of course not like this. Joseph didn't care about that and waved his hand. Go and give me 3 bottles of rum. Iced. Go quickly. I can't guarantee that I won't twist your head off on the spot at midnight. I know. Mr. Joseph. I go now. The bartender couldn't stay there after hearing this, and was about to leave immediately. However, As soon as he left the corner of the bar, the shutter door of the bar was kicked open fiercely, and the fragments that exploded hit the bartender directly. At the same time, a voice as violent as that of Sea Tiger Joseph came from outside the door. "I was wondering who has the guts to threaten me." It turned out to be Old Cat Joe. "Why don't you count the money in your black smoky alley and come to the Vine Tavern to drink? What's the point of looking for me? If you have something to say, just say no. Why put such an envelope in my hand?" The white envelope turned into a large piece of confetti flying into the tavern hall, where several beams of sunlight shone in, dancing with the dust in the sunlight. At the same time, a gloomy man with a rebellious face walked in. The waiters in the tavern almost cried out, not caring about their legs being hit by the wooden board. Vic Man of Viper Alley, known as Shadow Snake. This nickname mostly comes from the fact that no one knows when he will make a move, or where he will make a move. As the local gang with the least number of people, he occupies the commercial district of the trading port second only to the Sea Wolf Joseph. His ability is unquestionable. It is said that someone once saw him assassinate an adventure team with high-level professionals. Not a single person was left alive under his Viper dagger. Only the rotting, stripped bodies lying on the street, and the look of disbelief on their faces even after death tell of his horror. "Witch man, I didn't ask you to come this time," Joseph said indignantly. "It's this lady." He emphasized the word lady very much. And only then did Witch Man notice the silver-haired girl behind Joseph, who was leisurely sipping the black tea. He then showed a rare surprise after entering the tavern. "The caster? A stranger?" "It's me," she replied calmly. "Sit down first, and wait until everyone is gathered." The girl still had no intention of putting down the red teacup, but said something and sipped it carefully, not taking the two people in front of her who could shake Green Creek Town with a stomp of their feet seriously. Witch Man opened his mouth, but saw Joseph sitting there, so he held back. However, as an assassin's instinct, he subconsciously stared at the girl's whole body, trying to find her flaws from her clothes and actions. However, when he saw the black cat dozing in his arms, for some reason, when the black cat opened its eyes and looked at him with vertical pupils, a chill rose from his back. This is the instinct of a creature to see a stronger person. Damn it! How could it be? Witch Man turned his head stiffly and sat far away from the girl, opposite Joseph in the same row. The two exchanged consciousness, but they were more speculating on the girl's intentions. Of course, with the arrival of the two people, they also had some guesses in their hearts. Sure enough, within 10 minutes, several guys who were cursing followed behind Vichy Man and walked into the longest-lived tavern in Green Creek Town. However, when they saw the broken shutter door, they were stunned for a moment. And when they saw Sea Wolf Joseph and Shadow Snake Vichy Man, they almost bit their tongues. You know, these two people are the most incompatible. Basically never meet each other. Or if they meet, they will mock and ridicule to death. How could it be so quiet today? Unless, subconsciously, these people looked at a corner of the tavern, where the silver-haired girl was quietly stroking the hair of the black cat in her arms. In front of her, a cup of red tea that had just been handed over was steaming up. Then, everyone heard the girl's cold words. "Everyone is here, so come and sit down." Chapter 465 Conquer. When everyone was present, Nina's mission was over. When the waiter of the tavern brought out the wine needed by these powerful local snakes, he found that there was an empty space in the hall. He looked carefully and found that it was the seat where the leaders of the forces in Green Creek Town, who had the final say, were sitting. The tavern was suddenly quiet, and the waiter rubbed his eyes in disbelief to make sure that he was not mistaken. They really disappeared, along with the tables, chairs, and benches in the tavern. They suddenly disappeared, and the lovely silver-haired girl also disappeared at the same time. Only the fragments of the shutter door left on the ground proved how inhumane the tavern had been treated just now. Then this wine. The waiter looked at his companion, who was also holding a tray dully, and asked in some doubt. The other one reacted even faster, put down the wine, and ran out of the tavern. The other waiter seemed to have thought of something and ran out quickly. The disappearance of the leader of the power. This is a good information that is worth a lot of money. Under the influence of the tavern, they have already known this information clearly. The sudden disappearance of these leaders of the power will spread sooner or later. So as long as they report it earlier, the probability that they can get more money from the intelligence dealer will be higher. When the whole town knows about this, the information will be worthless. In front of this, what is the work of the attendant? At most, they can change jobs in a tavern. With money, are they afraid of starving to death? As for revenge, the reason why the intelligence dealers can do intelligence is that they still have some ethics. And there is no need to worry that they will sell the information of the intelligence dealers. In most cases, both the buyer and the seller agree with this. After all, no one wants their privacy to be made public, just like a sheep with its wool shorn, which can be seen clearly by others. On the other side, the leaders of various forces in Green Creek Town are facing the biggest crisis since they were born, or the biggest crisis they have faced. In the dim half-plane, the lava flowing all over the huge molten dragon makes the entire plane red. The high temperature and high pressure brought by the huge heat source make the originally normal environment seem particularly bad. At least now many people are taking off their shirts to minimize the impact of dryness and heat on themselves. However, Gordon didn't care about these. After returning to his true form, he snorted leisurely, with a sharp whistle brought by the rapid air, and then opened his mouth, staring at the leaders of various forces in front of him with a posture that is particularly kind to dragons, but others think it is particularly domineering. Said faintly, "Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, there are only two roads ahead of you. One is life. The other is death. Do you want to choose one?" Looking at the silent crowd, Gordon grinned again. "Or do you want me to help you choose?" As soon as this sentence came out, many leaders of forces, who were already restless, stood up and expressed their opinions. "I can promise you that I will be your subordinate, but you have to guarantee one thing. That is, our family has been passed down until now. I can also promise you, but I have a condition." The noisy shouting was accompanied by the roar of the dragon and was directly broken. "Hee. I didn't ask you to bargain. For the last time, under my dragon wings, kneel, tremble, and call the name of your new master." The dragon gave the final order with an arrogant and unreasonable attitude. The dragon might in the air was like substance, oppressing everyone to the point of suffocation. Finally, with a first-person surrender, the battle line that was still holding on began to collapse. Until the end, no one insisted. After all, as pirates, no one knew better than them whether face or life was more important. You can get your face back later, but you can't live unless you can find someone who is willing to pay a huge fortune to revive you. When the leaders of various forces in Green Creek Town found themselves in the Vine Tavern in Green Creek Town in confusion and fear, everyone in the town had no idea that the town had changed its owner in half a day. Having signed a thick contract, they had no choice. However, facing the dragon coercion, they might feel uncomfortable at first, but after the incident, they also regarded him as the real leader now. After all, power as authority is too tempting, especially when the dragon said that it could give its own glory to the obedient. And after becoming a glorious and powerful dragonborn, most pirates were not so resistant in their hearts. In fact, they are generally similar to mercenaries. You give them benefits and they give you back. Mr. Gordon, if this is the case, will Isophy really recognize it? At this time, Nina, who was walking out of Green Creek Town and preparing to take Gordon to the next town, couldn't help asking. "I don't know," Gordon answered very straightforwardly. "Then you still, wouldn't it be a waste of effort if you didn't agree in the end?" Nina was a little puzzled, but Gordon never spoke without reason, so she patiently listened to its explanation. "This method is just a stopgap measure. I really want to see how she got in. If possible, it's not impossible for me to sneak in tonight." Gordon, who has the ability to walk on the ground like the Thor stone monster, actually thinks that the city built on the mountain is like an undefended back garden for it. It can walk around as it wants. Now here, the leaders of various forces in Green Creek Town are subdued as subordinates. Signing a contract that is not strict except for betrayal is actually to prevent those pirates from causing trouble for it at a critical moment. One more helper is always better than one more enemy. Grasp all the small details that can be grasped, and then be cautious in making major decisions. Follow the choice of the heart, and don't be led by desire. This is the way Gordon has always acted. "Okay then. If you want to go to the city tonight, I will return to the immortal princess. Mr. Gordon, you should be careful." Nina looked at Gordon worriedly. There were some things she didn't say, and there was no need to say them. After all, Nina had participated in every growth of it, except for the time when it was sleeping on Rika Island. She had witnessed with her own eyes that a young dragon with a length of no more than 1 meter from head to tail grew into a giant creature that was comparable to the length of an ancient dragon. Whatever it planned, Nina would unconditionally support and trust it. Therefore, there was no need to mention unnecessary nonsense. All she could do was to try her best not to drag down the dragon in front of her. "Well, I take you back first. And I come alone later." Gordon nodded to show that he understood. But there were all kinds of people in Misty Harbor, so he naturally didn't feel comfortable with Nina leaving alone. So he slightly modified the original plan. After hearing this, Nina smiled sweetly, without refutation or rejection, because she knew that rejection was useless. After all, whether it was her to it or it was to her, in the hearts of the two dragons, they both played an irreplaceable responsibility. That night, the town of Misty Harbor was still as usual, with bright lights, and pirates cheering and whistling in groups, and shouting and cursing, even mixed with women's laughter. It proved that the nightlife in this area had begun again. Other islands were quiet, such as the town of Vim where Gordon had anchored before, with only a few sparse lights, swaying slightly under the beating of the waves. Compared to the brilliant lights here, it seemed a little bleak. But it's not the only one. Issafair in Misty Harbor, as usual, fell into a silent and lifeless atmosphere, like a giant beast crawling in the dark. But Gordon did care about these, or he already cared about them, but didn't show it. After all, he came here for only one purpose, which was to destroy the plan of the Dragon Witch cult, prevent them from obtaining the artifact, and let Tiamat conspiracy and its offspring roll back to hell again. However, Gordon, who had just sent Nina back to the immortal princess and was about to sneak into the city with the dragon, thought about it and gave up the plan to act immediately. After all, it was still early and the nightlife had just begun. The dragon eyes and ears might be everywhere in the city. If he entered too suddenly, his identity might be exposed immediately. Although Gordon is not afraid now that he has grown up, he does not want to fight with it so early. He does not know anything about the situation. He relies on Andy, a little boy who escaped from Issafair before and has grown into a man. He is still a little worried. It is not that he doubts the blonde boy, but the timeliness of the news may not last that long. After all, no one can guarantee that there will not be too much deviation between the dragons a few years ago and the dragons a few years later. And this requires Gordon's own personal investigation, because only in this way can this value have reference significance. But now, let alone dragons, even the dog-headed man Gordon has not seen it. Those who have not entered Issafair to investigate the news are even more ignorant. And those who have entered are silent and no longer speak, as if they have signed some kind of agreement to restrict it from spreading the news in the city to the outside. However, Gordon could still observe that when people were discussing the free city of Issafair, those who had entered Issafair would inevitably draw a trace of sarcasm at the corners of their mouths. It was unclear whether they were mocking themselves or mocking this unbreakable city that had stood in the storm for 100 years. Gordon did not enter Issafair immediately, but he was not idle. Instead, he took a good look at the towns around Misty Port. There were more than 8 towns, except for the small ones such as Bardo Town and Green Creek Town, which were not large in scale and occupied a small area of the port. Gordon did not look at them much and passed by them easily. Only in a few towns that were more prosperous than other towns and almost the same as a small city, or in the true sense of Misty Port, did Gordon really stop. In the trade market of Misty Harbor, there are all kinds of ironware and medicines that are prohibited from being transported by various kingdoms, as well as slaves of various humanoid creatures. At least Gordon found no less than 10 kinds of beast girls in it. And there were even girls with half-beast and half-giant blood. They were expensive, and were said to be specially prepared for the storm giant nobles in the sea. In addition to the storm giants, those creatures of the Chaos Camp would occasionally come ashore and bring some precious plants and items from the ocean to buy and exchange for some materials unique to humans. However, it is worth mentioning that no matter what it is, magic items or slaves, the price is much cheaper than the average circulation price of the mainland. Almost a big reduction. Half selling and half giving. Similar to dumping. It may be related to the reason that these goods are not allowed to see the light. Gordon has no interest in buying. It just comes to the market to see if there are any equipment materials suitable for buying first. After all, the closer to Misty Harbor, Issafair, the more serious the palpitations in his heart. This is not a good sign. At least Gordon doesn't think so. And buying more scrolls and potions for the undead or other dragon creatures is what Gordon needs to prepare in advance. But even after a lot of shopping in the magic city of Sumerian, Gordon was not satisfied. He spent a lot of money and got it from the shopkeeper. But what Gordon didn't expect was that he heard a piece of news that attracted his attention from the pirates, who came in just after he went out. "Hey, did you hear that the monster will win 10 games in a row tonight? And then he will meet the Black Dragon. What do you think of the outcome?" It was a very ordinary chat. But the word dragon aroused Gordon's curiosity. At this time, another person replied, "I think the winning rate is still less than 30%. After all, its opponent is the Black Dragon, a parasite who once won 15 consecutive victories. Even if it has the blood of frost giants and is very resistant to magic, I still believe in the latter more." Listening, Gordon also heard some clues. If nothing unexpected happened, they were discussing matters related to the arena, which was similar to horse racing and football betting and underground boxing in the previous life. Anyway, they all watched the favorite players and then spent money to bet. It can be said that it is the most convenient and the most impossible way to make money in a short time. After all, those behind the scenes of the arena often manipulate the game in order not to lose money. However, these words still successfully focus Gordon's attention on one of the tallest buildings in Misty Port, and the arena is one of them. Gordon, who was particularly interested in the Black Dragon contestant, did not spend much effort, and even simply turned into a bear walking upright, and someone led him into the magnificent arena. However, when Gordon and others went to the viewing platform, under the host's passionate speech, he saw the familiar young Black Dragon. He was stunned immediately, for no other reason. It was another familiar person. Oh no! A familiar dragon. It was one of the 2 black dragons that he had encountered in the river Chiagua in the underground cave of the fairy wilderness. Didac. Chapter 466, The Old Dragon. In the bustling arena, a dark shadow separated by a fence in the empty space was lonely and ended. But no one dared to underestimate it, because it was a dragon. Although this dragon had parallel gray-white horns that were slightly curved inward and was covered with black scales, it was still a juvenile dragon. And after dozens of battles, it was rare to see a single intact scale. But the 15 consecutive victories were like a mountain, weighing heavily on the hearts of all those who were enemies with it. After all, no one knew whether they would become a merit that showed its strength and a stepping stone. At this moment, its face, which looked like a skeleton, was even more ferocious, staring at its opponent. Even through 2 iron gates, one could still see the brutal killing intent in its eyes. And the other side of the arena was far away from the Black Dragon cage. A northern barbarian, who was over 2 meters tall and had the blood of a frost giant, was sitting on a stone bench, polishing his axe blade that was already shiny enough to reveal a human figure. His skin was light blue. His eyes were also gray blue. His face was bloodless, but his eyes were steady. This strong man, who was over 2 meters tall, hardly took his eyes off the Black Dragon for half a second, and looked at the seemingly violent and crazy unusual Black Dragon opposite him with great vigilance, trying to find flaws in it. If it was an ordinary Black Dragon, his behavior would probably be laughed at by his teammates or companions. After all, he was a professional who had reached the 3rd level, close to the 4th level. Whether it was strength or combat skills, he was much richer than the fledgling Black Dragon. After all, the strength of the young dragon is well known. An ordinary, fully equipped 2nd level adventure team can basically take it down without any injuries. Dealing with a dragon without the size advantage and breath power is actually similar to dealing with a beast of the same size. At most, it is a more cunning jungle tiger that can breathe briefly, fly, and has higher intelligence. The jungle tiger is nothing in the Johnny Arena that has been operating in this foggy port for more than 30 years. Every year, a large number of hunters in the Storm Islands will take live jungle tigers out of the forest and sell them to the arena as a touchstone for the lowest level of gladiatorial combat. And this guy in front of him, whose physical fitness and size are not much bigger than the jungle tiger, can actually win 15 consecutive victories here. This record is enough for an ordinary human to be crowned the king of the arena. And a Black Dragon can do this, which is enough to surprise and terrify people. Of course, this burly man with light blue skin and short braids also knew from others the means of the Black Dragon in front of him. His speed was faster than that of ordinary dragons, and the sharpness of his claws far exceeded the lethality of black dragons of this age, which was doubled. In the 9th consecutive victory, Even the +2 precious steel shield from the hands of the furnace dwarves could not block the attack of the black dragon in front of him. The owner and the shield were swallowed by this gluttonous dragon. Therefore, the strength he was proud of became a disadvantage at this moment. Skills and positioning were the key to determining this battle. However, this frost giant hybrid man has always maintained a good mentality. After all, as an intelligent creature, and the giants only fear prey that is stronger than themselves. As for the ferocious young dragon in front of him, which was no more than 8 meters long from head to tail, and no more than 1.5 meters high, crawling on the ground. To be honest, he didn't think it would be the loser in the end. However, as someone who had the honor of fighting with the young white dragon, he did not underestimate the black dragon in front of him. In fact, his inner vigilance had already been fully raised. After all, dragons like the black dragon and the white dragon, which were low intelligence and only had hunting instincts, or were too lazy to think, were masters of sneak attacks. According to the news, more than 10 of the black dragon's 15 previous victories were obtained by sneak attacks. Therefore, his plan was to use his endurance and combat skills, combined with his positioning and the amulet on his body that was immune to acid breath, and directly take advantage of the breath opportunity to rush over and behead it. Originally, his plan was to delay it until the black dragon's physical strength was almost exhausted, and then engage in close combat. But before the battle, someone handed him this magic amulet that was said to be immune to acid breath, and he immediately changed his decision and tactics. If you want to ask why he believes so much, it's very simple. Just one sentence. The odds of the arena are 5 times that of the black dragon named Parasite. In short, even if he has 5 consecutive victories, and all of them ended the battle quickly, he is still not favored, even if the black dragon has played all his cards in these 10 games. The word dragon contains a unique magic, and will also give bettors infinite confidence. Before he walked out of the fence, he seemed to hear the boos and ridicules of the whole audience, as if saying, "Look, another poor kid to be fed to the dragon. Come on, let's bet on how many seconds this big guy can last under the hands of the Caslier giant. Even if a real frost giant comes, I'm afraid it won't be able to hunt this black dragon. It's a demon." The chaotic clamor, accompanied by waves of cheers for the title of Black Dragon, washed over the huge arena covering thousands of square meters. Humph. Just watch me chop off the horns and head of that lizard with an axe. And then you will all call me the name of Son of Frost. At this moment, the fence made of fine iron that separated them had already made a crisp sound of mechanical rotation. The fence creaked and rose, and the black dragon on the other side did the same. The host's passionate opening speech in the middle of the arena meant that this battle that was destined to decide life and death had already begun. On the high stands, Gordon's bare eyes were wide open at this time. Not because of anything else, but because the black dragon in front of him was actually much faster than ordinary black dragons or dragons of the same age. It almost became an illusion, and the naked eye could see. The speed of the dragon increased significantly. How did it do that? And where did the name of the parasite come from? Gordon remembered that the black dragon in front of him could be described as simple-minded and stupid. On the other hand, the other black dragon, who seemed to be called Durancer, was still fresh in his memory for its cunning and wit. Where did it go? Soon, in order to solve the mystery, Gordon found the staff of the arena, and learned from him why the black dragon Didic, who was wandering on the edge of the arena and looking for an opportunity, was named the Parasite. As he listened, Gordon looked at the black dragon with a touch of sadness. It turned out that it was really it that killed its brother, Durancer. The first victory in life, the first victory in this arena, was given by its brother. Although there was no review, Gordon, who knew that the 2 young black dragons had a close relationship, naturally knew that this was definitely not a simple battle and victory that could be summarized, or in a word. Moreover, the current unusualness of this young black dragon seemed to be related to that first victory. It is said that the black dragon Didic, who was originally stupid and clumsy, and even the jungle tiger did not dare to actively hunt, immediately seemed to have opened his mind after killing his brother. Fighting, sneak attack, dodging, no matter which one, it can be said to have reached a level that dragons of the same age cannot reach. The battle between the man and the dragon in the arena did not stop because of Gordon's distracted thinking. And the battle below also entered a white-hot state. The burly barbarian with pale blue skin was now naked, with a shallow scratch of 3 claws on his chest. and his face looked particularly ugly. Even though he had been prepared for the Black Dragon's speed, he found out that he was wrong not long after the fight. This was not fast at all. It was doubled. If it hadn't been for long-term training, it would have been extremely difficult to catch its attack method. Just now, it was the Black Dragon's spell-like ability, Darkness Field, which made him lose his vision and shrouded him in a black room. If he hadn't had a sudden inspiration and flew back a few steps, the claws wouldn't have returned so easily in vain in the black room. But even so, the sharp scratch still made him wear it for a long time. And the hard leather armor was directly scrapped. And the remaining force also left 3 shallow scratches on his chest. Obviously, if it hadn't dodged in time, the outcome would have been decided. If this continues, it will never work. We have to find a chance to make it use its breath. The burly barbarian, who had originally changed his mind after entering the field and planned not to use the amulet of acid immunity as much as possible, still looked at the scar on his chest that had stopped bleeding, gritted his teeth, and decided to give it a try. He had to use the amulet. Otherwise, he might not be able to beat this Black Dragon, which was far beyond the ordinary level in terms of speed and strength. Damn it! He pretended to retreat and accidentally fell, supporting himself with one hand and holding up the shield with the other. And even his weapon, the axe, was thrown to the ground, in a defensive posture. Sure enough, as he put down his weapon, the Black Dragon in front of him really did as he thought, and his abdomen began to contract, accompanied by the sound of inhaling. A liquid filled with a sour and rotten smell was like a torrent of river water, rushing towards the barbarian who had lost his means of attack. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The amulet had already taken effect, and the acid splashed on his body without any damage. It really works, he thought to himself, and at the same time, he rushed towards the direction of the Black Dragon breath with a shield on his face. The +1 refined shield was corroded and pitted in a short while. But the barbarian with the blood of the frost giant was not afraid. Even if the shield in his hand had been corroded beyond recognition, he still did not retreat a step and rushed towards the location of the Black Dragon firmly. Before the audience laughed at him whether he was going to slay the dragon with a shield, the man under the shield actually pulled out another axe blade and chopped it hard at the dragon head. It seemed that the dragon was unaware and just stayed there stupidly, letting it attack. However, the corners of the barbarian's mouth just curled up. He froze in place when he saw the scene in front of him. The wound of the dragon was not bleeding, nor was it acid that could corrode the floor. Instead, it was a white skeleton dragon whose bones were visible. The barrier of the skeleton blocked its blade, and the Black Dragon that was sitting there and breathing had disappeared. How could it be? Looking at the corpse of the Black Dragon that had really turned into white bones, the barbarian, who had never been prepared, broke out in a cold sweat and immediately wanted to turn back to get another axe that it had thrown aside. But he found that the road in front of him led to the place where the corpse was just now. The weird and mysterious fighting method directly caused this barbarian, whose brain capacity was not much larger than that of the White Dragon, to freeze immediately and fall into a state of madness. A few seconds after the madness, he seemed to come back to his senses. But it was too late. An extremely swift black shadow rushed from behind, biting through his head with unmatched power. Sitting on the high platform, Godun could see clearly, including those small movements. But even so, his eyebrows were particularly surprised. Cursed Dragon Soul. It actually gave birth to a small black dragon chick with a cursed dragon soul, and it is still attached to his body. Godun, who is knowledgeable and has a deep study of dragon heritage, naturally knows what kind of state the black dragon in front of him belongs to. If the alien dragon is born, then the changes that occur after the cursed dragon soul attaches to the dragon are generally called acquired formation, dark magic, permanent magic weapons, and acceleration magic. And no matter which of these spells, it is crucial for the fledgling black dragon. And these are all related to the cursed dragon soul. It can be said that the reason why Didac, the black dragon, can get to where he is today, whether it is the help of spells or the exchange of information, is more or less related to the cursed dragon soul. It seems that I have one, Gordon murmured to himself. Everything in the arena was obvious. The barbarian with the blood of the frost giant fell, and the winner was enjoying the feast it deserved. Can I meet the black dragon? Gordon suddenly thought of something and asked proactively. The attendant showed some difficulty and refused to let the manager come over to give him a satisfactory answer. Gordon didn't care. Anyway, he was idle, and the post-war cleanup below was coming to an end, and the next exciting arena was about to start again, and he could expand his horizons while watching. As the victorious Black Dragon returned, its figure gradually disappeared from everyone's sight amid the tsunami-like cheers of the Kinslayer, and Gordon also welcomed the arena manager to answer questions. It was still the same as what he had said to the servant before. "Can I meet the Black Dragon?" "Of course. But for your safety, you must look at it from a distance of 10 meters. Not close contact." Gordon naturally agreed. So, not long after, Didic and Gordon, who were tossing and turning in a dark and damp nest, met. Chapter 467 Conversation. Bewitching. Will. Didic is not in a good condition now, even if he returns to the cage in the swamp environment specially built for him in the arena. Even though he used illusion in the arena just now to make the big guy, who was not very smart, mistakenly think that he hit the air. His scales were still damaged to some extent. A few more scales are about to fall off. The young Black Dragon lying in the soft and wet soil stared at the swamp snail as big as a human fist crawling slowly in front of him inside. If it were a few years ago, it would probably see this swamp delicacy and gobble it up happily. All injuries are forgotten. Its taste has changed now, but it is no longer in the mood it was back then. No matter how delicious the food is, it will only taste bitter and boring when swallowed into the mouth. "Brother, I will live. I remember their appearance that day. As long as I live, I will avenge this hatred one day. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. Whether it's my offspring or my soul, I will destroy everything related to them." The Black Dragon angry oath after swallowing the flesh and blood of its own kind is still clear and vivid. The Black Dragon and the Red Dragon are the most enthusiastic color dragons in terms of destruction and destructiveness. And the dragons themselves are the most vengeful. As long as the previous events are unforgettable, it is normal for this Black Dragon named Didic to have such a deep hatred at such a young age. But at this time, the snail that was crawling slowly on the soft soil that was full of fishy smells and rotten tree roots and scattered with dead branches and fallen leaves seemed to have noticed something, and quickly shrank its shell, curling up its entire body into the not-so-hard snail shell. The snail shell with the color of dead leaves allows it to blend into the environment of the rotten swamp when it is motionless. If you don't look for it seriously, this natural camouflage color allows it to avoid most natural enemies. However, this does not include the Black Dragon on its head. But the Black Dragon has no mind to care about these. Its dark green vertical pupils are staring at the wall outside the swamp without blinking. A high platform suspended dozens of meters above the ground for people to observe is full of transparent walls, like glass. It is said that it was made by a high-level alchemist. At least its power is far from enough to shake this transparent wall filled with magic spells. Anyway, it is unwilling to try again. But it does not intend to let the person who looks down on it have an easy time. Before the footsteps sounded, light black magic smoke began to linger around its mouth. If the researchers or forest fairies who are familiar with the movements of black dragons are familiar with them, they can easily judge what spell the Black Dragon will cast next. Darkness or withering spells. Only this kind of spells can be completely spewed out by the elements in the mouth. And most of the others need to rely on the claws and toes to assist in casting. However, it is said that some dragons can cast spells with the wings and toes of their wings, so that creatures who dare to challenge it cannot detect it, and only regret it after the spell is released. However, what it didn't expect this time was that the people who came to observe it were not those humans with disgusting smiles, but a furry and upright beastman. Judging from the burly figure and hair, this is a swamp bearman. In the dragon heritage, there are also many records about this kind of beastman. The powerful swamp bearman tribe can even resist head-on and even expel the adult Black Dragon and its followers. And it was precisely this moment of shock that the Black Dragon dark magic, which completely obscured the view of the transparent glass, was not released. And a familiar yet unfamiliar distant voice appeared in its heart. "Long time no see, Didic." This voice was very brisk, and it made Didic return to the past in a trance. But he couldn't remember who it was for a while. "Who are you? How can you speak in my brain? Get out, or I will eat you." Didic's hoarse voice still couldn't cover up his inner panic, and he was timid. In the face of events beyond the scope, his original nature could not be concealed. He was timid and cowardly, and had no opinion. "Do you really not remember who I am?" Very wild. This teasing voice gave a hint, and it was this sentence that made Didic return to the past. and beside him was a young black dragon who looked similar to him, but with a particularly wise look. "Brother, I want to eat fish." "In the sewage?" The smaller black dragon looked at his brother eagerly. "No, there is not much food in this river. You eat this yellow quartz first." "What about you?" The black dragon holding the yellow quartz, or as big as his head, looked at his brother. Hee. "Stupid brother. Of course I have better ones. Just eat it." Doramster looked at his brother arrogantly, as if giving alms. "Oh, then I eat it." The black dragon bit the ore that was a little bit hard on the teeth, but could be swallowed into the stomach. With the sewage flushing, swallowing was not so uncomfortable. Didic didn't think it was wrong for his brother Doramster's decision. After all, in the black dragon memory, the strong have the right to allocate all resources. It's just that these two black dragons were born from the same shell when they were born, so the relationship between them is not as tense as other five-colored dragons. And they also retain the rare family affection that can only be seen in metal dragons. Of course, the next scene in the black dragon memory was that he was curious about what good things his brother was eating secretly, so he wanted to share a portion with everyone. But he found that his brother, who had secretly left, was eating red algae floating on the water. That thing was bitter and astringent, and it got stuck in the teeth. When eating, it would wrap the beautiful little horns with circles of algae, which most black dragons could not accept. Even if it followed human behavior, it would not get food crumbs all over its face and hair when eating. "Right? Why do you want to eat red algae?" In the memory, it still asked so naively, but it was immediately swept away by its brother, Doramster, with his tail, and said coldly, "What do you care?" And Didic's sentence. "Obviously, the yellow quartz is much more delicious than the red algae. I still have half. Do you want to eat it, brother?" In the end, he couldn't say it. It has long forgotten its mentality at that time. It only remembers that it and its brother were actually quite happy staying in that sewage river. At least, apart from food, they were happy every day. Unlike here, there is plenty of food, but the happiness of childhood is far away from it. Perhaps this is the trouble of growing up that its brother talked about. After all, when it faced various problems at that time, it always liked to say impatiently, "You will know when you grow up." But it has grown up now. Tiramutus, my brother. But he is gone. Gordon looked at the black dragon in front of him, who was lost in thought with a strange look on his face. For a moment, he doubted whether it was the black dragon he had seen. After all, it had only been a few years. It was reasonable to think that he could remember it. It had given enough hints. "Sir, just watch here." After Gordon paid enough gold coins, both the arena service staff and the manager treated him warmly, trying to make this big customer feel at home. After all, apart from the commission from the casino, the box fee is also quite considerable in the long run. Yeah. Gordon was confused, but he didn't show it on the surface and decided to observe it again. Logically speaking, his feeling couldn't be wrong. But the black dragon in front of him didn't seem to remember. Just when Gordon was hesitating whether to give more hints, the hoarse voice that had been silent for a long time in his mind finally sounded. "It's Lord Gallatin. I remember you." The black dragon voice was a little unfamiliar, but at least it was much better than the hostility just now. Gordon didn't care. Being able to communicate was a good thing. Besides, it was normal for a dragon with a cursed dragon soul to have some emotions. "Just remember me, Didic. Long time no see. But I didn't expect this meeting to be this way." Gordon smiled and spread his paws, and he could feel the sincerity of his words even through the glass. Of course, he used some divine power to induce the young black dragon in front of him to believe him more. But he didn't have any bad intentions. Just to make the conversation more pleasant, he also wanted to learn some stories about this city from the black dragon in front of him, and how the two brothers ended up in Misty Harbor, and one of them ended up being called a kinslayer. Me too. Didic showed some reluctance in his heart, or he didn't want to talk too much. "Have you let it go?" Seeing this, Gordon just smiled and directly threw out what he could give, which was also what he guessed it wanted most at the moment. Forgot what? The eye sockets were sunken, and the childishness on the face of the young black dragon had long faded. Instead, his face was solemn and confused. "Forgot what? Of course. You have forgotten the hatred and are willing to stay here as a pet reptile?" Gordon chewed on the words just now, and then his words were extremely sharp, like a knife, almost piercing the not-so-hard heart of the young black dragon in front of him. Could it be? You really don't want to do anything? Gordon continued to ask. It stuttered a little, but its eyes showed disbelief. You want to help me? But it remembered that the black dragon in front of it had been underground, and its strength was only the 4th level. At most, some talents were a bit fancy, such as being able to hide in rocks. And its brother were once scared by this. The owner of this arena is a high-level spellcaster. This platform was set up by it. I am powerless to struggle. It is also a member of the Necromancer Association here. I think, although the nature of black dragons is cunning and suspicious, there are exceptions. At least for Didic, a black dragon who has not been taught by his parents since he was a child and relies entirely on the memory of dragon inheritance, but is too lazy to learn. He is still a little worried that this strange old acquaintance black dragon in front of him cannot beat the necromancer, who has advanced undead and a skull dragon mount. No, I won't do it. Gordon denied his idea, almost directly refusing. Didic felt a little disappointed after hearing this. After all, it's not a good feeling to hope to appear and then disappear. But I just heard Gordon say again, you should take action. You should take revenge yourself. Isn't it better this way? Or do you not want to? Have you forgiven those enemies? Hearing these words, Didic was stunned for a moment, and his mind even turned from the previous topic. What did it say? I will take revenge myself? Don't be kidding. Even if the dragon grows fast, if it wants to be able to laugh at the human city and not be afraid of anyone, it must at least reach the middle-age level. When it reaches the middle-age level where it can do whatever it wants, it is uncertain whether these guys who like to study skeletons are still there. Even if they are, it is actually uncertain whether he can beat them at that time. After all, if the mage is transformed into a lich, it will be quite troublesome for the dragon to get rid of him. And the dragon has only one life. And if it makes a mistake once, it will really be gone. Why? You can't do it? Or do you think you can't do it? The dragon on the opposite side seemed to see through its inner hesitation and spoke directly to open its heart. No. Of course I can do it. But not now. I can't beat Siphanat. If I want to avenge my brother personally, I may have to wait a long time. My current growth rate is too slow, even if I am given God grace. The black dragon hammered the not-so-hard ground in frustration, leaving a claw-sized mark on the ground. God grace? Gordon keenly grasped the meaning and asked in surprise. That evil scale lady? Yes. It's Tiamat. A few years ago, before my brother and I left the swamp, my mother temple sacrifice gave me the evil scale's blessing. A few years ago? Gordon became more and more confused. Didn't the god's power leave the main material plane long ago? Logically, when it returned to Rika Island from the Fey Wilds, only the saints remained in the main material plane, not the gods. What about the blessing of the sacrifice? This timeline is wrong. But when I thought about the strange flow rate of the Fey Wilds, I felt relieved after thinking about it. It was probably because of crossing the world barrier and returning to the main material plane again. Everyone's time flow rate is different. Yes. It was about 7 or 8 years ago. At that time, my brother asked my mother about your race. I didn't expect that you were a proto-dragon, which is completely different from us color dragons. The memory gradually opened up, and the words of the black dragon Didic began to mutter, just like a child with a lot of thoughts in his heart, telling adults, well, if I say I have a way to make you become a legendary dragon faster than with God grace in a few years, are you willing? Gordon didn't say the price, but as a dragon, you should know that there is no free lunch. But even so, its words that resembled bewitching were like a beam of light to the black dragon Didic at this moment, dispelling the haze in his heart and washing the black dragon lying in the swamp, reborn from the ashes. I am willing. At any price. At this moment, with anger in his eyes and sparks, he said without hesitation. Chapter 468 Invitation. Time goes back to a few years ago. Misty Harbor is still crowded with people. In the backyard of an inconspicuous warehouse, you can vaguely hear the low roar of a strange beast. Residents passing by this area are no longer surprised. This is the backyard of Johnny Arena, where many beasts are raised and collected for use in the arena. Not to mention the low roar of the beasts. They have even heard a lot of dialect abuses from residents from all over the country, and they have long been accustomed to it. And today, it is raining, and the pirates and merchants on the street have disappeared without a trace. But the lights in the taverns and brothels are brightly lit in the daytime. And in the distance, you can see the ships that are constantly going out to sea and returning to the dock. Every time the sound of the raindrops outside the window, the sound of the raindrops falling on the soil, and the damp smell in the air can make the black dragon comfortable enough to open and close the tightly closed scales on his body. They like this kind of weather the most. The rotten, damp, and earthy smell of the soil can make them shake their tails and have a good sleep while lying in the swamp. But for the two black dragon brothers, Duramster and Didik, who were imprisoned in a cold stone prison with hard granite-like ground, they only felt that this rain was inexplicably hot and irritating. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Duramster repeated this sentence, roaring in dragon language. And Didik, who was hiding in the corner and curled up in the iron chain around his neck, could only repeat it. I'm sorry, brother. This is the 3rd month since they were captured from a group of adventurers outside the Blackwater swamp. They have changed 3 owners. There was the princess of the kingdom, who was curious about the appearance of the young dragon and was frightened and quickly refunded the money. There was also the heir of the wizard family, who wanted to buy it to cultivate it into a magical pet. But in the end, due to Didik's stupidity and Tiramutz's deliberateness, he thought it was a fantasy to keep a black dragon as a magical pet and finally gave up. This time, he traveled thousands of miles and spent nearly a month on the road. He was said to be a necromancer on an island. There is an inexplicable bond between necromancers and black dragons, which sounds like a good match. But Duramster didn't think so. Although young dragons often sign contracts with powerful people to ensure their safety and growth in order to survive. But it didn't want to at all. If it weren't for Didik, the stupid brother, it wouldn't stay in this ghost place where its scales were uncomfortable, and it would be afraid of being skinned and boned and turned into a dead creature. Only his brother was still silly and naive all day long, thinking that other creatures would have some respect and fear when seeing dragons. The innate memory made it look down on any creature except dragons. Naturally, Duramster couldn't think so. It knew very clearly that although its and Didik's strengths were invincible in front of ordinary mortals, they could be despised as much as they wanted. But in front of truly powerful professionals, dragons were just creatures with great potential at most. But potential cannot be preempted. The long growth period of dragons can be regarded as a mercy given by the creator to other creatures. Of course, a long lifespan is also a gift. But most dragons never cherish this gift. After all, most dragons are not troubled by lifespan. They only consider the amount of wealth, the size of the territory, and the number of followers, rather than today's passing of another day, or the passing of a month in the blink of an eye. Time is the cheapest and most useless thing for them. Don't say sorry, Didik. This is the most useless, it said angrily. Then, brother, what should we do? Didik asked timidly and quietly. Although Duramster wanted to ask, I also want to ask you what to do. But when he thought that Didik's answer might be, I don't know either, his heart suddenly shrank. He shook his tail very sadly. Wait. See if this necromancer intends to use us as thugs. Summons. Or something else. Brother. Materials. Duramster's voice echoed clearly in this narrow and not very open cage. But the hearts of the 2 dragons were particularly heavy at this moment. After all, the unknown fate entangled them. But the feeling of being unable to break free is an indescribable pain. Ding ding ding. The sound of calfskin boots stepping on the stagnant water spread out from the dark warehouse, followed by the crisp sound of the key turning the iron lock. Both black dragons were startled. And then they stared at the passage outside the cage. Soon, accompanied by the roars and curses of other beasts and humans, a well-dressed young wizard with gray hair and black eyes walked in, accompanied by a fawning middle-aged man in butler's clothes. His big hands like cattail leaves held a folded umbrella in one hand and a key chain in the other hand, which was a little funny. But next to the solemn and noble young man, it seemed unexpectedly harmonious. Lord Casimon, the batch of goods is here. He trotted forward, but was immediately pulled by an invisible big hand. And then the next moment, a cone of corrosive acid sprayed out from the fence. The iron pillars of the cage made of corrosion-resistant fine gold were intact, but the lamps on the rock wall and the mirror-like marble floor still had more or less 1 centimeter corrosion pits, which were bumpy and looked like a honeycomb. The steward immediately turned pale, and with lingering fear, he hurriedly thanked the young wizard behind him. Then he turned his head and cursed the cage. Damn beast. You are still not honest even after being tied up with iron chains. All right. Leave it to me. You go. Yes. Lord Casimon. The steward left in a huff. Only the gray-haired wizard was left to face the two aggressive black dragon brothers. Don't worry. I'm not here to announce your end, but to tell you a good news. Human, get out. I don't want to listen to your speech. It's more disgusting than the maggots in the swamp. But it's delicious to eat. If you open the cage and let me eat you, maybe I will talk to you in my stomach. The pride of the dragon does not allow Tim Last to bow his head. Didic also roared. Brother is right. Get out. And like mortal. The previous words are a bit funny. But no one doubts that the two dragons are joking. I'm here to give you freedom. Aren't you tempted? Now I solemnly introduce myself. Cass Simon, the man who will become the king of the dead in the future. I am now sending you an invitation called Lucky. If you accept, then the game begins. His smile is reflected in the vertical pupils of the two dragons. Now think about it. That promise was the beginning of the destruction of me and my brother. He is even more cunning and vicious than the green dragon. The black dragon in the swamp said to Gordon, who was transformed into a swamp bear man. Chapter 469, Winning Over. Perhaps we should have fought to the death that day and refused to agree. It's all my fault. Didic's voice was a little sad and regretful. But Gordon replied calmly, you should think that if you had enough strength at that time, he would not dare to play with you two brothers. Weakness is the original sin, and regret is meaningless. Perhaps you are right. I was wrong. Brother. Lord Gordon. The black dragon expressed his approval of Gordon's words at the right time. And just now, Gordon also told it his real name. It's not too late now. As long as your soul has not fallen into the abyss, you still have a chance. What chance? The chance to resurrect your brother. Gordon learned about the cursed dragon soul from the dragon heritage. But the black dragon in front of him was unaware of it. So it was not surprised. After all, each colored dragon inherits part of the memory given by its parents. And each dragon that gives birth to offspring has experienced a rich life. But it is still limited. Cursed dragon souls are mostly issued by dragons with outstanding magical talents. Silver dragons or green dragons may understand this talent. As for black dragons, only those black dragon offspring who have a deep understanding of magic can learn about it from their parents' memories. Didic didn't know that it was normal. What? The black dragon almost jumped up. And with a flick of its tail, it smashed a tail-shaped dent in the soft swamp. Can my brother be resurrected? It's difficult. But it can be. Gordon, who is well versed in the greatness of divinity, can say with certainty that as long as its soul has not been corrupted or fallen by the abyss, any god with weak divine power can pay a certain price from the hands of the god of death to let him return to the world. Even a dog is no exception. If you want. After all, there are precedents. Right? Moreover, those wizards can revive the dead through the magic network's prayer or summoning from another world. Not to mention the gods and their servants. But Didic didn't understand this. Or maybe he didn't want to understand it. Because his mind was full of resurrecting his brother. His eyes were brighter than before. And the flower of hope had bloomed. No matter how difficult it is, I will revive Duramster. I owe my brother too much. And my life is not enough to pay it back. The friendship of colored dragons is deep and cold. After all, not all dragons are cold and ruthless, and have no family affection. Although most colored dragons are selfish, there are some individuals who will have human-like emotions, such as the white dragons of the north, who have emotions that should not exist with their masters or companions. And there are also some dragon descendants with black dragon blood or blood of various colored dragons, who really get along with each other and are not forced. After all, even if some dragons force you, for weak humans, if they don't really like it, how can they have the desire to challenge it? That requires your tireless efforts. But I believe you can do it. After all, cursing the dragon soul can make you. Gordon didn't say much about the rest, because he knew that the black dragon in front of him also understood the abnormality of his body. And with Gordon's explanation, Didic also understood what cursing the dragon soul meant. Cursing the dragon soul is called a curse. But for the dragon, it is actually a blessing. Or a gift. After all, if a human gets this marked curse, as long as you don't solve it, then this curse can torture you until your soul disappears and your will is annihilated. It can make all creatures suffer from the pain of soul-piercing pain. The caster will lose the ability to cast spells. The warrior physique profession will appear vulnerable, weak, and weakened, and other negative states cannot be expelled by ordinary magic. And this state will become more serious with the passage of time. The possessed person will have hallucinations, and see the people he meets in life as monsters he has killed in his life. His vision and 5 senses will also begin to distort. The wailing of monsters will accompany him throughout the night, and even the day. Finally, most people tortured by the cursed dragon soul will collapse and kill all the creatures they see. In the end, they will either be killed by others, or after satisfying the dragon soul's desire for life and soul, the host will return to normal and commit suicide in despair. But for dragons, especially dragons of the same color, this curse can almost be regarded as a replica of God's grace. Not only can the physical fitness of the dragon as the host be greatly improved in all aspects, but it can also increase the size and lifespan of the dragon. And the thickness of the soul will be increased to 2 to 3 times the level of peers. There will also be different levels of increase in power attack, including the impact of various negative states, such as shock, panic, bleeding, poison, corrosion, and other random factors will be imposed on the enemy's body with its repeated attacks. And what's more powerful is that this cursed dragon soul is growth-oriented. That is, when the host dragon is older, the dragon soul will grow with it, so that his strength will always double or even higher. This is why Gordon said before that as long as Didek grows up, it will only be a matter of time before he becomes a powerful dragon in the black dragon race. If he doesn't die halfway. Of course, there are not many lucky dragons like this. It may not be possible to see a dragon with a cursed dragon soul for hundreds of years. After all, the birth of this dragon soul is full of legends. And it is not easy to be born. And it also requires an opportunity, such as the creation of God. Gordon's eyes suddenly condensed, looking at the extremely excited black dragon in front of him. But he felt that it was not appropriate to ask now. So he could only hold it back and wait until the black dragon in front of him calmed down before asking about the past in detail. After all, it is not a good behavior to mention sad things when you are excited. Well, I will, Lord Gordon. The words that Didek conveyed to Gordon's heart at this time were extremely respectful. After all, it has placed all its hopes on it. Then listen carefully. What I want you to do now is to believe in a dragon god and become its fanatic. Then everything you want will slowly come to you with your efforts. Who? Miss Evil Scale? But I prayed countless times, and the lady never responded to me. Didek's eyes were fanatical, but with some doubts. No, it's another one. Gordon smiled. Who is that? Alduin, the dragon of grace. Alduin? You just need to remember that this is a dragon god who can fulfill your wishes. What's more, in your current situation, no other dragon god is willing to accept you except him. Didek was silent. After all, poverty is also a sin. This is even more true for prisoners. It is good enough not to be regarded as a shame for the dragon clan. Then, as a stream of information flowed into its brain, Didek understood. Why is this dragon named Alduin called the Dragon of Grace? Chapter 470, The Reaction in the City. Havilo looked at the window in the hall that was first tightly pressed by wooden boards and then covered by curtains made of silky gold threads. Without any light, she sat on the soft velvet chair for a long time without saying a word. The flickering candlelight illuminated the room, and her figure was also reflected on the luxurious and beautiful walls. The silhouette was like a doll, motionless. Since Artis left every day, she sat like this in the hall, without saying a word or moving. Artis's warning was like a heartbeat, always echoing in her mind. Don't open the window. Don't open the window. Originally, she felt indifferent. But since the attic incident, she was now scared and dared not touch the door she had originally longed for. Lightless Cottage. This was the name she gave to her house. She knew that Artis must have a secret from her. And it was not an ordinary little thing. After all, she was in the attic that day. Although the damage had been repaired long ago, her brain still remembered it clearly. I saw a dragon. A dragon that was dying, or had already died, and exuded a corrupt smell. But why did it disappear again? And had no ill will towards her. This is something she still hasn't figured out. And when she told Adias about this, he only looked slightly serious. After a few days of busy work, he returned to his previous lazy attitude, going to get off work and going home on time every day, and occasionally coming back for lunch at noon. When she asked again, she got a dazzling answer from Atis. However, every piece of decayed and fallen scale was clear in her mind. This could not be faked. Hiwilu never believed that there was a mistake in her memory, and her strong curiosity made her willing to explore it to the end. But what happened before still made her feel scared. So she was quiet for a few days. Just as Hualua was thinking hard, the doorbell rang outside. Hualua was a little surprised. Didn't Artis have the key? And she looked at the clock hanging on the fireplace. It was not time to get off work yet. How could he come back suddenly? However, Hualua still got up and took a coat from the closet to put on herself. The weather after the holiday was unpredictable. Today's wind was like waves hitting the windows. There were waves. Hualua felt that her thin body still needed a coat made of animal fur to keep warm. She was already uneasy. And with the bad weather, she didn't want Artis to take care of her in the end. And this city didn't have those kind and sacred priests to help her get rid of the disease. She didn't want to drink the weird potions made by pharmacists. Even if she could recover. After all, God knows what was added to the materials of those potions. She had the honor of visiting the laboratory of an imperial pharmacist. And the contents inside made her vomit all the food she had eaten that day. She would never forget that scene. However, when the heavy door opened, the whistling cold wind and the person in the cold wind appeared in front of Hualua. Hualua's beautiful golden vertical pupils shrank slightly involuntarily. The hand holding the door handle and the expression on her face also froze instantly. And only her calves retreated involuntarily. Her fingertips trembled slightly. And her voice trembled. You are? She looked at the black-robed man in front of her, who was almost as tall as her. With a familiar jaw, familiar lips, and a pair of familiar eyes. This is another self. Cold sweat broke out on her back. Then, there was another gust of wind, accompanied by the sound of the iron door slamming shut. No one was seen outside the house. The lightless house fell into silence again. Like a reef in the sea. Silent and motionless. Only the flying rain witnessed the scene just now. Boom. Thunder suddenly sounded. And lightning flashed across the sky. Behind the lightless house. Not far away was the tallest and most extensive building in Isafi. The Gothic spire looked particularly hideous and terrifying against the backdrop of bursts of lightning. And in the hall of this pirate palace, with the vigorous flames burning in the braziers on both sides, the hall was now brightly lit. And the shadows seemed to have disappeared. But not many people could witness this scene. In addition to the priests, who were still wearing black robes that could cover their faces in the hall, there was the terrifying dragon perched high on the high seat where the 5 pirate kings originally sat. This is a giant dragon that has reached the level of an ancient dragon. From the green spots faintly visible on its rotten scales, its withered dorsal fin, its hornless features, and the withered vines struggling around it, it can be judged that this giant dragon exuding the breath of death is, if nothing unexpected happens, a green dragon among the colored dragons. The dark green vertical pupils of the ancient green dragon are brighter than the firelight, staring closely at the black-robed man in the hall. And then the next moment, a hoarse and dull voice echoed in the hall. How is the work going? The lady has already started to urge you. If your efficiency continues to slow down, I can't guarantee when the lady punishment will come. The black-robed priests with the dragon claw and dragon wing logos painted on their backs or foreheads were silent. Only a red-haired man with the red dragon head logo painted on him lifted his hood, revealing his wild and strong appearance, and said in a muffled voice, Don't worry. The matter that our Lord has entrusted to us has been figured out, and the last fragment of the artifact has been traced. As long as we make 2 more trips, at most half a month, we can restore the broken artifact. By then, if the plan succeeds, how can our Lord punish us? Just what? The hoarse voice sounded again, and the dark green vertical pupils, as big as lanterns, stared at the man with red vertical pupils. It's just that we lost a lot of people in the open sea recently, and the murderer has disappeared without a trace. I suspect that someone has already set their sights on us. It can't be those damn metal dragons. The descendants of that old platinum dragon are not quiet people. When the time comes, I'm afraid that our manpower... The wild man with long red hair pulled out the huge sword, as big as a door panel behind him, and said with a cracked mouth, It doesn't matter if I die. Anyway, I can go to the kingdom of my lord. But if the plan fails, no one can bear the anger of the lady. As agreed in advance. How are the reinforcements? Addis? This is the first time the man called the huge green dragon in front of him. And the green dragon response is still indifferent and unkind. Everything is the same as before. You don't have to worry about the reinforcements. But? The red-haired man wanted to say something, but was immediately rejected by the magnificent voice of the green dragon. Okay. Half a month. You don't have much time left. Our Lord is preparing to come, and we can't let him down. We must not miss the creation of God that once shattered the stars and shocked the world. Eternal immortality. The dragon is eternal. After saying that, the dragon retreated into the shadows and disappeared. Only the priests who were praying fervently and chanting the slogans of the dragon witch cult were left in the hall. Chapter 471 Encounter. Misty Harbor. Pirate City. Isophi. Storms always come as expected. Just like the face of a certain canine. The dark clouds covering the sky of the entire Storm Islands are like a thick wall, blocking any creature's desire to look directly at the sky and peek at the blue sky and the sunshine. Then, accompanied by the flashing lightning in the rolling dark clouds, the entire giant city standing on the misty harbor flickered, and there were no pedestrians on the streets. Most pirates had gone to nearby taverns or colorful places because of the coming of the storm, to get through the storm and cleanse their minds or bodies. In short, having fun is one of the most common things in Misty Harbor. After all, the pirates live a life of hardship on the sea. At the port dock, rest and comfort are the best and most profitable way for them to return with the gold coins they earn. We will proceed as planned after the shift change. In the coming rainstorm, a group of people were hiding in a corner not far from the giant city of Isophi, whispering under the thunder. If Gordon was here, he would find that this was the legendary team of Caranther. They appeared here, so there was no doubt that they did not fulfill what Gordon had told them to do before, or did not fulfill it completely. In addition to entering Isophi as the winner and owner of the Misty Harbor, this adventure team hoped to sneak in quietly and then quickly take the two princesses away from the Storm Islands, which was the top priority. As for stealing the limelight, they felt that they would not and did not need to do it. Their primary duty is to quickly save the royal bloodline, and they are too lazy to even give a glance to the pirate king or the leader of a force. At this moment, the spellcaster who had been staring at the walls of Isophi with his arcane eyes tightly opened returned to normal. His pupil shrunk from the size of a ping-pong ball to the size of an almond, and his voice was faster than his expression. Lord Matev, we have tracked her based on the princess's blood. Princess Hevelu is indeed here. The spellcaster smiled, and at the same time, one hand pointed at several locations on the map, and then divided them carefully, and finally circled a location below the so-called Five Kings Palace, and said, if nothing unexpected happens, Her Highness Hevelu should be here. Everyone, including Matev himself, looked at the circle drawn by the spellcaster on the map. They had already been familiar with the location above through the spellcaster's secret eyes. How sure are you? 70%. That's already high. The remaining 30% is here, and here, the caster explained, while drawing a few circles on the map and writing down the reasons for his choice. If His Highness Hevelu can't find it in that block, then it is very likely to be in these blocks. The moment when everyone's eyes were attracted by this magnificent city map, Matev had already taken the lead and drank the invisibility potion that the pharmacist had already prepared for him to use well. And it was a high-level one. This not only allowed him to avoid the sight of the guards at the city gate, but also the various magic patterns and talismans set up on the city wall at the gate. After all, with the high-level invisibility potion and the agility of the legendary warrior himself, he could enter silently, and no one could be alarmed. This also made it most convenient for him to find opportunities, allowing him to quickly find any corner related to Hevelu and the hidden place of the port. Let's go! After Matev drank it, the armor faded to a transparent white color, and the flesh and bones were reflected incomparably clear. The adventure team, who looked like crystal creatures, also drank the invisibility potion that had been prepared long ago. Although the cost and action were expensive, as long as Hevelu could be saved, it would be worth it. Many of the spellcasters had already taken the spiritual bridge that had just been built between everyone and Caranther, and even the AM Empire, and began to announce the good news to the surroundings of their bodies. Okay, Lord Matev. The sound of the armor gradually disappeared in the sudden rain curtain, and only a few chaotic raindrops and wet footprints proved that they had been here before. There are people in front. Lord Matev. This came from a shrewd and clever ranger. He saw the luxurious lights that looked like a cluster of villas not far away, and many things were wasted. Moreover, it seemed that news about Hevelu could also be heard there. Avoid him. We are in the potion stage now. Just don't touch him. Matev's face did not change, but the others around him nodded in understanding. They all avoided the group of people who were rushing out. so that the originally not wide venue became crowded with people, and the group of passers-by could not see the adventure team entering the invisible state at all. Soon, the adventure team came to the lifting iron gate of Isify City. The iron gate was locked, and the guards looked leisurely enjoying the long-lost prosperity. It can be said that there are a lot of people entering Isify in the past few days, but the guards don't think it's a big deal. There are 2 cities, but one has a wall, the other doesn't, which can be called casual. Anyway, he can continue to work in this industry, so it doesn't matter if he is more or less. Praise the sun. The guard couldn't help chanting softly while watching the rain outside the window. While the guards were at leisure, Matev and others who were preparing to enter finally successfully entered the city full of tall buildings and spires in half an hour. Although Matev himself had just entered and didn't know anything about maps. With the first hour, the second hour, and the third hour, Matev and his party took heavy steps and came to the place marked by the caster before. It can only be said that if she wants to find it in the vast city without using any spells, she will probably be at a loss. Just when Matev was about to let the caster confirm the location again, a person suddenly appeared in front of him. The black pupils and strong body made people think of a powerful wizard, but he did not emit any arcane energy. Instead, there was an unpleasant smell in the air since the young man appeared. Who is this? Matev was a little confused, but he had a sense in his heart that if he followed the black-haired young man in front of him, he could find Hevelo, Her Royal Highness, the eldest princess of the Am Empire. Chapter 472 Legend vs. Legend. However, the reality is not as simple as Matev thought. High-level invisibility potions may be able to hide from ordinary guards and magic devices, but in front of a dragon lich, or a dragon lich who specializes in magic, these tales can be said to have just caught up, and their poor invisibility technology has revealed all the flaws. And this ATIS, who appears to be a human, but is actually the mastermind behind the entire city, smiled as soon as he found these tales. It has been a long time since I was followed by someone. Now I am still a long way from home. I can have a good time with them, and torture them to find out why they came. The wailing of tortured creatures is its favorite sound, even though ATIS has been a dragon lich for many years. After all, it loved to corrupt people's hearts and torture enemies when it was alive. This time, it is no exception. It just can't be too long. Otherwise it might make the person at home who is still waiting for it to return home worried, which is a bit regretful. But being able to satisfy some desires, ATIS is already very satisfied. No matter how much it wants, it won't force itself to ask for it. You know, the gulf of desire is difficult to fill, and it won't let it go. ATIS still remembers the fate of the rampaging lich vividly. After all, there is more light than darkness in this world. Even if your shadow is enough to cover the sky, it will still be melted in the face of a stronger and hotter light. Even as strong as Lady Evil Scale, the queen of colored dragons, she still has to hide in hell. If it weren't for the saint's catastrophe, there would be no desire for the saint's incarnation to descend. However, his actions were not hidden from the legendary warriors with legendary perception and master swordsman, Matev, who was a legendary warrior who had been hired to rescue Hevaluo. As soon as the black figure disappeared, the battle-hardened legendary warrior who was hired to rescue Hevaluo immediately shouted in the team, "Be careful. We've been discovered. Let's start the drill according to the second plan." "Yes, sir." Everyone responded in unison. And at the same time, the original formation began to change. Various monster servants summoned by the caster appeared on the periphery, and those inside were holding blades and swords, staring closely at the stone walls around them that flickered under the influence of the storm and thunder. The formation can, to a certain extent, most stably protect the companions of the caster, or other weak professionals with low defense, and can also prevent most of the enemy's damage from being poured on them. Of course, the enemy is not a fool. Seeing such a stable defense circle, they will not rush in foolishly, and may just leave directly. But this was just Matev's wish. He didn't want to fight now. After all, it would easily attract the prying eyes of the shadows and bring variables to his plan to rescue the princess. A heavy rainstorm came from the sky, and the heavy rain curtain suddenly made the people standing on the street invisible. Damn it! I hate rainy days the most. Be careful. The formation of the team also fluctuated slightly because of the rain. It was during this small fluctuation that a black shadow passed through the two lines of defense like a ghost, and suddenly appeared in the most core circle in the posture of a ghost. including 2 court mages, a bard, and a ranger. Its arrival even caused some stinging pain when rain fell from the sky. And even worse, some people's skin was corroded with some pits. Of course, the members of the legendary team were not affected, and a layer of peaceful light blue shield had already appeared under their skin. Shield of protection against evil. It can absorb any damage caused by evil to a certain extent. When this spell is cast by an 8-ring spellcaster, not to mention the corrosion of rain, even the fireballs falling from the sky can withstand the next round. But its entry is not a playful action. As soon as it enters, several sharp and insidious attacks appear next to the most important spellcaster of this legendary team. Shadow Arrow. Finger of Death. If it weren't for the trigger spell and the accident spell that had already been embedded in the mage shield destruction on his body, coupled with the caster's own rich experience in fighting the enemy, perhaps the first round of its attack would cause changes in the members of this legendary team. But even so, Matev and his teammates' faces froze. Because just now, whether it was the speed or the magic fluctuations brought by the gray energy bursting from its fingertips, there was no doubt that the enemy they encountered was definitely an ordinary one. It was very likely a powerful legendary creature. This sense of oppression reminded them of the scene when they once fought against a legendary vampire, who was elusive and had endless servants. If Matev had not single-handedly fought his way out of the tide of blood-sucking servants, he would have directly used the giant blade with holy water to kill the one who was hiding behind the undead army and recovering. Yamyan explosion. If the legendary vampire lord who caused fatal damage is split into 2, the battle is not so easy to end. And this time, just on the storm-swept streets, the pressure brought by one person is more than 1 level higher than that of the legendary vampire. Almost in an instant, Matev thought that the monster in front of him might be the target of Gordon and his team, the mastermind behind the corruption of the pirate city of Isifai, the terrifying dragon carrying the will of the 5-colored dragon queen Tiamat. The ancient green dragon has reached the legendary level. But why does it appear here in the face of an ordinary person? Or are there other powerful evil professionals hidden in this city? Matev and others can't think too much. And the second wave of attacks comes again, accompanied by hoarse and unruly laughter. Countless vines and roots are like living creatures that can move, and they spread out from alleys, streets, house windows, and sewers. Welcome to my kingdom, adventurers who have bravely crossed the sea. Instantly, in less than 3 seconds, with the help of the lightning flashing on the thundercloud, the legendary team found that the street they were originally on had suddenly turned into a withered forest made of vines and rotten wood. And a pair of dark green vertical pupils were like lanterns that would never go out on a rainy night, staring at them closely in the darkness. The thick fog that was darker than black was surging around it, and the sound of corrosion was mixed with the sound of rain. Evil dragon, I have no intention of being your enemy. I came here only for the princess of our empire. As long as we find them, we will leave your kingdom immediately and never stay. As the most powerful professional of the legendary team, he is also the leader of the team. The rain could not stop his heroic spirit. The burly man took a step forward with a giant blade shining with holy light on his back. The rarest profession in the legend. The momentum of the legendary warrior was immediately revealed. At that moment, it seemed as if the rain had stopped. His voice was the only one in the world. Otherwise, I don't mind spending some time to chop off your head. Evil dragon. Suddenly, the battle was about to break out. Chapter 473 Sudden Changes on the Battlefield. Evil dragon. The voice of the legendary warrior Matev just fell. Thunder rumbled, and lightning surged in the dark clouds like a long snake. The jagged reefs were particularly hideous against the lightning, and the rainstorm poured down like a waterfall on this overseas land. The lights were swaying in the rain, flickering and having a feeling of doomsday. And in the streets of the giant city standing higher, a battle of few against many was about to break out. The dragon was perched on the spiked castle, and its dark green vertical pupils looked at the group of dragon slayers from the mainland with a scrutinizing look. Listening to the unyielding words below, the dragon vertical pupils condensed slightly. Princess. When did they have a princess here? If there really was one, then there was only his princess here, a human woman named Ginny. Although she had a little deviation, its love had not diminished by half. Just like a few centuries ago, condensed and not dispersed, faithful until death. Even if transformed into a lich, it is still the same. Is their target her? No. Can't let them take her away. Take away its Ginny. So, accompanied by the roar of the dragon. The vines that originally covered the spire and tall buildings grew wildly again, until the entire sky was covered, and only through the cracks between the vines could one see a glimpse of the giant creature. At this moment, the legendary team felt like they were birds in a cage, being watched by the dragon outside the cage. They couldn't let it do whatever it wanted. Soon, the scorching sun slowly rose above the wizard head with a complex and steady spell. And then, like a catapult, the fireball the size of a human head directly collided with the top of the vine cage in a parabola. The next moment, the explosion happened. The 6-ring extremely effective fireball can even blow up a granite wall more than 3 meters thick, which is perfect for blasting and killing large-scale enemies. When the fragments were blown up, the teammates of the legendary team, including the legendary warrior Matev, took advantage of the smoke and climbed up the gap with the help of the teammates' group flight spell. In midair, the next continuous extremely effective fireball exploded again in the cage that had not yet closed. The residual power caused the house to collapse, the rubble to ripple, and the whole city was shocked by the explosion. Gordon was no exception. At the first moment of the explosion, he and Nina walked out of the door and looked at the huge city in the distance. In the pirate city called Isaf, the fire was rising in the rain, burning the dark clouds red, as if there was a sun below. What's going on? It seems that someone can't hold back and broke in. Gordon's face was not good. It seemed that the Order teammates were not reliable, or their obedience was just giving it an illusion of obedience. The fact was true. You could never guess what kind of order the so-called Order followed. But it didn't matter, since it had come to this point. It just happened to see how powerful the master behind the scenes of this city was. Nina, wait for me here. I go and see. After saying that, without allowing Nina to talk, he directly transformed from a black cat into a smaller seabird, soaring into the storm. And soon, he lost his trace in the sky. Although Nina was nervous, she also knew that her participation in the legendary battle in the past was just a burden. Therefore, she could only return to her room and silently listen to the rumbling explosion outside the window. In the panic of the pirates and the sound of rain hitting the rock wall, she prayed silently. Of course, she would use her mind to talk to Gordon from time to time. This time, a familiar voice came from the other end of her mind, which slowly calmed Nina's restless heart. Then, with Gordon's live explanation after he arrived, Nina also knew who the instigator of this time was. It turned out to be the legendary team of Caranther. Nina was a little surprised to hear what Gordon said. They obviously couldn't wait, but they were unlucky and actually met the ancient green dragon as soon as they went there, hiding under the eaves of the house. The seabird was leisurely pecking at its wet feathers, looking at the battle situation not far away with its sharp eyes that could see through the night, and communicating with Nina in a half-smile tone. Gordon said a little gloatingly, "Ah, could it be Caranther?" Nina was a little surprised, as if she couldn't believe that her friend would do such a thing. It shouldn't be Caranther intention. It's probably these people own initiative. Gordon didn't think that the princess had such a deep mind. I'm afraid that everything today should be the idea of the legendary warrior. Well, it's really abominable. Mr. Gordon invited them like that. But these people still don't know what's good for them. Listening to Nina's somewhat exasperated voice, Gordon could imagine her pouting and scolding these people in his mind. It said indifferently, "Originally, I wanted to work together. But looking at the situation below, it seems that they may not lose this battle without me." Gordon looked at the situation of the battle and found that neither side could do anything to the other, especially the various breaths or attacks of the green dragon, which would be broken one by the mage, who was surrounded by various cursed shields and the staff in his hand that was shining with arcane light. It was more dazzling than Matev, a legendary warrior who was fearless, looking for weaknesses in the dragon, and was familiar with fighting in the air. Gordon's eyes narrowed slightly. If nothing unexpected happened, the staff should be a legendary item. Otherwise, it would be impossible for an ordinary high-level wizard to resist so many attacks from the dragon or support teammates' group spells, as well as various magics of the energy system. But it was normal. As a court wizard of a country with outstanding wealth, he must be the best in the industry in terms of both hard power and soft power. Are the guards of Caranther going to win? Nina asked with some surprise. Is that dragon so weak? Of course not. I can only say that they are too good at Krypton gold. I'm afraid the objects on their bodies are more luxurious than mine. Gordon looked at the various magical lights flashing on the humanoid creatures attacking the dragon with a little envy. Without exception, They were all the lights of high-level wonders. It was even more excessive than it. And it could be said that they were armed to the teeth. No wonder they dared to move forward bravely. However, it was common for the war situation to change rapidly. The giant dragon that was originally at a disadvantage suddenly roared. You poor reptiles. If you think you can defeat the great Atis Guarinko Kosiman in this way, you are very wrong. The great dragon queen will punish you disrespectful people. After saying that, two tumors rose again beside the slender neck of the ancient green dragon. It exploded with the speed of thunder and then grew rapidly. Lightning flashed. The multi-headed dragon lich with red dragon, blue dragon and green dragon in the middle. In the surging lightning, it rose into the sky with a bang. Flames, thunder and lightning, and poisonous acid rain. Three heads spit out at the same time, instantly injecting infinite colors into this gray and white world. Float in the sticks of hell. Reptile. Ha ha ha. A strange laugh sounded in the rainy night. But it soon stopped. No! Damn it! What did you do to my gurney? The dragon tone became even more angry than before when it was defeated. Fire ignited in its eyes, staring at the legendary team who were struggling to hold on under its breath. It looked like it would annihilate them on the spot if they didn't give an explanation. Who else took action? This was the only thought that came to Matev and the bystanders such as Gordon. Chapter 474 Undead Dragon. The unique multiple breaths of the color dragon. The grace of God allowed Atis to briefly have three heads with the same consciousness. All three heads roared together, almost covering the roar of the storm. The whole city, or the whole island could hear its roar. Ants! You have successfully angered me. Now, accept the fate of death. As he spoke, the surging breath intensified again, and the overflow of various elemental energies had covered the shaky and rotten scales on their necks. From a distance, the three necks had become colorful bands of light, standing above the stormy city like towering trees under the sky, overlooking the world like gods. At the same time, everyone, including Gordon, and any creature close to the three-headed dragon lich in front of them felt an invisible barrier, like a curtain wrapping them from the inside out. The rain, it seemed to be much smaller after passing through the curtain. Demigod Realm. Have you reached Demigod? The roar of the legendary warrior Matev could be heard from afar. He had felt this powerful realm power more than once when facing the high priest of the temple in the temple of the god of battle and valor. This power can only be possessed by those who have divinity in their bodies, and whose strength has reached the level above legend. And this is far beyond what his legendary team can handle. You must know that all creatures that enter the demigod realm, as long as they cannot defeat the dragon lich in front of them in terms of will, that is, divinity, will inevitably be affected by the various effects brought by its realm, such as plague, weakness, loss of strength, loss of five senses, and other negative debuffs. Even those with low strength did not even have a chance to struggle after entering the domain, and were annihilated and swallowed by the invisible domain. The spread of this curtain ended only when it covered a quarter of the city. In an instant, the deaths of mortals and the wailing of local pirates struggling continued, which seemed particularly miserable in the rainy night. The legendary team facing this three-headed dragon lich had frozen expressions, and some were extremely pale. They foresaw their own death. If there were no twists and turns, their bodies should be displayed in the Green Dragon Collection Hall like the adventurers who dared to challenge Atis before. Of course, the only one who had this qualification was the legendary warrior. Now he has a very high vision, and below the legendary level, he can no longer stir up the slightest ripple in his heart. Come on! The wind of death. The dragon words were like the roar of a storm, and a visible green wind with infinite negative energy from the sky immediately appeared on both sides of the dragon wings, and like a tide, it rushed to the people under its dragon head. Negative energy protection barrier. Group anti-death shield. They cast one defensive spell after another, but they couldn't last long in the continuous waves of death wind. The shield was consumed at an alarming rate, which made everyone in the legendary team understand. In the face of the death wind, the time when this fragile shield was broken was their last time. What should we do? Sir! Some people have begun to look at the backbone of this team in panic. The legendary warrior Matev and the high-level court mage Linas. Retreat! Matev looked at the multi-headed dragon high above the tall building with a sullen face. This was the only thing he could do now. This was not the territory of the Aemen Empire. There were endless reinforcements, although there were several other legends this time, such as the legendary dragon and the legendary swordsman. The demigods were still far beyond their estimated strength. If they continued to persist, there would be no benefit except for unnecessary sacrifices and the risk of total destruction. He also believed that no one, including it, would get involved so easily after seeing this situation. Moreover, his actions this time were concealed from the man and the dragon. His original intention was not to drag them into the water, nor to have deeper anxiety with them. He believed that before the situation deteriorated to a certain extent, the legendary dragon and the legendary swordsman would never take action. Of course, he would not gamble his and his companions' lives on their bottom line, because this was meaningless. Lantis. Tracy man. You maintain the barrier. I'm opening the teleportation array now, and preparing to leave here. Madhav. Don't let anything get close to me. Although the high-level mage Linas's face was a little pale, she didn't show any fear or panic. Instead, her calmness and composure in this storm of negative energy made her temperament even more beautiful. Okay. You cast the spell quickly and leave here. The mission has failed. Madhav was not a hesitant person. Although there is no such poem in the other world, this truth is still understood. After all, if he had fought like those Goliaths every time and never retreated, he would never have achieved what he has today, and would have died early in the adventures of youth, with setbacks again and again. In his opinion, shouldn't life be about learning from success through repeated failures, and then climbing up step by step? Does the chosen son who is invincible, has never seen setbacks in his debut, and has a smooth journey in life really exist in this world? A true hero is one who has the determination to stand up again, no matter how many times he fails, rather than blindly following the ancient oath. Never giving up. Never retreating. There are too few such people, although each one who appears may be a hero of the times. But who knows the dead bones that fell on the road of heroes? Want to leave? Dream on. How could Ada sit there peacefully, and watch these mortals who fell into the trap leave peacefully? As the giant wings spread, the rotten and huge body finally glided down from the high-rise building, with unparalleled momentum, directly heading towards this legendary team that was baptized in the wind of death in a panic. Today, your souls are destined to be torn apart in this boundless storm. Your body will turn into dust, and be trampled under my feet forever. Mortal, today, meet death. The raging red dragon, blue dragon, green dragon. 3 dragon heads of different colors uttered cold sentences one after another. Then, the dragon wings spread violently and descended with a bang. Go! Stina, the team member who was in the center of the dragon fall and could not escape, could not bear to see his teammates die with him, and had made his own choice, stuffing the scroll that could teleport away from here into the hands of the pale-faced human female mage beside him. But before she could panic and open it, a black shadow fell from the sky. The sky collapsed, the earth sank, and the mountains shook. The figure was annihilated by the giant, and blood was spilled on the broken bluestone. No! Maytev watched his teammates disappear, his eyes wide open, in disbelief. He thought the dragon was coming for him, and the court mage beside him. But he didn't expect it this time. It went directly to the right side, where the defense was the weakest. The disappearance of 3 teammates dealt him a heavy blow. But the multi-headed dragon ATIS didn't care about that. It had already gone crazy after sensing that Ginny was abnormal, although it wanted to rush back home and save Ginny at all costs. Its mission and responsibility made it conscientiously annihilate all the outsiders in front of it, so as to live up to the trust of the Dragon Queen. Before the artifact was complete, it would not allow any accidents to happen, and the ones in front of it were all accidents, which needed to be eliminated. If it was let go today, God knows, next time, what kind of powerful professionals would come with him. After all, as a chromatic dragon, it is well aware of the potential that can be unleashed behind these weak humans, who like to live in groups. Even ancient dragons are afraid of them. After saying that, as the body landed, it felt that the life under its claws was still gone, and the delicious soul floated in the void, heading towards the sticks. ATIS took a deep breath, and the sweet soul almost made him forget his sorrow and sadness. But his feet exerted force again. The bluestone road on the ground, which was originally overwhelmed, seemed to have reached a certain limit and exploded directly. Countless rubble mixed with the momentum, and waves of the giant dragon rushed straight towards the legendary team that was maintaining the barrier and struggling to support the wind of death. Come on, big lizard. Your target is me. Another black shadow that was faster than it was like a cannonball directly against the trend and wrapped in the strong wind, and directly crashed into the multi-headed dragon Atis, who had just landed. It was the legendary warrior Matev. His fine gold armor was shining with a faint holy white light. Obviously, this was the armor blessed by holy water. After knowing that the owner behind the Misty Port might be a dragon lich. Except for Godin, the legendary team with the support of the AM Empire would naturally not be stingy with money to purchase related tools. But even so, they still didn't expect that it was actually a demigod dragon. This almost touched the realm of the gods. Even if it was a high-level legend, it would not be enough if there was no help from other gods. The figure of the legendary warrior rose again and jumped directly. Like the dragon prime minister, his eyes were also filled with the flames of anger. In this battle, the team members had been reduced from 8 to 5. 3 companions who had been with him day and night died suddenly. Even though he was a tough guy, his iron heart was still twisted. It was all him. Who killed him? If only he could be a little stronger. A little stronger. At this moment, the battle blade giant sword in his hand, which was enchanted with holy water charms, had already burst out with a cold light. He slashed fiercely at a strange angle at the green dragon skull in the middle of the giant dragon in front of him, which was so decayed that he could see through the scales and see the pale flesh and bones under the scales. He wanted to buy time for his teammates. Even if this mission failed, he didn't want to see anyone else die because of him. Humph. Stupid. The red dragon head looked at the legendary human warrior leaping up and sneered disdainfully. In its death domain, all the actions that seemed extremely fast in reality were extremely slow in its enhanced dragon-like dynamic vision pupils, as if it was hit by a slow spell. Therefore, it had enough time to adjust the angle of its neck to make the legendary human warrior in front of it miss the attack, and then face its multiple attacks like a storm. It has heard that the bodies of legendary human warriors have long reached extraordinary bodies, with steel bones and invulnerable to swords and guns. Even magma is just a hot bath with a slightly higher temperature for them. But it doesn't mind using the body of the legendary human warrior in front of it to try whether the digestive acid in its stomach is stronger or the magma in the volcano is more violent. Oops. The direction of the blade was no longer the most vulnerable joint at the junction of the dragon head and neck. Matev knew that his thunder strike had failed, but he was not discouraged. Even if he continued to hear the hateful green dragon once in ridicule, his expression was as firm as before. But what he didn't expect was that the green dragon that dodged the attack did not attack him as expected, but stupidly stepped back a few steps, kept a safe distance from him, and then looked behind him. Following the dragon gaze, Matev vaguely saw a tall tower that remained stable in the wind and rain and the earth-shaking duel just now. The exterior was made of black bricks and stones. The only strange thing was that there was no window around the tower. Like a black chimney. Where is that? But before Matev could recall, the laughter of the green dragon, who received the message from the tower, had resounded through the sky. Ha ha ha. Solved. So weak. You guys. The green dragon said something Matev could not understand, and began to approach them step by step. The other 2 arrogant dragon heads were also staring at the legendary warriors below. And Matev would not sit still and wait for death. He raised the giant blade again and rushed towards the dragon. In an instant, he jumped to the same level as the dragon front paws, stepped firmly behind the front paws, and then dragged the blade and charged directly. The dragon front claws drew a bloody trail, but it was pale and unresponsive. No matter how deep it was, it seemed that he had split the limbs that had nothing to do with the dragon in front of him. There was only laughter in his ears, not the imagined wailing. Mortal, are you trying to make me laugh? Finally, the green dragon neck, which easily avoided the legendary warrior's beheading attack again, turned a corner and hid behind the blue dragon head. Seeing the legendary human warrior Atis jumping up and down on its body and inflicting wounds one after another, he showed a teasing look. You can't beat me. Admit defeat and face death. I don't want my collection to be damaged. As the status in the lightless hut recovered, Ginny was safe, and the message that the invader was defeated was transmitted to the green dragon mind. Its mentality gradually became better, and it even had time to joke with the warrior in front of it, showing the arrogant attitude of the dragon. As Matev returned to the green dragon body, he discovered that the wound caused by his giant blade with holy light had healed in less than half an inch. At this moment, the roars of many giant dragons also sounded in his ears at the same time. I am immortal. Cry in the face of despair. Chapter 475 Demigod. Is this a demigod? It seems to be no different from an ordinary legend. Gordon, who was watching the battle, looked at the fiercely fought main battlefield and carefully savored the influence of this field called death on it, but found that it was negligible. To be precise, it was the divinity in its body that crushed the demigod field displayed by the dragon lich in front of it with an absolute advantage. It can be unaffected by it at all. After all, Gordon also has thousands of believers. Although it is in another plane, it does not affect the growth of its divinity. Every day, the numerous powers of faith travel through space, wander through the long journey of the star realm, and are continuously transported into its body through the land of the soul. If it were not for Gordon's lack of priesthood and divine power, and his strength had not yet reached the high-level legend, he could even be directly deified. After all, although it is not a well-known name in the main material plane, in the lost world of Apol, in that great desert, its name has long been known as the territory of the kingdom ruled by Lolly's expands. The completion of the temples of grace in the city will also be spread by word of mouth among all the merchants and travelers who are lucky enough to arrive at Mitsuki Spring or other cities in the ancient empire that has now restored its former name Guamon. The bards spread the name of this new god to more distant places. After all, as long as there is an obsession or desire for power, all kinds of magical powers such as grace and talent cannot be escaped and converted to faith. And in the ancient Amon Queen, Lolly's, who has the blood of a dragon, she led her cavalry to fight everywhere. And the priests trained by Godin also followed the army, spreading their faith in the desolate land after the war, bringing new faith to the people who had been baptized by the fire of war. This also led to the exponential increase of Godin faith after several wars. Of course, it also understood that its current strength was actually strong on the outside but weak on the inside. After all, it was just a molten dragon that had just reached adolescence. Whether it was the caster level or the physical strength, it was comparable to an adult or middle-aged dragon. If it wanted to truly rival an ancient dragon or even an ancient dragon, it still had a long way to go. However, Godin also saw that the so-called demigod dragon lich in front of him was actually estimated to be about the same level as the legendary warrior Matev in front of him. The only difference was that this dragon lich had the so-called death domain. This gift ability given to it by someone unknown allowed it to barely reach the threshold, and played a vital role in the ordinary, or in the current era, when the power of the gods was declining and the saints were rampant. After all, if one side has divinity and domain, and the other side has nothing to counter, it is inevitable that one side will lose. However, Matev's side will not be foolish enough to be killed. As the long and heavy spells quietly disappeared under the rainstorm, a halo composed of psychic energy appeared on the battlefield. Advanced random portal. The ripples of light are particularly eye-catching in the gray world. Quick! Retreat! Linas immediately called out to Matev, who was fighting with the dragon, trying to get him out of the battlefield, so that he and the team could leave the battlefield where they were increasingly showing a declining trend. The alien creatures they summoned died one by one, and the clockwork giants, rock golems, or iron golems, and other constructed creatures were also turned into dust under the dragon's repeated attacks and trampling. You can't leave here without my permission. The dragon's low voice was like the doomsday judgment, and an invisible ripple spread out from its chest. The door that was originally shining began to sway, like a stone dropped from a calm water surface, shaking constantly, looking unstable. Obviously, this is another instant spell in the spell of interfering with space. In addition to Dimension Anchor, Dimension Interference. Under Dimensional Interference, any creature that wants to move through the dimensional space will be subject to several rounds of random judgments. If it fails, it will fail to teleport, either embedded in the rock or teleported to midair. The chaotic space turbulence can even make half of your body 10 miles away and half of your body stay in place. In short, the originally stable transmission channel will become extremely dangerous and life-threatening under the condition of space interference. Damn it! We can't leave. Let's draw it out. Seeing the operation of the dimensional interference spell, Linas directly destroyed the transmission gate and gave up the idea of relying on the transmission gate to escape. After all, in her opinion, it is better for everyone to escape together than to pin their hopes on illusory luck. What's more, even if they successfully leave here, she dare not guarantee that they can escape unscathed. It is a full half-month flight from here to the mainland. If they are caught up halfway, it is still unknown whether they can cope with it. Therefore, The original retreat plan could only evolve into the current diversion of trouble. But she believed that at least if the dragon was lured out, no matter whether it was a pirate or something else, at least they would make various choices to protect themselves, no matter whether they helped them or not. As long as they created a riot, they would have hope of escaping. But at this moment, another familiar ripple like a curtain flashed by, directly squeezing open the death realm belonging to the Dragon Lich Atis. This was an unprecedented realm. But there was no doubt that this was another demigod realm. Another demigod? Everyone looked in the direction of the realm, and saw that in the dark night, at some point, a slender figure wearing a slim robe appeared on the spire under the dark sky. The brilliant golden long hair fluttered in the wind, and the fair skin could not be covered even in the darkest night. The golden eyes with charming nature in the blink of an eye further highlighted the luxurious and mysterious temperament. Princess, the legendary Victor Madev, who could see easily in the dark night with his magic item, was the first to shout. Even the dragon couldn't help but look back. After all, he was also very familiar with this breath. When he saw the black-robed woman, he immediately made a surprised tone. Gunny! No, you are not Gunny. Who are you? The dragon was angry again, and the original calmness and slowness suddenly became furious. It roared without patience, and at the same time, its attack target began to deviate at some point. Linus and others wanted to seize this opportunity to try to escape, but they were also stunned after discovering the black-robed woman, because the person looked exactly like their target of rescue, Princess Hualua of the Am Empire. But the aura she exuded and the undoubted demigod realm she just emitted were all indirect evidence. The black-robed Hualua in front of her was no longer the powerless princess of the empire in the past, and the seabird that did not attract anyone's attention showed a struggle in its eyes at this moment. Sister! Calanther woke up from her sleep. She vaguely dreamed of her sister Hualua's call for help. The waves hit the huge immortal princess, and the cabin was shaking a little. This made Calanther, who could not fall asleep for a while, restless again, and she vaguely heard the sound of tiny footsteps coming from the deck. What's going on? She called the maid, but found that the maid who was supposed to be waiting at the inside of her room was gone, and there was no guard in the empty staircase corridor. Fortunately, not long after Calanther walked out of the room, he saw the maid Makina rushing towards her. Makina, what's going on? Why is there no one here? Did everyone go to bed? Calanther forced himself to suppress the words he wanted to blame. After all, he had to ask clearly at any time, and then settle accounts after finding out the right and wrong, instead of scolding right away. It was precisely because of this good habit Calanther got the news that surprised her. What? You said that there was a fire in Misty Harbor? And there was a feeling of earthquake? And you saw a dragon? Yes, a very big dragon. According to the lookout, it is said to have 3 heads, which is particularly scary. Makina explained to her princess anxiously. The guards and sailors have gone to the deck to watch the excitement. Oh, so that's it. Calanther didn't feel angry after hearing this. After all, her room also had other defense facilities, and the guards' protection was actually more of a means of communication. In addition, she was usually friendly, so she didn't dwell on this little thing. She quickly got over it, and focused on what happened in Misty Harbor. When she arrived at the observation deck at the stern where she could see far away in the wind and rain and the shaking deck, it was already crowded with people. All sleepy sailors and guards. They seemed to have just been called up. And when they saw Calanther coming, they all gave up their positions and whispered, Your Highness. Calanther returned the greeting lightly, and then walked straight to the outermost part. The sky there was a sea of fire, as if hell had appeared in the world. In the fire, the giant dragon that was enough to support the world was also eye-catching. The densely packed houses were like toys under its feet. Destroyed it will. Isn't that its territory? Why destroy it like this? Calanther looked at it, and couldn't help but ask questions. And this question became more confusing and shocking after taking over a magical object that looked like a telescope. The legendary team they sent this time, the legendary warriors led by Madev, were also like its claws under the feet of the dragon, frantically destroying the buildings and creatures in front of them. The scene of hell on earth and the strange changes made Calanther almost dumbfounded. How could Lord Madev, Mage Linus also, looking at the court wizard who was concentrating on casting fireballs to bombard the city? Calanther felt that her worldview was about to be overturned. She had just taken a nap. Nina and Lord Gordon. How are they? Calanther immediately thought of the other teams that entered the misty port this time, and immediately raised the magic artifacts to try to find their figures, but never found them. Almost no ship in the misty port could successfully sail. Every time they raised the sails, before they could sail out of the dock, a breath from afar would burn the ships on the sea to ashes, adding another grave under the roaring waves. How could this happen? Caranther's little face was pale, and she looked helplessly at the disaster scene in the distance that she could not stop, muttering in her mouth, "Sister, where are you? Are you okay now?" "No, Makina. Prepare the boat for me now. I want to go find my sister." "No, Princess. Lord Gordon and Lord Mate have told me before they left that Princess is not allowed to approach Misty Port. Otherwise they will blame me," Makina reminded with a worried look. "I am the Princess of the Empire, and you are just a maid. How dare you stop me?" Hearing this, Karen Hilton, who could no longer hold back, said angrily. She could no longer care about the advice of those people. Now that Misty Port has become like this, she can no longer sit still. But just when many sailors and guards were looking at each other, not knowing whether to stop the princess or follow her to rescue, the violent storm suddenly calmed down. No! To be precise, the rain stopped. There was no more rain falling on the deck, but the wind was getting stronger and stronger. It was not until the huge figure fell from the sky that everyone knew why the rain was sounding. It turned out that this dragon, which was more than 50 meters long from head to tail, directly dispersed the falling rain with its wings, and the wind pressure brought by the flapping of its wings. Lord Gordon and Miss Nina, seeing the dragon whose vertical pupils had turned into dark red, many people exclaimed in unison, and their morale was suddenly shaken. Obviously, Gordon's sudden arrival made them feel like they had found their backbone. They could remember everything Gordon had done on the ship these days. The descending dragon did not even look at it, and carefully placed the unconscious dragon girl in its claws on the dry ground that was not wet by the rain. Then a ripple passed by, and it immediately turned from a monster of 100 meters long back into a black cat less than 1 meter long. Moreover, the black cat was wobbling a bit when walking, making people afraid that it would fall on the deck full of water if it was not careful. Those who knew it well knew that this was the sequelae of the dragon rage. But now more people didn't care about this. They were more concerned about why Gordon appeared here instead of the Misty Port. Did it escape? However, the black cat just calmly called Caranther over, and then told the maid beside her to settle Nina, who had brought with it, and then did not give more instructions to others. This led to the fact that on the second day, these sleepless sailors learned the whole story from others. The imperial princess they were looking for, Hevalu, has become a demigod. However, this demigod did not recognize them. Chapter 476, The Colorful Prince. After leaving the deck, Gordon and Caranther entered the original conference room one after another. The candles were lit, and the room was brightly lit. Caranther's fair face was full of anxiety. Her mind was now full of what Gordon had just said to her on the road. Her sister had become a demigod. Sir Gordon. Sister? No. Impossible. Sister won't become like that. She can't even cast spells. Caranther listened to Gordon's words and denied it almost as soon as he entered the room, and couldn't wait to ask. Then Lord Gordon, have you noticed anything wrong? And how is Lord Matev now? I think they seem to be in a bit of a bad situation. I didn't have time to look at it. At that time, I was thinking about leaving. Matev should be affected by that invisible domain and manipulated by the master behind the scenes. Don't worry. It should be fine. Gordon's answer was not complete, but it was able to struggle out of the illusion by relying on the ability of immunity to mental control brought by iron will and rage. This was because the manipulator behind the scenes did not deliberately target it. Most of the power was aimed at the Dragon Lich and the legendary team. Otherwise, even with various exemptions, immunities, and perception enhancements, Gordon was not sure that he could break free from the illusion. This illusion is different from the previous death domain, and the strength is also different. If Gordon guessed correctly, the manipulator has already come into contact with the domain of divine office. Otherwise, ordinary illusions cannot cause such a terrifying impact under the offset of its divine power. But what made Gordon incomprehensible was that he and Nina had encountered the Son of God, who controlled illusions not long ago. And at that time, they had to flee in a panic under the pursuit of Sumerian wizard. Why did his strength grow so much today? Stepping from legend to demigod in one step. And not just an ordinary demigod. The ancient green dragon Lich Adis, who barely stepped into demigod. was not her opponent at all. It can be said that his mind was already controlled by her in the first lesson affected by the domain. Sister, how could Lord Meta become like that? Princess A.M., who was wearing a silk nightgown and also had a brilliant golden hair, murmured to herself. Gordon had no intention of comforting her, nor did he know how to answer. After all, things happened suddenly, and he needed to sort it out himself. Moreover, he was now more focused on the place in the sky where shouts and roars shook the sky. All the original plans were shattered in this turmoil. Originally, it wanted to take things slowly, but it didn't expect that the efficiency of the legendary team and the person behind the scenes was much faster than it imagined. This forced it into an embarrassing situation. Although the disaster of Tiamat may be solved now, a bigger disaster or misfortune has begun to brew in front of it, and it is hard to say when it will affect the whole world. However, Gordon is not worried about this. As long as the prophecy can be broken, he doesn't want to worry about it. After all, he is not a special savior. He just doesn't want his homeland or territory to fall into the shadow of the dragon wings of the colored dragon in the future. What he is worried about now is the evolution of the situation in the future. What will it become? Is it a good development or a bad development? What is the purpose of the Son of God? Moreover, Gordon doubted that the ancient green dragon Lich, who also possessed the demigod realm, was really controlled by the demigod Son of God, who could release the illusion realm as it seemed? Although it didn't need to worry about these, it always felt that these were closely related to it, and it would subconsciously think and guess. Unfortunately, it still knew too little information, and many of them could only be answered by time. Alas! Gordon sighed deeply, looking at the still raging fire outside the window and the chaotic dock. Although it still wanted to get a closer look, every time it thought of the enchanting illusion that was enough to penetrate its inner defense line, a chilling sense of horror would follow. This also made it clearly realize that although its strength was close to the legendary level, it was much worse than the dragon that normally entered the legendary level in terms of physical strength, talent, and magic. It was said that it might be slightly better in terms of attack and the diversity of attack methods, but in other aspects, defense and combat experience are far behind. In short, he is just a green dragon. It's too difficult. I'm still a child. Although it's hard to say this, Gordon, whose actual age has not even reached the limit of a young dragon, is still qualified to say this. But speaking of children, Gordon always thinks of the mother of his body in Half Moon Island. He shook his head again and threw away the unrealistic and impossible idea. It's impossible for him to seek shelter or divert the trouble when he is so old. Both actions were impossible for Gordon to perform, so he could only think about them once and then quickly forget them. Hey, Lord Gordon, look! At this moment, Caranther, who had been paying attention to the affairs of the Misty Port Pier like it, suddenly called out. Gordon quickly looked and found that another group of forces suddenly appeared at the pier. It was not the legendary swordsman it thought it was, but a group of black-robed people wearing black hoods and tattoos on their faces. The distance was too far, and even with the super long-range vision of dragons, Gordon could only barely see their clothing, positions, and movements clearly. Probably a profession like a priest. The leader was standing in front, waving his hand to communicate with the ancient green dragon lich that was raging not far away in an alternative way. This place was far away from the Son of God domain, and was not affected by her domain effect. People from the Dragon Witch cult? Gordon Hart easily associated this. As expected, as the black robe faded, the body was like the pirates who attacked Rika Island in the past, engraved with dragon wings, dragon souls, dragon claws, and other symbols. When the Dragon Witch cult members found that communicating with the ancient green dragon was ineffective, they decided to use alternative sacrifices to awaken the giant dragon in front of them. After all, no matter who was abandoned, it was indispensable in the next major ceremony. No matter who was abandoned, it was impossible to abandon it and let it be controlled by the person behind the scenes. This also aroused the dissatisfaction of the Son of God in the illusion field, and the dragon breath soon followed. However, what the person behind the scenes did not expect was that this step had already been calculated by the Dragon Soul cult leader, who looked like a strong man, but was actually very careful. Angry breath, desperate wail, inherited the eternal evil scale will, the most powerful offspring of the color dragon queen. Your humble believer is calling you at this moment. The sacrificial bonfire was lit, and a huge and unfamiliar will slowly descended in the black smoke with the long and complex dragon language. The two pairs of scarlet eyes were staring at the city baptized by war, and the ancient green dragon lich that was also in madness. Any creature who has lived in Avernus, the first layer of hell, for a period of time can easily recognize what the various omens in front of them symbolize. Tiamat creation. Color prints. A rebellious dragon with two dragon heads. Chapter 477 Basics. When the color prince stood up, he was a giant dragon that could rival, or even be on par, with a nearly 50-meter high tower. When it completely walked out of the swirling black smoke, Gordon and others saw the full picture of this two-headed dragon. Its body features are a combination of all colored dragons. The ferocious dragon head and the huge upper body are gray-black with blue-green and purple highlights. And the lower body and the thick tail are bluish-white, gradually darkening to the gray of the upper body. In short, it is colorful. And the two dragon heads are also a combination of 5 kinds of dragons of the 5-colored dragon. There are blue dragon horns, green dragon fins, red dragon teeth, black dragon face, and white dragon crown. The characteristics of various colored dragons are mixed together to form the current appearance of the dragon creature. However, the colored prince was originally the creation of the dragon queen, Lady Tiamat, who shaped him in the dark and deep caves of hell as his believer in air. Only in rare cases will he enter the main material plane, usually to support some of the largest battles in hell. And only then can this powerful and strange dragon creation be seen. Blood. The colored prince took a step forward. First looked at the ancient green dragon lich, who was in a strange state of stillness with contempt, and then said directly to the priests below, "I have prepared it for the great Jew, as a sacrificial preparation for summoning the colored prince. In addition to the wealth that the dragon loves, this dragon creation loves blood. Some cynics even mock or make up that the dragon queen and another group of dark creatures had had an affair, which created this bloodthirsty two-headed dragon. The dragon which cultists poured the blood of kind creatures collected from all over the place from special containers into the temporary altar vessels for the color prince. As the blood was gradually injected, the ferocious face of the color prince began to ease, and the two dragon heads began to drink the blood happily without caring that the blood had not been completely poured out. From a distance, it looked like a giant python drinking water. The forked tongue, which was as thick as half a bridge, stirred, licked, and rolled the tongue in the vessel. Each time, it could take away nearly 1/10 of the blood. The descendant of the dragon queen from hell, the most powerful dragon among the colored dragons, the supreme color prince, the leading dragon which cultists said loudly when the blood in the vessel was almost gone. Now, someone has destroyed the lady plan, not only killing the lady followers, but also messing up the territory that originally belonged to us. Lady Atis has been immersed in the illusion she wove. Now we can only pray to you, who is powerful, to save the lady followers and plans." The head priest spoke slowly, as if he was not worried about his plan being known to others. Nor was he worried about the departure of the person behind the scenes. The colorful prince also licked the sweet blood while raising his other dragon head and scanning the surroundings, as if he was really looking for the enemy mentioned by the priest. "Don't worry. Since my mother has entrusted everything here to me, I will naturally not let my mother down." The colorful prince spoke with a heavy voice. But there is no doubt that everyone can hear its determination and decisiveness from this voice. As soon as it drank the blood, its two heads were raised, looking at Atis, who was in a dazed state. Its huge mouth opened a gap that was big enough to swallow a house. "Atis? Poisonous wing Atis." It called the name of the ancient green dragon. But it was useless. At this time, its eyes turned from turbid to slightly clear. It scanned the surroundings and continued to shout while approaching the green dragon not far away. Boom! 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 The huge body of the dragon walked on the ground, making a rumbling sound. But even so, the ancient green dragon Atis still didn't understand and seemed to be in a downtime state. However, as it got closer and closer, the colorful prince, the two-headed dragon, also felt the invisible barrier, or field, in the air. This field quickly turned into a colorful light curtain and reflected in its field of vision. However, before it completely turned from a vague state to a clear state, a roar like a towering mountain sounded in the mind of the colorful prince. The voice of Tiamat. It was about to fall into the same hallucination as Gordon. But it woke up immediately. And the moment it woke up, this terrifying dragon, that was invincible in the Hell War, and other planes suddenly became angry for some reason. You little mouse who hides your head and shows your tail. Your illusion is like stars compared to the bright moon, and mud compared to gold in front of the great evil dragon queen. Lady Evil Scale. It is simply not worth mentioning. The originally soft female voice is now hoarse. For some reason, it always reminds people of a woman who is exhausted. However, judging from her radiant face, she is obviously more energetic than her voice. The illusion lasts forever. You can give it a try. She has the same face as Hevaluo, but her tone is also quite impolite, and she doesn't take the messenger sent by Yamet seriously. Then, if you don't try, I leave first, she said subconsciously when she saw that the colorful prince in front of her didn't respond, and her hand shrank involuntarily in her palm. But after doing it, someone regretted it. Sure enough, after realizing that the illusion in front of him couldn't cover or control too many creatures at the same time, the colorful prince immediately made a decisive decision, and immediately used two highly mobile heads and bodies to go directly in the direction of Hevaluo. At the same time, the breath from the mouth, a black, cone-shaped breath, a gift from Bator Hell, called the breath of hellfire by scholars, was spit out mercilessly by the left head. It is worth mentioning that hellfire is an evil magical energy. In other words, it cannot be considered a flame, so any kind of fire protection will be useless against its breath. Many demons who claim to be immune to fire suffered a lot from this dragon. It is common for a demon army composed of several Baylor flame demons to turn into ashes under its breath, and Hevaluo also recognized the origin of this breath, so she naturally avoided it temporarily. After all, compared to sending the two-headed dragon in front of her back to hell, she wanted to let more people know about her existence, so as to lay a good foundation for her future deification, so as not to cause a rush in the next step. After all, whether it is a false god or a true god, if mortals cannot even know the name of the god, then what is the meaning of their deification? Chapter 478. A corner. In a corner of the southern end of the continent, another battle is also entering a white-hot state at this moment. The extremely rare dragon species in the main material plane covered the sky, and countless adventurers in different clothes were fighting with the dragon followers at the bottom. Behind them was the human coalition on one side, and the dragon head tower that was quietly standing on the inner side of the valley peak at an unknown time on the other side. The roar of the dragon was endless, and the pressure was everywhere. The breath of various elements gathered from time to time leaked out from the gaps between the dragons fighting each other in the air, leaving new wounds on the earth. Oh, brother, the Dragonfall war that my father once told me about is probably like this. The golden dragon brother and sister that Gordon had seen before were hiding in the valley at this moment, in a crack under a huge rock. His sister Fergie was looking outside, and as his brother, the golden dragon named Orifak transformed into the appearance of a local human soldier. But his appearance was no longer as neat as before, but in a mess. There were several more wounds on his chest that were deep enough to see the bone, but the wounds were no longer bleeding, and it was obvious that the wounds had stopped bleeding. After all, although metal dragons have outstanding magical talents, in addition to wise mages, they may also be devout priests. Although they are rare, there are many metal dragons who believe in Bahamut and work as part-time priests. If it weren't for a Bahamut priest who stopped her brother wounds in time to prevent further deterioration, Feiji would not have the heart to observe the situation outside, and would have devoted herself to the cause of treating her brother. Ahem. Indeed, I didn't expect that there would be so many metal dragons coming here this time. Fortunately, there were so many of them. Otherwise, with our strength, we would not be able to stop the arrival of the five-headed dragon queen. He swallowed the blood foam that he coughed up due to excitement, and then stopped his sister, who wanted to come to her with his hand, while indicating that he was fine. He continued, "Don't worry about me. I'm just seriously injured now. Not dead yet. Fergie, you should go out to support our partners now. Your joining may allow a creature that should have died in this war to survive, so that the chances of winning in the end will be increased." But brother, Fergie hesitated, and her eyes were still paying attention to her brother's chest from time to time. Although there was no blood, she could still see the wound of the bones under the flesh and blood. She saw with her own eyes that the claws of a red dragon were deeply embedded in her brother's body. She almost went crazy at that time. Fortunately, Ophalak bit the throat of the red dragon tightly, and did not forget to cast spells with nasal sounds and fingers. Only then did he successfully turn the red dragon into ashes under the magic power of disintegration, before the red dragon crushed his heart. Ahem. Fergie. Have you forgotten what you promised me before I brought you out? Seeing that his sister was unwilling to leave, Orifak raised his voice a little, with some questioning and sternness. Or, now that I'm injured, you no longer take me seriously? Are you disobedient? Or, are you beginning to fear war? Are you a coward? No. No. Brother. I never thought about it. I just wanted. Fergie shook her head violently with tears in her eyes, and retorted. But she seemed to lower her head in the end, as if she agreed with Orifak's statement, and whispered, Okay. I go. But brother, you have to promise me that you must survive. Of course. I also want to hear your stories about shepherds. Compared to his sister, Orifak stayed in the nest all year round and rarely interacted with other creatures. His daily diet was either solved by magic or by a group of mechanical creatures he made before building the nest. They would catch fish from the sea at regular times, and then process them into food. It can be said that he is a homebody dragon who never leaves the house. The only foreign knowledge he gained may come from the adventure stories that his lively sister would tell him every few years, or some dragon anecdotes he learned from the bards. Well, I will come to see you every year. Brother, you must live. Feiji looked at her brother deeply, and then turned away decisively without waiting for Orifak's reply, fearing that she would hear any words from Orifak. Her heart, which had been as hard as iron, turned into a velvety soft heart again. After all, she and he had lived and slept together for decades before they separated as teenagers, whether catching fish or hiding in the valley as a marmot, eavesdropping on the conversations of passing travelers. He, the brother who vowed to stay alive until the ancient dragons before going out to explore, would still make an exception to accompany her, who was timid and curious at the time, to eavesdrop on and observe one caravan after another, when the half-man figure, who was only half the height of the cave entrance, completely disappeared at the end of the corridor and was swallowed by the white light. Orifak lowered his hands and muttered something. Platinum Dragon God, King of Metal Dragons, great and wise Lord of the North Wind, your most devout believer, Ophalak, is calling you here. If you can hear it, I hope you can give a little bit of your power that can destroy all conspiracies to your equally devout believer. My sister? She is smart and kind, continuously uttering low and deep prayers. Orifak whispered to the Bahamut emblem that did not exist in the air, but existed in his heart. Lord Akasi. After leaving the cave and having a wider view, Fergie did not spend much time to find another small hill where they were fighting with a group of dragon-winged kobold tribes. These monster tribes from the underground greatly delayed the pace of the crusade against the Tiamat dragon and the human coalition. They were endless, as if a kingdom was stationed underground, and their will was so strong that even veterans would be terrified when fighting against them. On the battlefield, there were only kobolds who fell and died, but no kobolds who escaped and lived in shame. Fortunately, their average strength was not strong. Otherwise, they would not even see Tiamat, and they would probably be defeated in this valley full of jagged rocks. Feiji, why are you here? The blazing sword of the Star Realm envoy easily separated the upper body of a row of dragon-winged dog-headed men from the lower body along with the blood. They fell down in unison without even shouting. However, every time a row fell, there would always be a new fully armed dog-headed man who would target them again, rushing towards her with spears and shields in their hands. There was a flash of red light in her eyes, full of cruelty to tear the enemy in front of her into pieces. And there was no fear at all caused by the death of her companions. My brother asked me to come here. I want to take care of him. But, alas, he still can't let go of this place. Feiji has been getting along well with this envoy from the Star Realm these days. Even more than Gordon. Akasi loves this kind-hearted metal dragon more. At least her kindness is visible and tangible on this journey, while Gordon kindness may only be for some creatures. As she spoke, her figure suddenly changed, and a slender dragon with long triangular wings, wing membranes connected to the tip of the tail, and scales all over the body like gold and platinum appeared on the hill. Before Ikasai raised her sword to chop the next batch of dragon-winged kobolds rushing towards her, a golden dragon breath as hot as the sun gushed from a high place. That is, above her head, towards the fan-shaped open space she was facing. The dragon-winged kobolds didn't even have time to raise their oak shields made of a special layer of fireproof and anti-corrosion turmoil. And the violent dragon breath burned it and the shield into ashes. The breath of the golden dragon is even better than that of the red dragon. And it is worth mentioning that its breath is accompanied by the infusion of magic energy. So the enemies hit by the breath will have a unique layer of magic damage in addition to the fire damage. Don't worry. Your brother should be fine. I think the evil has faded. And they can't hold on any longer. Akasi put away the long sword and looked at the charred and carbonized corpses on the ground. There was no expression on her face. Instead, she looked at the dragon girl behind her, with a touch of sentimental sadness in the corners of her eyes. She tried to comfort the dragon in front of her. However, the golden dragon girl in front of her was much more sensible than she thought. She almost didn't spend too much time talking to make the golden dragon calm down and concentrate on this battle that was about to end and win. Of course, it does not rule out that Feiji understands that her anxiety is useless. The most urgent task is to quell the war and drive away the group of hateful monster servants who believe in the five-colored dragon queen. The balance on the battlefield soon tipped in favor of the Justice Alliance of Akasi and others. And the corpses of colorful dragons that fell from the sky from time to time were the best proof. Dragon blood spilled into the air. And the former overlords of forests and hills gradually fell. The evil followers on the ground were also destroyed one by one, devouring and swallowing. And the territory fell, and soon approached within 1 kilometer of the foot of the valley peak. There you can even see the tall tower standing in the valley from a close distance. However, this time it is more difficult to get close than before. The giants of the hill giant tribe enslaved by the red dragon are howling and throwing millstone-sized boulders at them. And the number of colorful dragons is also increasing at some point. This is not a solution. The boulder broke half of the wings of the dragon that had just taken off with a whoosh. And the screams and wails of the red copper dragon could be heard in the command post. The people inside looked at each other, staring at each other. And there was nothing they could do for a while. Their reinforcements are coming too fast. They just killed more than 10 colored dragons. And they have been replenished in such a short time. I even suspect that all the colored dragons on the entire continent have come to join the battle. Some people are surprised at the speed of the enemy's reinforcements. But some knowledgeable scholars or magicians who are familiar with the habits of colored dragons know that there must be a reason behind this. As a symbol of evil, colored dragons basically do not have the moral code of the world. If it is really a war, they would rather fight 5 against 1. What dragon pride? What dragon shame? In the face of the high casualty rate, who can still maintain their nature and stick to the original principles? I remember that in an ancient book, the story of Mojang Tiamat was recorded. In the story, he had a 5-colored dragon horn, which was a strange horn composed of 5 dragon heads. It is said that if it is blown, a dragon of random colors can be summoned from nearby or other planes, and it can be forced to do something for the owner of the horn. At this moment, a man who was dressed politely and dressed like an elite noble in the kingdom stood up, supported his eyes, and said slowly, "Moreover, the story marked that this horn has a limited number. It can only be summoned again after the enslaved dragon dies or tears up the contract and leaves." While speaking, he couldn't help but touch the lute on his back. This is a bard. If Gordon was here, even if he didn't see the respectful eyes of others, he could guess that the man in front of him was likely a legendary bard. After all, it had seen a legendary bard cast a spell. Even after so long, Gordon would never forget that scene and temperament. And this person exudes that indescribable special temperament, which makes people subconsciously convinced and trust. I think that horn should be real. And the portal formed by the horn should be in or behind the tower. His words are not imaginary. Every sentence is the actual result of his observation. I just saw the group of dragons coming to support, and they appeared from behind the tower. Damn it! What about the group of hill giants? If they are allowed to throw stones like this, the morale of the army will be weakened. At that time, no one will care about the outcome of the battle, but will only worry about when a meteorite will fall on their heads every day. Someone asked. But it was soon taken over by others, and then solved. Don't worry. The group of hills actually have few stones left. Our people have already taken a long detour to hide. As long as we prepare to attack and break into the tower, as long as we send a signal, the hill giants over there will definitely not be able to find trouble with us. By the way, President Guwan, how much time do they have to get here? Suddenly, a strange boy who was dressed simply, but could not hide his mage temperament suddenly asked. Guwan is a dragonborn with a white and gold glow all over his body. He looks taller and stronger than ordinary dragonborn. In addition to his duties as the bishop of the Bahamut Temple area, he is also the general planner of this operation. The group of metal dragons were summoned by its seal. It looked at the strange boy and said thoughtfully, "It will probably take some time. They are now busy collecting the last material. I am afraid it will take another half a month for them to get here," Gawain said in a muffled voice. "Don't worry. With the Lord blessing, we will definitely be able to defeat evil. Even without them, we will definitely win. For the Lord of the North Wind. For victory. Charge." The cheers of each team spread from inside the tent to outside the tent, getting farther and farther away. Chapter 479 Reunion. The dawn always rises slowly, and the first sunlight is divided into pieces of golden light by the waves, shaking up and down with the ups and downs of the waves, and finally blending into a group of light golden vortexes that cannot be seen clearly. Oh you. The early rising seabirds have already started a new day of foraging with loud songs. According to the usual practice, after the storm, there are many small fish and shellfish on the beach that cannot return to the sea due to low tide or waves rolling onto the beach, which is enough for them and the children in the nest to have a full meal. However, compared with the high-spirited calls of seabirds, the creatures in Misty Harbor, or the humans who are still on the move, are all frowning or sneaky. Among these guys who have been pinning their heads on their belts all year round, there is no shortage of guys who don't forget to make a fortune when disaster strikes. The sea fish brought by the storm and hurricane jumped and struggled in an alley, with their huge round fish eyes unwillingly opened and their mouths opening and closing, as if telling something. However, before the guy who could understand the language of fish could reach him, this blue gold coin fish, the most common fish in the shallow sea, was kicked by a big foot in leather boots from nowhere, and happened to be kicked into the sewage canal that was still draining. This was the first time in the fish's life that it entered an environment that was darker and more rotten than the seawater. "Chase her. Don't run. I go ahead and block her." There was a commotion from far behind the alley, and the owner of the leather boots sped up a lot when she heard this. Obviously, she didn't have the mind to think about what she had kicked away just now. At this moment, her mind was probably all about how to get rid of this pursuit, since what happened last night. The originally orderly Misty Port has become more and more terrifying. Even the street gardens where fighting and murder are usually prohibited have seen several bloody conflicts in order to compete for a magical artifact dug from the ruins. This was almost unbelievable in the past. After all, although Misty Port has become the home of pirates, there is still order. How can it be chaotic and disorderly? You know, Misty Port without order has lost its original meaning of existence. It was originally created to serve sailors who are already nervous enough when sailing on the sea, and a resting harbor for pirates, rather than a weird city where they have to worry about life and death crises on land. But now, the sun rises, and scenes of disorder and chaos are staged one by one in the ruins of the rising morning light. The fallen stone tablets or slogans that warn pirates to abide by the order are like a joke. The taverns that used to be prosperous every day and were crowded with people are also dying and mixed with other building debris. In the face of natural disasters, everything is equal. At least, those who had personally experienced yesterday's catastrophe felt that it was great to be able to enjoy the sunshine in the harbor at this moment. They were extremely lucky, compared to the incomplete and unknown drowned bodies floating on the water and being eaten by sea catfish. However, in addition to these lucky people who were content with the status quo, there were also a group of people who were keen to gain benefits from the disaster. They were greedy, evil, selfish, and unscrupulous. These characters that were common in the Misty Port were more hideous and terrifying in the disaster. Finally, this group of guys, like hungry wolves, blocked the owner of the cowhide boots in the corner of an alley. This was a young and tender, fair-skinned woman who did not even look like a pirate who often traded at sea. Instead, she looked like a tall woman who lived in seclusion and was raised at home as a noble lady. There was still a heroic spirit in the corners of her eyes, but it was nothing to these greedy pirates. "Girl," he, "hand over the things. I saw you come out of that palace with my own eyes." A pirate with triangular eyes and a purple headscarf smiled grimly, showing his teeth that had long been blackened by long-term smoking. "Boss, this look." When the back gradually became a reality, the pirates realized that the prey they were chasing was actually a charming beauty, although they had seen many in the tavern. This girl, who was completely different from the women in the tavern, still attracted the attention of many pirates. The most active one among them had already smiled evilly and suggested to the burly man with a big horse and a golden sword standing in the middle of the crowd, carrying a ghost-headed sword on his back. Although her figure was covered by a dress, it was still possible to see the curvy figure of this girl with long golden hair under her clothes. And according to visual estimation, it was estimated that the figure was as big as those Amazon women. But the only pity is that the other side of the blonde girl is empty, as if it has sunken in, and the place that should have been plump has shrunk. Breast-cutting ceremony. The quick-witted ones have already thought of the etiquette of the hometown of the female pirates from Amazon, who were very active in Misty Port a few years ago. But now, with the disappearance of their leader, Silver Eyes, it has already fallen apart. Moreover, the appearance of the girl in front of him is not related to the group of crazy Amazon women at all. She is weak and frail, and it is more credible to say that she is the forbidden food of some big shot. However, the chaos in Misty Port will not be quelled in a few days, and there is no need to care about the threat that cannot be reached at all. Therefore, although the pirates noticed something strange about the girl, they quickly put it out of their minds and focused on the things the girl was carrying in her arms. They licked their dry mouths greedily. Those were things taken out from the most prominent and mysterious Five Kings Palace in Isafai. If it weren't for this chaos, when the servants inside took advantage of the escape with their belongings, they probably wouldn't be able to get anything from that palace in their lifetime. Hand it over. Otherwise, although I'm not interested in a girl like you, my men are eager to try and want to exercise. I think you should know how to do it. Looking at the blonde girl, who had a 5-meter-high wall behind her, and couldn't fly away even with wings, the pirate leader holding the ghost-headed sword showed a very indifferent smile, and said infectiously, I swear, as long as you give me the things you bring out, my brothers and I will never touch you, and we will escort you to any place you want to go in Misty Port, to the dock of Boss Cat, and the ship of the dead bird, as long as you want. I can get a ticket. His words were very sincere, as if he was thinking about the girl wholeheartedly. Of course, the main reason was that the pirate leader in front of him didn't want to cause any more trouble. If he accidentally attracted other hyenas to share the food, it would be hard to say how much they could eat. Therefore, if they could deceive, they would try to say more and move less. Oh, really? The tall blonde girl seemed to be moved, but she was a little hesitant and had not made up her mind. She held the long box tightly in her hand and refused to let go. The pirate, who was jealous of the box of rare weapons, naturally said yes, and he almost cut open his stomach to prove his heart. If you are worried, you can put the things in your hand on the ground. We will wait for you to leave, and then we will go up. As long as you put it down, we will never touch you. The laws and regulations of Misty Port also clearly stipulate that any fighting and fighting without a contract are prohibited. In order to persuade the girl to believe her, the pirate leader even talked about the contract that is now as good as waste paper. But the girl still hesitated. It seems that she was not entangled in this, but she couldn't say that sentence. This made the pirate leader anxious. If he was not afraid that the girl in front of him would jump off the wall, or had a trick up her sleeve, he would have asked his men to rob her long ago. But now there is no other way. Even if he is still indignant about it, he can only proceed according to her wishes. No buts. I give you 1 minute. If you don't give me 1 minute, don't blame me and my brothers for doing something you don't want to see. After all, they have been coveting you for a long time. The impatient pirate leader issued an ultimatum to avoid any more trouble. It was this ultimatum that made the originally hesitant girl sigh heavily. She seemed to have accepted her fate, with her head down, thinking about something in the corner of the alley. However, in the end, what the girl said after a while made everyone, including the pirates, stunned, or they didn't come back to their senses at all. And even if they heard it, they thought they had heard it wrong. The blonde girl sighed lightly. 1 minute is very short. Are you ready? The clueless words made everyone at a loss for words. But when she opened the long box in her hand, a long sword with a dazzling light and the aura of magic appeared in front of everyone. When the girl looked up, the brown pupils in her eyes turned silver. Everything suddenly became clear. Silver-eyed witch. Angel, you are still alive. The pirate king who conquered the Amazon. All these characteristics came together, and the girl face full of friendly smiles, which directly made the group of pirates who originally wanted to rob the weak feel like they had lost their parents. After all, Angel, who was called Sea Princess at the beginning, was a pirate hunter, specialized in hunting various sea creatures or pirates. It can be said that she is at the top of the list of people who don't want to meet in Misty Port. Unfortunately, not many people have seen her true face. which led to the fact that no one recognized her now that the girl had come out of the cage that had trapped her for a long time. By the time they reacted, it was too late. 1 minute passed very quickly. They were still trying to struggle and beg for mercy. But the cold light suddenly appeared in the void and pierced their throats. The words brewing in their throats could not be spoken until they died, and they could only hold them in their hearts. Looking extremely scary, the blonde girl looked at the pirates, who fell to the ground, covering their necks and coughing blood foam. There was no pity on her face, but a calm expression. Killing the previous pirates was like killing chickens. Effortless. "Let me go, sir. I have a lot of wealth and a ship. If you want it, I give it to you." The man who had been carrying the ghost-headed sword knew that he had hit a wall, and he begged for mercy immediately. He couldn't even hold the special scimitar that he had accumulated over the years. However, his fate was no different from his companions. He was pierced through the throat cleanly, and before he could make a hoarse sound, another sword pierced through the pirate's heart. She did not stop her actions because of the amount of wealth, or even the intention to send the ship. Instead, she cleaned up the traces around her faster and more quickly. After all this was done, the first thing that Angel, the only female pirate king who escaped, did was to return to her previous station to wait and see. However, after Angel crossed several blocks and knocked down several groups of people who were reluctant to leave her and had ill intentions towards her, all that was left for her was a pile of ruins that had collapsed due to vibrations and breath. The resting place in her memory had already collapsed beyond recognition, and she could only rely on her memory to restore the feeling of the past. For some reason, the girl felt her eyes suddenly blurred. Why was her brother here? Angel saw a man who was looking for supplies in the ruins. From the man back and his style of doing things, there was no doubt that he was her brother. "Andy!" she tried to shout. But this time, the voice was brighter than she had imagined, so that before she shouted a second time, the man who looked like her brother suddenly turned his head, and the eyes that vaguely showed the appearance of her brother Andy when he was a child were extremely sincere and excited. Sister Angel," Andy shouted in disbelief. He originally thought that he would have to go through a lot of trouble to rescue his sister, but he didn't expect that one day the guy he had been thinking about day and night would actually come to his door. "Andy, it's me. It seems that you have grown up during this time of separation." The silver eyes gradually faded and turned into a gray-brown color similar to the pupils of ordinary people. The girl walked with small steps and approached her brother. Looking at the girl gradually approaching, Andy couldn't help it anymore. He put down the work in his hands and ran towards Angel. Finally, before a beam of golden light that had just driven away the shadows and shone into the earth arrived, Andy and Angel, the two siblings, hugged each other across several years, and now hugged each other again. After the two were together, they seemed to have endless things to say, but most of the time, Andy talked happily, and Angel smiled lightly and listened on the side. However, Angel couldn't help asking his brother about his confusing behavior. "What happened yesterday? Why did all the magic items that imprisoned me become ineffective? And there was no one in the courtyard." "Sister, this is a long story. Do you want to listen?" Andy asked casually. "Of course." Chapter 480 God Killer. "Oh, little Andy. Who is this?" Just after boarding the immortal princess, the sharp-eyed Caranther saw a strange female face that she had never seen before in the team that followed Andy on board. She had long golden hair like her sister. She almost screamed out loud, thinking that Andy had found Hevaluo. However, when Caranther saw the girl brown pupils and her beautiful but unique face, she still suppressed the words sister that were hidden in her heart and turned them into a caring greeting. "Your Highness, this is my sister, Angel. Sister, this is the princess of the AM Empire, Karen Hill, and Princess Hevaluo, Miss Ginny's biological sister. She came here specifically to look for her." Andy happily introduced the two to each other, and Angel's eyes changed from indifference at the beginning to a little pity later. She had learned from Andy, who was the culprit who liberated the entire city and the dock yesterday. And she also understood that the princess in front of her was destined not to wait for her sister to return. Even if Hevaluo returned, she was different in spirit except for the physical similarity. Could she really make her happy? Angel didn't think she would. In addition, the princess in front of her and her brother had the same experience, but God was more protective of them. So Angel's attitude suddenly changed, and pity became active care. "Oh, I've been to the AM Empire before, but I went there as a noble at that time. I remember that the heather on Nanmoa Street in the city of Trisis was particularly beautiful. Sister, when have you been to the AM Empire? Why haven't I heard you talk about it? Andy also interrupted and asked curiously. This sentence not only brought her and Karen Hill closer, but also made the originally tense atmosphere suddenly relaxed. Crisis City? It's a city in the Karen province. But I have only been to the famous White Horse City there before. And I have also seen the unique heather forest there, which is really beautiful. At that time, the local governor also sent a rare golden heather. Before I left, I still put it in my bedroom. If there is a chance, I can take you to see it. Karen Hill accepted the kindness of the blonde girl in front of him. I don't know whether he subconsciously regarded her as the incarnation of Hevaluo, or subconsciously felt that the girl in front of him was particularly easy to get along with, and spoke particularly warmly. Angel didn't care. As the former pirate king, her social skills and dignity would not be reduced by the length of time she was imprisoned by the evil ancient green dragon Lich. On the contrary, the precipitation of her temperament made her full of an ancient and vicissitudes of life, which made people fascinated and want to peel off the misty inner veil of the person in front of them layer by layer, so as to truly understand her. Of course, Golden Heather, I can't wait to return to the mainland and visit your palace. Okay, Princess Caranther, if you allow me to call you that. Just call me Caranther. Nina and the others call me that too, Caranther said indifferently. Nina? Angel chewed on the word. She had learned a lot about this name from Andy before. It was said that she was a follower of a powerful dragon. A maid-like role? But how can her status be so high? The princess' words made her fall into deep thought. My friend, she is a great and lovely dragon girl. I guarantee that you will fall in love with her hopelessly when you see her for the first time. She is so lovable. Oh, I swear, except for my sister, I can never find a third peer as lovely as her. Speaking of Nina, Caranther seemed to have endless words to say. The sorrow that had been condensed in her eyebrows seemed to be temporarily exiled at this moment, and rarely left her expression. And she suddenly became excited. But she is still sleeping now. If you want to see her, you have to wait for a while. Caranther seemed to have thought of something and quickly added, It's okay. I have time anytime. Angel also smiled indifferently, indicating that there is a long way to go. By the way, did you come out of the inner city? Caranther suddenly saw several objects on Angel's body that proved her origin, and immediately guessed that she was likely from the pirate city of Isaf. This discovery made her rush forward desperately, looking directly at Angel, and asked excitedly, Yes. What's wrong? I just escaped from the palace of the 5 kings this morning. Angel had nothing to hide about this, and basically told the princess in the noble casual clothes in front of him everything. The palace of the 5 kings? Angel looked at Caranther, who was eager to learn and did not miss any clues, and explained very patiently. It was the place where the pirate king used to hold meetings and votes. But because of the evil cultists, it has now become their lair. After listening to this, Karen Hill showed a look of half-understanding, then nodded and asked happily, Then I heard Andy say that you are often with my sister Hevaluo. That is, Ginny, right? Angel was silent. Why don't you speak? Sir Angel? Angel. Karen Hill saw Angel was silent and couldn't help but continue to ask. At this moment, Angel licked the slightly dry corners of his mouth and said with pursed lips, Yes, but your sister is not as scared as you think. On the contrary, she is very happy. Happy? Karen Hill was in trouble. She had been thinking about her sister falling into the pirate city and was likely to suffer any destruction. She was almost eager to leave Isafai. Unexpectedly, today, she got this conclusion from the mouth of someone she was usually close to, which caught Karen Hill off guard. She is very happy and very happy, Angel added. That's impossible. Sister. No. No. Caranther couldn't accept Angel's words, and kept muttering words that even he himself heard were a little incoherent. But fortunately, Angel's angry rebuke directly made the princess, who was already half kneeling on the ground and crying, Wake up! Don't you want her to be happy? Happy? This question made Caranther confused again, and he could only stammer in the end. Of course not. I have always wanted my sister to live a happy life, and I am working hard for it. Then how do you know that she didn't mean to leave? This? Caranther was speechless for a moment, and could only stare blankly at the tall blonde girl in front of him, who told him every bit of her contact with Hevaluo eloquently. And from every story recorded in daily life, Caranthal could feel Hevaluo's mentality at that time from her words, which was indeed as peaceful and restful as Angel said. That it was wrong for me to come here? But my sister is in crisis now. So no matter what, even if it is true, I will save her and talk to her in person. Caranthal fell into a brief self-doubt. But when he thought of what happened last night, he threw all the doubts behind his mind. The most important thing at the moment was to bring back the mastermind who looked like his sister, so that his sister who lived in the soul container could be reborn, instead of watching the creatures outside snatch and control his body. Just thinking about it, Caranthal felt despair for his sister. Of course, we will all help you, Angel said without hesitation. And this decisiveness also made the girl, who was originally silent in grief, like her again, immediately cried and hugged her, muttering, Angel, you are so nice. Thank you, Andy. Feeling the softness of the girl's waist and the soft touch of her body, Andy's two hands froze in place, not knowing what to do. Fortunately, the hug was very short and fleeting. When Andy came to his senses, there was only a faint fragrance in his arms, and two figures on the deck in the distance, jumping and walking away holding hands. What's going on? In the cabin, Gordon looked at the silver-haired dragon girl who had just opened her eyes and had hazy eyes, and couldn't help but ask with concern. When he saw Nina yesterday, the place where she lived was already noisy. The people controlled by the weird demigod fantasy were killing each other, and Nina was among them. If Gordon hadn't arrived in time, she might have killed all the living creatures that caught her eye. When Gordon stopped her, the girl who had transformed into a giant dragon had just swallowed the breath that had not yet fully formed in her mouth, and looked at it with a tyrannical face. The situation was urgent at the time, and Gordon was afraid that the demigod behind him would discover his escaped fish. So he was extra careful, whether it was action or movement. He tried not to make any sound. But the tyrannical Nina showed this side for the first time, which was completely different from the girl he met for the first time. But Gordon didn't care about it, and directly grabbed Nina's claws, and was about to throw her on his back. But accidents always come unexpectedly. Before it hit the broad back, there was a clang, and the girl with the petite dragon head covered her forehead and screamed. Gordon then realized that the height just now did not take into account Nina's original tail, causing Nina back to hit the stone, which made her a dragon girl who was covering her back and almost fainted from the pain. It's okay, Mr. Gordon. I don't feel any pain. These few words seemed to have exhausted all the strength of the awakened girl. After saying them, she immediately blushed and hid in the still warm quilt. Nina's bed was facing the curved window. Although it couldn't be opened, it could still allow her world to be more than just the same wonderful scenes. Okay then. You should take good care of yourself. Puff. Seeing Nina's frightened look, Gordon couldn't help but smile and explained again. I didn't laugh. I just felt very happy today. In order to alleviate Nina's embarrassment, Gordon emphasized. Well, Nina's response was weak and seemed to have returned to the way she was when they just met. I remember everything you said yesterday, Gordon added before leaving, and then smiled and left the room full of magical elements that wanted to drive away all creatures. Only the silver-haired girl was left staring blankly at the ceiling, recalling what she said to the dragon that was spreading its wings and flying towards the immortal princess before she fainted yesterday. I'm almost grown up, Mr. Gordon. How about you? Although the words were short, they still succeeded in making Nina, who lacked emotional knowledge, smile again. This smile was completely different from the semi-perfunctory smile she usually had. Instead, there was an unknown expectation in her eyes, which made people want to find out more. Now recalling what Gordon said, Nina felt a little sweet. Of course, this sweetness cannot be eaten. And this truth is very clear to Gordon, Nina, and Caranthal. And Gordon left the room where Nina woke up, turned around and walked towards the deck. But he didn't expect to bump into Caranthal, who came down to check if Nina was asleep. There were two people following behind her, one of whom was very familiar, and was an old acquaintance of hers. They met on Rika Island, and now he was no longer frowning, but was full of joy, which made Gordon see that the identity of the other girl with golden almond-shaped pupils was particularly familiar. Sir Gordon. Calansil was the first to greet. Yeah. Gordon nodded slightly, indicating that he had heard it. Is there anything going on here? Nina just woke up. If you can, give her some time. She is now in a dilemma just like you. Speaking of this, it seemed to have thought of something, and asked about the purpose of Carancel's coming here, and the story of the woman behind Carancel. That's Andy's sister, Angel, who just came out of Isify this morning. Carancel explained very readily, and at the same time held Angel's hand, and whispered the identity of the black cat that was only as tall as its legs. Angel's eyes flashed with surprise, but he still returned the greeting respectfully. Sir Gordon, may the Platinum Dragon God of Heaven Mountain protect you forever. Evil cannot get close to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Angel's heart rang with a bland response. Thank you. Gordon never refused anyone who came, and it didn't care about so much now, since it saw the colorful prince and the demigod son appear in this city yesterday. Its whole mind has been focused on the scenes of yesterday. God Killer. Chapter 481 Arc. The scene was like the earth was shaking, the sky was wailing, and the sea was trapped in an endless reincarnation doomsday, with ups and downs and waves rolling. The dark waves, one layer higher than the other, were like invisible big hands, slapping the shore one after another. And the two lights on the land never went out. Only one after another of the houses in the misty port could not withstand the mighty power of the sea, and were shattered under its anger, and lost one after another of the beams and walls that once stood here in its gluttonous mouth. The war of killing gods started like this, different from the demigod illusion son of God playing with people's hearts, silently manipulating creatures and taking over their spirits. The destruction field of the Color Prince was more direct, and all kinds of natural disasters appeared under its feet, and its scarlet eyes that had just crawled out of hell were still indifferent as before, staring at the illusion son of God in front of him, who was also motionless. You have ruined my Lord plan, and you are an unforgivable sin, you mortal who dares to be arrogant after stealing a little divine power. Now it's time to let you understand what the wrath of God is. Roar! The anger in its words was accompanied by the breath of elements gathered in its mouth, pouring out. The breath of hell that could burn everything, plus the breath of extreme ice that seemed to be able to freeze the world. One on the left and one on the right. One up and one down, directly dividing the world in front of it into two different hells. On one side, 100 meters of ice was frozen, and any building and creature turned into a lifelike ice sculpture in front of the ice breath that could make the white dragon despair. On the other side, everything sank into an endless sea of suffering. The red flames from hell burned everything that could be ignited. The flame shot up into the sky again, and under the refraction of the ice crystals next door. The range this time was brighter than the last time. The world suddenly changed from a dark place to a world eroded by the red doomsday. And at the intersection of the two breaths, it was the girl wearing a black hooded robe, who still covered the upper part of her face, revealing only a slender white jaw and a slightly raised mouth, facing the hot breath. She only said lightly, God said, everything is false. The terrifying breath that was originally coming towards her instantly turned into a prosperous bubble, or a dream ripple, and disappeared directly into the void. From the perspective of a bystander, Gordon was so far away that he naturally couldn't hear what the Son of God said. He only remembered that it seemed like a pen mark appeared in the air at that time, directly erasing the breath that should have existed. So terrifying. Is this the battle between demigods? Witnessing the struggle of gods for the first time, Gordon also felt the desire in his body as clear as bones. That is it. And it also wants to be the rule maker of this world. It wants to be a god. Perhaps some people say that becoming a god is becoming a part of this world. Whether it is the great power Io standing high above the pantheon, or the inconspicuous secondary gods at the end of the team, they have become prisoners of power, restricted and bound. For example, some arrogant wizards disdain to become gods, because becoming a god, especially a subordinate god of other main gods, means being constrained and losing freedom. And often what these people hate most is losing freedom. I would rather die than be unfree. This probably refers to this kind of people. Of course, it is not ruled out that they just want to die and join the arms of Azith, the god of wizards, or the kingdom of the goddess of magic. After all, in this world, only the weak are unlucky. The weak lack strong faith, and are not even qualified to be led by the gods in the Styx. They can only watch their souls floating up and down in the Styx that runs through the plains. And then when they drift to hell or the abyss one day, they will be harpooned and picked up in a brutal way by demons or devils holding harpoons on ships. They become gifts for the stronger. Soul coins. Or soul worms. After all, whether it is hell or the abyss, Their only common currency is not gold or silver, let alone those precious metals that they can't use at all, but souls. The illusory and malleable souls are delicious and delicious. The wailing from their mouths, when they tear and ravage the souls, can make the most cruel and ruthless demons and devils can't help but show a happy expression. And the 3 words of becoming a god were deeply imprinted in Gordon's heart on this day, with a more arrogant attitude. This is a struggle and resistance against one's own fate, mixed with the determination to protect everything. It doesn't want to see itself or the one it loves being slaughtered like pigs and dogs one day, dying without dignity in front of a stronger opponent, without even being able to make a sound, and being directly wiped out. However, there is still a lot to go. A lot to go. Gordon looked at the data on the light blue curtain in front of his eyes, and then looked at the battlefield in full swing in the distance. The aftermath of the battle between the demigods even shook the immortal princess. Perhaps it can. It is also a light blue data light curtain. But the sky outside has changed from the gray and fiery red in memory to the blue and clear blue today. The sea outside the window is also calm, without the anger and restlessness when the tsunami hundreds of meters high was set off yesterday. Gordon turned his eyes away and lowered his head, as if he could see the golden pocket watch hidden in the dimensional bag, which was still shining in the dark. Plane scale. The legendary planeswalker gave it the guarantee to shuttle through the planes. At this time, it was already shining and colorful, and there was no trace of the gray and withered appearance after use. Obviously, its scale had turned well, as if it was waiting for it to be used. As for the ending of yesterday, Gordon couldn't explain it clearly now. He only knew that the last battle ended with the almost crazy and rampant laughter of the Color Prince, and the black-robed girl disappeared without a trace at some point, and the ancient green dragon lich controlled by her stood beside the Color Prince at some point, with his head down, like a knight guarding the king. It showed its humility and restraint. Therefore, when Godon came to his senses, he was still a little surprised to see Caranther with Angel, the sister that Andy had been thinking about day and night, who claimed to be an escapee from the pirate city of Isofair. If they had not defeated and expelled the Son of God, why did they abandon this base? Or, something more important than the base attracted their attention. And Goton naturally thought of the gold this time. It was the artifact that the dragons used to penetrate the stars, the spine of the world. Holy Spear Miniad. It is said that this is the name of the legendary dwarf craftsman who created this holy spear, after being invited by the metal dragon friend to create this artifact. Its life returned to the kingdom of the great soul forger, the omniscient and supreme Moradin. The extremely sad metal dragon returned to the Dragon Kingdom Hall, in the back holding the spear full of the blood and tears of his friend. When he heard the story of the dwarves, the Dragon King, Bahamut's favorite dragon, the demigod Rumphin, he immediately changed his mind and changed its name from the original sacred spear of Savior Mutt's Grace to the current spine of the world Holy Spear Miniad. The former is the name of the city where the dwarves live, and the latter is to let all dragons remember this moment and commemorate the sacrifice made by this great dwarf in the Dragon War. As a result, in the dragon heritage of the Molten Dragon, there are still records about the origin and record of this artifact. However, under the influence of the Elves Arcane, the King-Killing Star accelerated, so that although the tip of the Holy Spear was aimed at the falling orbit of the King-Killing Star, under the influence of external forces, the attack was deflected by a hair's breadth. Even if there were powerful dragon wizards, who also cast powerful spells such as Advanced Acceleration and Time Stop on the meteorite and the Holy Spear. But in the end, it was still a hair's breadth away. The Holy Spear only took away and shattered a small piece of debris on the edge of the King-Killing Star. The star fell to the ground, adding the now famous Inland Sea Kingdom to the southern end of the continent. And there was no other effect. The last attempt of the dragon race to save itself and defend its position as the overlord of the continent came to an end. Thus, the maze under the influence of the King-Killing Star enveloped the continent. A large number of metal dragons and color dragons left the main material plane and went to other planes. The High Elves stepped onto the stage of dominating the continent. This must be the case. It must be related to the artifact Holy Spear Miniad. Otherwise, it would never be like this. Gordon contemplation after the war. As clues emerged, he felt more and more that it was possible. But he also felt deeply that his strength was weak and insignificant. Now, the evolution of the war has far exceeded what he can control. Its strength is no longer enough to affect the situation. And the current situation is urgent. Can it really save itself and fulfill the promise it made to the Star Realm God in the past? Gordon couldn't help but ask himself. And finally, he sighed, as if he had made a decision in his heart. By the way, Caranther, how are they? Have they come back? Gordon suddenly thought of the legendary team that entered the misty port with him. At the last moment of leaving, the legendary warrior in the lead had red eyes. And under the influence of fantasy, he attacked any living creature he saw in front of him. With the retreat of the Son of God, have they regained their sanity? If they were there might be some room for maneuver. At least it wouldn't have to take risks. It looked at the plane scale hidden in its dimensional bag. If it wasn't really hopeless, it really didn't want to use this last gift from Galmadon. Moreover, it was still unknown whether it could be as it wished. No, Lord Matev didn't come back. I have sent a small team of disguised guards to investigate the misty port. I believe there will be a reply soon. Caranther also showed a solemn expression on her face. Although there was no news, the heavy cloud in her heart always lingered in her heart. If it weren't for the fact that Gordon and the legendary swordsman had returned to the ship safely, the disappearance of the legendary team might have almost suffocated her. I'm sorry, Mr. Gordon. It was their recklessness that led to. It's nothing. The situation behind is beyond my scope. Although his actions are willful. To be honest, yesterday's disaster was not caused by them. Gordon, who knew the whole story, did not hate the legendary warrior in his heart, but was grateful. After all, if he had not stepped on the mine without authorization, it is possible that even if he fought shoulder to shoulder with the legendary swordsman, the final outcome would not be much better than Matev. Of course, even if Matev had not been there yesterday, Gordon estimated that the Son of God, who had been hiding in the misty port for many days, would choose to attack today. Their actions could not reverse the situation. Just like ants in front of the wheel of history. Insignificant. And wanting to change the course of history was just like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. But I'm still very sorry. Caranther apologized sincerely. She had been worried since she heard about the incident in Misty Harbor yesterday. It was not until she learned everything from Andy this morning that she realized that it was the unauthorized actions of her subordinates that caused the violent roar of the ancient green dragon, which became the fuse of all the incidents yesterday. No one wants to develop like that, even if it is their fault. It is definitely not their intention. Since they haven't come back yet, there is no need to blame themselves. Now let's prepare for the next step. Gordon used words that were barely comforting to stop Caranther from blaming herself, and at the same time began to urge her to start the next step of the plan. Mr. Gordon, you mean the Ark project? Caranther said with a little surprise. The Ark plan was decided in the meeting room a long time ago. If it is found that it is not capable of doing it, or the situation has changed seriously, then the last plan will be launched. Give up everything and leave the misty port. At the same time, Gordon is also preparing to take other followers to other material planes for settlement. Of course, this time it will not take many like last time. Territory and people are destined to be abandoned. Only a few people can take the express train to other planes. Of course, this does not mean that Gordon has completely given up. Only this plan has been completely abandoned. Whether it is the territory of the north or the gradually spreading temple, Gordon does not intend to give up any of them. It plans to remotely control everything in the main material plane before the end of the Saints' catastrophe. That is, let its clone take charge. As for Nina, Celia and others, they will stay in other relatively safe material planes, such as the Apal world that has already taken root before, or the fairy wilderness with allies and friends. It is a good place to temporarily settle people. After all, development is development wherever it is. So why bother about the size of the world? As long as there is a place to stay safely. Choosing from the heart does not mean losing the dragon. On one side is the so-called face, and on the other side is the extremely important life. Gordon is very open-minded and clear-headed, and does not get excited because of shame and want to compete. This place will be regained sooner or later. Moreover, it believes that the arrival of this day will not be too late. Chapter 482, Aftermath of the War. Swish. The waves hit the dark hull of the sunken wood under the deck, and the surface that had not yet dried once again welcomed the moist water vapor from the sea. The girl holding the railing at the bow was looking at the west, which had become the sea level, with a sad face. This was the second day of the Ark project, and Caranther Immortal Princess and several other frigates had already set off on their return journey. To be honest, Caranther did not want to leave Misty Harbor so early. After all, whether it was her sister Hevelu or the legendary team that came here with her and was ordered to protect her, their whereabouts were unknown. If possible, she wanted to stay here alone. But reality did not allow it. Since the meeting was over, the molten dragon named Gordon seemed to have sensed something, and Nina kept an eye on her all the time, so that her plan to sneak off the ship was directly declared over. Hey, is it really serious this time? Are we just leaving like this? Caranther, who was still a little confused about what happened a few nights ago, couldn't help but ask the silver-haired girl who was sitting on a lounge chair in the shade under the tent. She was still a little unwilling. Since Mr. Gordon told us to leave, we should leave. This place is really not suitable for us to stay. After all, we are all burdens. Do you want someone to hold you back when you are taking action or saving your sister? Nina, who closed the book borrowed from the Mage City Sumerian and felt that her knowledge of arcane and magic had increased a lot, showed a satisfied smile and asked the princess of the AM Empire directly. Of course I don't want to. But, no buts. Don't worry. Your sister will be fine. Nina familiar comfort barely calmed the girl, who was not much older than her. Although she stopped talking, her eyes were still fixed on the cross-section of the island that had long been hidden below the sea level, as if her eyes could see through the distance and look at the scene on the island. When Nina was flipping through the book, the scene when Mr. Gordon and she separated a few days ago also emerged in her mind. Its eyebrows were as firm as iron, and anyone could see its iron-like will. Nina, I have decided to leave here now. I will not go back with you. But my clone will go back with you. Mr. Gordon. Why? She asked with her head tilted at that time. Because I feel that I am too weak. And I can't protect you now. Gordon told the truth. But I think you have worked hard enough. Mr. Gordon. From birth to now, you have been either getting stronger or on the way to getting stronger. You haven't had a good rest for almost a year. Isn't Loda Valley peaceful enough? She was a little excited when she spoke, and her saliva flew onto Gordon's scales. Nina, you don't understand. In this world, if you are too weak, someone will come to you, and you have no right to refuse. What I have to do now is to wait until that time comes and work hard to become stronger. When it comes, I can not only refuse decisively and forcefully, but also give it a big slap. This may be my fate. Don't worry. Nina, I don't hate or get angry. On the contrary, I am happy with it. Nina still remembers Mr. Gordon's eyes a few days ago. They were deep and deep, as if he had seen the future moment. At that time, she only knew to shake her head helplessly and said no. But thinking about it later, maybe Mr. Gordon was right. If you really want to live in this world and live for a long time, you must kill all those things that may happen, especially in this turbulent and chaotic era. An era where anything can happen. She has seen the remains of Kalando more than once. The white giant city that once stood on the seashore is now only barren black land. Jagged gray stones exposed on the surface. And some ruins that tell the huge and magnificent scale of the city in the past. She once stayed in that city, regarded it as hell, struggled to survive, and was happy in that city. Although the environment was bad, there were still things she missed there. Its fall and disappearance gave her an extremely huge impact. The familiar alleys and streets. Everything turned into smoke. If one day, someone told her that everything she has now, such as Loda Valley, familiar people, Celia, and Mr. Gordon, will disappear or die, then even if she becomes the only lucky person alive, she will not allow it no matter what, and will do her best to save them. Perhaps Mr. Gordon saw this future, so he was unwilling to stop for a moment and walked alone. Nina could no longer say that she could not hold back, because she deeply understood that the only thing she could do now was to let Mr. Gordon stop worrying about their affairs, and do the rest to the best of her ability. After all, she knew in her heart that she couldn't catch up with that figure. But she was not as desperate as before. Not because she had grown up, but because she understood what she should do now. She raised her head slightly. At this time, the sun was shining, and the vast sea waves reflected countless silver scale-like lights. Quiet and comfortable, the gentle sea breeze brushed her hair. It was a good time to study. After thinking about it, she no longer entangled in the memory of the past, but just paid some attention to look after her little friend. Karen Hill's movements. She was immersed in a sea of books that was more profound and obscure than the ocean again. On the other side, The turbulent and chaotic Misty Port had lost order. After the disputes in the previous few nights, the war spread from the local to the group. Towns like Green Creek Town and Bardo Town, which had been controlled by several pirates in the past, were also facing the crisis of order collapse. There is no other reason. This port has lost the pirate king who can control the overall situation. Several forces in Isophyri are also in a melee, in order to compete for this seemingly ownerless territory. Of course, it is not ruled out that the rational pirates have already fled with their own or robbed ships, intending to wait until the situation stabilizes before returning to wait and see. As a result, the pirates who stay in Misty Port are basically those who want to make money from chaos and take the opportunity to occupy more territory. In short, fighting is the best adjective for today's Misty Port. The broken walls of the former pirate city are also spreading war, except for the scavenging vultures hovering in the sky looking for food. No other creatures dare to approach the noise. Of course, I don't know how many eyes are secretly there. After all, the only island in the Storm Islands that belongs to the Mist Port is this one. There are many powerful snake priests, primitive tribes with the blood of storm giants, barbarians who regard Quetzalcoatl as a totem of faith, wyverns, lizardmen, dog-headed people, and other creatures on other islands. It's just that they usually don't interfere with each other. Everyone tacitly agrees that the northern corner of the island chain is the territory of humans and rarely approaches. And the big commotion a few days ago obviously attracted the attention of many people. And the decline of the pirate city naturally fell into the eyes of those who were interested. The term taking advantage of the fire to rob is not only used vividly by humans, but also by aliens. So, on the evening of the third day, the serpent priest led the giant python of the tribe to the land of Misty Harbor in the east, under the guidance of the tribal elders. The half-elemental race with the blood of the storm giants also pulled out a team of nearly 20 people and quickly rushed to the ruins of Misty Harbor. There were countless animals and beasts in the gaps around. Lizardmen, dog-headed people, and even goblins jumped and held wooden sticks like rolling pins, babbling in the jungle. And the strange thing is that the tribes that used to be particularly jealous every time they met, such as the Knoll tribe and the Lizard tribe on the curved Ark Island, were mortal enemies on the island, and the swamp and jungle were their former battlefields. But at this time, they strangely did not attack each other, but instead kept a tacit distance, as if there was an invisible big hand that mixed these forces from the archipelago into a loose rope. Although the order was chaotic, at least there was no scene of civil war before the attack. So, when the loose monster coalition set foot on the land of Misty Harbor, they saw that the human houses were indeed collapsed all over the ground as rumored, and the war spread all over the prairie. The morale, which was originally a little tired due to the long journey, was suddenly boosted. Without even a slogan, these monsters from various islands rushed up like gamblers who had lost all their money. Killing, being killed, robbery, being robbed. It became the prelude to this sudden war. These guys from the primeval forest are curious about all kinds of human tools, such as the goblins who put pot lids on their heads as helmets, and the jackals who were lying on the ground gnawing at the pirates, who were unconscious due to excessive blood loss in the battle. The twitching of his feet made the jackal who had not tasted such tender flesh and blood for a long time more excited. But before it could continue to move, a boundless sword light beheaded the cowardly jackal, who wanted to avoid the battle and just wanted to taste flesh and blood. The pirates' counterattack also came soon. In front of the monsters, the pirates who had been fighting in a group also knew to join forces to resist the enemy. However, under the siege of almost most of the island forces, the defense of the Misty Port, which was already seriously injured and most of the pirates had retreated, was particularly weak. Almost no one could stop the pace of the monster coalition. Only a few small forces were vaguely killing those creatures that were left alone in the battlefield after the sweep. A little bear? It's me. Boss. Have you solved that? Solved. Boss. Let me in. After wiping the blood off the scimitar, a ranger-like man quickly put away the scimitar and scanned the surrounding alleys very keenly. After finding no movement, he carefully retreated into the shadows and spoke softly to the darkness. That's good. Hide the body. We won't go out. These monsters won't stay here for too long. Just hide well. A voice came from the darkness. And then, there was the rustling sound of the door opening. Yeah. The ranger nodded in response. He didn't plan to go out and take risks, if it weren't for the fact that the jackal made too much noise and was too close to their temporary residence. he wouldn't have planned to take the initiative to attack. It was too dangerous for the current Misty Port. They have enough food, so they don't need to worry about going out to find food, as long as they can get through this chaotic time safely. They still believe that as long as the war subsides, the original order of Misty Port will return. The wooden door in the dark opened, and with the help of the light, the ranger squeezed in, and then, led by his savior in front of him, and now his leader, Sid, walked down the stairs to the dark cellar hidden in the alley. The candlelight flickered, and besides him, there was a frail black-haired girl inside, who was dirty and had a face that looked like it had been hit by mud, with black and gray patches. However, judging from her face and smart eyes, she should look good. But neither the ranger nor the man who claimed to be the leader dared to look at the girl for a second. After all, the two of them had witnessed her fierceness with their own eyes. Before the monster coalition arrived, the bodies of more than a dozen pirates, including several spellcasters, were still displayed on the open space in the backyard of Johnny Arena. A street away from here, each person's death was particularly hideous, as if they were covered by some corrosive liquid, or slashed by the claws of some huge creature. And some were just limp, and turned into a meat paste, as if squeezed by a heavy object. At that time, the two of them happened to pass by there together. Originally, they wanted to go to the black market shop on another street to see if they could find anything. However, when they saw the coins scattered on the fallen corpses in the open space through the fence, they both stopped and subconsciously wanted to touch some loot. Unexpectedly, as soon as they entered, the wall of the house inside suddenly shattered, and a figure flew out and flew backwards and hit a huge rock that flew that night. The spine was directly broken, and he vomited blood and died at a right angle. The figure that walked out of the dust was the black-haired girl, who was also seriously injured. At that time, her clothes were not in order, or it could be said that she was just a piece of rag hanging on her body, and her exposed skin was either covered with blood or stains, as if she had rolled in the mud. At that time, her eyes were as cold as the wind, and she frightened the two people who wanted to touch the corpse at the first time. Then she was forced to lead the way to find a place to rest, and finally came here. For 2 days, the two people almost found that she had not closed her eyes. When they were awake, the girl was awake, and when they were asleep, the girl was still awake. So much so that they all doubted whether the girl in front of them was a mechanical creation, if it weren't for her extra-large appetite. You know, if this cellar didn't store a lot of food, enough for a single person to live for several years, I'm afraid they would have to worry about food one day. Fortunately, the only lucky thing is that the girl has no ill will towards the two of them at present, but is more of a person in deep thought. The two of them didn't dare to disturb them, so they could only hide in another room silently and talk in a low voice. And their curious girl was still very confused at this moment. She kept communicating with the great existence in her mind. Finally, when the familiar feeling entered her body, she immediately shouted excitedly, "Your Majesty Godin, why did I use the transformation technique? It looks like a human female." Chapter 483 Planning. Aftermath. Human female? Listening to the resentful voice of the black dragon Didic in the other side of his mind, Gordon, who was observing the movements of the monster army he had painstakingly connected in the past few days, was slightly stunned. When his mind was completely immersed, he saw through his divine power that this young black dragon, who had become a devout believer of the Dragon of Grace, actually appeared in the form of a cute girl, and Gordon was also a little dumbfounded. After all, Didic is a real male. This cannot be fate. As for why the transformation spell turned into the appearance of a human girl, there are many explanations. One is that the black dragon originally wanted to become a human girl, and the spell is changed according to the subconscious of the caster. After all, even gods occasionally change their gender to adjust their taste. It is not difficult to achieve the above transformation spell, and judging from the talent transformation curse that the black dragon Didic plundered from others, it has the same effect. But there are some limitations. But the limitations do not restrict him from changing from male to female. But looking at Didic's appearance, it doesn't want to become a woman at all. Then, there may be only one answer. Is it because of the cursed dragon soul engraved on it? Could it be that this thing also has a negative plus a negative? Gordon's mind is constantly daydreaming. But of course, he won't say it stupidly. Whether as the leader of the current power or the guide of the black dragon, the seriousness and momentum should be in place at all times. And the mystery can create an invisible aura of inviolability, and orders that cannot be disobeyed on it. Although the effect is not particularly obvious. At least it will not have a counterproductive effect. It may be because of your talent that you are a female. If you are not used to this body, just change to your original dragon body. Gordon ended the conversation with a cold attitude. After all, there was nothing much to say between him and the black dragon. He had said everything he could in the cage of the arena. Since it successfully escaped this time and believed in the gods it recommended, the rest can be left to time. This was a seed that Gordon casually scattered. In fact, he didn't care whether it was mature or not. Maybe it could be said that he cared a little. But today, or in the current situation, it was not easy for him to remember such a thing. Gordon took great pains to add trouble to the Dragon Witch cult this time. Not only did he not follow Caranther, Nina and others back to the north of the continent, but he also ran to the Storm Islands alone and started Plan B, which he would start when he implemented another way. The plan was that Gordon, in the name of the Apostle of the Gods, would persuade, by force, or bribe the monsters or tribes in the barbarian land. In fact, Gordon didn't need to say anything. After seeing what happened that night, and the current appearance of Misty Harbor, the indigenous residents of the archipelago would naturally not miss this golden opportunity. Almost half-heartedly, after the alliance of several leaders was formed, most of the tribes with some reputations on the major islands of the Storm Islands participated in this action. Gordon hid behind the scenes, hoping to observe the reaction of the Dragon Witch cult in the city. After all, he could be 100% sure that in this pirate city, even if the colorful prince and the ancient green dragon lich summoned by the believers that day were not here, there were other church members still in the city, and the fragments of the artifact were likely not moved away. If possible, Gordon still wants to give it a try. Of course, it has already felt the power of the demigod in advance. Although it is not afraid of the demigod domain, Gordon still feels that it may not be a rational thing to face this behemoth directly now. After all, no matter what, although the Dragon Witch cult was born from the corpse of the Dragon Worship cult, it is also an unshakable behemoth for Gordon. Hundreds of years of accumulation are not comparable to the weak melting dragon that Gordon, who barely squeezed into the few legendary seats on the continent with the help of the panel and the gift, let alone other things. It is difficult for Gordon to easily summon a divine creature like the Color Prince, who is equal to or even higher than the Baylor Flame Demon and the Hell Refiner. The foundation is always a flaw for it. However, the turning point came a little unexpectedly. Or this time, Gordon really understood the joy of harvest. The battle in the city gradually died down, and the land outside the closed gates of Isophi gradually became peaceful. The war suddenly stopped, as the battle between the monster army and the pirates of the pirate city came to an end. The wreckage of houses outside the city was scattered all over the ground, and blood formed a pool. A strange power like divine power sublimated in its body. Gordon keenly felt that the percentage data of killing and destruction in the column of divine power and priesthood jumped slightly. This increase in magnitude was the first time Gordon experienced it, and it stimulated its brain more than before. This was also the first time it understood what the priesthood elements were. Whether it was sacrifice, killing, or destruction, it needed its leadership. In the year 1724 of the Valley Calendar, in the overseas islands, you took advantage of the gap after the battle between the demigod's son and the Color Prince to lead a grand killing feast around the defenseless Misty Port. More than 500 pirates were killed, and thousands of creatures on the island died because of you. Hundreds of houses were destroyed. The original free city was on the verge of collapse at this moment, and this battle would gradually spread among the survivors. Those who were interested would find out that behind all this, it was actually a molten dragon with an age and size close to the level of an ancient dragon that led the killing and destruction. It came quickly, and soon, it took away everything and left nothing behind. The followers of the Dragon Witch cult did not take the initiative to attack as imagined. They seemed to have not seen anything that happened outside the city, and the originally loose alliance was also facing dissolution in the face of sufficient interests. Therefore, if Gordon still wanted to command them to attack the city, it would be almost wishful thinking. After all, there were a large number of good things waiting for them outside the city that had not been collected. Why should they bite the hard bones in the city? They are like hyenas in the wilderness, united when hungry, but after catching the prey, they become like mice, only seeing the delicious food in front of them, but ignoring the delicacies hidden inside. But this is normal. After all, no one would leave a good battlefield unplundered, and instead run to the city wall, dreaming of breaking through the city and plundering more. The purpose of their trip here has been achieved, and the remaining thing to do is to take the spoils of this time and return safely to their tribe and nest. Gordon didn't care, and his eyes were already on the archipelago in the east. Maybe there is an excellent place to sleep. The excitement of the past few days has made it start to plan a short plane trip. Looking at the plane names marked in the Planeswalker notebook, Gordon smiled. Bottomless Abyss? Chapter 484 Ending. The Abyss, as the name suggests, is a magical plane whose lowest level has not been explored by anyone so far. It is formed by layers of half-planes stacked together, from the first layer of Pezunia to the 663rd layer of the Land of Revenge. From the countless elevators leading to various layers of planes rolling in the fierce wind of destruction. Huge pits spread across the vast plain covered by the hot red stars. On the way, through the boiling land, the corrupted land, the steam swamp, the spider web pit, the shadow sea, hundreds of planes. These are also hundreds of worlds that are completely different except for the essence of chaos. The last second is ice and snow, and the next layer can make you feel the furnace hell. It seems that there is no second identical leaf in the world. Until the end, it arrived at the world ruled by the Zerd Prince Ox, which became a desolate and corrupt world full of various Zerd demons, and the Land of Revenge was considered complete. Further down is chaos. Some say that there are 700 layers below, while others say that there is no way down there. This is all possible. Birth and destruction. Destruction and madness are the essence of the chaos of the abyss. Through the inheritance of dragons, Gordon clearly knows how dangerous it is to go to the abyss. Whether it is the native residents of the abyss, the Abyrus demons, or the later joined Tanari demons, they cannot control themselves in front of their fellow demons, let alone a foreign dragon that has traveled through the plane. There, war and destruction are the eternal music that can be played between heaven and earth, and the endless bloody battle with the devil in Avernus. The first layer of hell seems to prove this point, but risks bring rich rewards. If there is anything that can make Gordon transform quickly to a place comparable to a god in a short period of time, it is probably only the infinite plane affected by the will of the abyss chaos. There, you don't have to worry about not having enough talent, nor do you have to worry about the sanctions caused by too much killing, let alone the situation where you destroy too much at one time, resulting in not enough soul talent to harvest. The number of demons there is far greater than that of creatures in the main plane, and their strength is more than a little bit higher. For hundreds of thousands of years, most of the souls born in the universe have gone to the bottomless abyss, or hell, which is called the nirvana of the soul, and they have been divided up by them. Either they are transformed into the lowest level of cowards and inferior demons, or they are cast into demons, soul chips circulated among devils, or they are the petitioners of a certain abyss lord. Of course, the latter is probably only 1/1,000,000th of the former too. Even so, the Gu-raising battle plus the demon's own talent similar to those absorbed by Gotan also allow the outstanding or lucky ones to easily rise from the lowest level of the original demon with a challenge level of only 1 to the challenge level of the Baylor Flame demon that requires a whole legendary team to deal with in a short period of time. Of course, this premise is that it must not die from the moment it is born until it is promoted to the last level. Of course, there is a more convenient way, that is, being promoted by a higher level, or a demon lord, which can also make a weak demon quickly become a powerful existence. The founder of the black cult of Ahem, who is stationed in the abyss and studies the habits and knowledge of demons, once said that if it were not for the inherent chaotic characteristics of demons and the fact that their original strength would be sharply reduced when they left the range of the will of the abyss, such a terrifying creature would have occupied all the places that could be occupied in the multiverse long ago. They are like locusts, endless. They are born in flesh and blood souls, thirsting for blood and killing. They are natural warriors, assassins, and killers. No one can stop their torrent. Any creature that dares to intervene will be gradually assimilated under the influence of the abyss without a strong will. In the bloody battle, the sub-air gods of Mount Heaven, the garrison gods, the throne gods, and even the seraph gods can't help but fall into it. And the new devil dukes and the former demon lords are also full of their figures. The most famous among them is the demon lord who led the demon army to Mount Heaven, smashed the land and finally fell into the bottomless abyss, and transformed into the demon lord of the new plane, the fallen king Adimachus, and the fallen angel Zariel. who has become the most powerful right-hand man of Asmodeus. Today, she still leads a huge demon army in the first layer of hell, Avernus, and the endless demon army. This also made her wish come true. After all, she fell into depravity because she stayed in the position of the supervisor who had been watching the bloody battle for thousands of years for too long. She also longed for killing and destruction. Although this was an evil thought born under the influence of the will of the abyss, Gordon also considered this. But this idea was immediately thrown out of his mind. After all, no matter how powerful the will of the abyss is, it can only influence the instinct of destruction and chaos in organisms through time, thus shifting their camp. These are not achieved overnight, but are the result of hard work. So this problem is nothing to Gordon at the moment. It has no desire for the abyss, nor does it plan to live there for a long time. Although many evil and chaotic gods have opened up kingdoms there, including the spider god queen, the former wife of the elf king Corellon, Rose, who is famous in the multiverse, and has also established her own kingdom in the 66th layer of the deep pit magic web. But it does not want to stay in that chaotic place for a long time. At most, it is a short springboard. As long as the time is right, Gordon will jump to the next plane and never stay. After all, the environment and atmosphere of the abyss are not what it likes. If it really wants to choose a place to stay, apart from the solemn heaven mountain that exudes the glory of order, perhaps the completely neutral outland is more suitable for its residents. Of course, compared with these, it still prefers the main material plane where multiple camps coexist. Whether it is the upper plane, Heaven Mountain, or the lower plane, Hell Abyss. It is not what Gordon is particularly enthusiastic about or looking forward to. After thinking so much, Gordon's actions were not slow at all. After observing and confirming that there was no other movement in Misty Harbor, he watched the monster army retreating like a tide, carrying away the spoils. And he thought about it, and decided to keep a backup. Half an hour later, with the departure of the last batch of monsters, Gordon also quietly retreated to the depths of the jungle. In the distance, Misty Harbor. In the Misty Harbor, which has now suffered a collapse of order and is attacked by monsters. In an inconspicuous corner, a thin black-haired girl walked out of the shadows with her head down. Her amber-like vertical pupils looked into the distance, and her not-so-full buttocks shook subconsciously, as if she was thinking about something. She stopped this behavior until she heard a voice from behind. She began to speak directly to the person behind her. "Lead the way." The girl's voice was terribly cold. But if you look into her heart, you will know that she is particularly nervous. This is her first time receiving an oracle. Taking advantage of this opportunity, it must grow faster, so that it can fulfill my Lord requirements for it. Chapter 485 Praise. Is this the last coordinate? Tick-tick. Accompanied by the sound of cold water dripping from the stalactites in the cave. Above the dark and deep dome, there are clouds of water mist hanging in the air that have evaporated directly from the hot flames emitted by Gordon's body before they fall. At this time, Gordon has finished arranging the surroundings. After hiding his tracks, he can finally rest for a while. On his claws, one of the plane coordinates he once obtained from the half-plane azure tower of the legendary planeswalker Galmadon is clearly displayed. This is a fish bone that is now only the size and length of his fingernail. In other words, it is better to say that it is a fish-like bone spur, and the information given to it is from aquatic creatures. So Gordon subconsciously regarded it as part of the skeleton of a fish. After all, this kind of slender bone spur, except for fish swimming in the water, few land creatures will grow such bones. According to the description in the notes that change with the progress of Gordon Planeswalker, this fish bone comes from the most famous, or the most terrifying existence in the main material plane among the many planes in the abyss. Shadow Sea. This name may be unknown, and even inferior to the names of some places in the main material plane, such as Sea of No Return and Forest of Eternal Night. But if the demon lord of the Shadow Sea is mentioned, I am afraid that most coastal residents will be familiar with it. Dagon, also known as the King of the Deep Sea. It is a creature in the sea that is more terrifying than a storm tsunami. The kraken that Gordon once encountered on Rika Island and was captured by the storm behemoth is said to be the offspring of Dagon. It is said that he sleeps in the seabed most of the time, and only starts to move when he wakes up. Every time he moves, he will bring torture and suffering to the local residents. No one can do anything to this ocean overlord, who is old enough to be comparable to the gods. His tentacles, like hooks, can destroy or distort all mortals' delusions. And this fish bone is the coordinate condensed from the skeleton of Yuzuru, a more powerful demon in the Shadow Sea. Shadow Sea. Where is Galmadon going, and what is he doing? Is there any trace of the time dragon there? Although Gordon can't understand Galmadon's intention to let it go to the abyss on its third journey. For now, there is only this coordinate that can stably go to the abyss, although it doesn't like the environment. In general, the inactive demon lord Dagon is much better than those demon lords who think about fighting all day and take action on the battlefield. Maybe it can quietly complete the goal of this trip, and maybe get more soul fragments by the way. However, Gordon was not the kind of dragon that placed all its hopes on illusory luck. It believed in stability. Therefore, after checking that the legendary pocket watch had no errors, and that the surrounding environment had been sealed and safe by it, and that no one else would come to disturb it, it slowly used the characteristics of the planeswalker to open the door to the other world. This time, the light gate took longer to form than before. About half an hour later, with the gathering of the last piece of bright light, the bronze giant gate of the plane, which was a head shorter than Gordon's real body, was formed. Unlike the bright starlight of the astral world, the more than 2-meter-long bone spurs inserted into the door flowed faintly, and the white and silver door gradually turned into a dark black color, flowing and sticky, like a ball of mud. Gordon did not push the door open immediately, but summoned a cave demon bat using the warlock's daily summoning spell. After it flew in and nothing happened, it pushed the door open with confidence, stepped forward, lowered its head, and walked into the plain door that was standing upright for at least 15 meters. This time, it did not look back at the sleeping dragon that was emitting heat wantonly in the open space of the cave. Instead, it looked at the darkness ahead and moved forward. This time, it shouldered more than before. The iron-lead sky, the dark clouds like thick ink, the gray mountains, the black ocean, and the pale and withered land constituted everything in the Shadow Sea. The colors seemed to be taken away by something, like a land with declining vitality, without a trace of green. This is the Shadow Sea, and it is also the first weekend that Wayluin and his friends, as well as the city behind it, came to the Shadow Sea. The originally not crowded temple area of White Lake City is now filled with bustling residents and noble carriages. Everyone can't wait to pour out their inner thoughts to the sculpture standing in the temple. Please, great Lord, O Lord of Justice, omnipotent, save us lost lambs. This is the most common sentence in the Temple of Tyr. The God of Justice, wise and noble God, the creator of fair contracts, the patron saint of merchants. I am willing to give you 1/4 of my wealth. Oh no, half of it. As a price, please save me. And, as long as the payment for the goods in Tampa town is settled, I can give you more. The temple, which was so luxurious that even the steps were coated with a layer of gold foil, lost the sunlight. The building that used to be more dazzling than the sun lost its former glory. The shrewd and mercenary merchants no longer had the mood to bargain with the goddess's priests, but instead put all their cards on the table. The Temple of Ilmater, the god of suffering, the Temple of Lashanda, the Lord of the Dawn, all played out the weeping prayers and prayers of believers or pan-believers. Even the gangster pickpockets, who used to be arrogant on the street corners, were now seeking the protection of the gods they believed in the shadows. The dim candlelight made their faces look even paler and weaker. No one knew what the future would be like now. And among this huge crowd, a young man with an ordinary gray-white appearance and unique northern blue eyes also began to pray in his house, imitating others. But the gods he prayed to were different from those who had temples outside or shrines in independent places. All he had was an iron emblem outlined with simple lines, which took the boy a lot of effort to make into what it is now. With the dim light outside the window, the emblem in the boy's hand could be vaguely seen in the hazy night. The stern vertical pupils on a towering mountain. The tyranny and terrifying brilliance in the eyes seemed to be able to transcend time and space. The boy just reverently placed the emblem on the table, and then knelt on the slightly stiff ground like Uncle Sam he had seen, and said reverently in a low voice, "Every word and action has its cause and effect. Lord of the gift who transcends everything and controls everything, your most devout believer in the future, Mario Fran, hereby makes a humble request to you. Grant me some strength, so that I can protect my life and the life of my brother. I will repay you." He stuttered and stumbled through the aphorisms and prayers he had pieced together, and then bowed his head with gratitude, silently praising the greatness of this new god. Chapter 486 Accidents in the Sky. Gordon spread his huge wings and floated under the gray sky. This was the 5th minute since he entered this plane, and he was motionless. His still calm dark golden vertical pupils looked at everything in the distance. This world seemed more open than the main material plane. It was not the openness of the sea, but the emptiness without a trace of life, which made it seem particularly empty. At this position, he could see the green peak standing above the sea, and below was a dark vortex that was constantly twisting. He could also see the huge monsters hidden under the sea without sunlight. Is this the bottomless abyss? Gordon, who had just sensed the gate to the shadow sea from the Wanyuan plane through the unique mark of the planeswalker, exhaled deeply. It seemed that the serious state and vigilance just now were completely removed, and the dragon wings and tail seemed a little drooping. However, it still didn't understand the purpose of its coming here. Although it had the idea of having a good fight in the abyss before coming, it definitely didn't want to end up dead. Although its current strength is not cannon fodder in the abyss, even if it encounters the ceiling of ordinary demons. Baylor. Gordon doesn't think he is much inferior to it. After all, as a molten dragon, he may be afraid of other creatures, but he will never be afraid of Baylor, who uses fire as a weapon and means of harm. You know, the legendary red dragon Ashidran summoned a Baylor in the abyss and made it into his heart. As a legendary creature, the Baylor was so easily treated as a fish on the chopping board by the red dragon. Some of it was natural restraint, and some was influenced by the will of the plane. I am afraid that only the unlucky person who was sealed into the body of a shadowling could have a deep enough experience. Putting aside the unlucky person's thoughts for the time being, Gordon knew that his current priority was to find a suitable place to live or stay, so that he could gradually explore this world. In the Planeswalker Notebook of Galmadon, everything about the Shadow Sea was vague. There was only one thing that was particularly clear. That was to find the Cave of the End and know everything. If it weren't for this sentence in the notebook, Gordon didn't even know why he asked him to come here. Just to join in the fun? If it was for fighting, wouldn't he be faster to go to Avernus for a bloody battle, which was exciting and full of vitality? I am afraid that no one would refuse such a fierce general if he directly served under a certain Devil Duke. Of course, it was just talk. Now, if Gordon really wants to bow his head, besides the gods in the sky, I am afraid that only Nina can do it. They are not qualified. Whether it is the Devil Duke of the 9 layers of hell or the Devil Prince of the bottomless abyss, it no longer needs to look at other people's eyes. Although it seems that it has never looked at other people's eyes since birth to hatching. But its strength has allowed Gordon to break free from the constraints imposed on it by most worlds. It can switch forms freely, and it will, and no longer needs to disguise itself as other dragon species to deceive people, or use the old-fashioned method of diverting trouble. It is it, the molten dragon that has already stepped onto the road of greatness and eternity, the Lord of Gifts revered by countless believers. It can be said that it has reached the peak of its past life in terms of power and strength, which is something he never thought of. Originally, its dream was just to spend its childhood peacefully, grow up with Nina, and then transform into a traveler or merchant after adulthood to enjoy the scenery of various places in this fantastic and strange plane. It didn't expect that it would turn out like this. Just as Gordon was concentrating on thinking about where to go next to find the so-called end of the world, he heard the sound of the wind. And in the wind, there was a violent sound that could make the sea boil. The sound of the flame explosion and the heat wave in the air made Gordon's exposed scales immediately feedback to the dragon's central nervous system, and also made Gordon subconsciously look up at the place where the movement occurred, and reacted instantly. It seems that there are other passengers here besides it. Gordon's pupils moved slightly. Now things suddenly became interesting. At least it would not seem so boring. And Gordon immediately looked forward to this trip to the other world. Damn it! Andrews couldn't help cursing as he watched the tentacles spreading up from under the deck of the cabin. But at this moment no one cared that this noble mage also made the same vulgar words as the farmer. They were also afraid. Because you know, they were sailing at an altitude of thousands of feet just now, and they had several seconds to fall from the surface of the Shadow Sea. And the arrival of this tentacle did not give them any reaction time. This magic ship that can sail in the air, the ocean, and even the starry sky was tightly bound by huge and oppressive tentacles, as if catching prey, pulling the ship to the location where the tentacles extended. A thick gray cloud with the area of several medium-sized islands. The only thing they could do was to get rid of this terrible monster hidden in the clouds before being pulled into the gray fog, and the power of the ship was completely exhausted. The explosion just now was the powerful fireball spell released by the chief spellcaster in the ship, the alchemist Amiris. Judging from the fact that more tentacles than before wrapped around the ship, which had already stretched out the field barrier to prevent it from being squeezed and crushed, it was obvious that the fireball spell had not only angered the monster, but also had no fear, but instead seemed to have aroused the opponent's more fierce pursuit. What should we do, Lord Amruis? From time to time, engineers or apprentices would knock on the door of the captain's room. But at this moment, he was standing with his hands behind his back, where he could clearly see the dense suction cups that bound the tentacles, and the barrier began to make fragile glass shattering sounds. Obviously, the shattering of the protective barrier was inevitable, and after a long period of wrestling, the tentacle monsters, which were far more durable than humans in terms of strength and physical strength, began to sound the horn of counterattack. Every time the barrier made a crisp sound, the people on the spacecraft would face collapse and test back and forth on the edge of despair. Of course, what no one noticed was that an inconspicuous bird, faster than the spacecraft, plunged into the gray sea of clouds. Chapter 487 Unexpected Service. The terrifying tentacles covered the sky, and there were screams on the airship. From time to time, the unlucky ones were slapped or rolled up in the sky by one of the countless tentacles, and then fell. Finally, they became a small black dot like a grain of rice, falling into the deep and dark shadow sea. There were also countless strange shadows surging under the sea. If you look carefully, you will find that those demons with human or fish faces are like goldfish waiting to be fed, greedily staring at the swaying spaceship in the air. It's really a heavenly delicacy. And Ruisi didn't have time to clean up the various drawings in the captain's room. He could only hurriedly put away several important documents related to this trip to ensure that they would not be damaged. And then he quickly picked up a crystal engraved with a protective shield and put it on his waist. However, just when he pushed open the cabin door and was about to shout for everyone on the deck to gather under the cabin, a cracking sound came from the sky. The tentacles finally stopped attacking from cracks one by one, and pressed down like the sea capsizing. It's over. This was the only thought in Andrew's mind. The hull began to shake, and the tentacles, which were thicker than the mast, began to strangle everything they could wrap around. The planks broke and the decks collapsed, looking like a natural disaster. No! God! Your believers need your great power to drive away the darkness and revive the light. Among them, the accompanying paladin companions prayed the prayer of God loudly, then stepped on the highest point without hesitation, and slid down along the tentacles, determined to kill this fierce demon who came out halfway. These figures were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in the face of the huge demon. But at this moment, the power they exuded was enough to shake the mountains. Roar! The giant beast hidden in the cloud roared, as if the attack of these insects did have some effect, which immediately boosted the originally decadent morale. It worked. Everyone could hear that the tentacles that were just rampant began to retract, and the tentacles that were originally entangled with the hull of the sky star that was crisscrossing the star realm also began to tighten and loosen, and the self-repair spell of the spacecraft began to operate. The tentacles just now only broke through the first layer of defense of the spacecraft, and the core inside was still intact. Therefore, at the first moment of the crisis retreat, the originally deadlocked repair and destruction fronts suddenly collapsed. Blue fluorescence began to fill every part of the hull, and the magic array engraved with the repair spell began to operate. The hull was broken, and the cracks would be restored at a speed visible to the naked eye as long as they were swept by the blue light. The reason why the magic spaceship was so expensive was that each one was made with the utmost effort of the magic craftsman. Each engraved magic pattern represented the spell combination they had pondered over. But as the crisis was resolved, the tentacles gradually left the hull of the spaceship, and the fanatical fighting spirit of most people cooled down. They immediately understood that the retreat of the demon just now was not due to their battle, but because it encountered other troubles. Otherwise, even if they were afraid of their attacks, they would not give up so quickly and decisively. After all, they saw the results of the battle here with their own eyes. The best high-level paladin only cut off a dozen tentacles of the demon. For the demon body with hundreds of tentacles, it was simply harmless, and it was even more difficult for others to break through the defense, and even reach the level of causing trouble, and they always needed to send people to rescue them. And how could such a fighting force frighten the demon hidden in the clouds and miss so much that it would retreat crazily? Then, there is only one answer. The people who figured it out immediately cast their eyes towards the sea of clouds where the tentacles had just been extended. They saw that the clouds, which were originally riddled with holes due to the tentacles, changed in many ways along with the loud screams of the demon. After a while, everyone could see the demon's tentacles and blood rolling down from the clouds. And the group of sea demons below, who originally wanted to eat some soup, also started another feast of gluttony. And Ruisi and others watched in astonishment for 20 minutes. The breath of blood filled the sky. The demon's wailing gradually became weak. And the range of the gray clouds also expanded by about half a time during these 20 minutes due to the battle inside. It's not that Ruisi and others don't want to leave. But now the Sky Star will take so much time to repair the damage just now. And all they can do is wait and pray. Pray that the battle between the two tigers will end more slowly. Preferably until they reach their destination, White Lake City. However, the situation will eventually end. And it will not change because of their will. Accompanied by a giant mountain with blood mist falling from the sky. It fell heavily into the sea, raising huge waves hundreds of meters high. The battle ended, and it would take another 10 minutes for the tension to be repaired. Now everyone didn't even have time to watch the grand spectacle of the jellyfish-like demon being eaten by the people below. Their hearts sank immediately. Could it be that they had just left the dragon den and entered the tiger's den again? Although the monster that killed the jellyfish demon cannot be seen, its size can be seen from the scales, and claws that can be seen vaguely. It is not uncommon for demons to fight each other in the abyss. After all, chaos has always been funny. It is not uncommon for demons to be harmonious one second and fight each other the next. What's worse, some demons even enjoy starting meaningless wars. They just enjoy the process of destruction and want to reap the destruction. Of course, the most important thing is chaos. Everything will return to chaos, which is their essence and core. It is also the true meaning of the abyss. Ambrose, go. Take the information to White Lake City, where you are needed more than here. Mogov, the first paladin who rushed up to fight the jellyfish demon, and the captain of this team of paladins, said to the young captain, who looked like a wizard with a serious face. Although Ambrose looks young, he is actually over 100 years old. However, because he has been traveling and living in the astral world for many years, he actually looks like a wizard in his 20s. But he has so much experience that he doesn't need a Mogalfu to tell him. He is very smart to have the foundation stone of the teleportation array prepared after the battle. Let him go to White Lake City through the directional portal at any time. Of course, this is also a last resort. Although the portal is directional, it is not surprising to happen in the bottomless abyss and the chaotic space. It often happens that the portal is open halfway and then closed directly, or the teleportation position is offset from this plane to the next plane. And this time, Ruisi was also mentally prepared for death. It's a pity for those fine wines. He smacked his lips a little, looking at the fine wines in the cabin that he had no time to put away. He felt a little distressed. And at this moment, the clouds and mists parted. A terrifying giant suddenly emerged from it. And every time its huge wings flapped, the gray clouds within a radius of hundreds of meters retreated to the surroundings. After seeing its appearance clearly, everyone was only in despair. This is a giant dragon. A giant dragon with a black body. Unlike the thin black dragon, the giant dragon in front of them is like a hill, stronger than any dragon in their memory. Its scales are as thick as tower shields. Its claws are cold without light, and its dark golden vertical pupils are majestic without anger. As it slowly approached the hovering spaceship, darkness has fallen, but its iconic universal language is like a dawn, pulling everyone directly to heaven. Yo! Hello! Passengers from the Star Realm. Excuse me. Are you satisfied with the service just now? Chapter 488 Aham's Disciple. Excuse me. Are you satisfied with the service just now? If such mercenary words were said by a greasy, fat and big-eared businessman, Ruisi would definitely tell him to get out without even looking at him. Transactions have always been about mutual consent, not forced buying and selling. But, Ruisi looked at this guy who was much bigger than the spaceship, and swallowed his doubts with difficulty. He dared not even think about words like, "What service? I didn't hire you." He could only smile slightly humbly, confirming that the wording was not offensive, and then said quietly, "Satisfied? Very satisfied. Sir, as powerful as you are, your fighting style just now still makes me a little intoxicated. This is no longer something we mortals can do." The respectful but unyielding words made the communication at the first meeting seem perfect. However, The attitude of this meeting was not something that Andrew's little art of conversation could determine. The real influence was the terrifying dragon that was still suspended in the air, with dark golden vertical pupils overlooking everything. Oh, really? The dragon looked at the wizard, who was so wise, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. But his voice did not change at all. Andrews, who only dared to lower his head, naturally had no way to detect it, and could only bite the bullet and continue to admit it. From the bottom of my heart, if you think I'm lying, I can swear to the great wizard god Azus that your fight with the demon just now really made me excited. I believe you for now. The dragon words fell from the sky, without anger or joy, as cold as a harsh winter. But Andrews did not dare to have a trace of displeasure in his heart, but became more humble. After a while, the dragon winter-like voice came from above again. This time, Andrews, who was much more at ease, was not as panicked as before, because the questions it asked were not particularly difficult to answer. What are you doing in the Shadow Sea? Don't you know that this is the territory of the King of the Deep Sea? In order to avoid calling the name and attracting Dagon attention, Gordon still used the title that Dagon sang in the main material plane, breaking into the chassis of a demon lord without permission, and an Orbis demon lord. I don't think this should be the attitude of a mage, right? Listening to the dragon question, Andrews naturally didn't dare to say anything more. It's none of your business. I'm just here for a trip. Such perfunctory words to the dragon. Also knew that he couldn't get away with it. But considering the dragon-friendly performance just now, Andrews still gritted his teeth and decided to take a gamble. So, Gordon heard the first news of coming to this plane. White Lake City, a city in the main material plane, was swallowed by the sea and brought to the Sea of Shadows. It is facing waves of demon attacks in a corner, and is in danger. And Andres came to the Sea of Shadows to help the residents of White Lake City as a seeker of the Black Cult of Ahim. There is not much information about the Black Cult of Ahim, or the Black Scroll, an organization composed of humans at the forefront of the abyss in Gordon Dragon heritage. However, there are many mentions in Gormadon's notes. In his words, this group of lunatics will do anything for knowledge, and dare to try to spy on the roots of chaos and dig out forbidden knowledge from demons. Of course, in the words of Ericht, the supreme and highest-ranking reader in the Aham cult, that is, knowledge does not distinguish between good and evil. It gives us the power to choose. Tukit Noel Aham has realized this fact, and we are still continuing his struggle against ignorance and fear. Madness may control us. Evil may devour us. And in the end, demons and paladins want to get rid of us. But we will never succumb to these. Gordon still has some awe for this cult. After all, their situation is just as Ericht said. Whether it is demons or paladins, they want to get rid of them. Good and evil cannot tolerate him, and only a few neutral places can see their figures. Some people say that they are a group of paranoid lunatics, and some people say that they have been influenced by the will of the abyss, and they have spared no effort for knowledge, and they no longer care about how to use demonic knowledge, which has deviated from the original intention of Aham when he created the Dark Book. This is also the reason why the Dark Book has attracted many attacks from the good camp. However, in Gordon's view, they are just ordinary people, but they have a little more curiosity, thirst for knowledge, and desire for revenge than ordinary people. Its vertical pupils looked down at the human mage, who was still bowing his head. He still looked 30 years old, but his expression and demeanor were not much different from those of the elders of the clan. A sense of old age permeated him, but Gordon saw more of his desire for knowledge and redemption. How much do you know about the Sea of Shadows? Gordon looked at Andrew's figure and suddenly spoke. As a disciple of Ahim, you won't tell me that you know nothing about the abyss. Of course I know a lot about this. But Andrews almost raised his head excitedly when he heard Gordon's words. After all, if he wanted to humiliate a seeker who joined the Black Book of Ahim, the best way would be to mock him as a farmer who knew nothing about the devil in the main material plane. Knowledge is their capital of pride. If this layer of knowledge is stripped off, it is unacceptable for the disciples of the Dark Book in Ahim. Andrews naturally couldn't accept Gordon's words. If nothing unexpected happened, the one that attacked us just now was the Meblis, a unique Tanari demon in the Shadow Sea created by Dagon using humans. Its strength is about the same as that of the Tempter, and its challenge level is about level 7. It is more effective to use damage with 3 attributes: cold iron, sound waves, and fire. The following is the most common Yuzoro in the Shadow Sea. It has only one eye, but 20 pairs of legs. Ambrose talked freely, and Gordon listened attentively. After all, if you want to say who knows the demons best in the abyss, then a large part of it may be the disciples of Ahem, who are tirelessly collecting all the information about demons in the abyss. Even the demons themselves may not understand them as well. In short, if the lance demon does not grow a third pair of wings, we can give it a try. Andrew's words continued, and Gordon finally revealed his true purpose not long after. Then do you know the Cave of the End? Gordon stared at the human wizard in front of him, watching his expression change without blinking. Chapter 489 Playing Hard to Get. The Hole of the End? The young disciple of Ahem was slightly stunned when he heard this word. He was confused at first, then puzzled. He almost couldn't help looking up and asked, "Sir, I haven't heard such a name in the Shadow Sea, including the Sea Trench where the Demon Lord lives here, the Dark Abyss where the demons live, and the Death Swamp leading to the next level." Enrus told the dragon in front of him all the geographical knowledge about the Shadow Sea, as if he wanted to prove his innocence. Of course, Gordon understood it after seeing his expression change. It seems that the title of the Hole of the End is either impossible to access and understand with Enrus authority, or the organization of the Dark Book itself has not obtained relevant information. Of course, what bothers Gordon the most is that the description in the notebook is a bit vague, and there is no record of the specific location at all. Hey, Galmadon didn't say anything except that he arrived at night. Gordon was a little annoyed. Although one of the purposes of coming here was to kill more demons here, so as to obtain a large number of talent fragments and accelerate his own growth, he naturally didn't want to give up what Galmadon left for him. After all, if nothing unexpected happened, the last fragment would be related to Galmadon's last trace. This was the only thing that he had been thinking about for decades. It only knew that until the last moment of his life, he was still chasing the trace of the Time Dragon. And Gordon also yearned for the power of the Time Dragon. If there is a chance, it is still willing to contact the Time Dragon. After all, who can resist the power of freely traveling through time and returning to the past? Even among the gods, it is rare to be able to reverse time, and it can even be said that there are very few. Of course, all this is empty talk before finding the clues of the Hole of the End. So Gordon can only put it aside for the time being and leave it for later. After all, even if it insists on finding the Hole of the End, it has to get clues from other people. Whether it is from the mouth of the demon or from other people, it will eventually collect sporadic clues. Otherwise, the headless fly will attract the attention of Dagon, the master of the Shadow Sea and the king of the Deep Sea, and I am afraid it will get nothing. So, Gordon's mind flashed through what the disciple of Ahem just said. Save the city that fell into the bottomless abyss. It seems to be a good place. In addition to the demons that come to the door, it is estimated that some truth about the incident can be learned from the locals or residents, such as how they got here, whether they caught some local creatures, and what they asked from their mouths. Moreover, Gordon had no good place to go at the moment, and it seemed good to go there with a guy named Andrews in front of him. Gordon was not a hesitant person. After making a decision in his heart, he immediately took action. Almost within a minute, he wanted to tell Andrews about his plan. However, before he said it, Gordon stopped again, because it suddenly thought, if Andrews heard that the dragon in front of him also wanted to go to White Lake City with him, then Andrews guessed that what emerged in his mind was not the joy of having a strong ally, but whether his black dragon was fishing for law enforcement and killing two birds with one stone. After eating this, he also wanted him to be a guide and destroy the White Lake City, which was already in crisis. This was not impossible. After all, the cunning and greed of dragons were well known to the world. Andrews saw that Gordon had not replied for a long time, and he also understood that the dragon in front of him seemed to be in some kind of entanglement. And Gordon was particularly aware that if he said this, it would inevitably arouse Andrews' vigilance. After all, no one is a fool. Not to mention that most dragons, even metal dragons, give everyone the impression that they will not get up early without profit. They are particularly persistent in interests. If a dragon is asked to do a loss-making business, then I'm sorry, even a metal dragon will probably put down the so-called lawful good skin and start to become chaotic. This is also the reason why many metal dragons have transformed from the original lawful good to chaotic good. And Gordon approached him eagerly, saying that he wanted to go to White Lake City with Andrews, which would naturally arouse vigilance. Therefore, it needed to change its words. So, Gordon suddenly asked Andrews to pay for this service, and said that he would leave here after receiving it. Andrews was stunned at first, but he did not hesitate. He walked towards the cabin behind him very quickly. Not long after, he took out the artworks worth 5,000 gold coins in Gordon appraisal technique, including gems, porcelain, and scrolls. These are some of the fine works that Andrews has collected over the years. If they were placed in the main material plane, they would cause the group of nobles who are pretentious to scramble for them. Gordon accepted it happily. With a plan in mind, it naturally would not wait too long on the spaceship. It flapped its dragon wings happily and left in the opposite direction without even looking back. This made Andrews and the crew on other spaceships breathe a sigh of relief. Not long after Gordon flew away, when only a black dot could be seen in the sky, the sailors immediately gathered around and began to greet the owner of the Tianqing, whose back was already soaked and seemed to be exhausted. Andrews slumped on the deck and waved his hand, signaling the group to disperse quickly. It's not that he can't walk. At most, he needs to change his pants. Really? He wanted to complain, but didn't know where to start. How long will it take for the Tianqing to recover itself? He asked his first mate, and the first mate's answer was very quick. Obviously, he was prepared. Lord Andrews will need about 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Okay. I go back to the cabin to change clothes first. Really? Sweat is dripping on my pants. Andrews muttered to himself without waiting for the first mate to answer, and turned his head to the cabin. The loss just now is actually not much money for an explorer who often travels between planes. 50 years is enough for him to accumulate a lot of wealth, especially in the process of exploration. He could also receive the relics and inheritance of his comrades. Therefore, as long as they are in the Aham cult, there are basically no poor ghosts who are still alive. 10 minutes later, the spacecraft started again and moved forward in the gloomy gray clouds that were as dark as iron and lead. This time, Andrews and his men were more careful. After all, they had experienced the demons in the clouds, and they didn't want to encounter them a second time unless necessary. However, if there is one, there will be two. Soon, the tentacles attacked from the clouds again. Although the spaceship dodged this time, a larger tentacle than the one it dodged just now appeared from the clouds on the other side. Two dream virus. Damn it! The faces of everyone in the cabin, including Enruisi, turned pale. Why did the dream virus, which was rarely seen every few days, appear so frequently now? Did they break into the monster lair? And at this moment, Enruisi heard a familiar voice in his heart. Huh? What a coincidence. It seems that your luck is not very good. You are entangled by the dream virus again. Perhaps you need a little help now? Hearing this, Enruisi's face turned even paler. Bloodless. Chapter 490 The Wise Black Cat. The spaceship is about half a day away from White Lake City. If the dragon does this all the way, let alone his 50 years of savings, even if the reader of the Aham cult comes, I am afraid that the savings will not be enough for it. Such a blatant phishing law enforcement. Even a fool can see that this group of dream virus is the one. Just as Enruisi was secretly angry, the dragon next words turned his original anger into confusion. It's free this time. After all, you have already paid the reward. The voice that was as cold as frost in the past flowed into Enruisi's heart at this moment. And it was like warm spring water, soft and a little gentle. Of course, there was more doubt. Did I blame it wrongly? Is it really a coincidence? Enruisi was a little confused. But the battle had already begun. The dragon flapped its wings, and its speed was twice as fast as before. There was a whistling sound from the sky, and a huge monster rushed into the clouds fiercely. Then, there was the wailing of the devil. And this time, the tentacles of the Dream Bliss demon were waving all over the sky. In the eyes of everyone, it was no longer a shackle that brought death and fear, but it was like a clown performing on the stage, which seemed so pitiful and funny. Maybe I really blamed it wrongly. As the dragon helped them clear the obstacles, the fall of the two Dream Bliss demons made Enruisi's attitude change drastically. This time, he was more respectful when he saw the dragon. Of course, part of the reason was because of his own unwarranted speculation, and he felt that his behavior was particularly despicable. Of course, he would never say this. If he had to say it, he would choose to say it to the dragon in front of him in a more pleasant way. For example, now Enruisi lowered his head again and looked at the dragon that was getting closer and closer. Dear sir, thank you for your hard work. The words did not do what it should be, but to give rewards. Then, In the next sentence, and Ruisi's words went straight to the point. You also saw that there are countless demons along the way. With only this spaceship and the few holy warriors on the ship, there is no way to reach White Lake City. So, I beg you to escort us, so that White Lake City has a glimmer of hope to survive. If they successfully return to the main material plane in the end, those lovely and respectable mortals will remember your kindness for the rest of their lives, and will spread your deeds everywhere. Maybe the next good dragon that spreads all over the continent will be you. Although Ruisi's words were only a few words, they were full of unique temptations for the greed of the dragon and the honor he pursued. After all, whether it is money, honor, or some kind of illusory reputation, it can make some creatures crazy. Not limited to dragons, including humans themselves. You can spend a lot of money for a few words from some people, or you can keep a promise for decades without regret. Oh! Hearing Andrew's words, Gordon was naturally happy in his heart, because this meant that it had spent a lot of effort to drive these dream virus demons around the spaceship. And it was not in vain. You know, it took a lot of effort to lead these stupid guys around just now, just to make Andrew's spaceship suffer the next round of attack. Thus, it can join the team legitimately, without arousing suspicion or malicious speculation. Of course, there are still some now, but Gordon still believes that this doubt will be slowly dispelled over time. And if it had said it before, it might not even live in peace in White Lake City. Of course, you have enough time to consider. And I will also send you a second reward. Oh, really? Gordon tried his best to show that he was moved by wealth, and his attitude suddenly changed 720 degrees. His voice was deliberately gentle, in order to dispel the doubts in the heart of the disciple of Aham in front of him, and let him believe that he had no other thoughts about joining the team. After all, only in this way can it be more conducive to its subsequent exploration and integration work. It does not want to make the next task investigation more difficult because of its recklessness. If it is not necessary, it does not want to do this. The treatment you get when you take the initiative to deliver it to the door, and when you ask for it from others is different. It is not a follower of Leoida, and does not enjoy self-torture, so it is best to avoid it as much as possible. Moreover, this is not difficult. Just do some preparation in advance. Of course, hearing there is a chance. Andrew's eyes lit up, and he raised the stakes. Since you have killed 2 Dream Bliss, the reward this time should be twice as much as before. After all, Azuz, whose wisdom is as deep as the ocean, once said that you get what you give. You have given your time and strength, and I should give you something of equal value in return. And Ruisi put his status very low. Of course, this was mainly because the dragon in front of him seemed to be of the ancient dragon, or even the ancient dragon level. This kind of guy who seemed to be a high-level legend or even a higher level. No matter how high the courtesy was, it would not be excessive. I was afraid that it was like inviting a wolf into the house. But Gordon's behavior just now successfully dispelled Ruisi's doubts, and made him feel guilty about it. Well, then I will accept your gift. As for the escort, just think of me accompanying you on a journey for a while. Gordon was still not in a hurry to express his thoughts, but first used various reluctant gestures to make the disciples of Aham opposite him believe that he had no such plan. Otherwise, he would cause a lot of trouble and suspicion. In the Shadow Sea surrounded by demons, it did not want to create another extra enemy for itself. Although it was not afraid, it was always better to have less trouble than more. Then, Your Excellency, it's settled. And Ruisi was delighted. Although he felt something was wrong, he couldn't tell what was wrong. It didn't seem like a coincidence. After all, if you think about it carefully, the dragon didn't know its own trajectory. If it really knew the location of White Lake City, it would have gone there by itself if it had the idea. Why waste time here? Huh? It's already this point. There's no need to worry about provoking another monster comparable to the level of the Demon Prince. And, who knows? And Ruisi's inner hesitation suddenly became firm. From then on, he walked towards the cabin of his collection more steadily. He didn't care much about the wealth. After all, if it weren't for this dragon, this spaceship and most people would have crashed in the sea just now. And these riches will also be buried in the sea. After all, in the abyss, the only trading currency is the soul. The most precious thing is still the soul. The kinder the soul, the better. And the more orderly the soul, the more precious. As for these artworks, there are products such as gold. For the bottomless abyss with infinite plains, it is not uncommon for a secret key or even a gold open pit mine to be born in a certain plane. This is why many mages and adventurers are willing to take risks in the bottomless abyss. The risk is high, and the return is also great. If you prepare carefully, the risk is not high. After all, some planes don't even have demon lords. As long as you are a little careful, the legendary team will basically walk sideways. The most expensive thing for traveling to another world is the return ticket money, and the protective chaos scroll used to resist the influence of the will of the abyss. After all, not everyone is like Gordon, with a perfect body that can adapt to any environment and the influence of the plane. Back to the point. After Andros invited Gordon to join, Gordon naturally did not stick to it, and directly transformed into his favorite black cat posture again. Except for the initial communication with Andros. He paced slowly on the deck the rest of the time. People who didn't know would think that this was someone's cat pet. So bold that it was brought to the bottomless abyss. However, this kind of person would usually be pulled aside by a quick-eyed guy to whisper, as soon as the question was asked. When the black cat sat on the railing and looked at the sea of clouds below, the one who asked the question was already sweating profusely, and didn't even dare to look at Gordon. And within the 10-meter range of it, basically everyone took a detour, avoiding it if possible, for fear of colliding with this evil dragon in cat skin, and then being eaten in one bite. Time passed quickly, and the speed of the spaceship allowed Gordon to successfully walk around in circles in boredom, while thinking about the next plan in his mind. At the 365th lap, the magic spaceship named Tianqing finally drilled down from the sky above the sea of clouds. Obviously, it was about to land. Through the hazy clouds, Gordon could see an irregular archipelago on the vast shadow sea, like a broken, gray-stained puzzle, scattered randomly on the sea. And the largest piece of these puzzles, Gordon felt like a bare biscuit, and the outline of the building appeared in his field of vision on the large island in the center. If nothing unexpected happened, this group of buildings should be the White Lake City mentioned by Andros. At the edge of the building, black dots like ants were busy up and down. Stonemasons, coolies carrying stones, and mages using fossils as mud and engraving magic spells on the walls. 3 groups of people that were rarely seen in the past. All appeared on the outskirts of the city. They were making their own efforts to protect their homes and build fortresses. After all, they also knew that if they were not united, they would really have only one way to go. In the field of fighting each other, humans are indeed far less presumptuous than the abyss demons. Then, Gordon heard a noise coming from below. Obviously, someone discovered them falling from the sky. But it was indeed very conspicuous. In the gray-black sky, the white spaceship was actually not much different from the sun. As long as you look up, you can find that the trajectory of Gordon and his landing is coming towards them. Soon, the spaceship landed. It was an open space not far from the town. As soon as Gordon jumped to this desolate land, he felt the bloody smell nearby, which was a bit pungent. Gordon smelled the smell of demons. Of course, there were also humans. Obviously, White Lake City had a brief contact with the demons here, and many people should have died. Otherwise, there would not be such a heavy bloody smell. And Andros naturally noticed the difference. But his face did not change. As a disciple of Ahim, exploring and traveling in the abyss is almost a daily routine every year. Shuttle through the sea of corpses and blood is the basic groove. After all, this plane is chaotic and tyrannical. And blood and war are common. In the most critical moment, he even hid in the pile of dead bodies for 3 days to avoid the search of demons. The rotten maggots were crawling behind his ears, but he did not move at all. So he was not discovered by the nearby demons. And the end of the horizon with the outline of the giant city. Soon, a group of people arrived on horses, followed by mages who were running or using tools such as magic creations, and a group of people dressed as mercenaries. They all looked at the spaceship that fell from the sky with expectation. Lord Andros, I'm here. At this time, a young man in the crowd took the initiative to speak. He had fair skin and pointed ears, but compared to elves, he was a little inferior. Obviously, he was a half-elf. He wore leather armor and a long sword on his waist, and he shouted thousands of greetings. Andros looked helpless. Oh, I told Jaeger not to bring you out. Why is it still? Where's Jaeger? Andros only complained lightly and asked the guy who looked like an apprentice. Druid Jaeger is not only Andros' friend and companion, but also a member of the Dark Book, dedicated to collecting the curse of demons. The report he submitted to the Dark Book Council before was to come to the Shadow Sea to collect a strange marine creation unique to the current plane created by Dagon. At that time, he also jokingly asked if he would lend him his Sky Star, so that he could be a fisherman and fish on the sea. Master left a few days ago. He said that when you get here, he will give this to you, and you will know what to do. This overly young half-elf ranger quickly took out a square box from his belt pocket, with the unique patterns of druids flowing on it. Natural growth, and the revival of all things. Andrews took the wooden box and was stunned at first. But then he seemed to understand something, and immediately put it in his arms, and then greeted the half-elf ranger in front of him. Since your master has left, you should stay with me for the time being. Oh, okay, Lord Andrews. The half-elf happily agreed and stood about 3 steps behind Andrews in a very familiar position. This position was not too close to cause disgust, nor too far to avoid not being able to hear him talking. Disciples of Aham who have come from afar, and holy warriors whose original justice will never fade. Welcome. You? A middle-aged man with gorgeous clothes and a particularly powerful voice came out, judging from the awe-inspiring eyes of the crowd. He was obviously either the city lord or a nobleman who was similar to the city lord. It could be a duke. Lord Kalania is too polite. Saving you and leaving also helped us. There is no need to thank you. We will need your help in the future, as a disciple of Aham. And Ruisi is naturally not one of those saintly paladins. He came here to save people for himself. Otherwise, he would not have traveled so far to the most dangerous place in the bottomless abyss just because of a word from his old friend. Then let's talk while eating. Let's go! Everyone. Count Kalania laughed and wanted to hug Enruisi's shoulders. But Enruisi subconsciously dodged him. In order to avoid embarrassment, his hand immediately slid to another target. The black cat squatted on the side. Bored, he said with a smile without changing his face. Is this your magic pet, Lord Enruisi? It looked so wise. But Enruisi's face turned pale when he saw where his hand was reaching. Chapter 491. The End of the Berserker. No! Your Excellency! No! Your Excellency! Don't do it! Andrew's voice was about to be distorted, and he kept calling out. The rough voice even became a little shrill, which easily reminded people of the jester serving the emperor. And his reaction was beyond everyone's expectations, and doubts immediately emerged. It's just a cat. Is it necessary to be so startled? Earl Kalania was the same. What's wrong? He stopped his hand that was about to touch the black cat, and then looked at the most powerful human organization from the abyss, with a confused face. Do they have unknown rules and habits? Kalania couldn't help but think of the few farmers from Kaasat who were working on their sheep every year in White Lake City. They were also like this, afraid that anyone would find out about the ugly things they did. And usually they were very disgusted with others touching their significant others. Oh, sorry. I understand. After Count Kalania figured it out, he immediately showed a very relaxed smile, and said to Enruisi, who looked nervous. Oh, don't be nervous. I won't touch it. I know everything. Don't be embarrassed. Your behavior is very normal in our place. Really normal. Believe me, dude. While speaking, he glanced at the unmoved black cat again. He still looked at it with admiration just now, thinking that it was calm and fearless. But now Kalania believed that it might have been played by its owner. Hey! It's so pitiful. Maybe you should be gentle with this little guy next time, Kalania said with a smile. But suddenly found that Enruisi's eyes opposite him became irritable. So he quickly shut up. He had already felt that something was wrong. Or did he really hit his G-spot just now? Oh! Azuz! What nonsense are you talking about? Enough? Sir! Enruisi's face became particularly ugly now. His voice was a little trembling, and he no longer dared to look at the expression on the black cat's side, but stared at this particularly talkative Earl of the Kingdom, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Did I blame you wrongly? Ah? How, quack? Kalania wanted to say something with a smile, but found that the wizard in front of him waved his fingers and cast a spell directly. The speed of reciting the spell was so fast that it was almost impossible to say it. No one reacted. Then a lightning-like beam hit Kalania, the human city lord. Then Kalania found that everything around him was magnified, including the black cat just now, which became bigger than an elephant at this moment. And the people were even more amazing, directly turning into giants with their heads above the sky. He wanted to make a sound, but found that he could only make a lonely cry. helpless and weak. You evil wizard. How dare you treat the city lord like this? Lord Earl. Earl Kalania. After Earl Kalania was transformed into a frog that could only jump under the effect of the transformation spell, the originally quiet crowd suddenly boiled, and the noise almost covered the sky. However, Earl Kalania, who had turned into a frog, could no longer hear anything. After all, there were so many sounds mixed together, and it was still a frog, so it was obviously thankful that it was not deafened. Of course, this also indirectly proved one thing. That is, even for animals, human voices are really loud. No wonder when the footsteps sounded, those animals had already fled. In its hearing, every sound seemed to have been amplified by the magician's amplification, facing the criticism and questioning of the masses. And Ruisi just said coldly, because he insulted this lord, shouldn't he be punished? The effect of the transformation lasts for 3 hours. These 3 hours are enough for him to calm down for a while. Next time, don't make such a rash assumption. Just like a village woman. No, the village woman knows that she shouldn't provoke. She is just ignorant but not stupid. After saying that, without waiting for everyone's reaction, he directly left a frog that was jumping around in place, and the bewildered crowd. Only the crew following and Ruisi kindly reminded them of the identity of the black cat. At this time, everyone was speechless. It can even be said to be panic. My God, what did the city lord say just now? Teasing a legendary dragon that may reach the level of the ancient dragon? Instantly, many people camps leaned towards Ruisi's side. After all, they knew in their hearts that if it weren't for Ruisi's decisiveness just now, if the city lord Earl, who was so happy about Ruisi's arrival, continued to talk, then if he angered the dragon, then they didn't need to wait for the attack of the demon army, and they would be turned into dust directly in the flames of the dragon. After all, the power of dragon fire is known to everyone. If an ancient dragon is really angry, it is not a joke to massacre the city and destroy the country. Even if it was the incarnation of a god, it would be beyond their ability to stop it. Not to mention that they were in the bottomless abyss now, which was already a worse situation. It almost got worse. If it hadn't been for, no one dared to imagine what the ending would be. Anyway, it was certain that the situation would definitely slide towards the abyss of despair. Thinking of this, many people immediately understood Ruisi's approach. And I'm afraid no one could be calm at this moment. Oh! Why didn't the gods kill him with a thunderbolt? Kalania? This damn bastard. We were almost killed by him. It didn't happen. Don't talk nonsense. Hush. Be careful. Don't you know that dragons are the most vengeful? Maybe tonight. Ah! Enemy attack. There are demons. Help. The noisy voices mixed with the endless quarrels caused by the reversal of the situation made the originally empty and silent wilderness suddenly become a vegetable market. Almost everyone forgot that they were in the bottomless abyss, where demons could be seen everywhere. Not the Parliament Hall of the main material plane where there were always differences and opinions. A team of berserkers mixed with vultures sneaked up on the team that was in dispute from behind the boulder on the left. Caught off guard, the loose front was immediately torn apart by these two 6-meter-tall giant demons. God knows how it hid behind the boulder that was less than 3 meters high. But almost every high-level or mid-level demon in the abyss would teleport. Maybe they smelled the fragrance of the soul and chased after it. However, no one present was entangled in how the demons came, and most people subconsciously said to escape. The original configuration of a demon team led by a berserker demon made it quite difficult to charge head-on into this team, which was not strong but had many capable adventurers. However, the disputes and quarrels gave the demons an excellent opportunity to attack. In addition, this loose team was not a whole. They just went out of the city to meet Ruisi, the disciple of Ahem who came from afar. In addition, they had experienced a battle before, and the alert level had been reduced to the lowest. Blood and killing appeared one by one on this plane, and the cruel aside was revealed. The politician, who was still talking and refuting everyone's opinions just now, was excitedly smashed into the ground by a berserker demon and turned into a pool of meat paste. The corpse was soon swallowed and absorbed by this grey land. And this one-sided war also made the summoning of the berserker demon smoother. Soon another berserker demon walked out of the dried blood magic circle on the surface. It seemed to be wailing every step it took. Soon, a small demon army of nearly 100 people gradually took shape, and the humans who had been rushing to help were defeated and had to take advantage of the terrain to defend. The armor-like skin of the berserker was covered with scales and was damp. Under a pair of hungry reptilian eyes was a big mouth full of teeth and grinning. They were very excited. It was the first time for them to see so many humans in the abyss, which was an excellent place for them to replenish their energy. They came to the right place. The promotion of demons also requires souls, which is why they are so eager for souls and killings. And the uncorrupted souls are the sweetest and most effective. They may not be promoted even if they kill for decades in the abyss battlefield. As long as they kill freely in the main material plane and are not killed, they can reach the destination that all demons dream of in less than 2 months. The highest level of demons. Bellow Flame Demon. Moreover, in addition to souls, they are also keen on the excitement of eating living things to their heart's content. The pleasure of beautiful things being destroyed or smashed by their clenched fists. And of course, more important is sleeping. But now they don't need to sleep. They just want to fill the emptiness in their hearts with killing. And this mortal city in front of them is simply a treasure given by the Demon King. You know, in the abyss, there are fallen souls everywhere. But the kind or uncorrupted ones are pearls in the ocean. A drop in the ocean. It is enough to see how important unpolluted souls are. However, the rampant laughter of the berserker did not last long, because there was a more rampant or tyrannical laughter than it. Bugs. A lot of bugs. Excited laughter came from the sky. And all the professionals who raised their weapons to resist the demons were slightly stunned. But the battle between life and death did not allow them to continue to think about who the owner of this voice was. Only the berserker had the mind to accept the meaning of this message. Who do you say is a bug? Feeling the malice of the owner of this voice, the berserker, who was too lazy to think but had a high intelligence, roared at the source of the voice, mixed with the ridicule of the abyss slang. But as the sound of the wind and the sound of the wings gradually covered the roar of the battlefield, even the wailing of the people was faint in front of this sound. The clouds began to surge, as if something was about to come out of a boiling pot. And the magnificent voice continued. Of course it's you, my little fool, it replied. Hey, why do I communicate with insects? Then it muttered to itself. Never mind. A ready-made meal. Here I come. In the air, the humming went from the lowest to the highest in almost a second, and the heat began to spread from the air to the ground, as if an invisible air wave pushed from the air to the ground. Everyone felt the sudden rise in temperature in the air, but before they could react, a red dot ignited on the horizon, and instantly ignited most of the gray sky, mixed with cracks and whistles, as well as the undisguised roar. The terrifying silhouette in the red cloud. The identity of the visitor is about to be revealed. Dragon. It was a real dragon with fire attribute. Purgatory Red Dragon? Or, many of them remembered the truth that Enruisi and his followers had told them just now. But it didn't matter whether it was true or not. Now the Earl of Kalania, who had been turned into a frog, had disappeared. And Enruisi and his followers didn't seem to appear. It was unknown whether the movement here attracted them to look back. Soon, the shadow of the sky became larger and larger, gradually turning from a strange shadow to a normal dragon shadow. And its true face appeared above everyone. The scales flashed with a hot red light, and the magma slid through its cracks like a stream. Every drop could be heard in the air. The ferocious horns swept back were inserted on its unruly dragon head, setting off a unique violent aesthetic. Molten dragon. A huge molten dragon that may have reached the level of an ancient dragon or even a great ancient dragon. Some adventurers, who are proficient in plane studies, have recognized the original dragon species of this red dragon close relative. After coming to the abyss, they have read a lot of information, including a lot about the evil dragons of the Chaos Camp, including the Purgatory Red Dragon unique to the abyss, and the Shadow Red Dragon with the blood of the abyss. They are all powerful creatures active in the abyss plane. But the one in front of them has already exceeded their imagination. So huge, so spectacular, they can't help but hold their breath, for fear that making a sound will attract the attention of the giant dragon above their heads. The giant dragon is suspended in the air, and its claws are shining with red light that seems to be reflected from the burning dragon wings, which is extremely creepy. Its dark golden vertical pupils scan the battlefield, ignoring the demon's angry glares and the fear of mortals, and was indifferent to the demon's roars, as if it didn't care about anything. The only thing it was interested in was the tall creatures with scales that looked particularly delicious in its eyes. Somewhat like mushrooms? Gordon evaluated the information about the berserkers in his memory, then cracked his mouth, and a cruel arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. I don't know how they taste. The taste of the medalist just now was actually good. a bit like dried squid, mixed with a little cumin aroma. It can be said to be a barbecue skewer. This is why Gordon couldn't help wanting to try the taste of that new demon when he saw it now. This is also the reason why it turned back immediately when it heard the movement behind it. Talent or not is not important. The most important thing is, of course, that it tastes good. Thinking of this, Gordon rushed down. Chapter 492, Witch of the Wilderness. Everyone watched helplessly as the demon army, which had been so powerful before, suddenly withered. The berserkers and vultures were celebrating. But now the wilderness gave the center of the stage to the dragon. The dragon voice resounded through the world. But this was the first time that people felt peace from the bottom of their hearts. The flames, roars, and anger had nothing to do with them. Everyone stared at the majestic figure in front of them with eyes wide open. And a trace of envy could not help but appear in their eyes. Although the power of the dragon was well known, it was still a shock to encounter such a powerful dragon. Not a weak real dragon like the white dragons in the north. And envy became a matter of course. For the first time, they were so eager for power. In this chaotic abyss, knowledge, beauty, and wisdom seemed to have become a burden. Only power was the eternal foundation. Watching the berserker demon as tall as a hill being caught by the fiery red dragon in the sky, like a chicken, and then being torn apart by the sharp claws of the dragon in the sky. With a cruel and ferocious smile, it turned into pieces of burning meat, like a meteorite, falling down. Watching the rampaging vulture demons fleeing in all directions, their fear of death overwhelmed their greed. And everyone couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Numbers are nothing but chickens and dogs to the strong. And they can be easily defeated. Just like them, they are also larger in number than the demons. But they are still defeated by the demon army. When can we have such power? Many adventurers looked at the dragons flying in the sky and walking recklessly. And this thought came to their minds, and quickly turned into a seed, rooted deep in their hearts, taking root and sprouting, waiting for the day when they would break out of the ground and become towering trees. The battle soon ended with the last berserker falling down a mile outside the main battlefield. The dragon breath directly roasted the damp berserker with sticky scales, which looked like it had just emerged from sewage, into a carbonized paste. The aroma of the roasted demon's meat filled the entire battlefield. But no one had an appetite at the moment. They were all looking forward to the return of the dragon as if they were watching a hero. However, what made them a little disappointed was that the dragon had never communicated with them from the beginning to the end of the war, except for saying to an unlucky guy who strayed into the battlefield, "Be careful. I don't want humans to be on my barbecue feast." It never took the initiative to chat with them. So this ambiguous attitude also made many people feel insecure. Perhaps the disappearance of the powerful backer they imagined, or the loss, was a more painful thing. After all, there is no loss without hope. Watching the dragon leave, many people were sad. Could it be that poor White Lake City was really abandoned in this devil land? The savior, the gods, including the majestic dragon just now, did not pity the city. How should they move forward in the future? Let's go back first. Your Excellency, the dragon may have been waiting for us in the city. After all, this is not a tavern for after-dinner meals. Nor is it an elegant and chic cafe. It is not a good place to chat. Someone finally couldn't help but interrupt the self-pity of many people, and began to try to cheer everyone up again. Although this had little effect, or even no effect, it was enough to make many people realize more important things. That is, they are still outside the White Lake City. The demons in the shadows are everywhere. Without the protection of the city, if they stay any longer, they are likely to attract another batch of demons tempted by the soul. Yes, Cole is right. We should leave here. Let's go. Let's go! That's right. Cole is right. Now is not the time to feel sorry for ourselves. Maybe those adults have already announced in the city that they will take over the White Lake City. The man who spoke first was called Cole. He obviously had a lot of reputation among the crowd. At least most people believed in his words. This led to the fact that in less than 3 minutes, the people who were at a loss began to regain their confidence one by one, and walked towards the outline of the city in the distance with firm steps. Although their steps were heavy, they could still see that they were full of hope. Not long after they left, a gray-skinned, white-bellied, palm-sized frog poked its head out from a crack in a rock. It identified the direction and began to jump towards the city. However, no matter how it jumped, it couldn't catch up with those people. It croaked, as if calling them back, but unfortunately, no one paid attention to it. or even look back at this place of trouble. Let alone the frogs that could not be heard from 10 meters away. If Kalania could speak, he would have ignored the noble manners and cursed these ungrateful people. After all, he had been the mayor of White Lake City for 10 years. Apart from the strict taxation and strict treatment of his subordinates, what else was wrong with him? White Lake City also thrived under his jurisdiction. The population of nobles and merchants increased from 5,000 to 10,000. More and more merchants and nobles came to settle in his city. Doesn't this prove that he had a good administration? As for the sharply reduced civilian population and the disappearing slums, they were naturally not within his consideration. He only cared about how much tax he could collect this year and how many historical relics of the kingdom and the works of masters he could add to his treasury. He didn't care about anything else. But this time he was unlucky. His previous tricks failed. Not only was he turned into a frog that could only croak and jump by the hateful wizard, but he was also abandoned alone in the wilderness. And the damned servants, their loyalty in the past was all eaten by dogs today. They didn't even think about looking for him. And just left alone. Damn it. I raised them for so many years in vain. And they all fired them when they returned. No. I have to break another leg. They walk faster than me. Damn it. Just as Count Kalania was muttering, it suddenly felt that the whole frog was lifted up into the air, as if it was held up by someone. Quack quack. Who is it? Then, a very comfortable tone came to Kalania's ears. Not too high or too low. Not too fast or too slow. Only the voice that sounded like a man or a woman said, "Oh, what a poor little guy. He was subjected to a transformation and abandoned alone in this sea of shadows. Even the most evil demon would not do such a thing." The voice gradually approached the female voice. And at the end, it was already like the noise of a noble lady. And Kalania gradually saw the appearance of the person who held it up as the height increased. Under the pointed red witch hat is a body full of temptation. And the face is as charming as a succubus. The witch with long black hair smiled at the frog that was croaking at her, and gently poked its belly with her finger painted with red nail polish. She continued, "What a noisy little guy." Kalania stopped croaking immediately, until the witch spoke again. "Do you want to change back?" "Croak, of course. Then remember, you have to pay for it." The witch did not wait for Kalania to reply. She only saw her fingers move slightly, and a magic removal shot out from the magic book on her waist. And the light immediately enveloped the gray-skinned frog in her palm in less than 3 seconds. The frog brilliance shattered, and 1 meter away, the overflowing light points gathered again, turning into the middle-aged city lord who was previously noble. Kalania's charming mustache moved slightly, and the light golden curls combed to the left and right sides of his forehead rose even more. "Thank you for your help, dear lady. It's nice to meet you here. But at the same time, I feel a little regretful." "Oh!" The Red Riding Hood which covered her mouth, and seemed to be very interested in what Kalania said. "Beautiful lady, I just feel a little regretful that I didn't meet you at the ball. Otherwise, with your charm, even the princess of the kingdom would be eclipsed. You must be the most dazzling pearl that night. Of course, this time does not depend on that night. But you are more beautiful than gems in my heart." Kalania talked again, facing the Red Riding Hood witch, not afraid at all, and not bothered by the strange location of her appearance, and did not ask why she appeared here at all. Of course, not long after, the two of them were on their way back, chatting happily, and finally asked this question. "Why did you leave the battlefield so late? I didn't seem to see you just now. Are you from the Mage Association in the city? If I knew you were there before, I would definitely visit you in person. But it's a pity that your old-fashioned scholars are so hateful. I miss such a beautiful and kind-hearted girl like you." It turned out that Kalania had never doubted the identity of the witch in front of him, but instead regarded her as a mage traveling with them. However, the mages at that time all took their own means of transportation, such as the unmanned pumpkin carriage, so it was quite difficult to get a glimpse of their true appearance. Ha ha ha. Indeed, her face changed slightly, but she still smiled and responded to Kalania's words. "I'm leaving soon. You can go into the city alone." As Kalania and the others got closer and closer to White Lake City, the originally depressed Kalania became more energetic, and even had the mind to tidy up his clothes and appearance, so that he could greet the guards and other personnel in front of the city gate in the most elegant manner. But what he didn't expect was that the witch he thought he would go to the city would suddenly propose to go their separate ways and go somewhere else. How can this be possible? letting such a beautiful lady go deep into this demon-filled wilderness alone. The gods will punish me. Why don't you go to my city lord mansion to rest for a while? And then discuss it? Even if you want to leave suddenly, you have to count the supplies before leaving. Earl Kalania took almost every convenience into consideration, and he looked like he was deeply in love with her. It seemed that in less than half an hour, he regarded this witch who had removed his transformation magic as his confidant. No! The witch covered her mouth and smiled. Actually, I lied to you. I am not from White Lake City. So even if you enter the city, there is no home for me there. The gentle voice made it almost impossible for anyone to blame her for lying. At least Kalania showed an understanding look and replied very attentively. Then you have to enter the city. At that time, you can live in my city lord mansion. The environment is comfortable and free. If you can't get used to it, you can leave. Really? Do you want to invite me into the city? The witch smiled very brightly, like a flower blooming after the winter snow melted. Of course. Do I have any reason to refuse my lifesaver? Besides, I tell you that this city has been protected from evil by several priests of the temple and the great wizard in the city. No demon can get close. Don't worry. It is definitely much safer than your home in the wilderness. Besides, my guest room is full of velvet cushions, and there are servants to help you bathe and change clothes. Hot water is also available all day. Although the city has restricted water use, I am the Lord of White Lake City, and the daily quota is still enough. Kalania, the Earl of the Empire, almost showed his urgency for the witch in front of him. It seems that the shadow that turned into a frog before has become unusually small. Okay then. Since you've invited me, I'm also very interested in visiting your city lord mansion. I've never been to a city in my life. Really? Then I take you on a tour. That is, in this ghost place now. Otherwise, I can take you around the entire empire. Whether it's the foothill town in the south or the fertile plains in the west. The scenery in the main material plane is much more beautiful than here. Do you trust me so much? What if I am a demon? The witch changed the topic and looked into Kalania's eyes, as if waiting for his answer. And Kalania paused slightly. Yes. What if it was a demon? I heard that there are also guys among demons who like to play with people's hearts. But the words have been said. And he carefully looked at the beautiful witch in front of him and decided to take a gamble. He would accept that such a beautiful girl who can talk to him is a demon. So, he said very happily, I believe you. As long as you say you are not a demon. I believe you are not. Even if the gods say you are. I don't believe it. With a loving look and the unique charm of a middle-aged man. If it was another girl in front of him, I am afraid she would have been captured by him long ago. Of course, this premise is that he still has the status of city lord and earl. Otherwise, he can only be regarded as greasy. Haha. Of course I'm not. But I'm satisfied with your answer. I'm very happy to be trusted. So I can, fulfill one of your wishes. Then my wish is? Kalania wanted to make a wish immediately. But she was immediately blocked by something and couldn't speak. Don't make a wish casually. Okay? The witch blocked Kalania's mouth with her hand, smiled and shook her head. And her appearance stunned the earl for a moment. Okay. Let's go in. Kalania looked at the outline of the city getting closer and closer. And the magic lighthouse in the city that was always on and reflected the surroundings. And took the initiative to invite the witch. Okay. The witch walked forward. And when she entered the reflection range of the lighthouse, the figure originally reflected on the ground actually had 2 more arms. And then quickly retreated into the shadows. Chapter 493, Insightful Disguise. The return of Count Kalania did not attract much attention. But more people would subconsciously greet him politely as before. It was just that there was no way to know what he was thinking in his heart. But now Kalania was full of the person in front of him. Even if the guards were a little bit indecent with his etiquette, he would show generosity in front of the red hat witch and said that he didn't care. Hey, it's very lively there. The red-haired witch tiptoed, raised the brim of her hat slightly, and looked at the grand scene at the end of the street not far away. The crowd that swarmed in at the intersection almost squeezed people. And Kalania even saw the servants who served in his own house. When Kalania was about to curse and complain about his servants not following the professional norms he set, he saw the pretty face beside him also looking forward to it, as if she was very interested in that place. He immediately changed the topic. The earl not only knew how to exploit the people under his rule, but also knew how to deceive women. The key is to cater to the needs of the people. especially for young girls, who have not entered the society and are ignorant of everything. In his opinion, although the witch in front of him may be a high-level wizard, she is no different from those girls in terms of human relationships and social forms. After all, wizards spend most of their time reading those piles of textbooks and books. So how can they have time to study other things? However, Kalania overlooked one thing. That is, the wisdom of wizards is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Otherwise, they would not be able to appreciate the mysteries of the original runes from the world. Wisdom is also reflected in all aspects. Many people need a long time to understand the problem. In the mind of the mage, after basically going through it once, he has a clear logic and underlying thinking for him to speculate. Therefore, if you really think that the mage is as easy to deceive as the noble girl, or that he is ignorant of the world, then you are really thinking too much. However, Kalania did not notice anything unusual, and the witch Lilith also said that she could go and have a look. So, the two of them, one ignorant and the other with ulterior motives, walked together. Soon they passed the crowd and saw why people gathered here. It was because a high platform was built in the center of the square at the intersection. On the high platform, there was a slogan written in the common language. Simple but powerful. Do you want to die in humiliation? Or do you want to die heroically and bravely? Or live like a hero? On the stage, the young man in the costume of a mercenary adventurer was giving an impassioned speech. It was Cole who had just returned to the city and started preparing without stopping. After today's battle with the demon army, he completely understood that a loose team would not work. Only by twisting into a rope can they survive for a longer time in this dangerous and changeable abyss plane. His voice was amplified to the entire square through the magic amplification, and everyone could hear what he said in the noisy environment. We have no choice. The only way now is for everyone to work together to overcome this crisis. We must recognize the fact that we have been abandoned here. If no one comes to help us, we will help each other. If no one pities and saves us, we will be our own saviors. No one wants to. The mood in the square was gradually aroused, and even Count Kalania looked at this familiar young man with a glittering look. How could he not notice such a talent under his rule? Or was it really true? Only chaos and war can create heroes. It seems that the butler should get in touch with him. Otherwise, if he continues to give speeches like this, the whole city may be affected by him. Thinking that his power might be weakened, Kalania was a little untenable. If the witch Lilith with him was not still here staring at the young man in the distance thoughtfully, he might have called a carriage in the city to send him back to the city lord mansion. This speech was also seen by others. Oh no! Other dragons. Squatting. The black cat on the roof chimney yawned leisurely, squinted his eyes, looked at Enrici, who was drawing on the blueprint in the attic opposite, and shook his head in boredom. No battle. No clues. So boring. Gordon thought so in his heart. The gloomy sky was like his current mood. Depressed and tangled. It would be better to have a storm. But it will be a few days. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be the next wave of demon army. Such a large human city appeared in the bottomless abyss. There is no reason why the nearby demons would not move. Even if they know that this city may be the undoubted strongest overlord of the current plane, the deep-sea master Dagon, there will still be many demons who want to take advantage of the situation and swallow these sweet and fresh human souls into their stomachs one step ahead. Well, it actually has some expectations. Also, when can we get the news of the Cave of the End? Gordon was thinking. But when its amber cat-like pupils swept through the crowd, it found an extremely abrupt existence. Just like a slowly emerging ink spot on a snow-white paper. Once it appears, no matter what, it can't be shaken off. Gordon focused his eyes on the abnormal position, and soon found the reason why it was abrupt. A majestic man with gorgeous clothes, noble clothes, and a mustache, and a female companion standing next to him, who can be seen as a spellcaster at a glance. Isn't this the city lord Kalania? Although Gordon didn't care about his teasing, he would not stop because of Andrewa's punishment. It's just that they didn't expect the attack of the demon army later. And now seeing him here, it seems that there is another fate. However, the woman beside him was not simple. She was like a cloud of fog, and it was hard to see clearly. But this did not bother Gordon. The true vision he had obtained from the waste giant had been upgraded to the Eye of Insight with fragments. Not only could he see through invisible creatures, but he could also see through any disguise. As long as the opponent's strength did not exceed Gordon level, he could not hide the truth behind it. as the flashing light danced in Gordon's vertical pupils. The truth hidden by the woman fantasy was clearly visible. Gordon paused slightly when he saw the woman's true face, and the information about the four-armed monster in front of him appeared wildly in his mind. Gordon wanted to rush down and took 3 steps forward, but after careful thinking, Gordon put down the reincarnation that was about to be transformed, and smiled slightly, and did not look at that side anymore. It's just a seducer. Not that. Besides, things become more interesting, don't they? Chapter 494, The Estimate of the Attic. In the square, 4 arms stretched out from the towering body of the giant. Its eyes shone with a mixture of wisdom and cruelty. It was looking at the young man, who was speaking passionately on the platform with great interest. Perhaps it entered here for other reasons. But every time it saw such a soul among mortals, it couldn't help but relax its twisted heart, and couldn't help fantasizing. If it was deceived, made to fall, and finally turned into food, how delicious would its soul be? The giant couldn't help but lick the corner of his mouth with his tongue. And the flattering voice of Count Kalania came to his ears. Lilia, you are the most charming woman I have ever seen. No doubt about it. Looking at the affectionate middle-aged man, the seducer couldn't help but want to tell him the truth, so that when he sees his true appearance, he should be more happy than now. When the time comes, he must ask him where he sees his charm. Is it this huge pincer that is bigger than his body? Or the 3 pairs of horns on his head that are like scimitars? Or the 3-toed giant claws that can make a buzzing sound when stepping on the ground? But now just bear with it. It still needs some time to prepare. Whether it is the gathering of the demon army, or finding the core of this city and destroying it, it takes time. And all of this requires the mortal in front of him, who has been tempted by the skin to help him do this. If he does it to satisfy himself, he doesn't mind fulfilling one of his wishes. For example, eternal life. Then he can turn him into a tree. For example, if he wanted to be with him and never be apart, he could only make an exception and taste the taste of human flesh and blood. After all, compared with flesh and blood, it pays more attention to the soul. And Ruisi is very troubled now, especially after looking at the things left by his friend. He is a little confused. The light in the attic reflects the figure of Ruisi thinking on the wall. Sometimes people will mistake him for a stone. There were light footsteps outside the window, and a black shadow rushed in, breaking Ruisi meditation. But he was not angry at all, or dared not to be angry. If someone interrupted his train of thought, he would probably be angry and drive him out. But this one in front of him. Ruisi looked at the black cat with slick skin in front of him, and sighed in his heart. Who would drive who out at that time? But how to say that this black cat in front of him, who looks harmless, but is actually a tyrannical dragon behind him, is his lifesaver? So Ruisi also forced a smile and asked, Sir, what's wrong? Did the speech outside disturb you? No. I just saw something interesting. Gordon was vague, not wanting to tell the disciple of Aham in front of him that a demon had sneaked into the city. Oh, really? Then why don't you continue watching? I came to see your progress. I heard that another friend of yours left White Lake City and gave you something before leaving? Yes. Ruisi knew that he couldn't hide it from the black cat who had been following him. So he answered honestly, To be honest, I originally thought he would wait for me here, but I didn't expect him to leave in such a hurry. And left this, although I have a rough guess. But, Ruisi said this with some hesitation, or with some difficulty, this is a magical item unique to each disciple of Aham. In addition to communication and contact, it also has an effect similar to the Dark Book, which allows us to temporarily gain power from the devil. Generally speaking, it will never be given to others, unless he has made up his mind to do something that may kill him. So he entrusts you to send it back to the headquarters of the Dark Book? After all, I heard that the devil hates you very much, and the power you steal is insulting the devil. Therefore, no matter which demon lord gets your item, the first thing he does is to take it to the Dark Well to destroy it. Gordon naturally took over the conversation. He had already asked a lot about the internal structure of the Dark Book and some information on the way. Combined with Gamo's notes, many things were actually tacitly understood. The main reason why Aham's disciples can be as ruthless as rats in the abyss and be hunted by everyone is that they not only dig into demonology, but also obtain demonic power that humans in the main material plane cannot control through dissection research. This is also why the paladins are very cold to them. If they were not responsible for the mission of saving White Lake City, they might have fought on the Sky Star right on the spot. However, now, at this critical moment, many things have to be put aside for the time being. After all, compared to humans and demons, those paladins can still distinguish them. Moreover, studying demons is just a taboo, which does not mean that all Ahem's disciples are people who will do anything to pursue power. Some of them may have a deep hatred for demons, or they may have come to the Dark Scroll by chance. This is why the holy warrior who can't tolerate the slightest bit of dirt can accept it and take Anrua's spaceship to the Shadow Sea. Yes, Anrua smiled bitterly. We and the devil are mortal enemies. And Jaeger. He did not hide his deep attachment to this old friend. After all, when they joined the Dark Scroll together and became explorers, he and he were in the same batch, and they had experienced no less than 10 life-and-death crises. Their feelings have long surpassed ordinary close friends, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are relatives. Did he say where he was going? Also, how do you plan to send the city back to the main material plane? Speaking of this, Gordon couldn't help but look at the disciple of Ahem in front of him curiously. After all, with its strength, it couldn't move the entire city back to the main material plane. But he could guarantee it, and said that they would take what they needed. I have a rough guess about where Jaeger went, but the most important thing at the moment is to send this city back to the main material plane. Anrua explained again. In fact, I didn't send it back, but I used the repulsive force of the plane to let it return to where it was supposed to be. Do you know the fishing net? White Lake City, and the people in it are the prey in the fishing net. And if we want to return it to the main material plane, we don't need to take them out of the net and put them in the water. We just need to make a few holes at the bottom of the fishing net, and the things inside will naturally leak out from the bottom of the fishing net. And Reese's description is simple and easy to understand. Gordon also roughly understood it after listening. But is there really something that can cut through the fishing net? This is it, as he said. And Reese took out something from the dimensional bag with great care. And the identification technique in Gordon Retina that was always turned on also gave timely feedback. The value is inestimable. Chapter 495 Bloody Catalog. To be precise, this thing is called Bloody Catalog, and it is a divine artifact that every new member of the Ahem cult will have. And Reese stroked the gray-green color, leather-like texture, and a layer of oily green mud film on the paper, and said seriously to the black cat in front of him, Divine artifact. Gordon smacked his lips. It seems that there is a reason why this cult has been hated by demons in the abyss, but has not been destroyed. Every member has a divine artifact. Although it looks like a broken page, it is much better than those adventurers in the main material plane who can't even take out a magic item. Gordon's eyes did not change, and in Reese's heart, which was still hanging, gradually let go. Although he didn't want to tell the true value of this page, he understood how sensitive the dragon was to treasures. It would be better to tell it himself than to let it discover it quietly. After all, this way he can observe the subtle changes after it sees the divine artifact. And then, he will depend on the next reaction. Fortunately, the giant dragon in front of him did not have the intention to snatch the page, or covet it. He just took a few steps forward, looked at it carefully for a moment, and said with some doubt, This color looks like the big guy I ate today. Berserker. Gordon sorted out the words. Sometimes there are too many types of demons in the abyss. Even if the dragon inheritance memory is rich, it doesn't really know all the demons. After all, it is an outsider, not a native resident of the abyss. What's more, even the native residents may not know what the demons in other planes look like. There are too many strange guys, and there are too many types of things created by the evil demon lords. Yes, that's right. This is the bloody catalog made of berserkers. Not only can it increase the user's strength and defense when fighting against demons, but it can also possess several berserker talents, such as gaseous form, teleportation, etc. In addition, it can also gain environmental bonuses after wearing it, and the relevant demon knowledge will be improved. It can also increase the caster's level and spell-like abilities. Anrua added another sentence and handed it to Gordon to check, not afraid that it would take half of it. That's indeed worthy of an artifact. It's a pity that it seems that only people in the Ahem cult can use it. Gordon took the artifact page handed over by Anrua, felt the resistance brought by the page, and was amazed. After all, these are actually the hard work of Ticket Noel Ahem, the founder of the Dark Book. In fact, we are just borrowing them. After leaving the cult and dying, these pages should be returned to them, Anrua explained. And in this way, Gordon also understood why the Dark Book member named Jaeger left this. Then what is he going to do? It couldn't help asking. Revenge. Andrew's words came faintly. It's revenge. He has been tracking a special demon for a long time. Recently, I received news that someone saw it in the Shadow Sea. So he brought something to the cult to apply to the Shadow Sea to collect demon materials. And White Lake City is the incident he happened to discover when he was tracking the traces of the demon in the Shadow Sea. So he called me here. Well, is that so? Gordon sighed. Revenge is the eternal theme of history. No one can avoid it. Not even the gods. There are many who join the Aham cult because they were persecuted by the devil. They made up their minds to come to the abyss, which people always said was extremely terrifying, and fight against the abyss forces at the forefront. What are you going to do now? Gordon thought about it, and simply stopped thinking about it. At present, it only needs to know two things. One is how to get more talent fragments while protecting itself. And the other is to learn from the local natives where the end cave is. It basically has an idea for the latter. And it doesn't need to worry much about the former. What it actually needs to do now is to wait. Gordon's mind suddenly flashed the giant monster with 4 arms. Perhaps it can bring surprises to myself. The structure of White Lake City is basically a north-south urban area, showing a gentle slope. The highest building in the upper area and the lowest building in the lower city are almost perpendicular to each other at a 45-degree angle. The lecture platform that Cole opened just now is at the junction of the upper and lower areas. There is a long straight diagonal road on it, and gorgeous and exquisite houses are displayed on both sides, which forms a sharp contrast with the quaint and old buildings below. And every time he stood on the terrace and saw this clear-cut picture below, Count Kalania couldn't help but frown slightly. There are still too many civilians. The black area occupies more than 70% of the city. Every time he passes there, he can smell the stench on both sides of the street. If it weren't for the risk of using the flying scroll, and the fact that the teleportation array was not suitable for directly leading to the city, Kalania might have set up another shortcut in White Lake City, so as not to pass through the city gate. After all, no one can climb from the steep cliff to the upper area, let alone these weak nobles, who need to be carried even to the stairs. What are you worried about? At this time, a gentle female voice sounded in his ears, interrupting his thoughts. But the city lord, who has always been known for his harshness, was not angry, but instead smiled eagerly. He looked at Lilith, a beautiful woman who had already changed into a silk long dress, and the mustache at the corner of his mouth trembled slightly. What a dazzling pearl! The gods must have been extremely supportive of him, so that he met such a beautiful woman in this desolate wilderness. If he had not already had a wife for a political marriage, he might have wanted to give her the title of countess instead of the big fat pig from the Jameson family, who could collapse the floor when walking. But looking at Lilith's caring eyes, the darkness in Kalania's eyes swept away, revealing an extremely bright and confident smile, and spoke. Lilith, I'm not upset about anything. I'm just thinking about when I can transform this city into what I want it to be. But we really shouldn't think about this now. We are all in this damn bottomless abyss now. Everything can only wait until we get back. I hope that at the meeting later, the priests and mages can come up with a good solution, so that we don't have to look at this gloomy sky where we can't even see the stars at night. Well, I look forward to your return. I wait for you here. The woman with a slender figure took a few steps forward and took the initiative to smooth out the wrinkles on Kalania's collar. When she spoke, her body exuded a kind of luxurious fragrance, which made Kalania fantasize. I'll be back as soon as possible. He suppressed the heat in his lower abdomen and hurriedly left the terrace, as if he was in a hurry to go out. Looking at the back of Kalania leaving, this witch with long black hair and exotic looks showed an evil smile, and with the help of the firelight in the house, her uneven shadow perpendicular to the terrace slowly transformed into a giant monster with 4 arms and an evil smile. But just as she was planning to find a weak point in the city suitable for demons to sneak in, she heard some footsteps from the roof above. This seducer who used the hidden veil to transform into an impeccable human woman was stunned. You know, it had sensed it before entering this residence just now, and there were no living creatures in the room, including on the eaves. But it suddenly appeared at this moment. Could it have noticed the strangeness she just revealed? No. The plan has not been successfully implemented yet. Now is not the time for her to expose herself. Moreover, she still wants to stay in this human city for a while, which will be helpful for her to go to the main material plane in the future. She still wants to experience the life of mortals, and want to know why this race has such a short lifespan. But their beliefs cannot be erased for thousands of years. However, this tiny and brilliant soul is exactly what it desires. As she said, her perception scanned the dark orange roof again, and indeed found a petite black cat walking leisurely on the eaves. There is no trace of magic. It is not someone else's magic pet. The seducer was slightly relieved. But for some reason, in the mind of the seducer, the appearance of this black cat is somewhat familiar. Yes. It suddenly remembered that when it was watching humans giving speeches on the high platform, it saw this black cat squatting on a chimney overlooking the crowd. Is this ownerless? How did it suddenly appear here? The demon who is proficient in conspiracy and trickery could not help but smell an ominous omen in the dead air. But before it could react, its eyes suddenly blurred, and there was no longer the gorgeous room and the dark sky unique to the Sea of Shadows, but the bright starry sky mentioned by Count Kalania, and the dark space that was darker than the night. Buzz! Two golden suns opened their eyes in the darkness, and the scorching heat began to permeate this half-plane. The fragile human skin was then broken like a bubble under the high temperature. It quickly returned to being the giant monster with 4 arms that was more than 7 meters tall. Its 2 claws were extremely powerful, and the scales on its back were also shining coldly under the light of the vertical pupils. It was definitely not an ordinary product. How could I be here? And the spell that instantly dragged me into another space. Isn't this a method that only demon lords have? The seducing demon was panicking. But on the surface, there was no expression. Just staring at the pair of dark golden vertical pupils in the distance that were like the scorching sun. The 4 elements of wind, fire, water and earth appeared and disappeared in the air with the flickering of positive and negative energy singularities. And the creatures surrounding them were reflected like illusory clouds. Unpredictable. The mystery was full. And for a moment, the seducing demon didn't know what to do. It could only wait for the other party to ask first, so that it could guess what the current situation was. It was extremely confident in its veil of concealment. Even high-level demons might not be able to see through its disguise. Perhaps this was because it was twisted from the soul of a shapeshifter in its previous life. But he never expected that he would be discovered so quickly. In less than a day. How did it find me? And the cat and the dragon? What exactly is it? The misguiding demon widened his eyes, and looked up at the hideous giant that was gradually moving from illusion to reality. Although its size was not big in the abyss, it was definitely not small. But in front of this dragon, he was not even a baby. He was definitely not its opponent. Thinking of this, the misguiding demon knelt down very simply. The huge pliers that had torn countless people apart were now used as a tool to bow down. It supported its huge body, and said to the approaching dragon in front of it, "Your power conquered me. Now, you are my master?" The misguiding demon seemed to be afraid that he would encounter misfortune if he spoke too late. Before the dragon in front of him could answer, he hurriedly said again, "If you don't believe me, I can make the most stringent soul contract with you. If I violate it, then my soul will be imprisoned in the Well of Darkness forever." The Well of Darkness is one of the many planes in the abyss. It is said that there is nothing else in that plane except the bottomless Well of Darkness. On the wild land, countless dark holes are neatly arranged, which is the grand scene of the Well of Darkness. There are also many demons imprisoned there, including those arrogant demon lords, who are imprisoned as losers. Heh. The dragon above finally spoke, and the buzzing sound was like thunder, echoing in this small demi-plane. Do you know what the introduction of dragon heritage is? Misleading demon? Betrayal has become its instinct. Your soul is made up of traitors, perjurers, and other betrayed souls. Now, you are talking to me about the contract. Do you think your joke is humorous? It's dinner time now. I'm a little hungry. Do you have time now? If you have time, why don't you stay in my stomach for a while? Don't worry. You will be able to come out in a few days, although in another form. The dragon looked at the demon in front of him with disdain. To be honest, if it weren't for the news of the end cave, he hated dealing with these demons, who were full of bad things. Then you didn't kill me and expose me immediately. There must be a reason for you. What do you want me to do? The misleading demon thought for a while, and said the above words. It must be said that the seducer is worthy of being an adult, with many quasi-spells and caster levels. And he quietly deduced the thoughts of the dragon in front of him. Gordon's footsteps paused slightly, but he immediately resumed his normal pace, and said with an unchanged expression, "I don't want you to do anything. I just want to ask you at this level, How is Dagon? And how are other creatures? As a native of the abyss that was finally found and controlled, it is not easy. So, you have to take it slowly. Chapter 496: The Ambition of the Misleading Demon. There is no mood worse than now. The misleading demon looked at the behemoth in front of him, and secretly complained in his heart. It just wanted to lure a few fallen souls, and then wait for an opportunity to sneak attack the city to see if it could take advantage of the fire to rob. Unexpectedly, it didn't get half a soul, but lost itself instead. Damn! When did I expose myself? The misleading demon was a little confused. After all, even high-level demons might not be able to see through its hidden veil. However, after seeing the size of the dragon, and thinking of the rumors that the age of the dragon was linked to its size, it estimated, ancient dragon. It didn't lose unfairly. Gordon didn't have so much mood to care about the rolling mood of the misleading demon. It just wanted to understand the news about Dagon and this plane. As for how much useful and valuable information can be taken out of the mouth of the misleading demon in front of it, it depends on the endurance of the misleading demon next. The game has begun. Little bug, Gordon said to the seducer. Where are you from? Shadow Sea. No. Screaming Wilds. The seducer looked at the red light that was about to light up and quickly changed his words. This was the truth barrier that Gordon had just set up, which completely restrained the light-telling nature of the seducer in front of him. This was the magic item that Gordon got from Anruis, and it was said to be specially used to deal with demons. Gordon looked at the red light and was slightly happy. At least, he didn't have to worry about hearing wrong news from it. Of course, it couldn't be completely trusted. After all, God knew whether the seducer had a way to circumvent this truth barrier. How long have you been in the Sea of Shadows? Why did you sneak into White Lake City? Gordon was like an interrogator, looking down at the trembling demon below, asking questions one after another, although the misleading demon was somewhat reluctant. Looking at the huge mouth that chose to devour people, and the demi-plane around it that couldn't even run away, he still lowered his head and answered in a low voice, just like a wronged young wife. The questioning continued. Gordon didn't ask deliberately, in order to make the misleading demon lose his vigilance among a large number of questions, so that he could get the answer he wanted from the misleading demon with confidence. So, after asking countless questions, Gordon finally suppressed his excitement, looked at the misleading demon, and asked in the same tone as before, Do you know the Cave of the End? The Cave of the End? The misleading demon was stunned for a moment when he heard the name, but then shook his head again. I don't know. The mantra boundary didn't react, and it was still the soft blue color. Damn it! Gordon was a little upset. The Mirage Demon, who had been wandering in the Sea of Shadows for hundreds of years, didn't know where the End Cave was. Who should he go to find out the location? Could he go to Dagon? Don't be kidding. How did Gomadon find that damn place? It is said that he left something there. Thinking of this, Gordon felt like scratching an itch through his shoe, and he felt a little unhappy. But the Mirage Demon was telling the truth, and he couldn't find fault with it, so he could only continue to ask the next question. As time went on, Gordon asked more and more questions. Basically, everything the Mirage Demon had done in the past hundreds of years, including going to the main material plane to respond to the call, was told to Gordon one by one. It was a little restrained at first, but what Gordon didn't expect was that it actually enjoyed it. Perhaps this is the joy of the Chaos Camp, Gordon thought silently in his heart. Not long after, when the seducing demon returned to the terrace of the City Lord Mansion again, the sky above his head was still pale, and it was only gray. The sky and the earth seemed to have lost their colors, and only the city was particularly vivid. The seducing demon once coveted the soul of the city, but now it knows that it has been targeted, and the demon's real name is in the hands of that hateful. Oh no! Respected Dragon Lord. It dare not have any unreasonable thoughts now. It's just why it is still allowed to stay here. It doesn't understand. Could it be that its new master is not a good person? Is he also plotting against the city? Maybe. It can get some leftovers at that time, which seems not bad. It is the nature of demons to obey the strong. It is much more acceptable for it to be a dog for a dragon than for an unknown human. After all, the dragons are famous for their power in the multiverse. However, what made the seducer feel more interesting was that not long after his new master left, he actually sent a telepathic message to him, asking him to urge the other side of the demon coalition to quickly gather and attack the city. This made the seducer, who originally thought that he could not plunder souls, shudder. It seemed that, as he thought, his master also had his eyes on this city. It seemed that he had to increase his efforts. The ambition of the seducer, which had been extinguished, suddenly burned again. The atmosphere in White Lake City is very tense now. Countless people are eager to leave, but they have no way to do it. Their impetuous mentality makes it impossible for them to calm down and deal with the next disaster together. Even if there are a few far-sighted professionals who want to call everyone together and mobilize together, there are still few people who respond. The more Cole's speeches, the more people will mock him for overestimating his abilities. And most of them will be numb. Like the Walking Dead, living in this city. They no longer have any hope of going back. Nowadays, the most crowded place is the tavern. Except for the square. The warmth of the tavern and the melodious bagpipes of the bard make people feel as if they have returned to the main material plane. The afternoon rest, and the prosperity at night. The people here are drunk and dreaming. They turn a deaf ear to everything in the outside world. If it weren't for the gradual decline in the value of currency, and the gradual tightening of food and resources in the city, they would not even step out of the door of the tavern. Takif. 2 more glasses of beer. Big ones. No water. Don't try to fool the great son of the mountains. At this time, a dwarf with a long beard sitting in the corner of the hall stood up and jumped off his chair, yelling at the waiter at the bar not far away. The waiter said coldly without even looking up, "Mr. McLincoln, I'm not cold to the son of the mountains. But you don't have enough money." "What? How can it be not enough? I clearly deposited 50 gold coins yesterday. Not to mention 2 glasses of beer. It's more than enough to buy all the beer in your tavern today." The dwarf warrior was immediately dissatisfied. He was so angry that if he could only lift half of the bar, he might have tried to jump and wanted to have a good exchange with the half-elf waiter in front of him. The half-elf waiter heard this, and said with a fake smile, "Oh, Mr. McLincoln, I'm sorry. You don't know that just last night, our store owner Mr. France has adjusted the price of beer from 1 silver coin per small cup to 2 gold coins per small cup. And you have drunk 9 large cups of beer from this morning to now. Just now. Your contract is only 1 gold coin and 50 silver coins left. If you pay another 50 silver coins now, I can pour you a small cup of beer to calm your anger now. But I remember that the sign said beer was 4 silver coins this morning. How could it be?" The dwarf warrior was a little unbelievable. He looked back and found that no one cared about what was happening here. But they were still drinking and chatting. It seemed that he was out of place in this world. "Yes. You see, the sign has been changed this morning. And I reminded you in the tavern. But I remember you were drinking so hard at the time that you probably didn't hear it clearly." The half-elf waiter spread his hands and pointed helplessly at the brand new sign behind him. "Then can I buy on credit?" The dwarf warrior, knowing that he was in the wrong, lowered his voice a lot, showing an especially teasing smile, and his fiery red beard drooped slightly. "Of course not." The half-elf waiter refused sternly. He was not allowed to change the price. And buying on credit was naturally not allowed. These orders were passed down from the highest meeting last night through the guards from door to door. All taverns and hotels that do not comply will face forced closure and rectification. He is just a small clerk, and naturally cannot resist the law enforcement agencies of a city. Moreover, to be honest, he does not look down on these guys who drink here all day and live a life of drunkenness. Instead of going out to defend their homes together, they get drunk here every day and occasionally fight. It's simply, "Then I put this gold ring on the beard. Can I get some gold coins and a glass of beer?" "A small cup will do," the dwarf warrior muttered, and finally pulled off the golden ring that bound his beard from his beard, and then tiptoed and placed the gold ring in front of the half-elf waiter. "We are not a pawnshop. Sorry, we won't accept you. If you want to go to the pawnshop, turn right 2 streets away. Grandit's hut. They will probably take your gold ring." The half-elf was helpless, but he still had the proper etiquette. Finally, he said to the departing dwarf very respectfully, "Welcome to come again next time, my good dwarf friend. The elf tavern always welcomes you. The premise is to bring enough money." As the dwarf left the tavern returned to its previous bustle. But as time went by, there were fewer and fewer people in the tavern, because they all had no money. According to their drinking habits and the degree of price increase, the amount of alcohol they drink in one day is basically equivalent to that of a year in previous years. But this did not prevent this group of drunkards from finding new fun. The price of alcohol has increased due to scarcity and regulation. But people have not and the price is even much lower than in previous years. As a result, the sharp and high-pitched shouts could be heard in the hotel at night, and even during the day. So much so that people were even competing to see who could shout louder. Perhaps it was some kind of venting after knowing that they were in a desperate situation. But this behavior was soon stopped by the guards. The higher taxes made them unable to even afford to rent a room, and the price of food gradually increased, and money lost its original purchasing power. This grand occasion was only a flash in the pan in the end. From these incidents, almost everyone in the city understood one thing. That is, the rulers of the city are threatening or forcing them to work for them, or to stand up and save the city, with food and other factors. Although everyone knows that it is possible that no one will survive this battle, the coercion is indeed effective. More and more professionals began to join the army and join the defense of the city walls. However, a new sect was quietly born in private. Lord of Grace. It is said that as long as they believe in him, they can gain unparalleled power, provided that they offer faith and loyalty to this God who came from nowhere, as well as the spoils obtained after the battle. These are nothing to today's professionals. As long as they can become stronger, they will not hesitate to sacrifice their freedom, let alone their faith. Elsewhere, Gordon looked at Andrews, who was still busy. He scratched his chin with his hind legs. It had been a week since Andrews told him to leave this world and send White Lake City back to the main material plane. A week was enough for him to do many things, including developing his own believers here. It found that it was just perfect. The almost non-stop war in the abyss gave his unique mechanism a very convenient divine harvesting point. And these humans were almost desperate. The former gods could not save them, and Gordon could just take this opportunity to recommend his faith package to them. Of course, it naturally had someone to do this kind of trivial matter, and it also had believers. Even Gordon himself did not expect that there were still its quasi-believers here. It might be that their faith was too weak, so it did not sense it. In short, it was a pan-believer. However, in just a few days, after performing miracles, Gordon had more than 10 devout believers and more than 100 pan-believers. And the number of pan-believers increased with time. Gordon believed that it would not be long before the first severe war started. It was not difficult for more than 80% of the professionals in this city to believe in him. Of course, those who abandoned the gods would lose everything they had. And the temple priests were not counted. My lord, the first celebration of the Temple of Grace is ready. In his heart, Mario Farron, who prayed to him devoutly every day, sent a message. Gordon simply responded with a hum and disconnected the connection. As a god, maintaining a certain sense of mystery can be regarded as a compulsory course. After all, only with enough mystery can those believers remain consistent and dare not betray. But this time, Gordon intends to give this group of believers a shot of adrenaline. So, not long after, in a corner of White Lake City, a black dragon descended from the sky. And at the grand celebration, he claimed that he was an apostle sent by the great Alduin, invited by him to help his believers overcome difficulties. The whole city was boiling. Chapter 497 Gordon Experiment. Hey, man, have you heard? That dragon is the apostle of the gods. Which dragon? The one that helped us repel the demon army in the wilderness. The turbulent White Lake City can make people jump at the slightest disturbance. Not to mention that such a powerful dragon personally stood up for the new church. The news about Gordon was circulated everywhere in the tavern, and people were discussing it endlessly. What? Which god apostle is it again? Had the great and almighty gods finally realized that their devout believers are suffering in the abyss? Tell me, is it Tyr, Bahamut, or Lathander? The latecomer asked hurriedly, not at all surprised that the dragon was an apostle, but curious about the dragon camp. Although dragons are rarely willing to serve as the vanguard of gods, among the thousands of dragons of all kinds, there are always a few that are unique, have human wisdom, and are loyal to the gods they believe in. No god, not Tyr, nor Lathander. This time, it's a new god. The messenger's voice became much lower as he spoke, as if he was afraid that his blasphemous words would spread and offend the guys in the holy order. New god? Which new god? I remember that the last successful ascension to the god was 300 years ago. At least that's the record on the continent. I heard it was in another plane. Anyway, it is said that it is not an evil god. The holy warriors have been there, and the aura of their believers is even purer than that of many missionaries. What's the name of the new god? Let me see if I have any impression of it. It's the one who was laughed at by countless people in White Lake City a few days ago. The person who spoke had already lowered his voice, and now lowered it even lower. You mean a fool. Shoo. This is the temple of grace. Jairus, be careful of your mouth. The man quickly covered the other's mouth and looked around secretly, as if he was particularly careful that his words were eavesdropped, until he let go of his hand. The audience, who could finally breathe in, was shocked and even forgot to breathe. You know, almost all adventurers in White Lake City have heard of the name of the temple, not because of its strong strength and high popularity, but because of the temple's stupid rules and regulations, and the promises that seemed like a ball of bubbles. As long as you believe in the Lord of Grace, you will receive his gift. This sentence worked well at first, but after the first few people failed, they complained loudly at the door of the temple, saying that the god of this temple was a half-baked one, who had nothing and liked to deceive people with gimmicks. Since then, no one believed or stepped into the temple hall, which was simpler than other temples, for fear of becoming a laughingstock. The name of the Grace Temple has gradually become the Temple of Fools and Idiots in White Lake City. The intention is that only fools and idiots will believe it. This has led to the number of people praying in the Grace Temple. Over time, fewer and fewer people can stay. Most of these new believers gave up before they truly believed in Godin, and before they had a place in their hearts to welcome this saint. After all, believing in a God and being pointed at and teased all day long will make everyone doubt whether their choice is correct. This affects the speed of the original faith gathering, resulting in the inability to distribute the gifts of Gordon as promised, which makes the little credibility of the temple collapse faster. Over time, the temple became deserted, and the residents around avoided them like avoiding the plague. And now, someone told them that the God who believed in that God actually had an extremely powerful dragon. No wonder the listeners were so surprised, because this is equivalent to telling him that the pig they have always disapproved of has become the savior of the people, and the weight of the savior will increase with the passage of time. What's worse is that they once laughed at this pig. However, the ridicule is still a minority after all. Most people are learning about this temple for the first time. They may have heard of it before, but they just went through it in their minds and didn't take it seriously. And the Dragon personal platform has made many people who are in the current predicament start to think they could not seek the Dragon direct blessing, but becoming a believer and being blessed indirectly seemed good. So, in the streets and alleys, as the Dragon incident fermented, from the tavern to the square, no one could hear people mocking the temple and its believers in a sarcastic tone. In fact, many mockers began to pray day and night like those believers who were once mocked by him, hoping to become a believer of the Temple of Grace. Of course, some people did not go there for gifts, but for the apostle who claimed to be the Lord of Grace. Alduin, however, no matter what purpose they hold, their faith is always unchangeable. They believe in the Lord of Gifts. Alduin, for real. It is also real that the number of pan-believers received by Gotan is constantly increasing. It only cares about the results, not the process. Moreover, as long as a few people succeed in believing, become devout believers, and receive gifts from it, Gotan does not believe that they will not go crazy. After all, this is the bottomless abyss that needs power the most. No matter how important faith is, it cannot resist the fear of the death of life. Death here means falling directly into the sticks, without even a buffer. You can't wait for the gods to take you to the upper realm, and you will become a part of the abyss, and become a nutrient to nurture this huge plane. What's more, now the gods themselves are busy with their own affairs, and they pay less attention to their believers than before. This is why many people simply give up their faith, because they have seen a more real side. Faith is trampled on the ground and is worthless. The current situation in White Lake City is that if faith can be sold at a price, then these people will definitely sell collectively in a panic, except for a small number of fanatics and saints. If giving up faith does not reduce the professional level and all the divine arts learned, even the priests of the temple will probably have unclean thoughts in their minds. After all, the world is like this. Not everyone can know what they want in a turbulent era. The act of Gordon Temple absorbing believers is actually a catalyst to accelerate this process. Even if there is no Gordon Temple, the same is true for other gods' temples. As long as there is a little hope, countless people will fight for it. It is like the shallow sea in the bottomless abyss. Like a caged arena. Everyone knows that they will die. But at this time someone tells them that as long as they believe in him, they can get salvation and rebirth. And believing in him will not violate any moral order or even ethical rules. That is, It will not deviate from the camp. You can still be yourself. It can be said that this kind of temptation is something that no other gods can give now. The conversation in a corner of the street is still going on. So are we going now or not? I heard that someone has said that if you become a fanatic believer of that god. The man swallowed and whispered. I heard that it will take it away from the abyss and leave this hellhole. Fanatical believer? The middle-aged man named Jairus hesitated. He originally believed in the god of war, Karekos. But now the priests of the temple of the god of war have gone to nowhere, and the temple doors are tightly closed. In his spare time, he held the iron holy emblem with 5 hands holding scimitars and forming a circle and prayed silently. But he had no deeper contact. And even so, he is still a core member of the temple of the god of war. Although he is not a fanatic, he can be called a devout believer. But now, the god of war can no longer give him what he wants. Thinking of this, the man named Jairus, who has a unique thin jaw and a firm outline of southerners, gritted his teeth. Anyway, there is no rule in the main material plane that a person cannot believe in 2 gods at the same time. If he is rigid and stubborn today, it will be too late to regret it. But no one can explain it for him. As a believer of the god of war, he understood that everything must be fought for by oneself. Whether it is relying on the force in hand, wisdom, or the current determination, it is crucial. So, Jairus, who had made up his mind, looked at the old friend who was looking at him and smiled. You came to tell me so much today. I already understand what you mean. Since it has come to this, let's be fools for a while. Ha ha ha. I hope you can figure it out. Now we can only rely on it to have the hope of surviving. The partner looked at Jairus and seemed to be relieved, and then laughed in the same way. It is said that there are people who enter the temple, receive baptism from the priest, and learn the rules and regulations of the temple, lining up 3 blocks away. If we want to go, we have to be prepared. Whether it is food or drink, we have to prepare everything. And we may feel cold in the middle of the night, so we have to prepare mattresses. Jairus felt a little numb when he heard it. He just wanted to try it out in a hot-headed way. But he didn't expect that there would be so much preliminary work. But before he could refuse, his friend grabbed his hand and said with a smile, It's too late to go now. If we go any later, we may not get our turn until the 3rd day. Don't waste time. Come on, Jairus. Go buy food. I prepared daily necessities. And we meet at Golden Oak Street. After saying that, he saw his companion running away. Jairus could only stare at the back of his halfling companion in a daze. And he didn't react. After a while, this ordinary warrior from Grumman trotted away from the spot and ran towards the tavern. Although the alcohol there was controlled, the price of food was still stable for the time being. Obviously, in order to prevent the professionals in the city from rioting, the ruling council still knows what can be banned and what cannot be banned. There are many cases like Jairus and his halfling friend in the corners of White Lake City. They are like ants, scattered around the huge White Lake City, and finally gathered in a corner with large and small bags, like a group of soldiers waiting for the King military parade, especially when the shadow of the dragon passed through the ground. The scene was exactly the same as the military parade. Gordon looked at the professionals below who had fallen into a frenzy, and didn't know what to say. It can only be said that it was an unintentional success. It didn't expect the situation to develop to the point it is now. Its mind is now full of data jumping in the retina. It is detected that the human man's faith value in you has increased, and he has become your believer, Pan. It is detected that the half-elf silly faith value in you has increased, and he has become your believer, Pan. It is detected that the human friend faith value in you has increased, and he has successfully reached the standard of a fanatic. Congratulations. It is detected. Well, maybe this is the trouble of having too many believers. Gordon closed his eyes and deleted all the data, leaving only the simplest picture, which was marked with the number of its various believers, as well as the divine power points, the progress table of the divine domain, and a few items of divine power. After all, no matter how fancy it is, it can't get half more believers. It is not what Gordon should do at this stage to keep concerned about the data and the movements of believers. It is now more immersed in the creation of new crops. With the surge in believers today, it feels necessary to create a believer mechanism that can be simple, direct, or explained. It's just a little complicated. In the past few days, Gordon has been exploring to what extent the power of God can reach in the hearts of believers. But after 2 days of experimentation, he found that the power of God is omnipotent. From the current state of faith of the pastor and preacher named Fran, it can be seen that the changes that Gordon has undergone after using him for experiments a few days ago are almost rapid. Please come here. If you want to learn and listen to the teachings of the Temple of Grace, please go to the right. If you want to pray to the great and omnipotent Lord of Grace, please go to the left. Please be careful of the steps. Come, Grandma. I help you. At the door of the church, a man wearing a black monk's robe and a dark golden emblem with a volcano rising and vertical pupils on his chest is warmly treating every resident of White Lake City who has been queuing up until now, even if he is dry-mouthed and hoarse. The enthusiasm on his face has not diminished at all, which is bound to make everyone feel the warmth of going home. It was not until the staff of the temple trotted over to him and whispered a few words that he looked at the residents of White Lake City, who were looking at him expectantly outside the door with disappointment. He said regretfully, "Sorry, everyone. The place is full. The temple is temporarily closed to outsiders," he said, and made a very apologetic gesture to the residents, who had long been accustomed to it, half bowing and half bowing for 30 seconds. He then closed the door of the temple. "Let me take the next batch. You have received so many batches. It's time to take a break." Lord Fran. "No. Gulp gulp. True. I will take care of the next batch. You just need to follow my instructions." Malio Fran drank all the water True brought him in one breath, wiped the water stains from the corners of his mouth with his hand, and said happily, "I can't let down my Lord expectations of me. I will use my enthusiasm and sincerity to bring more believers to the great hymn." Of course, that's what he said. Only Fran himself knows why he can persist until now. Only he can see the retina. A light blue data passed quietly. It is detected that the human Ivan you are receiving is living under the glory of the Lord of Gifts, and is influenced by the baptismal words of the temple, and has increased his faith value by 10 points. Successfully became a believer of the Lord of Gifts, Pan, hereby rewarding you with 1 point of faith value. Current progress, Fanatic 10025/100000. Next stage, Saint. Chapter 498 Blessing from Heaven. Nothing is more exciting than seeing the results of hard work. This is the data that Gordon gave to believers. Everyone can check their faith value in the temple. Reciting doctrines increases, completing temple tasks increases, daily prayers increase. In short, believers can more intuitively see their efforts for the great Lord of Gifts. In this way, there should be a lot more people who can persist to become devout believers. With this idea in mind, Gordon enveloped the temple with his consciousness. Sensing the access of Gordon divine power, the magic bronze bell specially set by Gordon above the temple began to ring, accompanied by a magnificent bell. The faces of the priests and believers were immediately filled with ecstasy, and even the people waiting outside the door were stunned. This is God grace? The will of the gods has descended? They felt the terrifying pressure in the air, and they couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. If they had just tried to come to the temple of grace before, this time, the Lord of Grace personally descended into the bottomless abyss, which undoubtedly had a huge impact on them. But at the same time, the originally wavering hearts also collapsed instantly with the will of the heart. The originally conservative and persistent barriers seemed to be eroded by the torrent of time, and turned into dust in an instant. The balance of victory can be said to have instantly fallen to this new God. And the people in the temple looked at everything in front of them in amazement as the will descended. I saw a projection between reality and illusion appear on the top of the spiral pattern above the temple. It was a dark golden vertical pupil that everyone was very familiar with. It was shining brightly under the candlelight inside the temple. Then, a huge and magnificent voice sounded in everyone's mind. "Mortals, I heard your prayers and saw your suffering." The people inside the temple were completely dumbfounded. They originally thought that it was not easy to see the oracle coming, but they didn't expect that this time they would communicate with the Supreme Lord of Gifts in person. What an honor! What mercy! Many people do not believe in only one God. In the multi-faith main material plane, it is not uncommon for a person to believe in more than 10 gods. Going out to sea, pray to Talos, the Lord of Storms, not to inflict suffering on his people. When fishing, pray to Amber, the goddess of the sea, to let him have a good harvest instead of a broken fishing net. Such actions are everywhere. But this way of communicating directly with the gods and listening to their requests is really the first time. In the past, the moment when they could get closest to the grace of the gods was probably the annual temple festival. Only at that moment, they could feel the breath coming from the temple from afar. Some are old and ancient, Some are wise, some are furious, and some are kind and friendly. But no matter what kind of behavior, it is not as good as what happened today. This feeling is hard to describe in words. In short, when this voice sounded in their minds, whether they were residents who had not yet completely believed in the Lord of grace, or believers who had already believed and successfully joined the religion, they all knelt down, lowered their heads, and felt the spying of the spiral dark golden vertical pupil above them with great joy. My Lord! First came Meleopharon, the highest person in charge of the temple, who also had the fastest increase in faith since Nina. This young high priest of the temple walked through the kneeling crowd in small steps and stood in the front row. When he raised his head and looked at the dark golden vertical pupil, his face was already in tears. Thank you for your mercy. No suffering or difficulties can defeat us. Just because we are your believers, we will crush all enemies who dare to violate the order under your guidance. Pharon's ups and downs voice echoed inside the temple. After he finished speaking, he lowered his head deeply, as if this could reduce the sin of daring to look directly into the eyes of God just now. Mortal, what do you want? There was another huge buzzing sound, and the glass, air, and ground all trembled or feared at this sound. This huge momentum swept around the temple, and many other priests of the gods in the temple area were stunned when they saw the movement there. No one knew better than them how difficult it was for divine power to be transmitted to the abyss through the astral plane. It was extremely difficult for any believer of the good gods to use divine arts here, let alone communicate directly with the gods. Unless there was something really big, the divine power spent was not proportional to the divine power obtained. Unless the gods really valued this believer, they would not respond to the believer balloon of the abyss if they could. Of course, if you carry a divine emblem that stores divine power, or other items that are full of divine power under the divine light, you can still use them freely. This can be done even in the chaotic and disordered bottomless abyss. Otherwise, wouldn't the holy warriors become weak chickens that can be slaughtered after entering the abyss? This is neither realistic nor magical. Who is this God? Why have I never heard of him? These days, the matter of the Temple of Grace has been a hot topic in the city, including those ascetics who practice in the temple and ignore the outside world. They looked at the place where the divine power burst out in the east of the city with a little surprise. There is no doubt that it is the Temple of Grace. Although the range of the divine power is far less than that of a divine weapon thrown casually by the gods in the main material plane, the grandeur and greatness of this will are incomparable to the divine weapon. It has consciousness, which means that the master of the temple, the Lord of Grace, Alduin, has descended, crossing infinite planes. For the believers, he did not hesitate to consume the few divine powers and descended in this place. Even if they believe in other gods, they can't help but admire the greatness and selflessness of this unknown God from the bottom of their hearts. How happy it is to be his believer. Meeting a God who cares so much about believers is like the goddess of luck coming in person, so that there can be such a deep favor. Just when other people envy the residents of White Lake City who were bathing in the grace of God from the bottom of their hearts, the inside of the temple began to get restless. What is this? There are more words in my eyes. How is it possible? Can I see my faith value? Mine is 7. How much is yours? My 20 is 480 points away from the 500 of devout believers. Oh! It just increased a little bit. After a burst of uproar, if the vertical pupil above had not left, the whispers of the people in the temple could not be suppressed at all. But the extremely subtle voices were still buzzing and communicating privately. Buzz! Another incomparable and vast divine power. A dense torrent of data appeared in everyone's mind and eyes. The simple system constructed by the divine power made this book of gift more refined. Soon, a series of panels about physical fitness appeared in the individual's field of vision. Everyone could see their physical fitness, including skills, weapons, and even talents. Some people were shocked when they had such talents. For a while, there was another burst of human conditions, and Gordon, who was always staring at the bottom, finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that there is no big problem. The time spent in the attic these days was not wasted, and the results were all effective. Although it is currently limited to the scope allowed by Gordon, it can be checked at any time. But for Gordon, who is already very proficient in the use of divine power, it is very simple to construct another subsystem to handle these trivial matters. The only regret is that it will add an extra divine power expenditure for this. However, the problem is not big. Now it is just experimenting with this panel here. It will not be so generous next time. This kind of system-like panel will definitely be invested in those who need it. Not in the mediocre ones, like this batch. Only those who are brave are qualified to have this. It's just that it is still in the trial stage. So this exception allows them to get something that should not belong to them. What Gordon could foresee was that with the coming of this divine grace, this data panel would soon spread all over the city like a virus. They might desire it, pursue it, and give everything for it. But at that time, it would not be Gordon business. People are more worried about the lack of wealth than the inequality. Desire is like a rolling stone on a mountain. It is difficult to fill the gully. This is an opportunity and a challenge. I hope there are untapped seeds among this group of people. Gordon glanced at the people in the temple excitedly. 153 people. He silently memorized this number in his heart, and then stopped the divine power. Just a moment ago, Gordon looked at the panel and saw that the divine power value had shrunk by half, and felt a little distressed. However, the motto of the Temple of Grace, that you get what you pay for, is still engraved under the holy stone tablet. Gordon also knew that it was useless to feel distressed. Expanding the number of believers and opening up the source is the fundamental. You know, if he only relies on saving without quantity, his divine power growth rate may not be comparable to those of the old gods even if he is given 10,000 years. You can only gain if you sacrifice. Of course, there is also a premise. That is, the divine power must be spent on the blade. But this is a matter for the future. Now its top priority should be to return to the attic, sort out the harvest this time, and prepare for the upcoming battle. You know, in addition to its true identity as the Lord of Gifts, it also plays the role of its own messenger. Sometimes, if it is not afraid of being exposed, it wants to create an incarnation of divine power to help it. There is no place to use it for the time being. Gordon stayed in the temple for about half an hour and then left. I heard that Enruzi has made preparations in the past few days. Whether he can take Baihu City back to the main material plane depends on this. But before that, he plans to go to the City Lord Mansion to see how his newly received little pet is doing. Lakeview Street in Baihu City. It is named after the lake in the city. The previous inspiring speeches were also held in a square by the lake. Enruzi's current residence is here. Plan. This disciple of Aham is concentrating on writing symbols that others cannot understand on the manuscript paper. And he seems to be facing an extremely difficult calculation problem, which makes him scratch his head and think hard, but still can't get the point. What is missing? To break through the barrier, cut off the power of the abyss plane, and restrain this city? What is missing? Fight? Donate blood? Or soul? Countless years passed through Enruzi's mind, but it was still not the answer he wanted to find in his heart. The main purpose of his coming here was to fulfill the request of his old friend Jaeger. And the Dark Scroll required them to obtain enough demon flesh and blood to extract various materials from it. The battle that was about to break out here and the departing White Lake City were his opportunities to obtain materials, which was why it said it wanted to help White Lake City escape from this plane. Because only at that time, the demon flesh and blood and land that received the erosion between planes would retain their essence more clearly, rather than a mixed pile of debris or smelly flesh and blood. What it needed was the essence, not the rotten meat that could be seen everywhere. However, the plan of opening the plane barrier and removing the traction has been used by more than one person in Aham. And cities larger than White Lake City, and covering a larger area, have also been exiled. But no matter how he deduced now, the current situation has become a dead end. White Lake City cannot escape from the abyss, and he cannot get what he wants. Which link is wrong? Enruzi, who has been in the room for half a month, is puzzled. He can only shake his head, purse his lips, and plan to open the window to see the lakeside scenery and take a breath. But as soon as he opened the window, he heard a particularly harsh sound, which sounded like an argument. It's true. Many people have it. One person anxiously defended. Then do you have it? Another person refuted lightly. But my neighbor's uncle's distant cousin entered the Temple of Grace this time. He said he saw the grace given to him by the gods. Everyone can see their own information, and can also dig out talents and skills that you can't find. It's like a miracle. No, this is a miracle, the man shouted, as if he had experienced it personally. The other person was silent for a long time, and finally sighed. Hey, it seems to be true. We used to laugh at the lack of people in the Temple of Grace. But now the threshold is almost full. People who want to enter the temple have to line up to the next street. Yes, I believe that the line will be here soon. That's because I don't have time now. Otherwise, I would also like to go in and see if I can get that magical ability. After the two reached a consensus, the person who spoke a lot softer and clearer, allowing Enrique to hear the general events that happened in the city in the past few days. After a while, the conversation between the two people standing under the eaves was terminated because the door that had been closed for a long time was opened. A figure wearing a black monk's robe walked out and walked forward in the shadows. Perhaps, this time, there might be help for me. Enrique looked at the team that was almost lined up on the street and followed resolutely. Chapter 499, The Coming of the Legion. How's the notification going? Reporting to the master. On the other side of the mountain, a demon army of more than 5,000 people has gathered and is ready to go. If nothing goes wrong, they will attack the city in 3 days. This is a big piece of fat meat. They will never let it go unless the Lord of the Abyss Dagon takes action. However, a few years ago, this demon lord fell silent. On a hidden balcony in the city lord mansion, a beautiful woman was looking up at the gloomy sky, as if thinking about something. From a distance, she looked like a noble girl in love. But only she herself knew what they were discussing. I'm afraid that if she told it out, people in the whole city would scream in panic. Well, what's next? The black cat lying on the eaves scratched his whiskers that were a little itchy due to the dampness, and continued to ask through the mind link. Well, then, Master, we will work together with them from the inside and outside. And then we will open up the coast and break through from the inside. And the soul of this city will all be ours. But the prerequisite is to kill the leader of the demon army first. I heard that he is a snake demon who has just been promoted to 6 arms. If this extremely beautiful woman is converted into charm, it is estimated to be 20 points or more. At this moment, there is a sickly twisted smile on her face, mixed with excitement and eagerness to try, as if she has thought of some exciting way to play. It makes people have evil thoughts when they see it. But the black cat just curled his lips lightly. When did I say that I would work with you from the inside and outside to attack the city? Remember, without my order, you can only do what I told you before. The words were simple, direct, and merciless. But the tempting demon, who temporarily changed her name to Lilith, was not displeased at all. For her, everything the strong said was right. This is the eternal rule of the abyss. If you want to break this rule, you need a stronger power. I know, Master. Then, the tempting demon, who turned into a beautiful woman, wanted to fight for something, but was immediately interrupted by Gordon. You don't have to do anything for now. Just tell me when the demon over there will take action. After Gordon finished speaking, he left without looking back. The interrupted mental connection made the woman feel a little lost. But at present, her strength was inferior to it, so she could only let it do whatever it wanted. Gordon quickly returned to Anrua's attic, but found that Anrua's, who rarely went out in the past, was not there for the first time, and Gordon couldn't guess where he went for a while. But he didn't need a day or two. War was bound to happen. It was inevitable. Even if Anrua's figured out how to leave the abyss, he would need the power of the flesh and blood grinder created by the war to break through the plane barrier. Therefore, no matter how early or late he solved it, it would have no effect on Gordon. Moreover, it also planned to get involved. After all, its original purpose of coming here was to seize the talent fragments of the abyss to increase its own strength. 5,000 demons were not too many or too few. It could not swallow much. It mainly depended on the high-level talent fragments. Those high-level demons probably had less than 100. Not enough to even click on one talent. Gordon looked at the dazzling array of specialties and talents in his talent list and fell into deep thought. Perhaps how to allocate the points next time is also a problem. Troubles always come so unexpectedly. And I don't know how Nina is doing. Although Gordon has only been in the abyss for a few days, it feels like a long time has passed. He wants to return to the main material plane. But when he thinks of what happened in the mist port of Storm Islands that night, his originally wavering heart has become firm again. Now his strength is still not enough to return to the main material plane. It's not that he is not strong enough to protect himself, but he can't participate in many events. He can only watch and can't influence the process. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happens, the Dragon Witch cult's actions fail to be stopped in the Storm Islands. The coming of Tiamat is estimated to be a foregone conclusion. And the mission of the Star God envoy should also fail. The prophecies on the scroll will be fulfilled one by one. The dragons will spread their wings again and return to the earth. They are no longer restricted to the barren plains and mountains, but will attack the gathering places of humans. By then, it seems that there is nothing that Godin can do except to move away from the main material plane and wait for the rise of the next era. It is unrealistic to let it follow the trend and join Tiamat. It is not a lawful evil camp. Its heart is more neutral, or kind. It is not the Holy Mother of Godin, but it feels that it must bear some responsibility if it has this power. If it kills and destroys recklessly, it seems that it will get nothing in the end except a world full of desolation. This is not what it wants. It knows it very well. It hopes that the new world can be like its country in the last life. Peaceful and prosperous. Quiet and peaceful. Without so many wars. That's enough. It looked at the dark sky outside the window. The air was a lot hotter for some reason. It felt a little comfortable. Perhaps this was the prelude to the coming storm. But who cares? It had done what it could. It couldn't do such a reckless thing as asking it to fight a demon army alone. Although the demon Lord Dagon of the Shadow Sea was missing, Gordon thought it was better to be low-key on someone else's chassis. It wouldn't be too late to speak loudly after it was fully developed. Right? Since Andros hadn't come back yet, Gordon couldn't find anything to do for a while. So he could only continue to lie under the eaves, studying the Believer's dedicated data panel 2.0 while watching the Believer's data grow. It was so comfortable. From its position, it could just see the bustling street scene on Lakeview Street. Since the Oracle came, the whole White Lake City has been going crazy. If the dragon can be regarded as a relatively heavy weight, then the attack of Godin can be regarded as a mountain pressing down on the head. Directly defeated those temples with an absolute advantage. After all, everyone's eyes are bright. And they are also very realistic. They will believe in whichever god is useful and has feedback. Don't blame them for being fence-sitters. But in this world, it is not easy to live. In order to have a little more hope of survival, is it a difficult thing to change faith? Living is the truth. Not every race is an elf. After death, they will be led to the kingdom of Corellan to enjoy happiness. For them, even being born into the main material plane is a torment, which is outrageous. Among humans, only those fanatics who believe that they can go to the kingdom of gods even after death will remain unmoved. Most people are pan-believers who will go to the underworld to be reborn. But no matter what, this time, Gordon finally had a big harvest second only to Mitsuki Spring. The number of believers has more than doubled, and it is still growing in an orderly manner. Moreover, this means that the influence of Gordon Temple in the main material plane has increased a bit, provided that White Lake City can return to the main material plane safely. And this requires the efforts and cooperation of both parties. Anyway, Gordon plans that if this group of believers returns to the main material plane, then it can notify Nina and the temple in Loda Valley, so that they can expand their pace, use White Lake City as the central base, and spread their faith to the surrounding areas. In this way, Gordon believes that it will not be long before the country, and even the neighboring kingdoms will be affected by the temple. So thinking about it, Gordon suddenly felt that although the hundreds of thousands of people in White Lake City, and its thousands of believers were only believers, it was still necessary to let them return to the main material plane. Do it now. After thinking it through, Gordon was full of energy. Moreover, when making the believer-only system 2.0, the inspiration in his head gushed out like a spring. Maybe it can be done this way. So, the Black Cat under the eaves started another unknown technological reform. To the west of White Lake City are endless mountains, interspersed with several large and small plains and valleys. The gullies that cracked the earth emitted waves of indescribable humming, as if this land was emitting torture and painful groans and wails. At this moment, there was a huge army on the plain. Demons of all kinds gathered in the sky and the earth, making a restless sound. There were roars, fears, and the sound of flesh being crushed. The high-level demons at the head were not surprised, and did not stop them. A few of them showed a happy expression, and some even killed a few prey they had set their eyes on. This made the commotion below bigger and bigger, and there was even a tendency of mutiny. Chaos and disorder were the daily life of the Abyss army. They might kill their companions while walking. It was normal for high-level demons to oppress low-level demons. Life here was like duckweed in the water. Any wave could overturn and destroy it. After all, killing, destruction, plundering, and disputes were engraved in the depths of all demons' souls. Otherwise, how could hell fight the demons for so long in the first layer of Avernus? Isn't it because the entire abyss was in chaos? And the only ones who really sent the demon army to the front line were those demon princes who were strong enough to covet other planes. Rather than saying that the 9 hells and the abyss were fighting each other, it would be better to say that the several planes of the abyss and the entire bot or hell were fighting each other. The former and the latter represent completely different things. But it is precisely because of this madness that such a powerful creature was created. If the demons were killing in an orderly manner, I am afraid that there would be no force in the multiverse that could resist this endless army. You know, when humans and elves were still counting in tens of thousands, the bloody battle between demons and devils was calculated in billions of inputs and casualties. After all, a war that can encompass an entire plane and use the plane as a battlefield is so huge and spectacular. Have you had enough? Just when the demon army was fighting fiercely, a delicate voice came from the skeleton throne sitting at the highest point. The voice was so tingling that it made people think about it. But all the demons were shocked because it was not someone else who said it. It was Mafari Jones, the 6-armed snake demon who assembled this demon army and was famous in this black wilderness as the latest demon lord of the Abyss Snake Demon clan who advanced to the 6-arm level. She also had desires beyond everything. Whether it was the desire for control, the desire for killing, or anything else, it could be considered to have reached the highest level. And she longed for everything that could satisfy her. And a few days ago, she received something that could satisfy her desire for killing and ambition. A mortal city fell into the bottomless abyss. And it landed in this plane. What is this? This is the darling chosen by the will of the abyss. Mafari Jones firmly believed that she was the chosen one. Therefore, as soon as she received the news, she brought out all the snake demons in her family and tribe that could fight, whether they were 2-armed or 4-armed, in order to bring a rich fortune to her family, tribe, and herself in this feast. In addition, in order to ensure that everything is foolproof and to avoid any more troubles, she almost invited all the demon allies she knew without stopping. It was for the coalition, so that they could easily solve this food given to them by God, instead of fighting alone and hard, and finally being picked up by others. It was very uncomfortable. Not long after the woman voice fell, the land of the black wilderness suddenly became quiet, and the crowd that was originally pushing and shoving also began to stop moving. The 6-armed snake demon with its tail coiled around the skeleton throne, with a lazy posture. If the environment was removed, some people would even think she was on vacation. In fact, her 2 hands on the left held weapons. Her right hand held a rare staff. And the other 3, a magic book, a shield, and another one was holding a cup and pouring wine into her mouth. Listen to me, if you can be quiet. There are only a few days before the war. Are you ready? Or do you want to pay the price of a group of cannon fodder first to test the bottom line of the city? The 6-armed snake demon's question seemed to be said to the many demons under the stage. But in fact it was said to the several high-level demon lords beside him, in order to shock them and make them dare not interfere again. This also highlights the 6-armed snake demon's almost bottomless desire for possession. It wants to control everything. And all of this, it is destined to lose. Got it. It was a lazy perfunctory reply. And there was almost no sincerity. The high-level demon didn't care about what the 6-armed snake demon said, and said casually that its main purpose of coming here was to come for the unpolluted souls of humans. But I didn't expect to wait for so many days. According to its previous temper, trampling a few mountains is not a casual thing. But before this high-level demon could think carefully, there was a whistling sound of strong wind and weapons breaking through the airflow behind him. Its face suddenly looked ugly, because the 6-armed snake demon took action. Chapter 500 Unexpected Guests. After the war, the head of the Soul Judge, which had always been a high-level demon in the bottomless abyss, had been separated from its body. Blood continued to flow out of the beheading gap and soon gathered into a small lake. Its head was extremely hideous, and its eyes were bigger than footballs, and it seemed extremely unwilling. When its huge body fell to the ground just now, it stirred up a dust ripple covering a radius of dozens of meters. In the gray mist filled with dust, a graceful voice quickly swam out. Her voice was very light, almost just the rustling sound of scales rubbing against the ground. But even so, she was the only one who made a sound in the entire open space. The air seemed to be silent, and there was no sound. As the dust gradually faded away, the six-armed snake demon Mayfield Jones quickly waved her hand and walked out with that graceful voice. There was no joy of defeating the enemy on her face, nor was there any relief for surviving the disaster. Her expression was calm, without a single change, as if nothing in the world could affect her. As she walked, her left hand wiped the blood from the beheading axe that she had taken out from her third arm on the right. Just now, she used this weapon to chop off the head of the sole judge, who was lying on the ground and didn't respect her at all. Now we can discuss the next plan. The six-armed snake demon's voice was still so pleasant, but everyone could see the desire for killing from her expression. There was no doubt that the disrespect just now was just an excuse. It was just that this six-armed snake demon simply wanted to enjoy a feast of killing. However, most demons could only pretend to be confused. Moreover, they were not qualified to bring it up. After all, they themselves did the same as the six-armed snake demon in their own territory, or even more excessively. Moreover, there were no laws in the abyss, nor was there a rule that killing demons would cost lives. They could kill if they wanted to. This was the rule of the abyss. However, the six-armed snake demon did this just to stabilize the legion that had been finally won over. After all, the commander's arbitrary killing would also have a serious impact on the little demons below. It didn't want the troops of the legion below to be exhausted at the critical moment, which would be a loss. Ahem. As you wish. Everything today is in the charge of the great Lord Jones of the Malfari family. Nothing can be more glorious today than you. Other high-level demons spoke in a common language of compliments that was so lame that even humans rarely used them. They breathed a sigh of relief only after the six-armed snake demon in front of them disappeared into the open space, and once again reigned over the throne of bones made of demon corpses. In the abyss, if there is anything most dangerous, apart from the deadly enemies, it is the moody companions. Many scholars have believed that every demon has paranoia. Any rude or offensive behavior will make the demon bear grudges and hunt you down. However, the paper provided by this scholar is only simple enough to give examples and evidence, without any practical knowledge or experiments. The so-called mental illness similar to that of dragons is just empty talk. Over time, it has become a joke in the academic world. Of course, the real reason that affects the demon's love of killing is the corruption of the will of the abyss, which makes them gradually crazy. If there are demons that can resist this power, they can actually move freely like ordinary people. After all, there are demons who believe in the holy light. Miracles are everywhere in the multiverse, such as the well-known succubus paladin. And behind them are countless demons who want to break free from the control of the will. It's just that most of the endings are not as good as imagined. Becoming a soul worm again and returning to the battlefield of blood and fire is the fate of most of these demons. Okay, don't flatter me. What I want to know now is how many demons have not obeyed my call. Reporting to Lord Jones, there are still 6 large demon forces and 17 small forces that have not come, including the shadow demons from the land of the fallen, the ghost witch demons from the dark swamp, and the ones from the Bone Spur Highlands. The more he listened, the more frost covered the pretty face of the six-armed snake demon. Obviously, she was extremely dissatisfied with the limited number of troops at present, and was also angry that these forces did not respond to her call. She remembered that she not only notified the demons in the Eastern Valley, but also the West and North. As the overlord of the Eastern Plains and the highest level demon on this continent, she felt that she had the qualifications to call on these wandering demons. However, 3 days had passed, not to mention the demon forces in the Western Basin and the Northern Ridge. Even the demons in the Eastern Valley had only come in a few dozen, and many were hiding in their nests pretending to be dead and not responding. Thinking of this, the six-armed snake demon did not hesitate to ask a black-robed man who had been standing under her skeletal throne. "Grandis, how is your investigation going?" "Sir Malfari, the tribes of the Shadow Demon and the Soul Devourer are just as you thought. They are not approaching here. They are observing us from afar in the nearby mountain caves." The humanoid creature named Grandis was covered by a black robe, so his face could not be seen clearly. But there was no doubt that his lower body was illusory and had no form. As soon as he finished speaking, the high-level demons represented by the other demon forces were furious, and the cursing giant bull demon stood up and cursed. "This group of vultures. When they attack the city, we take the damage. But when it comes to dividing the fruits of victory, they run faster than the vulture demons. Hey, shadow demons are faster than vulture demons. Okay? This is a fact. No need to argue. The leader of another group of night shadow demons, who has always been rigorous and fair, corrected the words of the giant bull demon and emphasized, Okay. Now listen to what Lord Malfari is going to do. A succubus twisted her charming waist. The 9-headed whip in her hand was wrapped around her red leather gloves, and she walked slowly beside the two demons with a smile on her face, blocking their quarrel. And this succubus did not show any fear when facing the huge succubus, whose height was not even as high as the giant bull demon's knee. Instead, she squinted her eyes and looked at the high-level demons who were about to quarrel, said faintly, If you want to be reborn earlier, I don't mind you continuing to quarrel. But remember not to be so noisy in the next life. The two high-level demons fell silent immediately. They looked at each other in tacit understanding. Perhaps they were not afraid of each other, but they had to be on guard against the succubus in front of them. Although most succubi entertained people with their beauty, there were also succubi who became demon lords of a plane. And more than once, whether it was Macanthus or the previous succubus lord, they relied on their real strength to sit on the throne of the lord of the plane. This also made many succubi follow these idols. If they had a choice, they also wanted to prove their worth with their strength, instead of being a tool for venting desires in the tavern of the demon city. This succubus was like this. Her name was Iris. A long time ago, she was just a tavern that anyone could use. Tool. But then she disappeared for a while. I don't know if it was decades or hundreds of years. For demons, hundreds of years are nothing. I only know that when Iris came back, she not only became an unfathomable and mysterious wizard, but also got rid of the control of the local succubus family behind the tavern. Soon, it was reported that she killed the leader of that family, and then replaced him. Until today, the Eastern Plains is the second largest demon force except for the snake demon family. But the interesting thing is that there are still countless succubi who are unwilling to be tools, and are forced to be sent to the tavern to familiarize themselves with the environment and earn soul coins. The dragon slayer eventually became a dragon. A demon. Haha. Just kidding. Sir Iris. Don't be so anxious. I'm just speaking up for our shadow demons. It's ridiculous to compare us shadow demons with those vulture demons who may not even have wisdom. Even though we are low-level creatures, the leader of the night shadow demons knew that the argument had come to an end. If he continued, he would not gain any benefit except that the succubus in front of him would hate him more. So, after talking for a while, the shadow demon leader ran away. He melted instantly and turned into a dark shadow on the ground, and quickly went to another place far away from the giant bull demon and the succubus. Shadow escape. The shadow demon signature trick is that it can travel freely wherever there is a shadow. However, it is said that a shadow demon has become a demon lord of a plane after the will of the abyss is implemented. It can even perform shadow escape under the scorching sun and is not affected by the scorching sun. It is simply terrible. Humph. You think I want to argue with a guy like you who hides his head and shows his tail? It's really a waste of old cow's time. No more. Lord Malfari. Old cow is ready to fight. My offspring can't wait any longer. Look! Only after hearing the giant bull demon's leaders roar, other bull demons belonging to the giant bull demon's forces on the plain below also exchanged with each other. For a while, the bull's cry shook the earth. Even the succubus was briefly absent-minded, and the 6-armed snake demon, who sat more than 10 meters high and could see everything on the ground, first used 2 hands to gently comb the messy hair that had just been messed up by the battle, and the other 2 hands held a round mirror, and the other 2 hands were crossed in front of his chest, looking leisurely and contented. From the frosty face just now to the comfortable and relaxed one now, it can only be said that the demon's face-changing style is so good that even the gods cannot guess what they will do next. No hurry! The 6-armed snake demon, who was arranging the hair on his cheeks, carefully moved a strand of hair on his forehead to the back and said perfunctorily, I have figured it out just now. Since they want to follow us and pick up the ready-made ones, let's have a fight to warm up first. The 6-armed snake demon was arranging her makeup while giving orders as if nothing had happened. From her appearance, it seemed that the next battle was not as important as the person in the mirror arranging her makeup again and again. That's it. Let Grandis and Iris lead the team. And Quark, you also follow. At the top of the skeleton throne. Lazy words mixed with orders that could not be refused. Like oracles, falling from the sky. Hearing that the attack was launched against the demons did not resist. but became more excited? Because 2 days ago, they thought that they would have to wait until they attack human cities to be eager for blood and killing. Unexpectedly, there would be a hearty battle 3 days in advance, which made these demons happy and eager to try from the bottom of their hearts. Soon, a demon army accounting for half of the total number of people was quickly formed. The six-armed snake demon also put away the mirror at this time, as if he was seriously reviewing this group of troops. No, this army is not mobile enough, and there is no way to kill the group of scavenging vultures. Let the shadow demon army join. It seemed that after considering for a while, after a long while, the six-armed snake demon on the skeleton throne said faintly, "Quick battle. If they surrender, bring them here with you." Strong force suppression also requires some wisdom. This is the only way to minimize losses. Okay, Lord Malfari. I will bring your words to their leader. The charming Iris smiled very confidently, and the six-armed snake demon also smiled back. Obviously, the relationship between the leaders of the first and second forces seems to be a little different. Otherwise, according to the snake demon clan, which is known for its barbaric and tyrannical nature, as long as there is anyone in the territory or living nearby who dares to threaten their existence, they would have taken up scimitars and magic wands and uprooted them. You know, except for female snake demons who have the ability to cast spells. Male snake demons are basically full-time berserkers, or they are born berserkers. It can be seen that their tyranny is rooted in the depths of their souls. Of course, not all snake demons are like this. They also have strong emotions. It is said that some snake demons will even fall in love with a summoner who summoned them to the main material plane. Of course, this premise is that the summoner's strength is higher than that of the snake demon. Otherwise, no matter how much you admire it, without strength, it will only become a wisp of dead soul under the demon's scimitar. But even if someone finds out, they will not say anything. After all, although there are countless lives, if they are really targeted by a high-level demon and anger it, then their lives may really only be once. They can't even reincarnate into soul worms, and can only be slaughtered and tortured. Soon, as the army left in a mighty manner, the plain was suddenly empty, and the six-armed snake demon living on the skeleton throne disappeared at this time. Not long after it disappeared, outside the White Lake City, a woman with incomparable beauty, claiming to be the sister of the woman brought by the city lord, came not far from the city gate and asked to see her sister. Soon, the news reached the ears of Lilith, who was disguised as the temptress. From there, it also quickly reached the mind of Gordon, who was meditating. It turned out to be here. I don't know if it is brave or not. Listening to the temptress's report, Gordon smiled.